Let's give it up for our Pro Tour Final Fantasy champion, Ken Yukihiro.
And that's going to do it. Michael DiBenedetto Plummer wins the Pro Tour here in Atlanta.
After 10 years, Seth Manfield is once again the world champion.
Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse champion, the Big Dane, Christopher Larson.
What's up, gamers? Welcome to day 2 of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, live here from Las Vegas, Nevada. We started the weekend with well over 300 players today. 205 are back to do battle inside the Las Vegas Convention Center in draft and standard for their share of a $500,000 prize pool. We've also got a lot of people here from MagicCon Las Vegas, 25,000 to be exact. It's so wonderful to see so many people here celebrating Magic the Gathering in every way possible. Take a look here at the Pro Tour area as the players get ready to do battle here on day 2 of competition. That title and that trophy await one of them. Hey everybody, welcome to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi here, your host for the weekend, joined by Monty Davuti and Tannen Grace. Monty, what are you most looking forward to today?
Maria, once again, it's limited, but specifically, I'm looking forward to Pod 1. It looks absolutely stacked, even more so than recent memory, and I cannot wait to see it play out.
I know, me too. Same. What about you, Tannen?
Going on Pod 1, let's talk about the players at the top. We got Nathan Stoyer at 8-0, Christopher Larson at 7-1. Let's see if either one of them can get into the top 8. Nice redemption story for Chris. I'm sorry, if Chris can win back-to-back Pro Tours here as well.
Yes, absolutely a chance for him to go back-to-back. But how do we arrive here today at day 2 of competition? Let's take a look at our tournament schedule. Starting with yesterday, we had draft for rounds 1 through 3, proving you can draft anything from a really aggressive 2-color deck to 5-color soup. Then we had rounds 4 through 8, which were standard. All players with a record of 4-4 or better are back here to battle on day 2.
And that's where we are, back to school on day 2. 3 more rounds of Secrets of Strixhaven draft. And then it's all standard all the time for the rest of the weekend. 5 rounds of standard, close out day 2. Any players that reach 36 match points before round 16 automatically come back tomorrow for the top 8.
Yeah, and that leads us into Sunday, into that top 8, where they'll be playing best 3 out of 5 matches. Don't forget that sideboarding begins after game 2. We're going to have some high-pressure games, and we're going to crown a champion.
Absolutely, and what does that champion go home with? $50,000 for first place. Second place goes home with $30,000. Third through fourth, $15,000. $9,000 for 5th through 8th. Well, if you missed any of the action from yesterday, Tannen's got you covered with these highlights.
That's right, Maria. We got 25,000 people here that have made their way into Las Vegas to come to the MagicCon. You can see a ton of them here. It's really awesome. Tons of people came for all kinds of things, be it Commander, be it the Pro Tour, just to see their favorite content creator, to cosplay and do a lot of fun. But here at the Pro Tour, we started off our day 1 with limited. The players drafted their decks, played a lot of high-pressure rounds. Some players set themselves apart. Some players not so great of a start. After that, they traded in their limited decks for their constructed decks, and then we got to see which teams got it right, which teams maybe missed the mark. These players going back and forth all day long. People kept enjoying the convention. It was really great. Some Hall of Famers, the casters having a ton of fun as well. Everyone here have a great time, awesome trophy, and we're gonna crown a champion here tomorrow. Can't wait to see how this all plays out. It's gonna be a great time. Tons of players having fun, congratulating each other. Nathan Stoyer, our big story though, 8-0. Is he going to bring home that trophy?
And a beautiful trophy it is. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. You said it, Nathan Stoyer, our lone 8-0, leading the field, your 2022 world champion. Jack Potter also with technically an undefeated record here with 7-0-1 with a draw in his column. And then a whole mess of players currently sitting at 7-1. A lot of big names among them. Critically, of course, Christopher Larson, your reigning Pro Tour champion at 7-1. Can he do it again? Anthony Lee sitting at 7-1, the captain of Team Cosmos Heavy Play. And Matt Nass, a Pro Tour champion at 7-1 as well. Then we start the 6 and 2s with Hall of Famer Shiti Lian, as well as, take a look here, a whole mess of them. Stefan Schutz sitting in 22nd. A lot of players think maybe he's the best player who's currently playing on the Pro Tour that does not have a top 8. We'll see if he can convert today. Shota Yasoka, Hall of Famer, currently sitting at 6 and 2. Pro Tour champ down there, Luis Salvato, also at 6 and 2. John Emanuel, the Pro 6 and 2 as well, a former world champion. So tons of huge names at the top of the leaderboard. But how are are our teams doing here today in the building? We checked on them yesterday. Let's get a checkup on how the teams are doing. We have the top 6 to talk about. Number 6, Team Handshake. How did they do on day 1 of competition? Let's take a look. This team here leading the way, Stefan Schutz, as I mentioned. Arne Huschenbeth currently sitting at 6-2 as well. But a lot of players missing out on day 2 of competition. Unfortunately, Simon Nielsen among them, Johnny Gutman, not making day 2 of competition here at the Pro Tour.
Next up, we do have the French-speaking team Undying Baguette, led by Jean-Emmanuel Depras, and they had an excellent day 1. Only one player not making day 2, Thierry Ramboa leading the way in 5th place at 7-1, but Jean-Emmanuel Depras and Robin Courtier not far behind him.
World Council heavy play coming in right after this. This team did a little bit better than the last, right in the middle of the pack here. You can see being led by Noah Offman with that 7-1 record. Hall of Famer Shitan Lee right behind that with 6-2. Lots of players doing really well here. You see Derek Davis at 4-4 made it into day 2. Only a few players here didn't make it into day 2 for the team. I would consider that a success.
Coming in at number 3 overnight is Team TCG Player. Lots of heavy hitters on this team. Let's find out how they did on day 1 of competition. Take a look here. Nam Dang leading the pack along with Matt Nass and Will Kruger. Reed Duke at 6-2, the Hall of Famer. But a lot of people didn't make day number 2, including Matt Costa and Seth Manfield, not making day 2 of competition.
In 2nd place, they are small, but they are mighty. It is a group of 5 Spaniards, and they are all in day 2. 4 of them at 5-3, 1 at 4-4. Consistency is the key, and looking to have a great performance again today.
Well, guys, they're the biggest team on the tour. Cosmos Heavy Play, also the #1 team here so far this weekend. Not a big surprise when you look at some of the names here. They've got Nathan Stoyer obviously leading the way with defending champion Christopher Larson right behind that. Anthony Lee, the captain of the team, showing that he can't just lead the team, he can also lead it by playing. Oliver Tomajko in his first Pro Tour back in quite a while at 5-3. Great day 1 for him as well. And you can see here, only a couple of players missing day 2, but a ton of 4-4s, a bunch of 5-3s. Eli Cassis is making it at 4-4 here. Javier Dominguez was in this as well. So both of our survivors made it into day 2. So it looks like they're going to have a 2nd season.
Let's take a look at the overall team leaderboard here with our top 8 performing teams. Like you said, Cosmos Heavy Play pacing the field here with a win percentage of 61.7%, which is just huge given the fact that they are a huge team and the biggest team in the room. So really impressive performance from them. Well, we are kicking off the morning, of course, with draft, and it is such a sweet format. I cannot wait to get underway. Tannen, talk to me about the 5 archetypes.
Maria, sweet is the perfect word for this because it's got a little bit of everything for everyone. If you want to be aggro, you can be the Silver Quill deck with repartee aggro. Target your stuff, target your opponent's stuff, your creatures get big. My personal favorite, Prismari, you get some blue-red spells, don't have to play a lot of creatures, get a lot of big stuff. Hey, if that's not your jam, you like a little bit of everything, you want a little bit, each a piece of everything from the buffet, you can put it all together, call it the suit deck. Like we've all been talking about this weekend. My personal favorite deck to draft in this format. It's really powerful. We'll see if anybody does it here today.
All right, let's take a look at our draft pods here this morning. We are playing them, of course, in tournament order, so that means draft pod #1 is the top current 8 players. And we have some huge names at these pods, Monty. I know you're excited to talk about pod 1.
I'm so excited. Absolutely huge names. They want me to talk about Nathan Stoyer and Christopher Larson. They're leading the way. Ray Zhang is incredible. No. Screw all that. 3 Canadians, Maria, Jack Potter, Nam Dang, Noah Offman. We are so back.
Maybe you'll finally win something.
Ooh, shots fired. What about pod 2?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, pod 2. Great one here. Hall of Famer Shitan Lee, definitely leading the pack here. And not to be outdone, we have Pro Tour champion from Chicago, Matt Nass here as well. Maybe not a ton of familiar names here for everyone, but 2 really big ones there. And don't sleep on Will Kruger there in the corner. Great player in his own right.
All right, that's pod 2. Here comes pod #3. Not a lot of huge names you might know at home, but I want to highlight Daniel Getchell and Stefan Schutz. Both of these players have incredible results in online play, and both of them are probably very happy about the fact that there's not any Hall of Famers or Pro Tour champions sitting around the table in this pod. So we'll see if these 2 can convert to a top 8 here today.
And in pod #4, we have 3 massive names. Luis Salvado, former Pro Tour champion. Jean-Emmanuel Depras, former world champion. Shota Yasuoka, former player of the year and Pro Tour champion. This is absolutely stacked, and I cannot wait for my hero, Gota Yasuoka, to take it all down.
Your Goda showed up. We love it, Monty. Never change. Take a look at the feature match era here as the players arrived for the first draft this morning. There's Christopher Larson, your reigning Pro Tour champ. Hey, he was our featured drafter yesterday, and he's back in the feature match area with the top pod here this morning. He's like, this is the only place I draft at the Pro Tour. It's in the feature match area. But take a look there. Nathan Stoyer, your 2022 world champion, will be our featured drafter here today. There's a look at his day one performance. Of course, nothing but W's in his columns. Don't call it a comeback. Nathan Stoyer might have been down, but he is proving he is definitely not out. But does a day one record that's undefeated mean you're going to make top 8? Not necessarily. Let's take a look at what happened with the return to tabletop in 2023. Our overnight leaders, how did they do? Well, we had one finalist. 2 of them made the top 8, but at Pro Tour March of the Machine, Jim Davis only made the top 64, so it's no guarantee.
Over to 2024, not the best year for our overnight leaders. Yoshihiko Ikawa converted to a championship, but for the other 3, they all failed to convert and make top 8.
Well, from 2024 into 2025, one of the better years. You see, we had our champion Matt Nass from day one take down the whole thing. 2 more players making it in the top 8, and then Shinya Nakamura barely missing out, getting that top 16. So great year overall for the leaders.
And 2026 so far, what happened? Well, Marco Balaka was our overnight leader at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse and managed to convert here with a top 8 finish. But what will happen to Nathan Stoyer? Will he be able to make the top 8? We'll find out today. How will we find out? Well, in the hands of these very capable people. Ailey Loney and Corey Baumeister will be in the booth, as well as Marshall Sutcliffe and Paul Chian. Well, if you didn't know it by now, I'm very excited about this draft format, so I cannot wait to see what happens here in draft on day 2. So I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul with the call.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. It is, of course, the most exciting time of any Pro Tour. It's when we're seated and ready to draft, Paul. We get to crack some packs, and this time we are going to be following along with Nathan Stoyer, 8-0 overnight in his comeback Pro Tour, and looking to put a real exclamation mark on it here early, Paul. A 2-1 or a 3-0 here puts him in really good position for a top 8.
Yeah, I mean, we already kind of saw what happens when you start out 8-0. That puts you in a really, really good spot to top 8. I mean, even if we just looked at the results over the last couple of years, you kind of have a roughly 50% conversion rate into the top 8. But of course, it starts with draft today. You 3-0, you got lots of chances to lock up that top 8 spot.
And this, of course, is the unknown quantity. This is the one where you don't know what you're going to open in the packs. You know what you've got for standard after that. Take a look at Nathan Stoyer at the top of your screen there, and you can take a look around our first feature pod. I'll tell you one name that really stands out here, Paul. Christopher Larson.
Yeah.
Comes over as our Pro Tour champion, and he's still near the top of the standings at 7-1, so that's an interesting storyline to keep our eye on. But for now, Nathan Stoyer, 8-0. What can he put together in this draft? Can he get a deck that can propel him to the top 8? I mean, if he comes away with a 3-0, he's in incredibly good position. I mean, really, he would only need to win one more round to make it.
Yeah, I mean,
but even a 2-1 puts him so good.
Of course, yeah. Kind of coming into this, for this event at least, 12 wins is the magic number. If you get 12 wins before the final round of the event, that automatically removes you from the event and locks you into the top 8.
Let's get started. Please pick up the pack labeled A. Remove the cards from the pack, noting that one of them is going to be facing the opposite direction. Lay out 14 cards face down on the table.
You can see this is a call draft from Paul, our judge that's calling this particular draft. Nathan hoping to open something amazing and also with a clear direction.
Of course, yes. There's don't want to start things off with a common unless we see maybe that Potioner's Trove that Chris Larson was so fond of. But let's take a look here.
All right, taking a look. Vibrant Outburst.
Yeah, Vibrant Outburst. There's a Grapple with Death. There's an Artistic Process, which is keeps you a little more open, right? Because
Yes.
it's a monocolored card. You can certainly play it in your Lorehold decks or play it in your Prismari control decks. Vibrant Outburst, of course, the card with more upside, as it's a very efficient card. And then there's Essence Knit Scholar and Grapple with Death, which are both good cards. However, starting the draft off with Witherbloom is often not something that many players want to do, unless you feel like
5
the
seconds.
entire table knows what's up and you're just going to take the underdrafted archetype.
Yeah, Assistant Scholar is definitely a first pick
Draft.
quality card.
Wow.
Whoa,
Wow.
I
Cards
was
to your
not going to
left.
say that he was going to take it.
Right.
I was going to say it's on the quality level, but not necessarily in the archetype that you want. But there is a low to the ground aggressive Witherbloom deck that
Pick up
some
the pack.
players favor
You have 35
because nobody else wants the cards for it.
Absolutely, and Essence Knit Scholar is fantastic. There is an ambitious augmenter here. So, I mean, this card is fantastic, especially the way that you want to draft these Witherbloom decks is typically a little bit more aggressively slanted, and this is one of the best, if not the best, 1-mana aggressive creature in the format.
That's right. This one is a game changer when you get it down on one, and you can see he's also pulled Pest, Mascot, and Mindful Biomancer. These are all cards that go in that deck that I just
5
mentioned,
seconds.
and critically, they're cards that other decks don't want. Nobody wants
Draft.
a Pest Mascot unless you're
Shuffle and lay
doing
out
the
12
full-on
cards to
Witherbloom
your
thing.
left.
And Mindful Biomancer, I mean, nobody wants that.
Yeah, nobody wants. I don't even know if you necessarily want it in the Witherbloom aggressive
I
decks
think
either.
you do,
It's
but
probably
yeah.
fine,
You have 30
but
seconds.
I think Nathan was just kind of highlighting the cards that he would maybe hope to table based on
Wow.
this start here.
There's another Pest Mascot and also a Leech Collector.
Yes.
This is interesting. I'm wondering, I'm seeing the trend here of him passing these gold Witherbloom cards and taking the more powerful monocolored ones, maybe hoping to wheel some of these Pest Mascots.
I mean, there's just a good shot, right? Just Witherbloom is not something that
5
is not a
seconds.
color combination that everybody's looking to play, so it's better to just take the monocolored card and move in that direction. Leech
Draft.
Collector are also very, very
Shuffle and
strong
lay out
if
11
you can
cards to
find
your left.
enough enablers. If you can pick up enough Lumerets to, for example, just gain a bunch of life, and then I've taken 8 damage from
Yes.
this card before, so it can do a lot of work,
Pick up
and
the pack.
again, in the lower to the
25
ground
seconds.
aggressive version, now that actually adds up.
right? Is that a Force of Will?
It is.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a bunch of Prismari cards in this pack. Sanar, one of Prismari's strongest uncommons. There's a Force of Will, Pursue the Past, and a Wisdom of Ages. So lots of great blue cards, but a little bit hard to kind of take one of those cards given this start. Snooping Page is an interesting one because we took the Leech Collector. Perhaps you can pivot
Draft.
into a Silver Quill deck
Shuffle
if
and
that
lay
ends
out
up being
10
available.
cards to your left.
Yeah, there just wasn't really anything for Witherbloom there. No green cards to speak of at all, and no mono black cards. So Snooping
up the
Page
pack.
is going to be
You
the
have
card.
25
Maybe a little pivot coming here.
Yeah, and-
Ooh,
okay.
End of the hunt.
Yeah, great removal spell here. And this still keeps you a little bit open, right? You took that Snooping Page, you take
There's
End of the
another
Hunt.
Pest Mascot. here,
Yeah,
too.
it's a premium removal spell here in the pack here. So you take this, and Nathan right now is thinking, okay, I could
5
be
seconds.
I could be Witherbloom, I could be Silver Quill. It's nice to see such a great removal spell here. Pick 5.
Draft.
So there are 3
Shuffle and lay
Pest
out 9
Mascot
cards to your
passed
left.
from Nathan in this. I mean, if those don't come back, then Nathan knows for sure that somebody else is going to be in
Pick up the
Witherbloom.
pack.
Of course,
You have
yes.
20 seconds.
And Witherbloom is one of those archetypes where you kind of need to be the only drafter to kind of have it really come together the way that you want. And oftentimes, you are the only Witherbloom drafter. People are drafting Prismari, the aggressive decks, the multicolor Converge decks. So this typically
5
ends up being the archetype that ends up being a little bit more open.
There's Mind Roots, which always tricks me into thinking that it's
Draft.
Grapple with Death.
Shuffle and lay out
Right? It's
8
got the
cards
exact
to your
same
left.
mana value. However,
One time it even made it into my deck as a Grapple with Death.
I mean, in the decks you like to draft, it's still
Pick up the
probably a
pack.
fine card.
Yes, it's probably even better,
Right.
actually.
Oh, okay. So that is a pretty late knockout maneuver and a Withering Curse. So Withering Curse, of course, a card with very, very high upside, especially if you can gain life. It just acts as a sweeper type effect. However,
5
as I
seconds.
mentioned before, people who draft the Witherbloom decks typically want to be a little more proactive, and Knockout Maneuver
Draft.
is a fantastic removal spell as well
Shuffle and
that
pass
also
7
really works
cards
well
to your
with
left.
your game plan.
That's right. And, with that pick, it does seem like Nathan has decided, I'm going to go with Witherbloom. I mean, that's another green card to add to already a couple of good green cards. So let's just take a quick look at the type of cards that Nathan may be wanting to pick up. Here's where he's at right now. Boy, that's a nice start. If you're going to go in this color pair, Ambitious Augmenter and Essence Knit Scholar are really good starts. And then things, you know, the End of the Hunt was a nice one, and the Knockout Maneuver as well. So let's take a look at some of the commons that Nathan may be thinking, I'd love to see those out of the forthcoming packs. Bogwater, Lumerit, super key. The best way to gain life out of the deck. Grapple with Death and Last Gasp, both really solid removal spells.
Just these are the best removal effects in that color combination, and Lumerit just kind of turns everything on. Taking a look at the uncommons here, you have Luen, Pest Brute Sloth, and Thornfist Striker. A lot of these cards help create pests or are life gain payoffs, and that's kind of, you know, this Witherbloom deck is a synergistic, aggressive strategy, and all these cards play very, very well into that deck.
And if you're going to dream big.
Yeah, that's right. We have... Is it Bletch or Bleck? I don't know. Whatever the case may be, you know, the curve of just going turn 2 Bogwater Lumerit into Bleck is very, very strong. And then, of course, if you want to go even bigger, you have Germination Practicum, which is fantastic in this deck as you are looking to play a bunch of creatures. Putting 2 counters on your creatures every single turn is obviously very strong. And then, of course, Professor Delienfeld. We saw this yesterday. I mean, it's one of the best rares in the entire format. And, of course, it fits right into the Witherbloom strategy.
Yeah, we were talking with Maria, and she said it lets you win games that you had no business winning, and that's exactly how I described that card as well. Okay, let's get back to the action here and see if Nathan can pick up some of these cards. And what I'm really paying attention to here, Paul, as that was pick 7, is are we going to see those pest mascots come back on the wheel? It looks like he's going to pick up a Send in the Pest for his 8th pick here.
And that works really well with, of course, just the life gain that you want. And I would be surprised if he doesn't get at least one of those, right? 3 pest mascots. I mean, unless somebody's just aggressively taking them and looking to just go all in on the life gain, pump your creature strategy.
5 seconds.
Just follow the Lumerets here. It's nice, you know, if you can't gain the life, it's kind of mediocre. But of course, in the Witherbloom strategy, if you can get 2 cards out of this, it is pretty strong.
Pick up the pack. You have 10 seconds.
Ooh.
Okay, so this was the pack that had the Mindful Biomancer, Colonian Tackle, and Pest Mascot, notably.
And
so
it's not
the
here.
Pest Mascot did not table, so that means there's at least one other Witherbloom player, most likely, on the table.
I guess we'll know in this, because this one also had one.
You have 5 seconds.
And it's gone. So that means that you are fighting. I have to say, that is a rough spot to be if you're in the probably weakest archetype and you're also scrapping it out with somebody. But it's the Pro Tour. It's not easy.
Yeah. Now, I will say it did feel like Witherbloom was reasonably open from the right side. So if there's somebody in the color combination, it's very likely that they're probably somewhere on the other side of the table.
Pass the final card.
Okay, last few cards here. Well,
very good.
Nathan seems to have planted his flag.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's very, very difficult to kind of pivot out of this. You're simply just not going to have enough playable cards. Nathan has an even mix of green and black cards, meaning if you do pivot into something like Silver Quill or Quandrix, I mean, you're gonna only have 4 cards out of pack 1.
Yeah, and it gets extra rough too, because I feel like the version of Witherbloom that is the most desirable is actually this low to the ground aggressive one. It's not super well suited for it, but a lot of the cards that you get are kind of free and you can wheel them. And again, the problem is that makes pivoting that much harder because you have a bunch of cards that are built towards that strategy. And if you wanted to go into Quandrix, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
That deck doesn't want any of those cards.
And for those of you wondering why there are a couple of cards that are sleeved up here, one of the packs had a slight mark on them. So what they decided to do is sleeve up that entire pack for the draft. There are no double-faced bonus sheet cards that exist in this format, but that was kind of the solution that they had because they register all the cards, every single pack, every single card, and so the judges know exactly what's in all the cards, of course, so there's no foul play, so they decided to keep the pack, but sleeve everything up just so you don't know about the markings.
14 cards face down, remembering that one of them is going to be facing the opposite direction.
All right. Pack 2, pick 1 for Nathan Stoyer. A reasonable start to his draft, but you know, one of the knocks on Witherbloom is that you are very much at the mercy of the packs. If you get a bunch of uncommons and rares, totally fine deck. You can win games with it, no problem. If you don't, it suffers.
Yeah, it absolutely does.
So he's going to be really hoping to find a bunch of on-color,
pick up the pack.
Ideally gold cards here. Let's see what he gets. Oh, there's Bletch right off the top.
Well, yeah, that one is going to be A slam dunk first pick here for Nathan Stoyer. Going to be very, very happy about that. Take a look at 3 mana for a 3/4.
Oh my God, another
tons of
Pest
ways.
Mascot.
Yeah, tons of ways to gain life in this deck. I mean, like I mentioned before, the ideal curve is turn 2 send in the Pest or turn 2 Bogwater Lumerate into Blex so that you can just trigger the +1/+1 counters immediately.
Blech. I think that's how it's pronounced where Black is from.
Fair enough.
But we don't have
5
to do
seconds.
the whole. And I guess the dream of wheeling that Pest Mascot is probably
Draft.
not there for Stoyer,
Shuffle
given
and lay
that
out
he
30
shipped
Yeah.
3 of them. And
The thing is, I don't even know how strong the Pest Mascot is, even if you're doing the Witherbloom thing. I think it's a fine card, but there's just so many cards that I would rather have. The interactive spells that you
Pick a pack.
mentioned,
35
Bogwater
seconds.
Lumerates. There's a lot of cards I would take over that card, but yes.
there's a Lumerate there.
there is-
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about wheeling it, right?
Right,
Pick it
yeah,
up
but there were
9th or
3 in
10th.
the first pack, so you kind of have to assume when you don't wheel any of them, I mean, there's a chance there might even be a 3rd, dare I say, Witherbloom draft.
Oh, goodness sakes. We'll hope for Nathan that that's not the case. Interesting choice here, a Bogwater Lumerate or a Leech Collector. He has quite a few payoffs for life gain and not that much life gain.
Right, and you know the Lumerate's not going to table based on what you've
5
seen.
seconds.
You have to take the Lumerate here.
He needs to balance out life gain
Draft.
with payoffs.
That's
Shuffle
right.
and
If
lay
you
out
end up with
12
all
cards
payoffs
to
and
your
no
right.
life gain, those decks are not
Yeah,
good.
these cards need to work synergistically together. It's kind of like when you draft the Silver Quill deck. You can't just draft all creatures.
Pick a pack.
You need to make
You
sure
have
that you have
30
enough
seconds.
spells to be able to trigger your repartee. And same thing with the Witherbloom decks. You need a bunch of life gain cards and then a bunch of life gain payoff cards.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason why Silver Quill has been more successful generally, is that there's quite a few cards that include a way to trigger repartee without really asking you to do much. You know, prepare cards and stuff like that, just have it kind of tacked
Right.
on, where it does feel like
5
a little bit
seconds.
of a struggle to get the life gain rolling in Witherbloom.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Eternal Student, just
Draft.
a generically good card.
Shuffle and lay out
So this is
11
just something that you're
cards
happy
to your
kind of
right.
playing in the 4-mana slot. Trade with something, and then all of a sudden you just get a couple of 1/1 flyers.
Yeah, there was a Shopkeeper's Bane in there, which would also go quite well in
Pick up the pack.
Nathan's
You have
current
25
list, but he
seconds.
went for the uncommon instead. I think I would have gone for the Bane. It gives you an attacker and a life gain trigger, which he really does need. Melancholic Poet, well, it's not the most natural way to do it, but that is also a source of life gain.
That is a source of life gain, but there are much less prepared creatures that you can have in
5
the
seconds.
Witherbloom strategy. So oftentimes you're only going to have, maybe 5 or 6 ways to
Draft.
actually trigger it a lot of the time. So
Shuffle and
Nathan
lay out
actually going
10
for,
cards.
well, it says life gain on it.
Another
right?
payoff.
It says in Fusion, there's a life gain payoff. Now, if you can gain life and then use this as a combat trick, it can lead to some blowouts.
Pick up the pack. You have 25 seconds.
Okay, there's a Noxious Newt.
Yes. Is there any?
There's a Forum Necroscribe if Nathan feels like he needs something at the top end of the mana curve. Did pick up that Lumerate's Favor as a way to trigger it. But the Noxious Newt is just a nice 2-mana play.
5
Works well
seconds.
with that knockout maneuver that he picked up as well.
Yep, he's going to go for the
Draft.
Newt
Shuffle and lay
Solid
out
start
9
here.
cards to your right.
to pack 2. A big highlight at the beginning
Right.
with Bletch and then the Bogwater
Pack.
Lumerate. Those were
You have
really
20
solid pickups. The rest, fine.
Yeah, just look. Yeah, it's not the fanciest deck here right now. It's just, hey, I'm drafting a nice deck with a nice mana curve. I have some synergies. I'm going to lean into it. Have everybody
5
else try to go over the top of each other, take each other's expensive converge spells, and maybe I can just go underneath them with all these 2
Draft.
drops.
He's going to go
Shuffle
for
and lay out 8
Infirmary
cards
Healer
to your
over
right.
Pull from the Grave here.
Yep.
This is a source of life gain, or at least it can be, and it's a
pack. You have 20
well-statted
seconds.
curve-out style creature, though he would really like 1 Pull from the Grave in this deck.
Right. But, another card that can kind of fill a similar role is a card like Follow the Lumerates, right?
Uh-huh.
If you're playing a deck that has access to a lot of life gain, that can be a natural 2-for-1
5
type
seconds.
effect that lets you get some other cards.
Yeah, that's an
Draft.
if at this point for Stoyer.
Shuffle
He
and lay out
does have
7
some life
cards
gain,
to
but I
your
think
right.
he'd like to have a bit more here.
Yeah, and that's kind of the issue with Witherbloom in general,
Pick up the
especially
pack.
if you're
You
kind
have
of in a
15
contested lane.
seconds.
Oftentimes, you just don't have enough of the, life gain cards or payoffs, and that balance is difficult because you're also trying to find removal spells to put into your
5
deck,
seconds.
and so just it's kind of that you're doing this delicate dance the entire draft.
Picks up an old growth educator here pretty late. That's a nice pickup.
Lay out
Yeah,
6
absolutely. I
cards
mean,
to
often,
your right.
especially if you, and this is why I mentioned before how important the Bogwater Lumerette is in this deck, because you have that in
Pack,
play.
you
It
have
turns
10
everything on,
seconds.
right? You play that old growth educator, you can use that to you can
5
you can play that as a 6/6.
All right, this is his wheel card, and he did wheel a
Draft.
Mindful Biomancer. Not the most
out 5
exciting, but
cards
it
to
is
your right.
playable in his deck. It is
the
also
pack.
yet
You have
another
10 seconds.
source of life gain.
Okay,
Oh, and the
there's-
Leech Collector.
There's a Leech Collector, and again, no
Sweet.
pest.
5
There's
seconds.
somebody with like 5 pest mascots in their
No
deck. 'Cause
kidding.
We haven't seen any of them wheel.
Drafts. Lay out 4 cards to your right.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look at how the archetypes play out in
Pick up
big
the pack.
picture in a
You have
booster
5
draft
seconds.
when there's really only 5. Oh, sweet. He wheeled the Shopkeeper's Bane too. Hey, this
Draft.
is actually, you know, given that he knows he's
Pass
fighting
3 cards
somebody
to your
else for
right.
these cards, this is pretty
Pick up the pack.
decent.
You
Yeah,
have
yeah,
5
it's
seconds.
coming
Leech
together well.
Collector?
He's got tons of 2 mana and 3 mana plays. He's got some tricks. I think
Draft.
Nathan would love to pick up a
Pass
few
2 cards
interactive
to your
spells.
right.
He's pretty
Pick up the
light on
pack.
that.
You have
Oh, yeah,
5
you're
seconds.
right.
He got a couple in pack number 1, but I don't think he got a single
No.
interactive spell in pack
Draft,
number
please
2.
pass
Yeah,
over
he
the
needs
final
another
card.
grapple with death
Add it
and
to your
a
pile.
last
We're now going to
gasp.
begin
right?
the second review period. Same rules as before. You have 90 seconds.
Okay,
Please
pack
begin.
2 in the book. So Nathan is now going to go to his review period. We talked about this yesterday, but if you haven't seen a Pro Tour level draft before, they are called, as you can tell, and that means that you do not get to look at your cards between packs, and instead you have a timed period here in between each pack where you can look. And the whole point of this is to try to figure out, where am I at? What do I need? How does my curve look? How many creatures do I have? How desperate am I for payoffs, life gain, removal?
Yeah.
You know, some picks are easy, right? You open up a bomb, you don't have to think about it. But when you're crafting a deck during a booster draft, you have to have good mana. You have to have a good curve. You have to have a reasonable
Halfway through,
number of
45
creatures, especially in a deck like this. And then when you're doing the synergy thing, you need life gain payoffs and you need ways to gain life. And then ideally, you'd like a little bit of card advantage woven in there as well. And this is where Nathan gets to start checking boxes. What am I okay with? What do I need?
Yeah, and right now the only thing, you know, he's got kind of the curve part of his deck completely checked. I think that was maybe 6 2-drops, bunch of 3s as well. So, you know, certainly not a clunky deck at all. I think Nathan just needs to find maybe a couple of removal spells and then perhaps maybe 1 or 2 top-end
10
cards, right? Just because he certainly has the luxury of being able to take them just because he's only got that old growth troll and a songwriter, a shade rider? Oh, and there was
The old
also,
growth educator, yeah.
yeah, and
Turn
then
your
he's
pick
also
to
got that
single
eternal student, but
face
he
down
actually
pile.
has not put that card into the mix of cards that I think he wants to see in his deck.
Okay.
Please open the pack labeled.
Okay, pack
Count
3.
14 cards
I would
face
call
down.
this a
Only the one
solid
of them is
draft,
going to
though,
be facing the
so
other way.
far for Stoyer. Remember, we're at the PT. Like, a lot of times these drafts look real scrappy, you know, kind of got to put in some fringe playables. And this looks much more like a normal draft where, I mean, he's kind of good on playables almost already. He gets to really kind of pick whatever he wants
Yeah, I think,
going forward.
right. I think Nathan has
Looks like
a
everyone's ready.
solid deck here. The only thing
Pick up
is,
the
I
pack.
think just the
You have 40
overall
seconds.
power level is a little bit on the lower
Yes,
side.
It is. But also he's drafting Witherbloom. So
Right. Wow, this has...
Holy smoke.
He literally
Did
just
he
opened
whiff?
nothing. I mean, there's one green card in the entire pack.
It's that or Mage Referee.
Yeah, I mean, there's just nothing here. You can... Wow. This pack has... This is not the pack that you want to open here.
This has to
at
be one of the
8-0.
worst packs I think I've ever seen somebody open pack 3
Yeah,
5
like
seconds.
this...
relative to their
You
deck.
can just take maybe you just defensively draft some. You just take a card from somebody else, maybe.
Draft.
Just because there's literally nothing you would ever play in your deck in that pack.
Shuffle
Wow.
and lay out 13 cards to your
That
left.
is rough for
Yeah.
Nathan Stoyer. He opened up one of the better cards for his archetype in pack 2, but this time it is an actual whiff.
Right. He literally first
Pick up
picked
pack.
a card that's not
35
going to go
seconds.
into his deck. All right. Last guy.
Hey.
Maybe turning things around. And there's
And a
also
Lewin, too.
Okay. both cards very, very strong. Now, Last Gasp, I think, is a card that he might need a little bit more, but Lewin, of course, very, very powerful in the Witherbloom decks.
Yeah, you mentioned that he wouldn't mind a little top end.
Right. So
and even though Lewin's only 4 mana, it definitely counts as top end.
absolutely. I've had, opponents play that thing and just make 3 tokens in the same turn.
Right. And
5
they're
seconds.
very relevant in the strategy, not only,
Okay.
creating a bigger board state, but also they are all
Shuffle and
pests,
lay
and
out
that's more
12
life
cards
gain
to
trigger.
your
So
left.
he's going to go big, go for the power.
Sure.
I don't think he's going to be happy about passing Last Grasp there, but he got a Lewin.
Yeah. And
Pick up
given
the pack.
how the
You have
draft has
30
been going,
seconds.
there's just no chance that the Lewin's going to table.
Right, exactly. There's a grapple with death.
Okay, yeah. He's absolutely going to be slamming that one here, addressing a need for this deck.
I mean, honestly, 2 needs, right?
Right, yeah.
Removal and it gains a life, so that'll trigger. Not that he's like all in on that strategy, but he does have numerous payoffs. He's
Yeah.
got the 2 leech
Yeah.
collectors and
seconds.
And the Bletch.
Bletch and stuff. So like it is a real thing for him. Although
Draft.
whomever it is at the table that
Shuffle and
has
lay out
the
11 cards to
between
your left.
3 and 5 pest mascots also is the
Right.
one that's really wanting that life gain
Yeah,
too.
definitely.
Pick up the pack. You have 25 seconds.
Ooh, Paradox Surveyor. Okay, so there's an End of Brilliance and a Scathing Shadelock as potential options here. Cost of Brilliance is nice, though. I mean, you're looking at a deck that has
Yeah.
a ton of 2-mana plays.
Yeah.
So if you're curving out, I mean, even if you don't care about the repartee, if you're the aggressor and you're gaining life, losing a life isn't that big of a deal either. So I do
Yeah.
like this pickup here.
And in an aggressive
Draft.
curve, it can finish off the opponent too. So
Shuffle
there's a
and lay
lot
out
to like
10
there about
cards
Cost of
to your left.
Brilliance.
Yeah, I mean, compare this to a card, not too long ago, Combat Tutorial was one
Yes.
of the best commons in Final Fantasy
Pick up the
Limited, and
pack.
this
You
does.
have 25
This is a
seconds.
very, very similar card.
All right, pick number 5 here.
All right, looking at Dissection Practice just as a very nice combat trick here. Nothing too great here. I don't think this
Right.
deck is a deck that cares about multiple copies of Noxious Newt. So Dissection Practice, just a nice trick. You're curving
5
out.
seconds.
It just makes blocking very, very difficult. And it just randomly has, of course, that little line of text at the
Draft.
top where, you get
Shuffle
to
and
drain
lay
your
out
opponent for
9
1, and
cards
the
to
life
your
gain
left.
could be very relevant, too.
That's right, and the life loss too. These decks really do have the ability to kind of chip away at your life total, both through creature
Pick up the
damage
pack.
and
You
things
have
like
20
that.
seconds.
All right, might take this Pest Mascot.
Does he get one of the
One of the
6,
5 or 6 that we've
5?
seen.
Yeah, that we've seen. I guess he does.
Yeah, interesting. There's 2 really good Lorehold cards in this pack. There's
5
a Startled
seconds.
Relic Sloth and a Wilt there, and
Interesting.
typically Lorehold is a very contested
Draft.
color pair.
Shuffle and lay out 8 cards to your left. Pick up the pack. You have 20 seconds.
Yeah, Johnny's response. Ooh, a bunch of Quandrix cards there as well. There's a Studious First Year, but this deck's not really ramping into anything. I think Titan's Grave just makes a lot more sense in a deck like this.
Yeah, and that's such a nice checkbox to hit too, just to get
5
your
seconds.
mana under you a little bit more. I mean, the first dual land does go a long way. Any opening hand that has it, it's so much
Draft.
easier to hit
Right.
your colors.
Lay out 7 cards to your left.
So great pickup there for Nathan, especially
the
given
pack.
that he
You
seems
have 15
completely
seconds.
fine on playables.
Yeah. Now probably going to take Adventurous Eater. There's also Glorious Decay, which acts as a very nice sideboard option.
Yeah, he has Pick Your Poison,
5
and if he
seconds.
takes this, he'll have Glorious Decay out of the board as well, so a good suite of sideboard cards.
But Adventurous Eater does allow you to
Lay out 6
gain
cards to your
life
left.
and also move the counters where you like, but it looks like Nathan, Glorious Decay does have a very, very large
the pack.
impact
You have
out of the
10
sideboard
seconds.
if you're playing against a deck where it's good.
Yes. This is the pack that he opened
5
here.
seconds.
10-year concoctor. We were saying he wanted a little bit of a top end.
Draft.
Is this checking that box for you, Paul?
Lay out
No,
5
this is
cards to
generally
your
not a
left.
card. I'd probably rather play the Shade Rider in the deck, but it's,
Pick
if
the
you're
pack.
playing against
You
a
have
deck with
10
a bunch of
seconds.
removal, maybe you can board it in.
There's another Mindful Biomancer. He's got his fill of
5
those.
seconds.
Oh yeah, there are no shortages
Yes.
of Mindful Biomancer in this deck.
Draft. Lay
Yeah,
out
he
4
has,
cards
I
to your
believe,
left.
3 of those now. But again, if he's thinking along the lines
pack.
of the
You have
curve-out
5
aggressive version, yeah, you play him.
I mean, that's absolutely what this deck is looking like here.
And there's that Melancholic
Draft.
Poet as well. I'm curious if
Lay out 3 cards
that
to
will
your
end up
left.
making the cut, given
Pack.
that he did
Go
end
5
up
seconds.
finding enough life gain triggers, it feels like.
Wow, Paradox Surveyor with 3 cards left.
What?
Pass 2 cards.
One of the better Quandrix
Pick up the pack. You have
uncommons.
5
It's a
seconds.
crime against my...
Oh, and a very elite
college.
cheerful Osteomancer, which is
Draft.
certainly not
Look at
a
the final
terrible
card
card
at
here.
your pool.
Wow.
Thank you for joining us for this draft. We have a few more things to get through. First of which, please stay in your seats with the same secrecy as before. Please review all of your cards and make sure there's a stamp on them.
Okay,
If
players
there's
are going to
not,
finish
please
up
raise
the
your hand.
procedures
Please
here, but what do you think, Paul?
You know, I think he was in the right lane, right? It's unfortunate that, of course, there's another Witherbloom drafter at the table, but, you know, I think he was able to kind of put together a nice functional deck. Will note that I do think the general power level of the cards in this deck is a little bit low. He's got tons of commons, which, of course, in a format that's got tons of great rares and uncommons, you're kind of going to put yourself a little bit behind if you run into some of the more powerful decks. But I think, you know, given the fact that this deck has a really nice curve, you can draw the Bleck, and you do have some interaction, I think, you know, going into this, I would probably predict something like a 2-1 for a deck like this.
Yeah, which is really good. I mean, honestly, especially for a player of Nathan's caliber, this to me, I would check this box. Like, if I were Nathan, I would not mulligan this deck, which is kind of saying a lot, but you have to really remember how many times you are just
So a couple of things.
fighting
We're
people at the
joining
table
the rest
just to
of
get
the
anything resembling a good deck, and you have to play a bunch of fringe playables or maybe a color you weren't really planning on, and that's from the top players. I mean, this is not like you made a mistake. This is you did everything you could and you still came up short. This deck, he's flooded on playables. I mean, he gets to pick out basically, do I want to have a more aggressive version, a more mid-range version, or a more slower, you know, value-based version. Let's see what he actually put together here, because well, we get to answer that question right now.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's going for the more aggressive version.
And I don't think he has a decorum.
Is that a decorum dissert? Yeah, that.
I don't think he's got that
believe
one in his
so.
deck, because I don't remember seeing. We would have remembered that one.
Yes.
Right? But
No, he does. He must have picked it up late in the pack.
wow. All right. Well, you know, nice top end card there. We did not see it, but one of the best cards in his deck. But, you know, again, if Nathan comes out with that aggressive start, he does have, I almost forgot, he does have an Ambitious Augmenter, which is an amazing aggressive creature. We have the Bleck, and we have the Decorum Dissertation, which I really like in aggressive decks. I've tried playing it in control decks, and, well, I play against an aggro deck and I just can't cast a spell. But here, it is absolutely amazing. You have the life gain. So, I mean, given that he had that, and we didn't see that before, and taking a look at the curve, yeah, this deck looks very nice. I mean, this is far from some of the train wrecks that we've seen previously.
Absolutely. And by the way, triple Mindful Biomancer. So he is going full on aggression here, trying to get this job done. He's going to use that dissertation as a finisher. I mean, he's going to be pointing at his opponent a lot, I think. All right, there is the deck from Nathan Stoyer. Draft is in the books. We're going to take a short break here from Las Vegas. When we come back, we will have a round with Nathan Stoyer and Jack Potter. Don't go anywhere. welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we're drafting here in Vegas. Just outside of the Pro Tour area is Magic Con Las Vegas, and it is absolutely incredible out there. We've got 24,000 people working their way through over the course of the weekend, and it feels that way. It's crowded. There's a ton of people doing a ton of awesome activities, and of course, one of those is booster draft. Now, you could do booster drafts out on the floor. Me and Paul had to turn that down because we had work today, but you can also do a booster draft at the Pro Tour if you are so lucky to find yourself in that seat as Nathan Stoyer did. Quick update. Paul and I a little caught off guard there by the decorum dissertation that we saw because we didn't see that, did we? I would have noticed that one.
Yeah.
It turns out it is an error. It is right. So we have the sheet that Nathan filled out here, and he missed by one box. He has dissection practice. That's the one drop that we had mentioned that he had. That is in the deck.
Right.
Not decorum dissertation. So that is, he just made a small error on his deck registration sheet, but that card is not going to be in the list. But the
Dissection practice.
it is, yes.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at the opponent here, Jack Potter, the other undefeated player, though he does have a draw at 7-0-1 coming from Canada. Of course, going to be facing down Nathan Stoyer. Oh, we found our other Witherbloom drafter, Paul.
Okay.
And did he get all of the pest? Oh, he got 3 of the pest mascot. That is funny.
3 of the pest mascots, but one card that I want to focus on here.
What do you see?
There's the practiced offense in the 3-mana spell slot. This is one of, if not the best rares in the entire set. Absolutely worth splashing, especially if you're looking to be slightly more on the proactive side of things here. So Jack Potter going to be leaning on that. He's got some ways to splash the card. There's a couple of form of Amities, a Plains, and a Studious First here. So plenty of white sources. I think that's going to be a very, very important card here for Jack.
Yeah, Jack looks like he may have the slightly better long game deck. He also got the pull from the grave. So he has a lot of ways to kind of force the game, or to win the game, if it were to go long. So I think we're going to see Nathan position himself as the aggressor in the matchup.
Yeah. But Jack has plenty of 2-drops as well, plenty of ways to kind of curve out on top of that. So, you know, this is kind of interesting because kind of the whole premise of trying to draft something like a proactive Witherbloom deck is to beat down on the other decks.
Did you? Jack was showing our card spotter his hand, and that does not look like 7 cards.
Is it 5?
It is 5 cards,
no.
Paul. That is not how you want to start off your round against Nathan Stoyer, especially when this can absolutely become a grind fest. Man.
Send in the pest
to kick it off.
But that's not the worst here. So Jack, even with that mulligan, does have access to a 2-drop here in the Noxious Newt and has a pull from the grave in hand. So the Send in the Pest effect gets a little bit muted there. But of course, still being down the resources here, just being down to 5 in general is kind of rough.
And look at this attack here from Nathan Stoyer.
Yeah, but
it looks like we're going to see.
Nathan's happy about that because you can run out the Essence Knit Scholar and draw a card because you traded your creature for the Newt.
So he actually wanted that to happen.
Absolutely.
Like if Jack said, I'll just take it, that would have been worse.
And Nathan drew Mind Roots.
Seriously?
So your opponent mulligans to 5 here, and you draw Send in the Pest and Mind Roots?
That is rude.
That is rough. Yeah, well, no cards for you.
Yeah, at least there's no decisions to be made here for Jack.
Just playing off the top.
He really hates to see that pull from the grave.
Yeah, that's kind of what he needed there to kind of claw his way back into this. Okay, off the top. It's a good card off the top.
Last gasp off the top. And who's the aggressor now?
Yeah. I mean, what if Jack just draws a practiced offense off the top? That would certainly do a lot of work here. Yeah, but Nathan's going to slam a 6/6 here. Old Growth Educator entering the battlefield after gaining the life by attacking with the Pest. And Nathan still has action in hand with that knockout maneuver off the top.
Yeah, Jack is going to have to come up with some unbelievable top decks here to get out of this mess. Right now, the Noxious Newt is the only thing holding back the Educator.
Yeah, and given that Jack has nothing, I think Nathan might want to just fire off that knockout maneuver on the Death Touch creature just so that he can get in with the 6/6.
That's right. I mean, this game is going to fall apart very quickly if he does that.
But
Leech Collector as well.
perhaps can just play it on the Leech Collector instead, just to kind of spread your power, right? You can play Leech Collector and then use Knockout Maneuver on that so that you have, you know, a 3/3 in play there.
Right, and that can attack into the pest mascot next turn. But in the meantime, here comes the big fella.
Yep.
Attack you for 6, you're down to 13.
13.
And go. Now both players are out of gas, but as you can see, Nathan Stoyer, well, just had more to work with. It's that simple.
Yeah. That Mind Roots was so good here.
Unbelievably unkind. Wow, this is very much a way to get back in the game, though. Brave Researcher can really fuel you. Now, you need some time and you need some life total to work with, but you can do it.
Did Nathan draw a Grapple with Death?
If he did, it's
that would have been that would be an amazing draw if he did.
There's just no way you come back from that.
Oh, and he did. Oh my
okay,
goodness.
Nathan, we see how you do it.
All right, and then Leech Collector has been prepared.
And so that's two
more damage. And then 9 damage
and
coming in.
You can actually just swing with the squad here, right? Yeah,
right?
Everybody in.
And then that prepares the Leech Collector again.
I go to 21.
And that's going to be game then. I guess you can.
You can block the
soak up
6/6
3 damage
if you want. Yeah. Yeah, there's just no coming back from this. It's just so tough.
2, right?
And now it's actually GG.
Oh, excuse me. It's
Is
the
it once
first
per
turn. Yeah, it's once per
Once
turn.
per turn,
Yes.
sure. All right.
Okay, so if Jack can find a grapple, kill the 6/6, turn the pest mascot into a 3/4 off the life gain.
Oh, yeah.
That would allow him to stabilize this board.
Oh, grapple. It was a forest.
Not Forest, though.
And that's going to be it. Jack Potter fights the good fight, but he does end up losing game 1. You know, he can't feel too bad about that. Mulliganing to 5 and then having your hand decimated by 2 different hand disruption spells. That is not going to be a recipe for a win very often.
Right. All right, looks like a far more keepable hand here for Jack Potter. The full 7. And is Nathan now on a mulligan?
Yep.
Looks
just
like it.
6, but he's on the draw.
He's got the bletch.
You can see Nathan's hand up until that Lumeret's favor, all gold cards too.
Right.
There's a Melancholic Poet here to kick things off for Jack Potter.
21.
Oh, okay. That's
And a
off the top.
Biomancer for Stoyer is going to bump him up to 21. Does Jack want to offer the trade here?
Yeah. Also has Last Gasp in hand.
Oh, he's going to actually just get aggressive.
Take 2, or take 1 from that.
Excuse me, uses the Witherbloom Charm instead.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm going to go down to 18. You go up to 21, right? I agree. Yeah, that's right.
So he gets a repartee trigger, plus gets rid of the opposing creature.
Right. And Nathan doesn't have. Oh no, excuse me. He's got the 3-drop there. Probably wants to just play something to the board here. He did find a Mind Roots.
That's got to be tempting too, though. With 4 cards in hand,
Yeah,
good chance to hit a land there.
But yeah, my rule of thumb with that is if your opponent has 2 cards, you almost always fire it off. But if they're on 4 or 5 cards, they're just going to have another play next turn, and you lose a lot of tempo by not playing something onto the battlefield. So it's better to just play out the creature. If they use a removal spell, sure, they go land removal spell. Then maybe on the following turn, you get to take the rest of the cards out of your opponent's hand.
And we're going to see Nathan put to the test here.
Right.
The Poet does attack. Jack Potter has Last Gasp in hand. And
This would
Nathan
be quite
says-
the attack if he didn't have
Right.
Last Gasp.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but Nathan does not want to lose Bletch, and that's going to mean that Jack gets to follow up with Lewin as well, and that
Yeah.
does make Mind Roots a little worse.
Yeah, definitely
Right?
does.
Like, if he discards 2 creatures, he can just turn them into pests.
Right.
So Potter giving Nathan Stoyer a real run for his money this game. Not so easy as the first game.
Does have that grapple with death. That Lewin seems a prime target here for the grapple. Also would pump up your Bletch with the life gain.
It's really tempting to just do that now.
Yeah, especially because Jack didn't even get the token out of the deal, but instead passes and keeps up Lumeret's favor here as a combat trick because I think he read Jack Potter for Last Gasp.
Yes.
So now, if Jack chooses to attack, Nathan's hoping that Jack goes for the last gasp, and in response, Nathan can fire off the Lumeret's favorite. The problem here, though, is if Jack doesn't attack, then all of a sudden, Nathan just left a lot of mana on the table.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're Jack and you're trying to figure out what does Nathan want me to do, because he thought so long, and
Right.
he's got, what, 5 or 6 cards?
With all this
There's
open mana?
no way he doesn't have any play.
Yeah, I think you're probably just supposed to pass back here.
Jack makes a pest with the prepared Lewin. Nope, he's going to go
Okay.
for it.
Goes for the attack. Yeah, and Nathan just definitely knows about this last gasp here. So with the Lumeret's favor, the Bletch will get 8 toughness, I believe, right?
Yeah, plus 4.
Through the
additional
through the Melancholic Poet and the last gasp, I mean, we're still 3 damage short of being able to finish it off.
Oh, and Jack says, you know what? That's fine.
13.
Now, he's just going to straight up lose his creature here and give up a repartee trigger.
Right.
But he does get to make another thing. And then maybe he's rethinking and he could just not use Last Gasp if he wants.
Probably
Nope,
still
he's gonna
has to go for it. Yeah.
And he loses
Yeah,
the trigger as a result of
does.
that. But he has a Biomancer follow-up, and Lewin is still prepared.
Right. We'll note the Mind Root certainly looking worse now, as Jack only has 1 card in hand.
And it's a good one, but it also has flashback.
Right.
Annoying. Still, that was a 2-for-1 for Stoyer, right?
Yeah, no, it was.
got
And
removal spell
again,
plus creature.
it's one of those instances where Jack, he kind of was expecting something there, but I guess decided to kind of play into it there anyways, get that trick out of Nathan Stoyer's hand. It's just really tempting to just pass back, especially when Nathan misses land drop number 4, right? Just like play your creatures, pass, and then see what Nathan does on the following turn.
Yeah, and Jack doesn't know it, but it would have been a huge blowout because Stoyer is struggling to keep up with the board state, and if you just have him strand 3 mana,
Yeah. Now, Jack does have that incredible bomb rare in hand in the practiced offense, but needs to find a white source. Now, noting that he only, okay.
And you saw that
Right.
look from Stoyer as he's like, great.
Jack has a singular untapped white source in his deck. There are a couple of black-white dual lands that he can play. There is a Studious First Year, so if he wants to just be able to just play this right off the top, there's just the 1 plains.
He found a Bogwater Lumeret. That's fine. Does he have a reasonable attack here? Is the
Yeah,
question.
so the Master Biomancer can certainly attack because that can get pumped into a 4/4, and then I suppose the 3/4 can also attack. And Jack getting very aggressive saying, hey, if you want to eat my pest, that's fine, because that means you're going to take 7 damage from my other creatures.
Yeah, it works out mana-wise well for Jack as well because he can pump and still play the Lumeret.
Right.
And that's exactly what he's going to do here. Yeah, I like that from Jack. I like sacrificing a pest there to get in for that much damage. He knows he needs to close this game out. Stoyer's still with 3 cards in hand and a draw step to go up to 4.
And I feel like Stoyer, what does he have now? He's got 5 mana up and just passes? What can he do with... Is he bluffing here? Is he just dead? Does he think Grapple with Death is an instant?
I don't know. How did he pass?
He's got 2 4-drops. Those are sorcery speed spells. I think he's... I mean, Jack made an aggressive attack previously. I guess with open... Yeah, I mean, Jack's just getting in there.
I think Nathan maybe made a mistake here because he does not have anything castable.
He can't play anything.
Do anything.
He thinks Grapple was an instant.
He thinks it's an instant.
Straight, life trigger.
That's a sorcery.
Wow.
Oh, and now he knows. Yep.
And then he says, in that case, I guess I'm just dead, and you can see him shaking his hand. That's some frustration from a world champion, PG champion right there. You don't see those type of mistakes too often.
No, not at all. Yeah, that is rough. I mean, Nathan could have fired that off. And you know what? That explains the previous turn, right? Because he thought it had instant the entire time. He had the... Remember when he passed with the 3 mana up?
Yeah.
I was like, that's a really risky line.
Yes.
But it's not risky when you have... If you think Grapple with Death is an instant.
That's right. And you think I can use the combat trick or I can
the
use
removal
grapple.
spell end of turn if you just don't attack me.
Well, he's going to have to try to recover from that error because honestly, he had a chance to win that game if he would have just fired it off main phase.
Right.
And Jack doesn't find a removal spell. He can stabilize.
Kill the big creature, gain some life.
Right.
Certainly would have given himself a chance at least.
So everybody makes mistakes like this. The question is, how do you recover?
Yeah. And I feel like Nathan, he's been here before. He's never going to make that mistake again, I'll tell you that much.
That's right.
All right, nice little curve here from Jack Potter. Turn 2 Newt into a turn 3 Luen, utilizing that mana here. If Nathan has something like a Grapple with Death, might want to fire it off just so Jack doesn't get that extra pest token. I feel like every single resource, every single creature, super relevant in this type of matchup.
Very grindy. Typically, green-black mirrors play out this way, and this one's no exception.
Now, I do see a dissection practice in Nathan Stoyer's hand, so probably just thinking about the different blocks that Jack might have. And dissection practice would be very good here, right? When you have a 2-2 in play and your opponent has a 3-4, I mean, there's just not a good block here. If you block the Leech Collector, you give the Leech Collector +1/+1, give the Luen -1/-1, clean 3-3 for 2-3 trade there.
So difficult to win combat through that card.
Yeah.
He'd even get free preparation.
And this is nice because Nathan could have played something like a Cost of Brilliance, but the thing is, if Jack chooses to block with nothing, you know what the follow-up is? A 4-mana 6/6 here. As he gained a 2 life there from the Bane.
Wow. What a curve out here from Nathan Stoyer. We're really seeing the aggressive side of this list.
I mean,
that is a ton of power and toughness.
Take a look at Nathan's hand, right? I mean, he's got the dissection practice and knockout maneuver in hand here. Jack needs to fire off a removal spell if he can.
Yeah.
Getting the Melancholy Poet out to get the repartee trigger, getting the 6/6 off the battlefield. So this allows Jack to gain 2 life here.
That was critical for Jack Potter. If he didn't have that sequence, he is in really bad shape. As it stands, we got a game.
Yeah.
18.
And in fact, he's going to get in there.
Yeah, and I like this because Jack knows that Nathan has some kind of a trick there. He's like, there's no scenario where I'm going to block with this Luen anyways, so I'm going to attack.
Especially when tapped out.
Right.
Right? Like, if you have mana up, Nathan has to really think.
Is the Leech Collector prepared? Was it not prepared?
Oh.
He gained life last turn, right?
He did.
So it should be prepared, I believe.
Well,
it wasn't. Well,
if you remember.
If you remember it, of course. But it was on the battlefield, I believe. So.
Yeah, I mean, it attacked.
And it attacked, yeah.
I'm going to assume that he missed it. I mean, I guess there's a chance that
so
it
probably
was the second time or something.
Killing the Luen here and just attacking with both. I mean, this is going to be pretty nice turn here for Nathan. Oh, just attacking for the 5, just doesn't want Jack to actually block. Remembers the trigger this time.
I'll put you to 7.
Wow, that could really matter too.
Right, Jack could be at 5 this turn, by the way, had he remembered
the mana
trigger.
would have worked perfect. Too.
Exactly, Jack would be at 5 life right now.
Nathan Stoyer fighting in this game 3 against Jack Potter. This is also to decide who's the last undefeated player.
One other.
That's a Sneering Shade Rider.
That's a Withering Curse in Jack Potter's hand as well. If you can find a way, you know, if Nathan maybe has an overwhelming board.
Is that the -2/-2 sweeper?
Sweeper if you gain life. Now, on this board, probably not interested in firing it out just yet. One other note, by the way, Cost of Brilliance. Probably not going to do it right now, but you can actually target your opponent if you want to actually get some damage through. But I think Nathan is far more interested in finding some cards here to push some damage through. Dissection practice still going to be incredible here, especially against Noxious Newt, as you can shrink the power and remove basically Death Touch from the creature in an exchange.
Gain 2.
All right, he's going to attack. get the prepare trigger. And he also found follow the Lumerets off of his draw spell there, Paul.
Yeah, and again, Jack is like, I know you got a trick here, but
he's got two of them.
Right.
He just gained life too. But the better spot here is dissection practice.
Right. I mean, this is just so strong. Yeah, just shrink the newt. Yeah, because the Leech Collector is currently a 3/3.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, that's, I mean, that's just a clean 2-for-1.
For 1 mana?
4 from this and 1 from this.
And you trample over and you drain your opponent. I mean, what is Jack even at right now?
Yeah, the only thing missing for Stoyer is that he doesn't have black mana.
Right.
For the prepare, but
yeah. But Jack needs something big here. No way to actually gain life here to cast that Withering Curse and use it to wipe out the entire board.
This is such a perfect draw here for Stoyer.
Oh, it was.
He's applying huge pressure, and it just doesn't feel like there's a way out for Jack without some way to gain life this turn.
I can tell you right now, though, Nathan, inside, not really happy. He's going to win this game, most likely.
It is looking very good for him.
Yeah.
And that's going to do it. The match goes to Nathan Stoyer. But as you mentioned, that misstep, he said it hadn't come up. I got a note from our producer, and he said it hadn't come up in playtesting. He was using it proactively to get blockers out of the way.
Right.
And so it just, he thought, I'm just using my instant on my own turn.
Yeah. So
it's a weird thing to slip through the cracks.
Of course, yeah. And again, I mean, it's one of those things, just Nathan, you know, we know how strong of a player he is, especially technically, right? His technical play is, you know, as good as anybody in this field, but given that, you know, he missed that with the Grapple with Death, and I think he probably also recognized that he missed the trigger on the Leech Collector. He's probably going to be, you know, kind of centering himself again and make sure he doesn't let those slip through because, you know, it certainly could have mattered in this game.
Absolutely. But he does get away with the 2-1 victory. He is now our only undefeated player and another step towards another top 8. We've got more matches to bring you here, though. Christopher Larson. He's still here. 7-1 coming off of a Pro Tour victory. That is not normal. And then Thierry Rambeau on the other side also sitting at 7-1. Looking to get his first top finish, maybe.
Okay.
At this approach, he is long overdue for that. Christopher Larson is on a Prismari with Moment of Reckoning.
How are you casting that card?
That can't be right.
Yeah, no, that's not in the deck. He drafted it, but there's actually just no way to actually cast the card, so I don't think he's going to be playing that Moment of Reckoning. But just a Prismari kind of control deck here. Got a couple of filler cards here and there. But that's going to be normally the case.
Oh, we got another mirror match here, too.
Look at how many Ancestral Angers Thierry Rambeau is playing.
I've never seen anybody actually do that.
Oh, my goodness. And we got a couple of Tackle Artists and a couple of Spectacular Skywhales. I want to see a crazy combo finish with the Spectacular Skywhale and multiple Ancestral Angers. Also, of course, Traumatic Critique, one of the stronger Prismari rares in the format. And, of course, Resonating Loot. You combine Resonating Loot with Traumatic Critique, you can just fireball your opponent for lethal very easily.
Very easily. So this is the type of deck that can win the game in one turn, right? A lot of setup, a lot of, okay, I'm ready to go, and then a Skywhale all of a sudden just kills you.
Yeah, and it's just curious how much interaction Chris Larson has to kind of stop Thierry Rambeau from actually being able to kind of go all in on one of his Spectacular Skywells with the Ancestral Angers.
Did you want to say cheese him out? Is that because that's what Rambeau is doing?
Rambeau has got multiple ways to cheese out the opponents.
I think I did. Yeah, I hear it.
Tester of the tangential here for Chris Larson.
You know what else Rambeau has?
What's that?
He's got a bulk up. He's just doing all of the oops, you're dead.
Sure.
Oh, no.
I'll tell you, Thierry will have a very difficult time against a deck with a lot of interaction.
Right.
But if not,
Yeah.
I think he's going to kind of steal some wins.
Ooh, did Chris keep a 2-lander? Nope, has the land here.
That's Tester of the Tangential.
Into a landscape painter. And moving it over to make it so that the increment is very, very easy to turn on. And then, of course, the painter is a nice attacker on the following turn through the 2/3 flyer.
Are we going to see a Sky Whale here from Ramboa?
I sure hope so. Oh, man. Get it? You got to get your opponent kind of low if you're going to try to Ancestral Anger them out. You know, he's got 4 4-drops, so, you know, Tackle Artist, got a couple of those. Oh, and there's the loot.
Okay, this is one of the most explosive cards you can have.
Yeah, Thierry Ramboa with a land will have potentially 10 mana to spend on spells. I mean, I'm just imagining just the best possible combination. It starts with just a bunch of Ancestral Angers into a bulk up. All right, here we go.
Okay,
oh,
okay. This is mana floating too, by the way.
All right, it's just a 3/3 right now. All right, just a 3/3 right now.
Wait for it. You don't even need it. Well, I guess I don't know
Okay.
if it's casting.
Oh, 3 mana now. We got a 3-drop here. Seize the spoils. Okay. No mana floating, but 4 mana available and a treasure. Okay.
Chris is tapped out and just like, well,
what do you got?
Don't do it. So he's got a treasure plus 2 lands.
Okay.
Uh-oh, is he counting?
No, just 3. Just 3.
15 all.
I mean, especially if Thierry also just found a traumatic critique or something, you don't need to get that much more damage through. Oh, wow, sacrificing the treasure here.
So this is probably for a not spell.
Okay, and then keeping up double blue, so representing something like Essence Scatter, Disdainful Stroke, and perhaps a Banishing Betrayal as well.
Yeah, one card that Thierry did not get any copies of, but that he would have loved is Chase Inspiration to protect a Sky Whale.
Right, yeah.
Like, that's the kind of card that it really can mess up your opponent's game plan, but he doesn't have any of those. He has to kind of risk it all.
All right, Stress Dream.
Stress Dream.
Ooh, and that's going to make the Tackle Artist into a 6 power creature and 3 and 3. So that's 12 damage coming in potentially.
Wow, who's the aggressor now, says Larson.
All right. Oh, and did have the Banishing Betrayal there.
And that's going to be a
The
big
Surveil.
reset.
Yeah.
And the Surveil really important here too, because Thierry has absolutely explosive potential with that resonating loot.
Yeah, so taking 5 here instead, which is tremendous because now he's not really in danger of dying next turn either.
He put a creature in the graveyard with Surveil, it looks like. He wants spell action. That's what that loot enables.
Absolutely.
15 life for Larson.
So not quite in critique range. Even with the land, that would be 10 damage coming through. I do see another Ancestral Anger, though, in Thierry Ramboa's
We're adding
hand.
up. Are we going to see that start?
6 mana here. Is this a Visionary's Dance, maybe? 8 mana.
Float a red.
Yeah.
No.
No, Tackle Artist and 2 spells. Okay. So wait, no, can't actually play the spells here. Yeah,
exactly.
Sure. Oh, okay. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Gives the Tackle Artist flying, which is a spell, because of course this creature, when it attacks, it gets prepared again. So that's a nice way to just get that opus going on the Tackle Artist.
Still, Ramboa feels poised to do something broken, but hasn't yet.
Right.
Like,
there
when
is
you
the
have
Anger.
resonating loot and 5 lands and your play is Tackle Artist,
yeah,
that is falling a little short.
Right, definitely.
Of what this thing can do. This is an unreal matchup. Ramboa's at 9.
Yeah.
Larson at 13 here in their first game of round 9.
Does Chris have an answer to this tackle artist? As Ramboa can give it flying next turn again, and they get in for a huge chunk of damage.
Yeah, even if it's not the explosive stuff that's possible, he is definitely moving his game plan forward, but Chris has been too. Very much a tempo game thus far. Banishing Betrayal pulling major work there for Ramboa.
Yeah.
Last turn.
Saved them from taking 6 damage, and Chris Larson has to recommit 4 mana to play it on the battlefield.
Yeah, and the 2+1/+1 counters are gone. That's a lot for 2 mana.
Looks like Chris Larson has a lot of expensive creatures
I agree.
in hand. There is a Pigment Wrangler in hand, which can certainly do a lot of work. Spending the full 6 here, though, to play the Master.
I'm dead. I don't know.
Am I dead? I don't know.
I don't know.
You said 5.
We'll find out.
I'll let you know in a minute, dude. You're tapped out.
This is, what, 8 damage just on the board, right? In the air.
Yes. But we
But
anticipate
wait, there
change.
might be more.
That was really funny. Am I dead? I don't know.
Well, you start things off with an Ancestral Anger and see where it goes. He said, yeah.
He said, yeah, I'll do
Oh,
it.
he has a Dramatic Critique in hand.
Yep.
Oh, he already has
Oh,
it?
yeah, he's definitely dead.
Oh, for sure then. But he can afford to pay 1 mana
Right.
to get 2 more damage.
Sure. Yeah. Right. And critique your
And
face.
critique your dome. Am I dead? Yes,
All
you
right.
are. Tierra Ramboa picks up game number 1. Looking to knock off Chris Larson and improve his record to 8-1, but he's got to win another game to do so.
Resonating Loot, a little bit better on that turn.
Lucky.
Yeah, that was incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, once you get the loot down, your imagination starts to kind of go wild, and
Right.
that's actually one of the best spells you can have.
Yeah, definitely. Chris Larson just
Expressive
Only-
Fire Dancer. Interesting that Thierry doesn't have any of those either. He would love those.
Oh yeah,
in
with
his
his double
list.
strike.
Yeah, he
and the
just didn't
trample.
get any.
Yeah. Beat downs.
Yeah.
Right.
17.
The 3/3 haste gets in though, so
Charging Strife Knight, just excellent creature.
17.
Just kind of does everything you want. The hardest part with that one is do you rummage or do
Wow.
you attack, right?
Maybe you
it is.
Yeah.
Look at this too. Ramboa has his own Charging Strife Knight, and he attacks with it. They are in a full-on
Okay.
race situation. One thing of note here is that Chris does not yet have an island, and he looks like he's gonna have
Yeah.
to start digging for one.
Got a rummage. Okay,
Well,
another
he finds
mountain
4.
and a tackle artist.
Wow, this is a real tackle artist fight.
Yeah, you know.
This is what we were talking about when we were watching Nathan's draft, right? This is the scrappier versions
Sure.
of
Yeah.
these archetypes.
Absolutely. These are cards that you consider filler type cards, and oftentimes will be the 23rd card in your decks. But you know, at the Pro Tour, this is like the 18th or 19th card that makes it into your deck.
Big turn here for Ramboa.
So attacking, and Chris Larson taking it here, as all he needs to do is play 1 spell to make the tackle artist larger than the Charging Strife Knight.
2 veteran players here as well. It's funny that Thierry attacks and just picks up his pen because he's like, you're not blocking this thing.
Yeah. Let's just move on here.
What does he have, a Sky Whale maybe?
or a tackle artist.
Right?
Perhaps an interactive spell, right? If you have a removal spell, you might want to just kill the tackle artist on Chris Larson's side of the battlefield.
Yeah. But like if you have a whale, you'd love to have that and then kill it next turn. But
Yeah. He does have a whale. Might have a loot in hand, too.
is he going to go for it?
Or it could be a loot or a whale. I'm not sure. They have the same mana value.
He's
Nope.
just going to play the tackle.
Oh, there you go. Just the true mirror.
Look at this. The only difference is Ramboa has islands.
Right.
And Chris
Okay.
is currently on the mono-red plan.
Ramboa, the only, I mean, I suppose you could block
Wow.
the tackle artist, but it takes it all here.
2 ships passing in the night. There's an island, though.
Okay, but Chris Larson does have 2 mana available with that island. Is Ramboa trying to set up a combo kill here, given that he didn't block either of those creatures that were attacking?
I mean, nobody's blocking anything, and that means somebody's wrong. Because both of them seem to believe that they can win the race.
Right.
I think Larson maybe feels forced to do so, given his mana issues, though now that he's found an island, maybe that changes things. The Strife Scholar does have Ward, pay 2 life if Thierry wants to get in the way. Wow, that's a tempting offer.
Yeah, but against the Prismari deck.
Yeah, it's not going to work out well.
And it's likely not going to be lethal here. Okay, Muse's encouragement here. So this is 6 damage coming in now from the tackle artist.
He's instant speeding that.
Right, and you get
counters.
Yep, you still get the 3/3 flyer here.
Surveil 2. Sonar's going to go into the yard, but 1 does go back on top, Paul.
Yeah, so Larson now down to 8. Now, can Larson find enough to perhaps try and turn things around?
Does he have something now?
Right, like if he has a Banishing Betrayal for the token possibly into a big removal spell, that would be great. No?
And he certainly would have used it there on something had he had it.
Definitely.
That's disappointing for Larson, who finally found blue mana and just didn't use it.
Now, if Chris Larson does attack with everything, that is a lethal attack. So that would force Thierry Ramboa to at least block with the 3/3 flyer here. Oh, but Chris Larson is digging here. Not a great sign.
He's rummaging.
That's
with the Strife Knight.
Right?
That's rough.
That is rough. I believe I may have seen a rapturous moment in Chris Larson's hand. Maybe it was looking for land number 6 to be able to fire that off into another spell here. That would make the tackle artist huge, right? Because it would turn it into a 6/5, and then if you play a 5-mana spell, all of a sudden we're looking at an 8-powered Trampler.
Yeah, Stress Stream high on the list here for Larson. And he does need to find kind of select spells now at this point. We're not talking about just action.
Oh, that is rough. Was not able to find land number 6.
Artist number 2, no attacks. That means that Chris has said, I am not going to win if I just keep turning my creature sideways.
Right.
Now both players are starting to rummage.
Ramboa throwing away the loot here.
Yeah, he is pretty creature-based. This isn't the perfect loot deck, so he's going to abandon that plan.
Not that much Chris Larson can be representing with 1 blue mana. There aren't any bounce effects that you can cast.
No.
All right, Ramboa getting in there. This is...
We talked about Chase Inspiration as a card that Ramboa would have really liked but didn't end up with. That's one of the only relevant cards for blue mana here.
Yeah, does Chris Larson maybe have one in the sideboard that he potentially brought in?
No.
Okay.
So he just has to block.
All right. Discard Bulk Up?
You just played.
Yes, and that is going to do it. Thierry Ramboa improves to 8-1 with an impressive victory 2-0 over Christopher Larson, who's still very much in the hunt. He is now 7-2, still an excellent record, though he is going to need the right to ship for this 1 booster draft. If he can pick up 2 wins out of that, you know, he's got a realistic shot at another top 8. But for now, it's Ramboa. And like I said, he's overdue. Ramboa is one of those players that's at the top tables all the time, and wouldn't mind seeing him in the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing it forever. You always kind of see him at the Pro Tour making deep runs, and man, that deck looks sweet.
That is a nice one, and can certainly steal some victories. That's going to do it for us this round in the booth. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll be prepping for the next round of action at the news desk. Don't go anywhere.
If you couldn't make it to Las Vegas for MagicCon, good news. There's still time to get your badge for MagicCon Amsterdam. Join us this summer for the return of Magic's biggest European gathering. Badges are almost gone, so grab yours now at mcamsterdam.mtgfestivals.com and get ready for an epic summer. Hey, it's day 2 here at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. There's a live look at the Las Vegas Convention Center where 25,000 people have gathered to celebrate Magic the Gathering. Over here on the Pro Tour side of things are really heating up on day 2 of competition as we work our way towards our top 8. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, Monty Devuti, and Tan and Grace hanging out with you here. And something very cool and new that we are doing this time around is actually we have a second stream that's happening from the main stage area way over there across the convention hall. And Riley Knight, while he's usually here with us on the Pro Tour broadcast, is doing that stream along with Becca Scott. And here he is with a preview of what's to come.
This year, MagicCon Las Vegas is taking place in all new halls in the convention center here. Tens of thousands of people are going to walk through these doors to experience the joy of the gathering across 3 days. The event encompasses over 1 million square feet in area. That's just over 9 hectares for anyone watching in not the United States, Liberia, or Myanmar. And that means that this is the biggest MagicCon ever. As you can see behind me, the line to get into MagicCon this morning is absolutely outrageous. Let's go and meet some of the people who are waiting to get in.
This is my second year at MagicCon. I'm here to have some fun, trade some cards, get into my vintage collections.
And I'm here to play games, buy cool stuff, and really embrace the gathering.
This is my first time in Las Vegas and my first time at MagicCon, so I'm super excited.
This is my first ever MagicCon. I'm excited to play Commander with my friends, and I got engaged yesterday, so it's an extra special MagicCon.
I'm here with Fibblethip, everyone's favorite homunculus. How was the trip in from Ravnica? Yeah, I bet.
Hey, I was just over in the MagicCon area and I got to meet some of the kitty cats in the cat secret lair. They're so cute.
I am so jealous.
Monty, I'm not lying to you. It was the best day of my life. I mean, it is the best day of my life.
Okay.
We're currently
All right.
living it.
Y'all got this,
Yeah,
right?
see you later, Monty. This is just such a great MagicCon. Everybody, if you ever get a chance, you really have got to come out and see one. It's just a delightful experience. Let's check out our leaderboard back over here on the Pro Tour side of things and find out where we're at in our tournament. After 9 rounds of play, Nathan Stoyer continues his undefeated run, leading the field at 9-0. Your 2022 World Champion, also a Pro Tour champion, is Nathan Stoyer, looking to take that title again. Once again, 5 players currently following him on 8-1. Matt Nass, Pro Tour champion, on 8-1. I happen to know I got some good intel that his draft deck is absolutely sick. So I'm excited to see if Matt Nass can top 8 once again. A lot of 7-2s on the board, certainly not out of it, including your Mad Money, Nam Dang.
Yeah, we take a look at the second page. This is people on the come up. You got Daniel Weiss there. Arne Husenbeth is at 7-2, a name that we've heard a lot over the last few years, looking for another big finish. You see Christopher Larson still there at 7-2, looming. Ian Robb at 7-2 as well, had a top 8 at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. So a lot of good players here within striking distance as well.
Absolutely. There is a look at our standings, but what is happening on a deeper level on our feature pods, Tannen?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at pod number 1. We're going to start there and go from there as well. We got Offerman and Zhang, I think, are the 2 that I want to really take a look at here. They're sitting next to each other, and they both got wins in their first round, which means they're on a collision course. There's a chance that they're going to play each other here in round 10, and there's always that little extra something when you were feeding each other between the 3 packs of the draft of, hey, maybe I've got a little bit of a better idea of how your deck's going to go, what you're trying to do. We'll see how that plays out if they do get paired into each other. As we move into pod number 2, I definitely want to highlight Nass and Kruger here. Both of them are at 8-1. They're on a collision course as well. Both great players. We know Matt Nass is great. He's a Pro Tour champion. I've kind of been pointing out Will Kruger a little bit here this weekend. Great player. I think he's really going to start to make a name for himself at this event. Can't wait to see that for him as well. as we move into the third pod, I want to talk a little bit about George Barrett. I'm going to apologize to him on behalf of our director, Rich Hagon. The Scottish player is in his very first Pro Tour. He's 7-2 right now. He's been in about 5 feature matches maybe so far. He's been in the feature match area a ton this weekend. We haven't been able to get him on camera. The joys of live TV. What can I say? So, George, from Rich and myself, we're sorry. We're going to try to get you in as much as we can. Hopefully in the next round we can get you on camera, buddy. All right. And in the final one, what else can I say? Shota, Asaoka, the Gota.
Yeah, say it right, please.
The Gota, I apologize. He's at 7-2. Definitely has a chance to 3-0 this draft. He's on his way through that. I've heard some inklings that this deck might be really, really good from him. What else can you say about him except for he's the Gota?
All right, there's a look at our top draft pods. What does it take to go 3-0 in Trophy Draft here at the Pro Tour? Well, Monty, you dug into the data and you've got some of our 3-0 deck lists from yesterday to share.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we were really excited about coming into the weekend was the fact that this was a balanced draft format. It really seemed like all of the 5 main archetypes were very playable. Any of them were capable to get the trophy, and we wouldn't just see everything devolve into soup. So let's take a look at some of the decks that went 3-0 yesterday in the draft portion. These are decks that have confirmed 3-0s. First up, we see a Witherbloom deck from Luis Salvato. This deck is very sweet. It's pretty low to the ground. You see Luis only playing 16 lands, and then you see some very powerhouse cards like Blech in this deck, excuse me. The big thing for Witherbloom that we've seen succeed, be aggressive, low to the ground, and that's exactly what this is. Next up, we're going to take a look. Well, things are about to get a little soupy. We're getting a little soupier from Mike Sigris, but not overly soupy. Now, Mike Sigris returns to the Pro Tour in a big way with this 3-0. He's Prismari, but he's also playing 4 Archaics there, the Dawning Archaic as well as Transcendent and Sundering Archaic. And he's enabling this using primarily treasures. One of the things that we try to make a point of is you don't actually have to have a lot of land fixing to play these Converge cards, and Siggy showed that definitively. Now, here we go. This is when things get really soupy.
Ooh, nice.
So, Ray Zhang, already crushing Limited. This was their 3-0 deck from yesterday. Double Snarl Song, Color Storm Stallion. This deck just really had everything. 2 copy of Shared Roots just to fix your mana. This deck was super sweet and completely unsurprising to see Roy get the job done there with this one. Let's go back to maybe a 2-color deck. Yeah, let's go back to the classic. Simon Nielsen, 3-5, didn't make day 2, but got a 3-0 in Limited before the wheels fell off. And this deck is pretty nice. It's a very normal Lorehold deck, I would say. I don't think there's anything overly broken happening here. Primarily, he has a good herb, he has great removal, he has premium creatures, he has the Emeritus of Truths, and it was just enough to get the job done with clean magic. Finally, we're going to go all the way over to Brazil with Victor Santos Esquisi. He drafted Quandrix, right? And Quandrix, one of the big narratives has been, is Quandrix playable if you don't soup it up, if you don't splash a bunch of colors, if you don't amp it up? Can you just play the Quandrix strategy? And Victor said, absolutely. As long as you have these gold cards, you have the early curve to ramp you up a bit and get you to your more powerful spells, they hit hard. And Victor hit very hard yesterday.
Wow, such a cool segment here, Monty, taking a look at those 3-0 lists. Everybody at home, take notes. You can do whatever you want in this draft format, which is really, really awesome. Well, let's turn our attention to our next feature match. Now, I want to mention Nathan Stoyer, of course, undefeated, is going to be up against Thierry Ramboa in that pod. Those are 1-0 drafters. But this is kind of the other side of the bracket, if you will. Both of these drafters also currently 1-0 from our first main feature pod. Ray Zhang up against Noah Offman. Take a look at Zhang here. Started playing Magic in 2016. Consistently excellent performance at the Pro Tour level. Has top 8 across Magic Online, the RCs, Pro Tour, Spotlight Series. It's just a matter of time, I think, before we get another Pro Tour top 8 from Ray Zhang. Let's take a look at the stats with Tannen.
Absolutely, Maria. Great stuff here. One of the big things I want to point out is out of 10 events, we've got 9 day 2s. A lot of consistency there. But I want to go down to that bottom left-hand portion. You see that win rate, 65.5% on day 1. Phenomenal. Day 2, not so much. We're at 42.5%. I think that's what's holding them back. If we can get that up just a little bit, we'll be getting one of those finishes that you mentioned.
Excited to see what they do here in this draft. Up against Noah Offman, started playing Magic in 2022, so a bit of a newer player here. Goal this weekend to win the whole thing. Had a top 8 at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, 2 RC top 8s as well in 2022 and 2025. Here's a look at the stats.
Yeah, absolutely. You see 3 out of 4 day 2s. Nice consistency there for Noah. One big thing for me, we have a budding limited player, like maybe a limited star coming out here. Out of the 5 of 7 drafts that he's played in so far, he's had a positive record in those drafts. So at the Pro Tour, it's pretty important that you play both ends of the game well, right? Limited and constructed. But if you're consistently coming out with 2-1 or 3-0 or better, you're in a really good spot to start.
Absolutely. So those are the players. What do they draft, Monty?
Okay, well, we're going to start by taking a look at Roy's deck. Not as good as yesterday, I would say, but still very nice. This is primarily a Quandrix deck, splashing a little bit of red. We do see a copy of Flashback, as well as a Vibrant Outburst and a Stadium Tidal Mage, but this deck is just very solid. I don't think, again, there's anything overly powerful happening, but the curve is strong. We have some very powerful rares like the Wild Growth Archaic, and then everything else is just playing support, and I think this deck is exactly what we'd like to see in the format. On the other side, this deck is not fair. Noe's deck is, you know, at first glance it looks good, and then you see the 2 copies of Antiquities on the loose.
Hello!
And you're like, okay. So we saw in the feature pod there was a lot of lore hold going around, and Noe said, yes, I would like to stop them from going around. And I just want to point out that there's a copy of Flashback in Noe's deck as well. So if you really wanted to supercharge Antiquities on the loose, you could Flashback it for way less than 6 mana.
Wow, that is a sweet looking deck. All right, let's find out what happens, everyone. We're still in draft this morning, and it has been awesome. I'm going to pass it on over to Ailey and Corey in the booth.
Thank you so much, friends. Hello, everybody, and welcome to round number 2 of draft for today. Corey and I are super looking forward to getting into the action, especially after seeing a deck that has 2 Antiquities on the loose and the potential to have more with a Flashback.
Yeah,
Corey.
no kidding. The kind of classic school-style deck versus a little bit more of that soupy-style deck. So both decks look really awesome in their own way. It's going to be fun to watch.
Absolutely. And I had to have a good chuckle when we looked at the 3-0 decks from yesterday. Rui's deck is pretty close to what they're doing again today. You know, playing Teamer, making as many big plays as possible, ramping as fast as possible too. So it should be a good battle.
And kind of what Zhang is playing in Standard. Is it Lessons, you know, trying to play a lot of spells, a lot of these Prismari spells, and just kind of win the game inevitably is kind of the way here of Zhang.
Here we go, friends. Round 10. Today, just remember, a reminder that the magic number is 12 before the final round. If you can get 12 match wins before the final round of the tournament, you are locked for the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players sitting very well positioned here to be able to make that top 8. Now, looking at Noe's hand, no land anymore, so no third land. Has the way to pursue the pass to be able to find the land, but you definitely want to be able to top deck that third land to get the Rubble Rouser and play straight away.
Landscape Painter to start things off here for Ray. And we see the joined researchers as well. They have the very powerful Secret Rendezvous as their prepared spell, which is pretty fun to mill someone out with.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, not mill, but, you know, you draw someone out, they get real mad. It's a lot of fun.
Exactly. Yeah, most of the time you don't even really cast that because your opponent does get to draw the cards and use those first, essentially. Yeah. But the floor on this card is just so high. 2 mana, 2/2 first striker is already a very solid card, especially in Laurel.
Absolutely. Paradox Surveyor now. Good creature.
Looks like the land was not there, so Noe has to kind of take off the turn here by just doing a little bit of looting. Being able to discard the creature that has some value is nice, and then Mountain was picked up, so that's good news for Noe.
Yep, Stone Docent, great attacker. You know, it can block some of the more powerful things if needs be, and like you mentioned, it just leaves by itself. if you need to. So no nonsense needed there for the Stone Docent.
Yeah, a great card for sure. And people will remember Noe's top 8 from Edge of Eternity, top 8'd with Neoform, maybe
Oh, yeah.
everybody's favorite or absolutely least favorite deck in Modern. So I bet Noe is going to be very happy to get to Amsterdam to play that format again.
Hell yeah. Paradox the Bear getting in there for 3. Taking Noe down to 19. Pursue the past, of course, gaining some life. Decent looking hand there.
Yeah, very strong.
Got some action, but definitely need to find the lands to be able to cast all these expensive spells.
Yeah, had 3 different draw steps there. To find 2 land would have been ideal. Finding one, kind of bare minimum you needed there. But 1 more land off the top would be excellent for Noe.
Yeah.
And Noe is definitely one of the newer players on the scene, but making a huge impact with already having a top 8, doing extremely well on a great team. And I got to say, Noe's answer to one of our questions was really hilarious. Why did you pick the college, the Prismari College? Noe says, I have no idea, man. I'm a Zoomer. I don't know what any of this means. Absolutely hilarious answer from him.
I do love the questionnaires that we get back from players. You know,
Yes.
it's always very disparate. You know, you have some people who like will write you an entire essay. It's like you understood the assignment and did 3 other classmates.
Yeah.
And then you get some people who are just like, IDK.
Yeah, yeah, and honestly, exactly, Rui Zhang put a whole gigantic quote here for their school. So we are seeing the range, but we're also seeing essentially a mana drain here pop off as we were able to counter the Rubble Rouser and now 3 generic mana. So mana drain at home, mana sculpt here is really nice if you can get it to work.
Yes.
And even if you can't get it to work, it's still cancel. 1 or 2.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
really
like
nice exchange there for Zhang.
it's just an added benefit, pushing the advantage here even further with the extra mana. If there's anything to do with it.
Yeah, and just a devastating turn here for Noe when you're already missing land drops. Luckily, land 4 off the top. But Noe does have a lot of great removal, and one thing is Rui Zhang just does not actually have that many threats.
No.
This is not...
Well, there's a big old 6/6 on the board now.
Exactly. There's 2 of those in the deck, and that's kind of what you need to win the game with. So there's definite possibilities with a lot of removal against Zhang that you can just run them out of threats.
Yeah. Fractal Mascot. Probably one of my favorite. I think Pest Mascot is best mascot.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll fight someone if they really want to about that.
Any card that is close enough to Colossal Dreadmaw, I'm here for.
Yeah, well, there you go. 6/6 Dreadpool. Tick, tick.
We might not have one that Colossal Dreadmaw ready to go on our graphics, I imagine.
Hang on. Give our cards in hand, person, some time. So 3 critters to Noe's 1, passes the turn. Has some action in hand, though, in the form of a Wilt in the Heat. 2 of those in hand, actually, which is pretty nifty. Now, next turn, we could see some serious fireworks if we're able to find 1 more white source.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So this is very much trying to be as defensive as possible here. And wow, look at the discipline here from Zhang to not attack with Fractal Mascot here, to not get it turned sideways. So it doesn't die to an Ajandi's response.
Yeah. Well,
really nice
Heat
play.
number 1, though, will take care of the prepared critter, just to prevent that spell from getting cast.
And looks like Rui Zhang does have the ability to bounce this. The Betrayal, if needed. That would have been some great value, but decides against it.
Yep, Banishing Betrayal, able to return your own things to hand, which is super handy, especially to re-prepare a creature that has that enters effect.
Yeah, and just being able to surveil more spells into the yard for, the big payoff that Zhang has, the Wisdom of Ages.
Yeah.
A really nice thing if you can get it to work.
Hydra Channeler, Mana Fixer for instants and sorceries, and also a little dork. We say that lovingly.
Yes.
I've had to explain to a few non-magic people, like, why do you call it a dork? That's so mean. I'm like, no. It's okay. It's affectionate.
There you go, yeah. So not too much going on from Rui Zhang outside of the battlefield. So the discipline to hold back that mascot is really nice, because otherwise, Noe just has that great play of a Johnny's response and can cast another spell like that Expressive Fire Dancer.
don't know how to feel about this 2-2.
Yeah, you know, it is kind of that aggressive Prismari deck. That's one of the options. But out of that, the all spells Prismari deck or the kind of converge Prismari deck, this definitely has felt like the weaker one. I haven't had a lot of success with it either. But hey, when you need 2 drops, and if you got some ways to trigger it, it's not so bad.
Yeah, we got 2 copies of Antiquities on the loose. You're going to be pretty happy to add a double striker to the mix, huh?
That is true. Yeah. So far, the Antiquities are not on the loose.
No,
they are hiding.
They're napping, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is a spot where Noe is definitely on the defensive here. So a card like that, as great as it is, we need to manage the battlefield a little bit first.
Yeah. Has a Johnny's response in response to an attack. Should that happen?
Ooh, okay.
So looks like we're going to go for some shenanigans here. Interjection to give that +2/+2 on first strike.
So we'll be up
We're going to banish.
We'll be up to a very large creature here,
5/5?
up to a 5/5 with first strike, so very much killing that.
Okay.
But
In my hand, right?
Proctor's Gaze sends it back to hand, so that won't be able to be redeployed with a lack of land from Noe.
I love this card. Has to be Marshall's absolute favorite card.
Oh,
too.
yeah?
Yeah. Bounce a creature and fix your mana in Quandrix. That's a Marshall Sutcliffe card if I've ever seen one.
Quandrix fanboy, for sure. I know what colors he's in when he's in the stands. cheering For first.
Yeah, absolutely. Long division and math problems, that's for sure.
What are you?
There is Prismari.
Prismari?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Prismari for sure.
I'm Lorehold. I like to smash things.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Land 5 picked up from Noe is huge.
Hey, good. Oh, yeah, and it's a Plains. Okay, granted, can't do the cool little, Stone Dose and Exile and then 2 Wilt in the Heats back-to-back, but that would have been fun.
Might just artistic process away the mascot. That's very tempting. Just deal 6 to it straight away.
Yeah. There is a big threat that needs to be answered, and Rui Zhang's been very defensive with it, not sending it in unnecessarily, because that is the biggest threat on the board right now, and if Rui can run Noe out of other answers, perhaps then we'll see it start turning sideways.
Yeah, and Rui's deck is not really going super wide, so the deal 2 mode's not really going to matter. It's just really the threat. So that's the 2 options. Do you want to make the 3/3, or do you just want to have it be a gigantic removal spell?
Get some life.
Looks like that means we're going to be doing some Wilt in the Heat. Get rid of that and get that cost reduction. Looks pretty solid.
Yep. Exile something. Unfortunately, it can't kill the big old mascot, but it can kill the next big thing, I guess.
Yep.
And that's going to be the Painter this time.
Yeah, the 2/1 just to stop the card draw with Ray, only down to 2 cards. Just dealing with the card advantage does make a lot of sense. But we do still have 2 mana open, so you are able to Banishing Betrayal if you want.
Yeah.
If they're interested.
I think Ray is interested. Also, Flow State in hand. Definitely want to get an instant and a sorcery for max value off of that. So I'm curious to know when Roy is going to fire that off.
And Rue still at 8-1. The only loss that they picked up was that really awesome match against Nathan Stoller.
Yeah.
Where,
that was
I
nutty.
mean, it looked like Rue was going to be taking that down, where Nathan won on that mull to 5 game 2 and then came back to win the match. So.
Prepared and then cast it.
Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. All groovy. So 2 cards. New cards for Rue. Look like 2 lands. Yep. Mountain Island.
Gotta love the classic 7 mana, 2/1, draw 2. The value.
Nope. Stormcarved Coasts. Yeah.
And looks like no sorcery yet in the yard for Flow State. All right, they're loose. Great card.
Very good card.
I mean, just 3 mana for 2 bodies is already great.
Yeah.
And there's so much more text on the card. So
Oh, yeah.
really a phenomenal card in any white deck.
Bombs you can replay? Yes, please. Practice offense with that card too?
Oh, yeah. Phenomenal. The discipline so far that Rui Zhang has had with this mascot is impressive. This feels like one of the turns where we're able to get in there, as now we have a little bit of removal to kind of force the action through, but we'll see. Ray decides to fire it off.
Just doing some quick count in there. Wild Growth Archaic picked up, Vibrant Outburst, and Flow State. So kick things off with this for Zhang. Let's see what we find.
It's like just the one spell. And I want to say I saw Wisdom of Ages in there, but that was not selected. We'll see what was picked up. Also has the Wild Growth Archaic. Be able to just get a nice creature down.
Yep, Wisdom of Ages.
Oh, it was? Okay, yeah. Hard to not pick that one, to be fair.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
When it is going to be a solid 7 mana, get back 4 great spells.
Yeah, you know, and then everything that Noe's fought through, well, guess what, bud? You're going to have to do it again.
And another removal spell, this, you know...
Vibrant Outburst.
Yeah, this powered up Lightning Strike here with Vibrant Outburst to be able to do some extra damage, so...
Where do you think Rui is going to aim that one?
Yeah, I would think this attack's going to come in, and if Noe does decide to just triple block the mascot, you're firing it off, and it's going to be a great exchange. Now, Noe does have the ability to just quadruple block, and that will, air quotes, work. But Rui Zhang could do this proactively, kill the 2/2 first striker, tap down a creature, and make sure to get the mascot in.
Yeah, I think Ray agrees with you, so...
I think 3 here.
Yeah, and that's the type of play. I think Rui Zhang was just thinking, like, okay, if I attack with all these, is there any way Noe just blocks with 3 creatures? Like, probably not. Like, Noe's too good of a player to kind of fall for that. So I like this play from Rui. That might be something you do on Arena or you release or something. Be like, yeah, they're going to fall for it for sure. Not here at the Pro Tour. Everybody's far too good.
Especially players sitting at 8-1.
Yes, yes. Especially both of these players with Pro Tour top 8s on their resume.
So one little sprint down. There goes a Paradox Surveyor 2. And a big old chunk of damage. Noe's down to 5. And
3 colors, 3 counters.
So now
we have another big little idiot to deal with.
A solid 3 mana, 3/3 trample reach that has an additional ability on top of it. All these archaics are very strong.
Yeah. Wild Growth Archaic, you know, putting counters on every single creature you cost.
The red one is excellent as well.
So let's see where Noe goes from here. Oh, flashback picked up. Neat.
Yeah. Not so bad. Being able to just flashback and cast that response again on the archaic.
That is pretty cool, yeah.
Could be a great option. But Noe's got to be thinking, okay, great. You only have 1 more card. I only got to get through 1 more card. Just kidding. It's 5 cards. You cast that Wisdom of Ages here.
Yeah.
So huge
advantage
advantage
you have
to Rui Zhang.
2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, so one thing we can get back right now is get back the Vibrant Outburst and cast it, kill the creature and tap. So technically lethal is on the table for Zhang, but with the flashback and the Ajani's response, it's not going to be lethal here straight away, but still huge advantage to Zhang.
Might as well go for it.
I mean, I don't see any reason to not cast the Wisdom of Ages. Now, if you want to...
Besides the stock up.
All right, yeah, good point. Stock up here is still pretty solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could just stock up and whatever 2 good cards you get off that, just play that. Get more value from Wisdom of Ages.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, what's better than 1 stock up?
2.
Yeah.
3 maybe.
Hey, we're doing math.
There we go. Yes. Quantum.
I love this art. Dominic Mayer is like one of my favorite Magic artists. Just putting it out there.
It is gorgeous, yeah.
A fangirl a little bit.
So there is another mascot, which is probably the best card. I believe that was one of the options. So even just being able to play the mascot, ice down a creature, and attack, I mean, that seems very difficult to beat from Noe.
Mascot number 2 joins the fray here.
Hunters, tapping this.
Jeez. 5 colors spent on that guy? Good grief.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay, I was about to say, you don't have all 5 there, but yeah, 3, that makes more sense.
Yeah, I was like, that counter didn't make sense. But yeah, now this creature is absolutely gigantic. And now you can block with this Spirit, and you want to flash back into Johnny's response, the Archaic, but it's like, okay, well then how are you going to beat a 9/9 Trampler without flashback into Johnny's response there? So
Yeah.
I'm kind of looking at Noe's deck, and it just doesn't seem too possible to come back at this point. Noe's deck is, you know, really aggressive, being able to Monstrous Rage, cast Antiquities on the loose, that kind of thing, and get aggressive. That would probably be the best chance to win this game, is to just go wide on Ruizhang, but at 18 life, this far behind, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, you can see Noe's doing the math, figuring out, okay, can I smash my way out of this in true Lorehold fashion? Or
Yeah, or it's just thinking, what other outs do I have to a 9/9 in the deck?
Let's go find out.
Yep, there's
Not
another Ajani's response, so that is the other only way to deal with this 9/9.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, 5 damage coming in right now, a 2/2 to block, so trade there with the Landscape Painter.
Yeah. I'm with Noe, though. I think that's what we're going to see here is just flashback, Ajani's response to the Archaic. I think you have to do that and just hope to find another Ajani's response. But even if we do find that, you know, the perfect world where we top deck it here, this Terrafractal is also going to be amazing.
Oh, jeez. Hit after hit for Ruizhang, huh?
Ruizhang's deck is awesome. They are crushing it.
Where do we get there? In-Shake Demonstrator and Autistic Process. That's not going to cut it, man.
Yeah, because if you play the Demonstrator, it is just a chump blocker here, and you still take 5. So this is do the final math and head on in to game number 2.
Sounds like it. This limited format is so sweet. You
It is
can
really
have
great.
games where it's just over in 3 turns, and you can have games that go super long and grindy.
Yeah.
Like this one is you know, getting to be.
Yeah, and I think the majority are a lot more grindy. That's for
Yeah.
sure, you know?
More buddies. Counters this time, as it was cast from anywhere except the hand.
Yeah, and technically that does leave you alive. They both have to chump block.
Yeah.
But now this Wisdom, Vibrant, Outburst will be lethal
Yes.
here. So.
Exactly how you said it. And that is how game number 1 goes to Ruizhang.
Yeah, that deck looks like an absolute blast to play, I will say.
Both look really fun.
Yes. Both these players on phenomenal teams. Ruizhang on Sanctum of All, and then Noe Hoffman on Team Worldly Council. So
Yeah.
2 of the
2
tops.
teams that have
Yep.
been having excellent runs
for
the
years.
last year or
for
so.
years, yeah.
You know, mainstays of the Pro Tour at this point.
Definitely.
Bringing in new members.
Just tell me
You know,
what
some
you-
do super well. You know, have their breakout performance.
Yep. Rising superstars
Yeah.
from both teams, but these 2 are kind of, you know, the
Yeah, yeah,
staples
yeah.
of their team. They're
Yeah.
always there. They're always in this spot at the feature match area at a majority of the Pro Tours they play.
We got our little mascot in there.
Not necessarily the greatest
No, it's
card
not.
by any means, but when you got a lot of gold cards, that thing can really get out of hand. Looked like this was sided in as well.
Yeah, 4/5.
And what that tells me is Noe is just like, okay, I need to be as aggressive
Mm-hmm.
as possible because Ruizhang is the inevitable.
Yeah.
You know, will win with, you know, given enough time. So I like Noe's strategy, probably taking out maybe some of the pump spells.
Sure, yeah. I
Pump
could see
spells
that.
don't look that good. The dig site inventory, the interjection, maybe those cards.
Yeah, yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
not as good when you just need bodies on the battlefield. Get as aggressive as possible. And oh, what a tilt. 3 mountains, 1 plains, and you just top decked your best card with the Antiquities on the loose. That is always frustrating. And wow, just nothing to play. That would have been great. for
That would have been
Antiquities.
phenomenal. Yeah, we would have been like, okay, a couple turns and on to game 3. But
Yeah.
alas, the lands do not play nice. He does have 1 Field of Strife in the deck.
Yeah.
You know, has a little bit of fixing. But beyond that, you know, this color pair does struggle a little bit in that department.
Looks like Ruizhang
Hey,
has
there we
all the
go.
lands, though, and a Mana Sculpt ready to
Jeez,
go.
yeah. That Mana Sculpt is going to snap us all so fast.
It is going to be nice. You know, you have to do it, basically, but you can flash it back. And I think Ruizhang had 1 other non-land in hand, but just top-decked another? Oh, my goodness.
Jeez. Flooding
Horrific
out.
flood.
This is awful for Ray. Spell Pierce, yeah, maybe that'll catch something.
I mean, the flashback of Antiquities on the loose.
Yeah. That's 6 mana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that looks to be brought in as well from the sideboard. So 2 sideboard cards drawn.
It won't stop a flashback, the card, Antiquities, though.
It would right now.
Oh, yeah, it would.
Unless we play a land, yeah.
Good point.
Oh, and it is going to work here. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
How fast can we spell pierce?
Yeah, Ray Zhang's like, all right, the only card in my hand actually gets some use here.
It's anywhere other than your hand.
Jeez.
Oh, yeah, if it's cast anywhere other than your hand, it does get exiled. So, yeah.
Yeah. Good catch there, Noe.
And all right, okay, great card there.
Nice, all right.
For Ray Zhang, just any card that's going to be a 2-for-1, which they have a lot of in their deck, that's for sure.
Max value. That's what blue-green is all about, huh?
Yep.
Whether it's Simic or Quandrix or anything in between, give me that value.
There's the Terrafractal there.
Nice. That's a great one to find.
And the greatest card name of all time.
Yep.
In any limited set, it just has to be.
High five to whoever named that card.
Exactly.
Yeah, super cool card for Ray to pick up there. So thank you, Paradox Surveyor.
Yep. Wow, another land off the top. Just an absolute flood. But, you know, Zhang's deck's just full of stock up, flow states, quick studies. So
yeah. They're certainly going to draw out of this. So
eventually.
Don't fret. Don't fret, Ray fans. Life total still sitting at 2020, so no combat damage getting through just yet. 2/3 powered creatures staring at each other.
Look at the discipline there from Ray Zhang. You just got to think, there's nothing else to cast. Why not cast this Terrafractal? And you got to think, how much toughness would it have? It would be 5. There's 2 wilt in the heats in Noe's deck, so wait 1 turn, make it 6 toughness, and make Noe have to cast 2 spells on it.
Yeah.
Just
or
great
across,
discipline.
Artistic process. You know, waste the mana, as it were.
Exactly.
Get as much out of the exchange as possible. You know, and there's no major pressure on right now. If Roy needs to, they can block with the Paradox Surveyor.
Yeah. This is the pressure, though, that's for sure. The Colossus of the Blood Age is just gigantic. Being able to loot away some extra cards is great. And if this 6-power flyer gets in to block this gigantic 6/6, Monstrous Rage is going to do what it does best here and push through an amazing amount of damage.
I love Monstrous Rage.
Do you?
It's so cheesy when it actually works. But yes, here comes a big old Terrafractal. Unblocking duty here. It's not going to work, though, and I think we're going to get a game 3 out of these two.
I think so.
It's going to be cool.
Ray Zhang has 5 lands left out of like 26 cards or something in the deck. Just absolutely flooding out beyond belief.
8 lands out at the moment.
Yeah,
and
12
3
total
in.
lands, so presumably about 5 left in the deck.
Well, on the plus side, they're only going to draw gas, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
Except for 5 of them.
You had to go and say it.
Exactly.
Now they're just going to be in a clump.
So now even if, I mean, the Ajani's response is great. I was going to say, even if we get a double block there could be Wilt in the Heat plus Monstrous Rage, but...
Trade there with the Stone Docent.
Okay, but now there is just 1 threat. So if Ray Zhang can top deck 1 piece of removal, they'll buy themselves a lot of time.
Proctor's Gaze, go.
Yeah, that would be
Although
excellent.
That still sucks with something that's such a good interest effect.
Wisdom.
Oh, okay.
But
That's
there has
cool.
not been any removal spells found yet, so this is definitely just going to be, you get back your cancel, a spell pierce, a flashback.
I mean,
Do you want to
they're going to do it.
or you want me to
I'll play it open.
Okay. And exhaust, okay. And you have no maximum end size?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the Tome Blast is at least some piece of removal, not a
Mm.
piece of removal for this Colossus. And now Monstrous Rage plus the Colossus is 9, so we're still 1 short from Noe.
Let's see what he's found there. Fire Dancer doesn't get it done in this turn.
4.
And Wilt in the heat doesn't go upstairs or anything.
So no reason for Noe to rush. Stone Docent, though, gonna help him sift through the cards on top of the deck.
Yep.
Plans in the bin. Easy decision there.
And now it is slightly awkward to play the Expressive Fire Dancer, because if you play it, you have to accept that you're going to Monstrous Rage to save it, or to make your other creature bigger in response to this Tome Blast.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to save it, you just leave it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could just let it die, but you really don't want to just throw a
zero,
creature out to this face-up removal. But taxing Zhang's mana right now is good as well. And this has been a long first couple of games as well, so we don't know exactly how much time they have left, but it could be pushing it.
I just want to keep the pace of play.
Yeah, a draw at this stage, not the worst. You know, we're already into day 2, but you're looking for that 12 magic number where the winner of this only has to win 3 more rounds to be able to get into the top 8, which would be, I believe, their second top 8 for each of them.
Yeah, I believe so. Here comes, we know Rui's top 8 at a bunch of the Spotlight series.
Yes, definitely.
Quick study here now for them. Vibrant Outburst found. Okay.
Okay, Violent Outburst is, I mean, great. No matter what, it's going to almost assuredly keep Rui alive, as next turn you can go Vibrant Outburst on the damage on that, and then tap down the 6/6.
Right,
but, oh, the mascot here off the top, playing that to tap down the 6/6 looks excellent as well, but oh, maybe that...
Not enough mana for it, I don't think.
Not enough mana. Uh-oh.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, and I suppose we were just 1 mana short.
Yeah.
So it looks like this just has to be a Vibrant Outburst for just a tap to not lose the game spot.
3 damage to you, tap.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, not just a tap. 3 damage upstairs. Let's go. And now with this Fractal Mascot.
Sorry? I thought you would save this, and then I would...
It's like, come on, I wanted to get more value.
Love it.
So you probably do have to just counter that.
Yeah, good rapport between the players.
Yeah.
You love to see it. Even at this high stakes, you know, Magic where there's hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line for all the players.
At the end of the
It's
game,
great to
we're
see
all
it.
playing the game we love,
Yeah.
and even if it's high stakes, you still get to just think and be like, oh, my day of work is I get to play Magic all day against the greatest in the world and prove myself, and I mean, there's nothing better than pro Magic.
Stadium Title Mage, draw, discard.
Okay.
It's a big blocker. Yeah,
I mean, this is very much turning around. We just top decked the bounce spell as well, the Betrayal. So now you have Fractal Mascot to tap down this 6/6. You can attack a couple of times, and this attack is going to be for 10 for Ray. And then you can always bounce your own mascot and then ice that down again. It's a lot better than bouncing the creature.
The thing
then
that
you're gonna
can
lightning
for
heal
3.
you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Certainly just want to keep that guy tapped or dead. And stunned at the moment is what's going to keep Rui Zhang in
My goodness.
this matchup.
No Way is really, it's you know, just barely starting to fall apart here, where No Way was just 1 point away with that Monstrous Rage representing Ray down to 1. But now, I mean, you basically have to wilt in the heat right now on the 4/4, take a hit or two from the 6/6.
The 6/6, yeah.
And then just hope that Rui Zhang just starts top decking the one or
all
two
the
lands
that are
left in their
still
deck. Yeah, exactly.
still in their hand. Oh, no. Hellbent.
So the card's
No? There's
not
one.
Hellbent, it's
Yeah, yeah.
Spell Pierce, and it's the Betrayal.
Yes,
so
yes, yes.
the graphics maybe not fully updated.
Yeah. But they're not holding the cards.
Strange. Okay, so Noe made a big judgment call here to wilt in the heat on Rui Zhang's upkeep, which opens the door for this Betrayal to bounce it. I don't see what the point is of waiting till upkeep. because the Spell Pierce wouldn't have countered it. There
Yeah.
was only 1 mana available unless I was missing something, so I didn't love that play.
So you kept on top. Yeah. Okay.
And kept on top, and now you can replay it, loot away this Spell Pierce, which is, when that card's face up, it's pretty
Yeah.
useless.
Not too many people walk into a face-up Spell Pierce. Unless they're trying to bait something up.
Exactly, yeah. So it looks like another Banishing Betrayal, and oh my
Hang on,
goodness.
I heard
think
interesting.
at this point, it really feels like advantage now to Rui Zhang.
Yeah.
You're at 22.
You're at 4.
It's always terrifying when the person with the lower life total starts asking what you're at.
Yeah, right, right.
They're moving.
So now it's the classic, does Rui just want to hold back, try to double block this 6/6, or start getting frisky, bouncing it, playing that game? I feel like where Rui Zhang can't bounce their own mascot and replay it, you almost have to. I was just going to say you almost have to hold back, but...
What do you know, Corey?
Exactly. That's why I'm here. And Rui is down 8-1 at the Pro Tour.
Field of Strife. Hey, dual land. Late, but, you know, nice to have in this instance where you could really do with a Surveil, Banishing Betrayal, back to hand. Again, like you said, not what you want to be doing, especially with something that can just dome you for 3.
Yeah. So there is the damage. And still 1 card in hand from Rui, so we're not sure what it is yet. They definitely play very close to...
Yeah, close to their chest.
Close to their chest for sure, and just keeps our cards in hand person working for their day.
I was going to say on their toes, but they're probably on their haunches trying to get a peek at the card.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a Banishing Betrayal. Oh, Embrace the Paradox. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Nice.
I got more mana tapped than this.
What did we find?
I've not been on that.
You had 6 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I only have this, yeah.
Yep, Judge is just making sure they tapped correctly.
You drew 3 and then...
I am not going to put a land.
Okay.
Yeah, so that
Because
just
there's
tells
no
me
more
that.
lands in their deck.
No, yeah, there's one in hand.
Yeah.
But, you know, they'd rather use that.
Yeah, it's either you put it into play tapped or untapped.
Yeah. That's your usual land for turn.
So now it will be that classic moment of what do we do here? Do we...
I still have not made up.
Wait, you do?
Oh, that's a sorcery. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No way, man.
Okay, there is
What a
another
bro.
mascot. There's another mascot, so that's almost assuredly one of the picks. Only 4 mana in play. They have not played their land for the turn, but can't cast another one of those. So it looks like it's going to have to be a double block moment.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's some kind of world where maybe it's just a single block, or maybe No Way top decks a removal spell and is able to go Monstrous Rage plus removal spell and win this game.
Good gravy.
But with the Banishing Betrayal, that's pretty hard as well. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could just block with whatever. If there's any tricks, well, yeah, the Monstrous Rage will just be trampled through for lethal, right?
No way.
If Ray tries to, like, save one of the creatures in response or something.
Yup. No way leaving that 5 mana tapped because, well, we wanted to surveil. It always feels bad. Whatever choice you make, you're like, when you tap on your upkeep, it's a card you want.
Okay.
And then whenever you don't do it, you draw the land.
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
So-
Yeah, you know, sometimes it's a coin toss. You
Yeah,
know,
it's going to be a wilt in the heat here, where
Yeah.
No Way desperately needs 5 lands untapped, you know.
Let's see.
Yeah. I'll draw it.
What you got there, bud? Holy moly, Corey.
Sorry, No Way. Sorry, No Way. That's
That
on
was
me.
beautiful.
That's on me.
Savant sitting next to me here. Jeez.
It's the Surveil curse.
Yep.
It's the upkeep Surveil curse. We've all run into it. No matter what you do, you always make the wrong choice.
That's so funny. Big thinkies now for Noe Offman. Rizang clawed their way back into this matchup. It looked like we were getting ready for game number 3, but we might see a 2-0 here.
Now we got to
Taking them
start.
to 9-1.
Now we got to start, you know, changing gears and just be like, what is the way that No Way can actually win? Which is pretty wild from one life, but what I'm noticing, I think the best out is Rubble Rouser to just play
just
it and just, you know,
Yeah.
deal 1 damage. Of course, Antiquities on the Loose would be great. Maybe Flashback. I think we've already used Flashback, right?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, no, I think we did.
I think we did, yeah.
It's been a while, but yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, there, I can see it.
So like Monstrous Rage and then Flashback and Monstrous Rage again or something. But okay, so this is big.
Wow,
Rubble
okay.
Rouser is what No Way needs.
Oh,
Johnny's
Lordy.
response.
Oh,
Elite Interceptor and a Flyer.
Handy. Owlin Historian hits the board, hopefully.
Not bad. The Terrafractal will be great at doing some damage to that.
But then we have the Elite Interceptor with Rejoinder to get the bird through.
But then we have the Betrayal to bounce the Terrafractal.
Yeah.
So it is.
And Proctor's Gaze now. Good Lord.
What a game.
This has been crazy.
We were already considering game 3. This is going to be awesome. As Reijing really front-loaded all their lands.
Yeah. See, what did I tell you? Nothing but gas.
You were right.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff here. And it's only round 10.
So now we'll see if Zhang really wants to play a Terrafractal just to gain a little bit of life.
Yeah.
To get out of range of some direct damage. But hey, open deck list tournament, if they remember the deck list, there is no direct damage of any kind besides the Colossus and
no
the Rubble
Tome
Roust. Yeah, no Tome Blast. That's the big one.
Oh, I don't have any cards.
You don't. When
How
you tested
many?
This, I was like, sure.
Oh.
I have a lot.
I love that they're like, I don't have any cards.
How many are left in the deck?
Stock up goes to the bottom, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I was like...
I would like to take this card for sure.
I think that's No Way is looking too.
Yeah, because you must take 2.
And
10 minutes left in the round, yeah.
10 minutes left.
And what is that? 4 cards left in library?
It is a total of 6 going into the stock up, so it will be down to 4. And the 4/4, luckily, is a May. You do not have to draw when you attack with that.
Oh, he's got to hustle.
There's the Artistic Process, I believe.
Oh, that'll take care of the Trampler.
Which I believe there is the Strategic Betrayal.
And, yeah, that works. Swing. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So it was just for the creature.
Okay.
Able to bounce that.
It was a bad idea to bin that.
Probably a bad idea to bin anything. That's one less turn you have. Okay.
So you get on top?
Yes.
It's Proctor's Gaze. You must draw. Proctor's Gaze. Search your library for a bit.
Yeah, not a draw. That's the search.
Yeah,
you can fail to find there. And I don't think there's any lands left for what it's worth. So.
I would be very surprised if there were.
So the gigantic Terrafractal is still able to be cast, but now there's basically no way to protect it.
Yeah.
Now you have Flashback and the Strategic Betrayal again to protect it. So what a game.
This has been one for the ages, I will say.
This has been. I think Zhang still has to be the most worried about their own library.
Yeah. Hey, remember what I said about that the joint researchers milling people out?
Yeah. Honestly, that is a very good point. If the opponent has more cards in hand than you, which will definitely be possible. You're right.
Yeah.
Joined Researchers is definitely a possibility to win with the classic Secret Rendezvous.
Come on, no way. Top deck that for us, buddy.
Would be sweet.
It's hilarious. But yeah, like you said, 8 minutes roughly now left.
And now we got to think, like, do we got to start getting aggressive?
Yeah. Yes, is the answer.
Yeah.
And Johnny's response says, get out of here, please.
And I think Flashback Strategic Betrayal is what you want to do here. You get to replay it. You get to tap down the flyer.
Yeah.
And I think just Zhang needs the threats. But, I mean, the other option is just make a gigantic flyer here.
Sure. Sorry.
Yeah, no way, just checking. Stadium Title Mage is a May draw.
He came in so late in the draft. I was like, yeah, what about card?
Yeah, the classic, just two Magic lovers chatting. Like, can you believe I
Yeah.
got this sweet card late?
Yeah. What is this still doing in the pack?
Exactly. This is a big choice. Do you let the mascot go?
I don't have anything.
And then
You use your flashback.
cast the giant, I believe it's a
you countered
Terrafractal on hand, not the mascot.
Yeah, it's a Terrafractal.
Yeah, but they do look similar, so.
Because the other mascot's in the bin already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just lets it go.
Okay.
And now probably Terrafractal for everything but 3 mana. I think that's what I would do. Maybe you leave up 4 for flashback and the cancel. I'm not sure if that was in the yard, but it feels like everything's in there at this point.
Yeah.
No, it was the mascot. Okay.
Oh, okay. Where is the fractal? Did we see him earlier?
Maybe it was from the stock up and it's still just in the
Oh,
library
gotcha,
at this point.
gotcha, okay.
So probably about
So
to be
I'd
top
tap
deck.
6 and then tap 5, yeah?
If you 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So basically tapped out flashback with a 1 mana ability. Is that Rebel Rouser? Okay.
It is.
So that presents a lethal threat next turn.
Yep. Terrafractal got to gain some life here, friend.
Yep. Or flashback can probably still have some bit of removal. So, or if anything, Proctor's Gaze, bounce again, and buy some time.
What, we got 3 mana up?
You may discard. Okay. So this is lethal for Zhang. You can just bounce
You're at
the
10.
Rebel Rouser and then flashback and counter this Wilt in the heat. I think they have it.
Cast Proctor's Gaze.
Through one of the craziest limited games
This is
I think that we have ever
insanity.
seen.
This format is awesome.
Flashback, Mana Sculpt.
And the cancel is going to win the game. And Ray Zhang is going to win this 2-0 where we had pretty much already counted them out.
Oh my goodness.
Incredible.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Because you know, turn
What?
on with the 5 mana spell.
I was like, I wanted to hear the rest of what Dwayne was saying. No matter what, that was not really going to result in a win from Dwayne, even if we went to game 3. They were going to draw. That was just 2 incredibly dynamic, really awesome games. And just really showcases how great of a limited format Secrets of Strixhaven really is.
And
So,
what
bravo.
a player Rui Zhang is. That
Yeah.
was amazing. A masterclass in, I'm at 1 life. That doesn't matter.
And not getting phased early on by drawing 12 of your 17 lands in the top like 22 cards, you know? Just like, yep, that's variance. It'll happen. Eventually I'll draw Quick Study into Stock Up, into Float State, and be able to clutch through. 1 is not 0 is a big fact of that match.
We can get into Quandrix now. Yeah, write that down. Alrighty, friends, we'll be back at the news desk after this, so don't go anywhere.
Magic Spotlight Secrets is headed your way in London, May 8th through 10th, and Japan, May 29th through 31st. Standard is the name of the game, and registrations are open. More details at mtg.social/spotlight-SOS. Coverage of Day 2 of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven here in Las Vegas, Nevada. People having fun over on the mini golf course at the MagicCon area. It is sweet. I was walking by there earlier. Lots of fun stuff here to do at MagicCon. We're over here in the Pro Tour area, keeping track of that for you. Maria Bartholdi, Monty Debuti, and Tan and Grace with you here at the news desk as we get ever closer to our top 8. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we're at as we head into the next round of play here at the Pro Tour. Well, Nathan Stoyer fell last round, so we no longer have a one leader of the tournament. We now have a four-way tie. 4 players currently sitting at 9-1. Nathan Stoyer, Ray Zhang, Thierry Ramboa, and Matt Nass, co-leaders of the tournament at 9-1. And then we have a whopping 13 players behind them, all on 8-2. So it is starting to get messy out there. Lots of big names. Shota the Goda sitting at 8-2, the Hall of Famer. Stefan Schutz, Monty says, best player currently playing without a top 8. Can he change that today?
And if we look at this page, it is going to get a little messy as well. Some of these players wanted to get messy, right? Ian Robb at 8-2. You can see there, when we get behind that, Jack Potter at 7-2-1. That draw, we'll see how that's going to affect the standings as we go there. Right behind him, Hall of Famer Shi-Tan Lee. Don't forget about him. And a couple other players as well down there. Christopher Larson still looming at 7-3 along with Anthony Lee. Can't rule them out.
All right, excellent look there at our leaderboard. But what about our 4 draft pods that we've been watching this morning, Tan? And what's the story there? Who's playing for the pod?
Absolutely. That's the story, Maria, is who's playing for the pod. Here we got our 2-0 drafters. They're going to be facing each other off. Who's getting the trophy? Here we've got Terry Ramboa versus Ray Zhang. Really cool decks between the two of them. I talked to Ray a little bit before the match. Not super excited with their deck, but hey, they've got a chance for a 3-0. I'd be excited about that. Let's move on into the next pod and see who is 2-0 here in this one. It looks like it's going to be Matt Nass versus Chartis Kidris. And we're going to have to see who wins this one out of this one. Matt Nass, if he's able to win this this trophy, he's going to put himself to 10-1 and be in really good shot distance from that top 8. Next up, our next pod, our 2-0 players are going to be fighting for the trophy for this one. That is Mateo versus Stefan Schutz. And we're going to see who wins out of this one. Both these players at 8-2, really fighting it out, trying to get to 9-2, win that trophy, set themselves up for a run at that top 8. And our final pod, who's going to be going for the final trophy of the day? Looks like it's going to be Brian and Shota the Gota. Maybe he is going to actually affirm Manny's call here as the GOAT. I know that if I'm playing for a trophy of the pod, this is the last person out of this pod I'd want to be playing against. So we'll see if Brian can do a little better than I would.
What do you think, Monty? Shota's got it?
Come on. What do you mean? Do not insult me or him with that question. Get out of here.
Can't even ask.
Please.
Get that out of here.
Please.
Well, it's time to find out who's going to trophy their draft pod this round. Let's set up our next feature match. It's time for round number 11 for the pod. Ray Zhang up against Thierry Ramboa. Both of our players currently sitting at 9-1. Each one of our 4 players who are currently co-leading the tournament. Ray Zhang, I've said a number of times today, just consistently excellent performance at Pro Tour after Pro Tour after Pro Tour. Has top 8s across Magic Online, RCs, PT, Spotlight Series, etc. Last Pro Tour top 8 was Outlaws of Thunder Junction.
Yeah, Maria, I think we pointed out this last time we had them up. We had the win percentage of day 1 versus the win percentage of day 2. That win percentage going to start ticking up just a little bit. We've talked about if Zhang could start winning a few more matches on day 2, they would be probably very easily into some of these top 8s of how good they've been on day 1. So fighting for this pod, getting this trophy, huge for them.
Absolutely. Who will they have to get through? Thierry Ramboa started playing Magic in 2004, a longtime French grinder, qualified for this tournament through excellent season performance last year. Goal is advancing to the top 8, has 2 Grand Prix top 8s to his name on Team Undying Baguette.
Yeah, you can see how he did here. Only 1 loss in day 1, and it was not in limited, but it was to their opponent. So that is something, a little bit of a grudge match we've got going on here. Also playing for 6-0 in limited at the Pro Tour. A lot on the line here for Terry.
All right, there's a look at our players for our feature match. Talk to me about their draft decks, Monty.
Okay, well, we're going to start by taking a look at Roy Zhang's deck. We talked about this the previous round before their feature match. This is a teamer deck. It is primarily Quandrix, but there's a small red splash happening, and this is not overly for card quality. I would guess it's more for shoring up some of the weaknesses or lack of playables for the deck. Ray themselves said they weren't overly excited for the deck. I would say this deck is just solid. It's fine. There's nothing too broken here, but it's not bad. Absolutely. There are some very powerful cards, and in a grindy game like the previous one, Wisdom of Ages can absolutely bring you right back into it. Now on the other side, El Gran Boa himself, Thierry, his deck is sweet. Let's talk about it. 4 copies of Ancestral Anger plus a bulk up. Roy has to fight for every win. Thierry's deck is all about the free wins.
I'm terrified.
And there's a lot of sweet things happening here. It's not just the Ancestral Angers. There's also the copy of Traumatic Critique, plus this resonating loot. And one thing I have to point out, 2 copies of Spectacular Skywhale. If unanswered, that card can get out of hand very, very quickly. I think Thierry's deck is terrifying.
Wow, I am so excited for this matchup. It's time to play for the pod. I'm going to send it on over to Marshall and Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We've got one more round of draft before we transition back over to Constructed. And of course, it carries a lot of weight, Paul. Very, very important to try to come away as the trophy winner from your pod, as then you get to go back to the deck that got you to that great record, your standard deck.
Yeah, and no more undefeated players left. We have Thierry Ramboa going up against Ray Zhang, and these are kind of more decks, I would say, that you and I, at least, have more experience playing. You know, we saw Nathan with this nice little Witherbloom deck going, but, you know, I think the name of the game are the various blue value control decks, and both decks look quite nice. Now, taking a look at Ray Zhang's list, at least how I think this matchup goes, Ray's deck, late game. It's all about the late game. There's a ton of card draw. There's a Wisdom of Ages, which really allows you to kind of go over the top, but really lacks interaction. And Thierry Ramboa has a really sweet Prismari aggro deck that has some combo kills with that Ancestral Anger. So one of the most important cards for Ray is drawing one of those 2 copies of Banishing Betrayal to be able to break apart the Spectacular Skywhale bulk up shenanigans that Thierry's trying to pull off.
Yeah, normally I would say that this would heavily favor Ray Zhang, but with the lack of interaction, I like Thierry Ramboa in this matchup.
Yeah, as long as Thierry can stick one of those creatures, this one is a very, very tough one. Okay, Essence Scatter was big.
Sonar and then Essence Scatter's going to hit it. Both of our players sitting at 9-1 here.
Topiary Lecturer here for Ray, and Thierry doesn't actually have a way to kill this immediately, and the Lecturer can get out of hand. It's one of those things where it's kind of a lightning rod for removal. You play it against, if you play it and it doesn't die, however, it can take over the game. Although very reactive hand here for Ray Zhang. Banishing Betrayal and a Mana Sculpt. So needs to find one of their many card draw value spells. Okay.
Speaking of the Betrayal.
From behind, and Ray not interested in the Accelerant here. Thierry probably just gonna maybe just try to slam the loot here. Perhaps gonna play around the singular Mana Sculpt, but it's not, you know, even if the loot gets countered, it's not the end of the world.
No, it isn't core to the strategy for Ramboa, but it's definitely a nice to have.
Ray has no plays available. So, you know, the longer the game goes, the more I kind of like Ray's side here, given that the Wisdom of Ages that we know is in their deck. Thierry draws a Seize the Spoils here. I just pitched the bulk up. Nope. Ancestral Anger. Number 1 of 4.
Which is a record that I have not seen just yet. Beaten.
Now Ray does have a counterspell. Yeah. Preventing Thierry from drawing 2 cards here and getting that Ancestral Anger. So a clean 2-for-1 there on the Mana Sculpt.
land go, though, and not a lot of action left for Zhang. They've got Banishing Betrayal and a pair of forests left in hand.
And now that Ray's run out the counterspell on the Caesar Spoils, I think the coast is clear to resolve the resonating loot. All right, so now Thierry has a bunch of mana available, and of course we know about the Traumatic Critique in his deck. So if he can get Ray down to, you know, double digits, maybe like 10, something along those lines, should have enough lands to kind of finish the deal. Wow, great draw though here from Ray.
That's a great top deck. Landscape Painter into Vibrant Idea means a little bit of board state and 2 cards coming in, but uh-oh, here comes Spectacular Sky Whale.
Now Ray does have a couple of ways to kind of get it off the battlefield. Has the Proctor's Gaze, which is a very nice one, along with the Banishing Betrayal, and is sitting at a comfortable 20 life.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because Ray has no forward momentum at the moment, but they have 2 of those key interactive spells that we talked about coming into the round here. It does mean, though, that Ramboa can kind of just sit back a little bit.
Yeah, just 1 damage in the air. The thing is, Ramboa knows about the bounce spells, so he can kind of take it slow. This is not the matchup where Thierry's just going to fire off 2 or 3 ancestral and then just like try to go for the win there. He's just going to play maybe 1 spell, +3/+0. That's still quite nice. One thing that Ray has available here as well is you could Banishing Betrayal your own Landscape Painter potentially.
Absolutely.
On your stuff?
Just to, yeah.
I mean, it's a risky play.
Right.
And it's an interesting situation for Ramboa with the loot and Traumatic Critique in hand.
Oh.
Is it time? Yes.
Fires it off, but Ray does have a Banishing Betrayal here as well. But Thierry happy just to put the counters on the whale, and Ray recognizing that they need to find some action here. So really prioritizing being able to bounce this Landscape Painter.
Also critically, no extra cards there off the for Thierry.
Off the Traumatic Critique, yes.
Yeah.
No, only 1 target, yeah. Go.
But Ray still needs to handle a 4-powered flyer.
Wisdom of Ages.
And naturally draws Wisdom of Ages.
Is that good here, though?
I mean, there's 5 spells in the graveyard
yes,
there. One of which is the bounce spell,
they're
right?
Also reactive.
Right, but I mean, you're still getting a bunch of cards back.
Yeah.
And you still have the mana to cast the Betrayal, so you can actually just bounce the Sky Whale, right? And you just resolve this, and then all of a sudden there's just no pressure coming your direction.
Literally the whole graveyard.
Yeah. Yeah. 5 cards back. And especially because there's the Essence Scatter and the Mana Sculpt, Ray might be okay just taking the damage here from the Sky Whale, and then end of turn, bounce the Sky Whale so that they'll have the mana to be able to counter it once Thierry tries to replay it.
Yeah, with 19 life to play with, Ray definitely has a little bit of wiggle room here.
Yeah. And Thierry notably has fired off the Traumatic Critique already.
That's right. Really important, especially with the resonating loot on the battlefield. That becomes a viable win condition.
Yeah, I think Ray probably wants to take the damage here. End of turn bounce, untap, and all of a sudden you are looking golden.
Guess 5-for-1s are...
5-for-1s are not bad. All right, Thierry just kind of maybe trying to force the action here with the bulk up, which means
that's
Thierry,
a heads-up play from Thierry, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, especially because he knows all the cards in Ray's hand. Gonna run it out again and hope to try to find some big cards. Remember, bulk up has flashback.
So that would double the creature's power until end of turn. Was it just too much damage to take, or was it even like, it wasn't lethal?
It was 14 damage.
So just too much.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too much here. Now, Ray does have another bounce spell, right?
Yeah.
Proctor's Gaze in hand here, and then no shortage of counter spells to get it on the way back down. Looks like just firing it off immediately on the Sky Whale.
While the shields are down.
Right.
Though Thierry, not big on shields, it turns out.
Yeah, does not have access to any any shields.
More about getting the damage through rather than trying to protect these cards.
Yeah, but Thierry has to fight through just 3 counter spells before he can get anything going.
I guess it's a little comforting if you know about them.
Right.
But it is going to take just brute force.
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
I mean, you still have to run stuff into these.
Exactly. So Thierry just passes here. And I
Sky
mean,
Whale particularly bad. Any 3 of the counters can hit it.
yeah. Do you think Thierry, is there a world where Thierry just, if Ray doesn't do anything, is there a world where Thierry just draws up 2/7 cards?
And starts
then
looting?
Starts looting too? I mean.
And we're talking about LUT, not LOOT.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, the often not used. Resonating mode on Resonating Loot says if you've got 7 or more cards in your hand, you can tap it to draw a card.
Yeah, it's just, there's
and
nothing
with
else you can
no
do.
pressure,
Right.
I like that line, Paul. That's interesting.
Now, Ray did draw a couple of extra cards here off the painter, so I imagine at this point, decent shot, there's a large creature. There's a Terrafractal that they drew. There's also a couple of Fractal Mascots and a stock up here. So yeah, things looking very, very good here for Ray Zhang.
How much pressure are they going to try to put on the battlefield and how quickly? They would actually be very well suited at this point to go ahead and just max out.
Right.
But
probably just going to, play it slow here. It's just, at this point, you have full control of the game. You're up so many cards. You have answers to multiple threats. Thierry Ramboa needs to land one of those 4-mana creatures, fire off some spells. That's kind of his main way to actually win the matches here. And, I mean, Ray just kind of has all the answers. There's a Wild Growth Archaic as well. You can play that as a 3/3.
3 colors.
Now, any creature you play beyond that becomes gigantic as well. Yeah, and Thierry, as you noticed, didn't play the land there. So I think his plan is try to get to 7 and start drawing the cards off the loot. But I just feel like it's just not going to be fast enough. Although that's a flow state. Hey, that gets you closer to 7 cards if it can resolve.
Thierry's going to just pass.
Yeah, recognizing
Although
that Ray has the counter spells.
And he did play a land, actually.
Oh, he did? Okay, okay.
He had kept one in his hand from before, but looks like he's going to go ahead and play it now.
Yeah, and Ray's got flow state in hand, so more card draw, removal. Remember, cards in hand there on the left. Yeah, that doesn't include the counter spells that are face up. Those are the cards that Thierry knows about because of the Wisdom of Ages.
Yeah, this is going to get out of hand very quickly here for Zhang. They have truly taken over this game.
Yeah.
The only good news for Ramboa is a slight miss. They're only finding a forest.
Instead of a random X spell.
X spell that would kind of close out the game potentially.
Right.
The bad news, though, for Ramboa is that is 2 +1/+1 counters, so a 5/5 reach.
Right. Looks like you can just play a giant stadium title mage here as well. It's going to just be a 4-mana 6/6 looter.
It could be 7/7.
Might even choose. Oh, excuse
Yeah.
me, 7/7. Might
Yeah.
even choose not to loot here.
3, yes. 15.
Yeah, you do always have to be aware of your library size when you're playing, especially these green-blue based decks that can draw so many cards.
Right.
It's another reason I really like Wisdom of Ages is that you don't have to worry about that part.
Right. Using red mana? Not that it matters.
Yeah, you do have 2 mana.
Oh, does it?
Can you just pick any?
Take a look
2
at the
color?
loot. Maybe the loot helps you
fix.
I just know that it doubles your
I
mana.
thought it just doubled, but it must be of any colors.
Right.
So, did Thierry find anything though?
Right. The lands tap for any color. All right. Essence Scatter. Still Disdainful Stroke and Mana Sculpt to fight through. That one I think Ray will be okay with.
Yeah, sorry.
It's a Living History. That one, of course, is an enchantment. You don't
Right.
get the discount off the loot.
You might think, oh, well, it's not a creature, so,
Right.
but no, it's only instant sorceries with the loot.
Thierry fighting the good fight here, but this is
way
too
avalanche of power, toughness, lands, and value
right.
coming from Ray Zhang's side of the battlefield as they look to start closing this game out.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you can just run out of Terrafractal and just make sure you keep up a bunch of mana. Yeah, this is just...
Yeah, and that's a kill and a tap.
All right.
And Rambo says, okay, fine, I've seen enough. That was an impressive turnaround there from Ray Zhang.
Yeah,
that game did not start off particularly well. That Sky Whale was looking kind of scary, and then all of a sudden...
The Wisdom of Ages resolved. It just got everything back.
Okay, both players with a landscape painter there for Ramboa. What about for Ray? Not quite.
A Hydro Channeler, so a nice blocker. Wonder if Thierry is interested in just killing the Hydro Channeler. I believe, did he have a Vibrant Outburst? No, he did not. Never mind.
There is one floating, but it's in
right.
Ray Zhang's
It's
hand.
in Ray's hand.
Yeah.
So Thierry probably just going to be...
And Ray can cast it now, too.
Yeah.
Though probably doesn't want to.
Yeah, probably just run out of Paradox Surveyor or just cast Quick Study, keeping up Essence Scatter, especially because Thierry's most threatening cards are those 4-mana creatures.
Visionary Dance alternate mode there for Ramboa.
And, I mean, given that you have just 3 4-mana creatures, I feel like you probably need to play one, but he's afraid of specifically, as you heard him say, Mana Drain. So he's afraid of Mana Sculpt.
Yeah, that's right.
Because Hydro Channeler is, in fact, a wizard. So if Ray resolves the Mana Sculpt there, it would be brutal.
Yeah, for people that haven't played with Mana Drain back in the day, this is exactly the type of turn where if something gets Mana Drained and Ray gets to untap with 6-7 mana, it can just be game ending.
Right.
In this case, it's just Essence Scatter.
So at that point, Thierry probably can feel pretty good about thinking maybe the Mana Drain or Mana Sculpt, rather, may not be in Ray's hand. But definitely possible to still have it, right? Just because you just want to fire off the Essence Scatter on your creatures and then keep up the Mana Sculpt to have access to an unconditional counter for anything that Thierry Ramboa might have. Ray finds a land here. Cannot cast the Vibrant Outburst this turn. And no Essence Scatter, so the Sky Whale has snuck through.
It's a big deal.
Yeah. Does not die to the Outburst. It's a 1/4. Ray does have, I believe, a bounce spell in hand, so has access to Banishing Betrayal if Thierry tries to go cast a ton of spells here with the Sky Whale. Five mana, all right, drawing some cards, triggering the Sky Whale. And this probably will prompt the Banishing Betrayal here. Thierry has to replay it.
Totally, this is such a huge tempo hit.
Yeah, it's so big. Oh, keeps on top fairly quickly there.
Yeah, maybe an answer for the whale or a counter spell or something.
Right, Quick Study.
Well, it was an island and then the kept card.
Right. And there is a Fractal Mascot as well, so Ray can try to just turn things around, just slam it.
Yeah, that looks like that's what it was.
Nope, there's a stock up here as well.
Oh my goodness, look at that hand. Stock up Wisdom of Ages?
Yeah. Ray understands their role in this matchup.
I mean, it's really brutal because, you know, if you're in Thierry's seat, you're just looking at this and there's all these game actions taking place and you are just getting buried.
Right, and there's a Mana Sculpt now as well. I just feel like this is exactly, you know, these slower matchups is kind of really what Ray wants to play against. If you notice, not a lot of interaction, a lot of card draw, a lot of good late game stuff, a lot of counter spells. That's weak to Lower Hold aggro and Silver Quill aggro.
Yes.
Certainly not so much against maybe an Is It combo deck relying on 4-mana creatures and a flurry of spells.
Yeah, I think the real key point here is that even though Ray Zhang doesn't have that much in the way of hard removal, bounce spells against the Sky Whale are excellent.
Right.
They
and
have really overperformed here.
Yeah, absolutely. And all the counter spells.
And the counter spells,
Disdainful Stroke, Mana Sculpt, and Essence Scatter. This.
And there it is.
That's a lot of mana.
With a wizard out, it's a Mana Sculpt.
That's 5 mana.
Flow state follow-up here for Ramboa, but we're going to see a very big turn here
gosh.
for Zhang.
Ray's going to have 5 mana with the Wisdom of Ages in hand.
No way.
This is ridiculous. And remember, when you
and
cast,
enough blue mana to
right.
get back.
And when you cast and resolve Wisdom of Ages, you no longer have a maximum hand size for the rest of the game. So you don't have to discard. You just get all of that back.
You get all of it. And what I was looking at was, does Ray have enough mana to keep up Mana Sculpt post-Wisdom? And the answer is yep. Which is hard to do. You need 5 blue.
Right. But after Mana Sculpting a 5-mana spell here, oof. So many options here for Ray. And Thierry, smiling, laughing, just because he knows he is extremely behind here.
Well, it's funny because I think once the stock up resolved, it's kind of like, yes, we're going to play it out, but we're kind of done here.
Yeah. Yeah, cast the flow state here, because guess what? You can get that one back too.
Ray just methodically working their way through the process.
Right.
And it's just pure torture for Ramboa. How much more can he take?
Theoretically, Ray can just wait on the Wisdom of Ages too, right? Just cast the rest of the spells in your hand first.
Sure.
And then run out the Wisdom of Ages later if you want.
I mean, the truth is that Ray is ahead on board too. like it's not, they're at 20 life.
God.
It's not like they're behind. And here we go.
All
we
right.
promised you an explosive turn, and Ramboa can only laugh at this point.
Ray has 2 hands.
Look at that.
The revealed hand and 5 additional cards in hand here. So that's 11 cards to work with.
And again, still ahead on board and life totals. So
Right. And still can cast the Mana Sculpt with that Hydro Channeler in play. All right, Thierry, what you got?
So Ray can cast Mana Sculpt, get the mana because there's still a wizard.
Right.
And then untap with access to
stock
10-ish cards?
Yes, and then you can just draw more cards. You got the stock up, the quick study, the flow state, still have Essence Scatter for the 4-drops. Thierry's already fired off the Traumatic Critique.
You can see that there's a Wisdom of Ages in Ray's hand, but that's actually not.
Right. Yeah, there's only one.
It's only one, and it's actually exiled.
Yeah, so you can't
no loops.
you can't cast Flashback on it and cast it again, as I believe Ray is playing with that card.
Chat is coming up with some strategic lines of play for Thierry, including he can scoop and use the time to go get a sandwich.
You know, that's completely reasonable. That is on the table. Get some coffee.
Stretch your legs a little.
walk,
Yeah. Because this one,
Okay.
even though Ramboa's deck is very good at stealing games,
Yeah.
it's not going to happen.
Not through 12 cards in Ray's hand.
You see Essence Scatter on Senar there.
All right, maybe using Banishing Betrayal now. You have so many cards. You just use all your mana every turn, and you're probably just going to win the game.
Yeah, we have reached the stage of just cast stuff.
Right.
Like you could just
You
sort
just-
of pick random targets at this point.
Even if they're just tiny different. Of course, still, I mean, given that these two players are sitting at 9-1, Ray still just wants to make sure they have everything locked down. But yes, as you mentioned, you can just basically do whatever you want here.
How many cards?
Ray has shown incredible patience throughout the course of this match.
It might be time here. It looks like.
Is it the fractal?
Or a fractal, maybe?
Maybe the
Nope.
mascot.
Mascot, sure. All right, start getting in. Mascot hits really hard.
It does. Just yet another variant of this 6-mana 6/6 trampler. And I don't see any answers for it here for Ramboa either. 6 toughness is a lot for a red deck to deal with. Yeah. And now we're going to see Mana Sculpt hit the Sky Whale, but there's a second one.
But there's a Proctor's Gaze, right? Doesn't Ray still have Proctor's Gaze in hand? And you have the Vibrant Outburst, so you can just tap down both of the creatures in play. I guess that would only be for 10 damage.
Yes, just the 10. Could Outburst
go to the face.
The dome
you can
and
go
then tap?
yeah, you can go Outburst to the face and
but you need to get and
then cast the Gaze.
And then Proctor's Gaze, and that would
the
actually
other
be
creature.
game.
Yeah, I mean you only have 1 red mana. Thierry Rambeau can only have Burst Lightning.
And Burst Lightning would not change the equation. Everything has at least 3 toughness,
That's
so
right.
that's game.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no red source?
Yeah, so the Hydro, you would have to tap the Hydro
short,
Channeler.
The Channeler. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
So Ray's seeing if they can find an untapped red source here to just end this game. And it looks like they did. GG.
Yeah, this should get it done here. There's just, I mean, so many different ways to kind of close this out.
Yeah. Bounce
Proctor's
the whale.
Gaze, get a land.
And this is just going through the motions because Ray Zhang has picked up this match and is going to improve to 10-1 after this sequence.
Yep.
That's really nice.
And that's going to be a concession there for Ramboa, who's going to drop down to 9-2, but still a good chance as we transition over to standard after this round to make a run for his first top 8.
Yeah, still a great result for both players going into the draft, right? I think going into any draft at the Pro Tour level, if you can just ask somebody, hey, would you lock in a 2-1? Most people are, of course, going to say yes, especially given the position that both of these players were in. So Thierry's still in an excellent spot, but of course, Ray Zhang only 2 wins away from a top 8 slot.
That's right, and as we transition over to standard after this round, Ray has to be feeling very, very good. But we've got more limited action for you still to go. We're not quite done with this round. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be back with more right after this. And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And we are in Las Vegas, Nevada. And it's all happening here at MagicCon. You can see a lot of fun action happening there out on the stage. And we've got high-level competitive play over here at the Pro Tour. And we are in the last round of booster draft for the event. And we've got a little more to bring you here with Shota Yasuoka down in the feature match area playing against Brian Rockenbach. And Shota seems to have a spicy brew once again playing for the trophy here. You take a look at Brian on the left side of your screen, and there's the Hall of Famer, Shota Yasuoka.
With an incredible looking deck, by the way. Yep.
I saw one card, and I'm like, the ways that Shota Yasuoka could manipulate the game to make that good are just terrifying. And it's the one that we saw in the hands of Ray Zhang last round. It's Wisdom of Ages.
Yeah, Wisdom of Ages, 3 copies of Flow State as well. And there's just tons of cards that you wouldn't even consider cutting that he did. And that's just how strong Shota's deck ended up being. And yeah, currently up a game here against Brian Rockenbach, who's playing a Silver Quill deck, presumably a pretty solid one, given that we are playing for the trophy here.
There's a Burst Lightning.
Yeah, just Burst Lightning.
This is going to be
Sanar. Okay.
And then he's going to play Flow State, and then this is just nasty.
Can Brian keep up here? I do see an Ink Mage in hand, probably just running that out. Get that Surveil too.
Surveil too.
This card has been very, very impressive. Even though, you know, it's a multicolored card and has nothing to do with repartee. It is one of the Silver Quill deck's best commons. It just gives you just enough stats and abilities for it to really perform quite well. Yeah, and when you have 3 flow states, you don't need to be patient with them. You can just fire them off, smooth out your draws. Also, of course, Shota having the Wisdom of Ages in his deck. And Brian going, man, you even tapped that thing? It's an 0-4 blocker. Now, if Shota fires off another flow state, this one would get him 2 cards.
And then the other flow state he has would also get him 2 cards.
Yes, that's how that. Yes,
3 of those.
Did he have all 3?
I mean, he'll find it if
I guess when you cast a second, when you're likely to find a third.
Is he playing more of these in Constructed or in Limited here?
That's a great question. Okay, Render Speechless, however, very, very strong card for the Silver Quill decks to really give yourself a chance against these go over the top control decks. However, I mean, Shota's working with 6 cards. Snarl Song in hand for Shota, one of the best ways to stabilize against these aggressive decks. A ways away from it right now. And you are right, he did find the 3rd flow state.
He actually did.
So he does have that. There is a Potioner's Trove. Could potentially take that just to kind of slow Shota down, right? It gives you the green mana to play the Snarl Song, lets you gain some life.
And, you know, Potioner's Trove in a deck like what Shota has can be responsible for 6, 8, 10 life over the course of a game pretty easily.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, that goes a really long way with this type of strategy because, you know, when you're playing cards like Wisdom of Ages, like, you need to take the turn off to do it.
Right.
Right? You have to find the right board state, and if you have a nice life total buffer, that can be the difference.
Yes, so Shota
I like that pick from Brian a lot.
I do as well, and now Shota is going to be looking for some kind of interactive spell here for this Ink Mage. Does he have perhaps Banishing Betrayal to fire off to be able to pick up that 5/5 Vigilance creature on the battlefield? There is an Abrade and a Matter-Bending Mage.
Matter-Bending Mage would be
that would work
good here.
Use the treasure and bounce the 5/5, excuse me.
Yeah, upgraded.
Right. So, yeah, Shota, of course, he knows if the game goes long, he's going to have a massive advantage because at some point, he will get to 7 mana. At some point, he's going to fire off that Wisdom of Ages. And if he does, and he's got a relatively comfortable life total, there's just not that much a Silver Quill aggressive deck can do. Yeah, big find on that Matter-Bending Mage. I believe there was an Owlin Historian in Brian's hand. Might want to go to the skies. Oh, look at this.
Speaking of going to the skies.
Yeah, is that a harsh annotation?
Yeah.
Harsh annotation. Now, this is typically a removal spell you don't want to play. It looks great, but giving your opponent a 1/1 flyer is very, very relevant. So if you're a little bit light on removal, you got to do what you got to do, but oftentimes not the type of card that you want. As you can see here, use the removal spell, but that 1/1 flyer can be used to block one of these Eternal Student tokens. Lots of options here for Brian. But currently, I mean, Shota does just have the better board. Cost of Brilliance.
Pretty decent here.
Pretty decent here. The problem is you're just not, I mean, you're just kind of behind on board, and it just, you're spending a lot of mana to not add to that board.
Right.
So might not be in a position to be able to play this right now.
So he's going to go for the Allen Historian instead. This also gives him Surveil 1.
Right.
Feels like he wants to keep hitting land drops here.
Absolutely.
He's thinking about what to surveil.
Last
it was a last cast, but he's going to get rid of it because it's not a land.
Right, and it doesn't really kill anything too strong here. I suppose if Shota hits land number 5, he can make a 3/3 here off the Campus Composer, and that would be a way to get that off the battlefield. But I think Brian really just kind of wants to be able to keep hitting the land drops. Right, Thunderdrum Soloist, and Shota not able to find land number 5 there, so can't make a 3/3 flyer off the Campus Composer or the Muse's Encouragement in hand. A 1/3 reach certainly kind of
does a lot of work here.
Yeah, I mean, none of those creatures on the right can kind of get in. Now, of course, Brian can augment the power of his creatures with the Cost of Brilliance. There's also Killian's Confidence, which has been quite nice, just a nice way to continue to trigger repartee in your decks. Really nice if you have evasion creatures as well, as you can pick this back up out of the graveyard.
Is he going to draw some cards here?
Lose 2 life draw. Okay.
Yeah.
15.
And this allows you to have a clean attack with the Owlin Historian.
He's going to put the counters on the Historian, or the counter on the Historian.
Right.
Okay.
As right now on Shota's side, we have a 1/3 reach creature and a 1/1 flyer.
Courtesy of Brian, by the way, that 1/1 flyer.
Oh.
Yeah, that thing's worth roughly a card.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe a little less, but not that far off.
Right.
That's why removal spells that leave your opponents with 1/1 flyers are generally not favorable.
Looks like Brian's interested in just firing off a Killian's Confidence. No real other plays out of the hand.
Kind of annoying not to be able to get it back right away, but
yeah. But with the 3 flyers, maybe you can get it done. Oh,
he's just going to actually attack with all of them, even into the 1/3 reach. What is he representing here?
There's a card. There's a white card in his hand, but I can't quite make out what it is.
Yeah, I can't either, and it's kind of interesting to not be able to because Shota has to figure it out.
It's interjection. That's what it is.
+2/+2, gotcha. And he would gladly trade off that. And yeah, Shota recognizing that could be a problem says,
that's right.
I will block to trade, and I'm either going to trade for this 1/1 flyer or
an interjection.
but I'm not going to lose my soloist.
Okay. Oh man, if that was counter draw, be very strong.
Killian's Confidence in the graveyard now. If he ever can hit Shota again, he can pay a black or white to get it back, but right now it's stuck.
Yeah, now Shota can just make a 3/3 2 different ways, right? He's got the Campus Composer and the Muse's Encouragement. The Muse's Encouragement is nice because, of course, you get the Surveil. And with the Thunderdrum Soloist in play, I mean, just start casting a bunch of expensive cards and burn Brian out. That will trigger the Opus. That will take Brian down to 10 if he plays out that Muse's Encouragement.
Yeah, it's always tempting to use the Composer once you have the ability to, because if it were to go away, then you would lose that. But man, instant speed, Surveil 2 and 3 damage looks really nice right here.
Yeah, especially because Shota has Rapturous Moment in hand. So really, really interested in finding land number 6 next turn to be able to go Rapturous Moment into make a token off of the Campus Composer. So that's 6 damage with those 2 cards.
And it'll be 3 from this turn as well. That's 9 over this turn cycle.
Right.
Just from the soloist, you can see why he didn't want to block with it.
And look at this. Did Shota just take everything?
Holy smokes.
I mean, if he takes everything, he's going to just make a flyer and probably just burn Brian out, right?
Yeah, that means he thinks he's got this game won.
Right. I mean, Brian's going to go down to 10 here. 3/3 flyer. The flyer itself would get him down to 7. And then you play the Rapturous.
And he found the land.
And he found the land. That's going to get Brian down to 1. And just attack with everything, and you win the game.
Wow, Shota Asoka finds the line, and Brian, his heart must have stopped when Shota said, yeah, no blocks, take it all.
Right, it's like, oh no.
Oh no, I'm dead.
Yeah, that's a splatter technique too, by the way.
Sure, why not?
Yeah. Certainly not going to fire that off to sweep the board.
5 mana available.
5 mana available. You just want to play a 5 mana card. Oh, there's a Vibrant Outburst, so you can abrade, deal 1 damage, and then remember, kind of like Rei Zhang, it can go to the face.
Same thing. So you take 3 plus an additional.
And attack with everything. And Brian's already down to 6.
Wow. And he even gets to tap down the last blocker with the Vibrant Outburst.
Right.
Wow, unbelievable. If you go back to Brian's turn when he's thinking about attacking, it is hard to imagine that Shota goes, take it all, and by the way, you're dead.
Right.
And that's exactly what happened. Shota Asoka picks up the match and the limited trophy here on day 2, and that's going to set him loose on standard constructed.
One of many limited trophies there for the Hall of Famer, but a really, really impressive deck. Also, just knowing when to take damage, just because you can kind of figure out kind of the game plan. It's like, okay, well, if I take this damage and I fire off that Muse's Encouragement, I get 3 looks at just straight up winning the game next turn. I will take that chance, take the damage, found the line.
You know, they always say use your life total as a resource. Sometimes it means take 10.
Right.
If you can get your opponent dead the next turn. And that's exactly what happened here. That's going to wrap it for the limited portion of our event, but we're going to be back in just a couple of minutes at the news desk to set up standard. Don't go anywhere.
The full class schedule at your LGS is ready for Secrets of Strixhaven, and there are plenty of events no matter how you like to play Magic. Full details are available at mtg.social/WTP-SOS. Mark your calendars for Magic Spotlight The Hobbit in Brisbane, August 28th through the 30th, and Dallas, September 4th through the 6th. The promo card is Riddles in the Dark. Registrations are now open. More details at mtg.social/spotlight-HOV. Welcome back to Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, everyone, live from Las Vegas, Nevada. 25,000 people here for the biggest MagicCon of all time. 205 players back to battle on day 2 of competition. Welcome back to the news. That's Maria Bartholdi, Monty DeVuti, and Tannen Grace hanging out with you. And we are out of draft, and we're going to turn our attention to standard for the rest of the tournament. But before we do, we need a roundup on the winners, Tannen.
Absolutely. Limited is such a big portion of this Pro Tour, and we've been following a bunch of pods here today. Let's take a look at them and hear from the players and how they did. So if you take a look at the first pod, our winner, our trip winner, Ray Zhang. Take a look at the entire table. You can see not an easy pod to be the winner out of this. You've got multiple Pro Tour champions, the defending one themselves, but Ray Zhang was your champion coming out of this one. I had a moment to talk with them after this match. Everyone, I've got Ray Zhang with me here, fresh off a 3-0 in the feature match area, moving them to 10-1. Your deck looked great, looks fun. You just got a draft trophy. Why don't you walk us through the draft, please?
I wasn't really happy with my draft coming out of it. Like, I was drafting like the green-blue splash a bunch of powerful stuff archetype, but I didn't really feel like I got a ton of powerful stuff, so I wasn't very satisfied. I mean, the Wisdom of Ages card is definitely like very strong if you can do something, but it has some flaws. But I felt like I faced 3 pretty good matchups, so things worked out.
Well, things have worked out pretty well for you so far in this tournament. Now, you're going to be trading in your draft deck, picking up your constructed deck. How are you feeling in the next few rounds? Because you're about to have a lot of pressure on you. You're getting very close to a top 8 berth.
I don't know. I'll just play some games and hope it works out or something. I don't know.
All right, well, everything's been working out so far this week, and best of luck the rest of the tournament. Yeah, no messing around with the answers there. Absolutely love it. In our second pod, ton of strong players, but Matt Nass stood tall here, the Pro Tour champion. 3-0'd this draft pod with a black-white deck that he said was pretty dang good. Let's hear it from him. I had an interview with him after this pod. Hey, everybody, here with Pro Tour champion Matt Nass. Fresh off a 3-0, getting a trophy here. What's your normal strategy in draft, and how did it work out for this one?
So my favorite deck to play is the 5-color soup deck, Converge, but I don't necessarily think it's the best. I think a good 2-color black-white or red-white deck is better, and those were my 2 draft decks in the PT. This one was black-white with Informed Inkrite and the Spirit Call Enthusiast combo. I never got to pull it off, but you get to pump your team and make Inklings like nobody's business.
Absolutely. It looks like really cool. I wish you got to get that combo off. Now, being a combo player, I know you love doing that. Now, we have Constructed coming up. How are you feeling about your chances? Because you're getting really close to top 8 in another Pro Tour, maybe running back a victory like in Chicago.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I did 5-0 Constructed yesterday, and this green-white Paw Patch Sage of the Sky's main deck plan against Prowess and other blue-red decks with the sideboard into Nature's Rhythm against Landfall seems to be working. So fingers crossed it keeps working.
Yeah, fingers crossed, Matt. Great day so far. Keep it going. All right, as we go into the third one, Stefan Schutz was your victor out of this pod. Another tough pod, but he's the one who stood tall with his blue-red deck. So we're seeing, hey, look, we talked a lot about soup coming into these pods. We're seeing a couple of these 2-color decks showing you the power of staying within your college. And I got to ask Stefan after this pod how he did it. I've got Stefan Schutz with me, fresh off a 3-0 here to win his draft pod. Now, why don't you walk us through what happened in your draft and how did it work out?
So I drafted blue-red again yesterday. I also 3-0'd with that. I started by picking a white card because I thought, I liked the black-white deck, but then someone passed me a Color Storm Stallion, which is an extremely good card. So I sort of built my deck around that. I got like a late. Oh, one interesting thing is I got the Prismari, the 7-mana Mythic Dragon, quite late in pack 2, and didn't end up playing it because my deck was so good that I only wanted to play 16 lands. 3 expressive Fire Dancers, very aggressive blue-red deck, basically. I had some crazy matches today and won some one of my matches I won it on like the 4th extra turn with the Color Storm Stallion, making like 4 horses and stuff. It's a pretty nice card. People playing Constructed too.
Yeah, it's been doing pretty well. Constructed, great to see it in Limited. Now, speaking of Limited, you're now 12-0 now this year in Limited. What's your secret? Can you help me out here as a guy that's like breaking in on Arena and maybe getting to Mythic?
Yeah, I haven't been this good at Limited usually. Like, I got better over the years. My teammate Carl Sarab, he's like a Limited aficionado. He's one of my closer friends, and we bounce ideas off each other a lot. We like argue a lot about picks and strategies. Like we disagree a lot, but I think that's probably the main reason why I got better and why I have better results this year. I also do think that this draft format is sort of to my advantage. I understand how to this format is sort of like a lot of aggro decks and a lot of like very grindy, control-y, combo-y decks, and those two are like my favorites. Basically, I do not like drafting the mid-range decks as much as other people. So yeah, I think sort of part of that favoring me, the format favoring me, and also just having this experience teaming with the same people from Team Handshake over the last 3 to 4 years. Yeah.
Stefan shoots 9-2. Great start to the tournament. Good luck.
Thank you.
And if we go into the 4th one, Shota the Gota stood tall as Manny predicted. He did get the 3-0 in this draft pod, as you can see what went on around him, but he was blue-red. There's a little bit of extra in there, but mainly blue-red, stuck to that college, really helped himself out there, and we didn't get a chance to talk to him, but I did get to highlight something. This deck was a marvel. I would want to bring this up and take a look at it. A lot of really good stuff. Something you don't necessarily always see out of Prismari is great and strong spells and great and strong creatures. I definitely want to highlight that 2-slot with 3. That's 3 copies of Flow State, by the way. One of the cards that we've been highlighting in all the standard decks. He's got 3 of them here in his limited deck, showing how good it is. Also, Splatter Technique. Hey, you need some extra cards? That one gets you covered. The board getting a little gummed up, you take care of that. Does it as well. Great card. Go to some of those creatures. He's got a Zafia and the Temptress. Great name for a band, by the way. Great card as well. Let you play some free spells as the game goes on. He's even got a Sky Coach Conductor here to kind of flicker some stuff, get some value out of that, protect from some removal spells, and then the rest is just filled out with very good commons and uncommons. One of the better decks I've seen this weekend.
There's a look at our draft round. Saying goodbye to it, a single tear rose down my cheek. We go over to standard. Now let's take a look at the leaderboard. We're going to check out our top 48 players in the tournament right now. 3-way tie for first place. Ray Zhang, Nathan Stoyer, your overnight leader, and Matt Nass, all currently sitting at 10-1. We've got a lot of players, 6 of them on 9-2, hot on their heels, and lots of big names there as well. Hall of Famer Shota Yasaoka among them. 8-3 is where we turn our attention next, and we've got a lot of players on 8-3.
Yeah, including Anthony Lee, came into the day at 7-1. Still in it, Christopher Larson in the exact same situation. For Zevin Faust, getting to Constructed with 8-3 while loving his Azorius Tempo deck. That is a good sign for him. Will Kruger and Ian Robb alongside Edgar Magalhaes also at 8-3.
Yeah, if you look at this last page, these players, they're not out of it. They're still in it. Matthew Wright, a player that I had highlighted the day before, is still in it at 8-3. Collins Mullins, another player that I highlighted there at 7-4. Arnold Huschenbeth losing a little bit here, falling down to 7-4 along with the John Emmanuel Duprat. Great players in their own right. Maybe one of them can squeak into this top 8.
Yes, a good chance. We just showed you our Pro Tour champion there amongst those 3 graphics. Well, let's check in on our teams. How are they doing post-draft here this morning? Of course, draft's so important to have a good record coming out of those rounds. Let's check out Team Handshake Moxfield. How are they doing after the draft rounds this morning? Check it out. All right, so they were 6th place in our teams coming in. They've got a couple of 9-2s to be happy about, but all those 3 and 5s from yesterday not converting over to day 2, pretty sad about that.
Next up, Undying Baguette was the 5th place team coming into the day. Thierry Ramboa continues to lead the pack. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat on his heels at 7-4. Not the best, but they still have one champion very much in the thick of things.
Yeah, Worldly Council heavy play, the 4th place team coming in today. Let's take a look at how they're setting up. They've got a couple players still in the 2. In fact, they've got 3 within striking distance, the 10th, 11th, and 13th. And then down below that, we've got a lot of 6 and 5, so maybe a few more wins from these guys. Re-queue for another Pro Tour. Looking forward to that.
All right, Team TCG player, let's get a check-in on this team with lots of powerhouse Hall of Famers, Pro Tour champions among them. Matt Nass leading the way. Speaking of Pro Tour champions, currently sitting at 10-1. Nam Dang hot in his heels on 9-2. A few 8-3s as well in this pack for TCG player.
All right, our small team Pluto was the second best performing team overnight. We'll see how their 5 players are doing. 2 of them still at 7-4, but that means they have a tough road ahead of them because for the players at 7-4, they're going to need 4 wins in a row to start here.
Cosmos Heavy Play, our #1 team overnight and the biggest team here in the tournament. Let's take a look and see the updated list on how they're doing. Yep, they've still got Nathan Stoyer at second place at 10-1, but we've got, what, 4 people at 8-3 behind us. There's Anthony Lee, Christopher Larson, and company, and they might even be running into each other here. I think that's something to hopefully avoid from those teams. If they can avoid each other, they might be able to put multiple people into the top 8 here this weekend.
Now it's time to reveal the team leaderboard. Who is leading the way? Overnight, it was Cosmos Heavy Play, and they have retained their #1 spot. Win percentage has fallen a little bit, but still very impressive given how large their team is. There's our team check-ins. As I said, we are turning our attention to Standard now for the rest of the tournament. What is the shape of Standard here in this tournament, Monty?
Okay, so coming into the weekend, we expected to see a lot of Izzet decks and green decks, and that was what the Standard metagame really reflected. Izzet Prowess leading the field, 99 copies, about 30.5%. Mono green landfall right behind it, but different flavors of Izzet available in Spelementals and Lessons as well. One deck we were hoping might do a little better, the Azorius Momo/Tempo deck, a little underperforming, unfortunately, this weekend so far.
There's a look at our Standard metagame. And now to play some Standard, everyone, let's set up our next feature match here for Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. Monty, you might be interested in this one. Your Goda, Shota Yasuoka, the Hall of Famer on Izzet Prowess, up against Wentong Zhang with Boros Dragons. All right, let's go. Well, if you don't know Shota Yasuoka, let me tell you, this guy's been around here for a long time. Started playing in 1997. He's a 2-time Pro Tour champ in 2006 and 2016. Most recent top 8 was Pro Tour Phyrexia in 2023. Notoriously, Shota tests alone. He's a one-man engine who gets it done. 12 top finishes to his name. Let's take a look at his stats, Tannen.
Look at these stats. They tell you exactly what we've been telling you all day long. He's great, right? You see 12 day 2s out of 13 events. He's got a top 8 since we've come back. That win percentage overall at 60% is awesome. You can see it's a little bit better in limited, but when he gets it right and constructed, boy, does he get it right. And he has a chance of winning this tournament here today.
And his opponent up against it, Wentong Zhang, started playing Magic in 2020. This is his first Pro Tour, so doing really, really well. Qualified via a regional championship in Milwaukee with this same deck, Boros Dragons. He said he had those cards kind of laying around, and he's like, well, I guess I have most of the cards for Boros Dragons. I guess I'm going to play it. Turns out you can find yourself on the Pro Tour if you do just that.
Hey, dance with the girl that brought you. You know, it's the deck that got you here. Might as well play it as well. As you can see here, 2-1 in his first draft, 2-1 in his second draft. Very solid overall limited record, pretty solid overall constructed record, and he's going to need to fall back on his experience with this deck because he's got a tall task in front of him here against Shota.
Okay, introducing the players. Time to introduce their decks, Monty.
Okay, we're going to start with my hero, Goda Yasuoka, playing Izzet Prowess, but as there are infinite different ways to build this deck, Shota's got one of the more unique ones. We see 4 copies of Elusive Otter and Slickshot Show-Off alongside the Color Storm Stallion. So the one piece missing from Shota's build of the deck, no Eddie Merc Crabs to be found here. So going for a different strategy. We've seen exactly how much Secrets of Strixhaven gave to this archetype. On the other side, Wentong Zhang playing Boros Dragons. Now, famously, I am a Boros Dragons hater, so I'll do my best to get through this deck. This deck is a Momo deck. It is trying to utilize Momo to essentially hyper power out these powerful dragons. One of the big ones that this deck really relies on is Clarion Conqueror. The power of this deck lives and dies in a lot of situations with how well positioned Clarion Conqueror is in any given matchup. But unlike some of the Azorius Momo decks, this deck can feel a little weak if it's not starting things off with a Momo-friendly flyer on turn 1. So that is going to be a key point in this match.
All right, everyone, it's time for some Standard in round number 12. Ailey and Corey are in the booth, and I have a question for you. Actually, I have 2 questions. Number 1, are you ready to commentate some Standard?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
All right, number 2, are you ready to do it with a distraction.
Yes.
All right, we'll see if that's true. We're just going to roll this tape here. Let's see what you think.
Ailey, don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. We need to talk about standard.
Why aren't they here? Maria, come
Ailey,
on.
Shota. Shota's about to play.
Cat.
We need. Oh, okay.
Cat, look. Look.
We're doomed.
Oh.
We're doomed. That is some cute cat.
Oh,
Remember,
it was great.
Is it prowess Boros Dragons, though, Ailey?
Oh, there's no cats in those decks. I don't care.
I hope
Dragons
you
are
get a
just
chance
really
to go
big
see
cats.
the cats, Ailey. I hope you do, but I'm just going to pass it on over to you now, and hopefully you can keep your mind on standard.
No.
We're
downhill
toast.
from here.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to do this match. I think we might as well just send it back to Maria at the desk.
Can I go
right?
to the cats then?
I think so. Yeah,
Okay.
I got this.
All right, we got this. What's up, everybody? Hello, and welcome to the first round of standard for the day. The players have put their limited decks in their backpacks, and now
And their cats.
No, you don't put a cat in a backpack.
Okay, gotcha.
That's how you get in trouble, man.
Well, the
Anyway,
air
I'll
ones that
educate
they
him.
bring
Don't
to the
worry. Don't
airport,
worry.
you know?
Yeah. Dragons, birds, I suppose, or otters is the case of this matchup here between one extremely, incredibly what can you say about Shota Yasuoka? Hall of Famer. He's basically done it all, and certainly plenty of members of coverage a big fan of the man. And here's a brand new Pro Tour player. How do you think he's feeling sitting in that seat up against one of the game's greats?
I mean, gotta be very intimidating, but we just looked at the previous matches that he was playing. Just beat Luis Salvato, just beat JED. I mean, at this point, he's a goat slayer, so let's see if Wentong can do it again.
Alrighty, let's see if third time's the charm here. I love this deck. I love the story behind it, where it's just like, I just had some cards laying around, you know? Let's build this.
And so one big picture thing I want to kind of bring up about this match is Shota's choice of playing Elusive Otter instead of the Eddie Merc Crabs, I think could be a very big liability, actually. I think Shota is in a little bit of trouble because, well, Magma Hellkites just get to eat up Elusive Otters, and the Crabs would do a great job of slowing down these big dragons. So let's see if that comes up.
Let's see if that plays into this matchup at all as we kick things off here with Sarkhan on Wentong's side of things up against an Elusive Otter and Slickshot Show Off.
And it's going to come up right now. I would imagine Wentong has the ability to just warp in a Nova Hellkite right now to deal with a Nova Hellkite. Maybe you save it for next turn as well, but we kind of are already going to be seeing it.
Let's see what he's got here for us. Momo, Friendly Fire in hand, Nova Hellkite, Dragonhawk, Fate's Tempest, and Clarion Conqueror. So on every point of the curve, we've certainly got something going here. The discount coming from our honorary dragon in our Lemur Bat ally, Momo, Friendly Fire.
Yep.
Here comes Nova Hellkite, and there goes an Elusive Otter.
Yeah, and that was a huge exchange already. You know, most of the time, if you can just play an op, sleight of hand from Shota to set up your turn, or better yet, have a removal spell for Sarkhan, that would have been better, but you play with what you got, and getting the prowess creatures down first is exactly what you want to do with these Izzet decks.
Shota kicking things off here. I'm going to take a look at the top of the deck. Getting some pumps on this here critter.
Okay, that was another Slickshot Show Off, and this is great. This is going to be 5, maybe 7 damage from Slickshot, but not necessarily huge, as we have Nova Hellkite, we have Dragonhawk that can come down next turn.
Clarion Conqueror, not maybe the best in this matchup. Definitely looking at that Dragonhawk Fate's Tempest. Is Wentong interested in blocking here?
Yeah, probably siding out Clarion Conqueror, I would imagine, as all it does on the battlefield here so far is shut down his own treasure.
Yeah.
So that's not great.
One more spell to add to the power here. So 7 Wentong takes down to 12. And Shota getting in the damage while he can.
Yeah, and we have a gigantic attack. Wow, that is another Nova Hellkite. So we're not too far away from Wentong just winning the game. It looks like we're able to set it up for next turn already to go for the win. So it's just, as long as you don't die to a bunch of Slickshot Show-Offs from Shota, you're going to be doing just fine.
Okay, so we didn't have lethal there with Momo getting the pump as well and Sarkhan.
Nope, it was
getting
close.
+1/+1.
Close, but not quite there.
0.4, 5, 6. Yeah, it would have been 11. Okay.
Yep, very close, but I mean, now what? This is a gigantic attack already. 9, 10, 11. What is this already? 12?
Yeah.
9.
Yeah, with 2 dragons coming in. Crikey. Could he?
9.
Yep.
Okay.
Just 9. Leaves back the Momo just in case that Clarion Conqueror would die. You have that emergency blocker, and getting Shota down to 4 or 5, or excuse me, down to 4 or 2 is kind of the same. The Nova Hellkite's going to be able to finish the game off next turn anyways.
Yep. Having those impending critters on the side there, just waiting to come in here. I mean, Shota's very much on the back foot here. Flow state, trying to find something to clear out these creatures, and you know, it's now or never. And it is
it's never. It's indeed never.
Sweet.
Wow.
All right, Wentong looking nonplussed by being on the big stage here in the feature match area up against one of the game's greatest players.
Yeah.
Shota Ahsoka.
Absolutely, and that was just the classic being on the play, having a nice curve out, and this Boros Dragons deck is definitely really meant to be taking advantage of Cub decks, so we haven't seen a lot because, well, you know, the Rhythm decks are not really that played, so you kind of would think the anti-Rhythm deck wouldn't be that played as well, but you know, like Wentong was saying in the survey, qualify with it, keep playing it. You know your deck, it got you this far, and you're just beating fantastic world caliber players round after round. Might as well keep it going.
Yeah. And also, you know, we saw the win rates from day one. You know, the biggest, baddest decks in the room didn't have a great time about it. You know, 50% win rate for Izzet Prowess.
Yeah.
Landfall decks were doing superbly well. And then, you know, these little fringe decks, some of them having an excellent time of it. You know, Boros Dragons being one of them. Mardu Discard also having an excellent day yesterday. So.
Yeah, that is really interesting. You know, I mean, the most played deck, when you have such a large percentage of the metagame, it makes sense that it's going to be closer to 50%. It's when you have one of those decks that's so played and it gets to like 60%, 65%, then it seems like maybe it's too good. But definitely Izzet Prowess not necessarily proving to be too powerful.
Altars aplenty here for Shota, also able to take care of Sarkhan before he gets out of reach of that Burst Lightning. Dragon name now.
Yeah, and let's see if there's another Nova Hellkite to threaten these, but nope, just another dragon. Magmatic Hellkite looks great as well.
Kevin of Souls, I believe. Magmatic's the one that blows up a land and then comes in with a stun counter on.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think Shota's already short on mana. We might not have another land already, and man, the big butts of these dragons, 5 toughness is very tough to deal with. I think we have Seer. And no land, so Shota just has to ship back and top decks another horse. And
that Hellkite doing work here for Wentong.
Yeah, wow, this is kind of a beating.
Also, Voice of Victory, one of the best cards up against a deck of this style. You know, the ones that want to play instant speed, want to play on your turn. Voice of Victory just says, nah, I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, it really lines up for the fact that, let's say we have a Magma Hellkite for next turn, you get to guarantee that these otters are not going to get a power or toughness boost. Which will be huge. And looks like an opt to the bottom and finds a 4-drop. So some rounds are just not for you, that's for sure.
Monty's going to be devastated.
Yup. And this is kind of a, this is trying to get Wentong essentially, like say, do you want to block with your 1-3 on my 2-2s? And then Shota has the Burst Lightning for the face. But looks like Wentong did not fall for it. So this will be 8 damage.
Down to 10 he goes. Lots to follow up here, but definitely needs a land, does Shota. Royal Crackling Wit, Colorstorm Stallion ×2, and a Seer to try and stable for this offense here from Wentong. Another land drawn, get lost, Twin More Stormbreed, Burst Lightning, and Multiversal Passage in hand.
No Nova Hellkite. That's definitely the worst case scenario card for Shota. But being able to just cast Charring Bite looks pretty solid. Deal with a creature. I believe there was a Burst Lightning as well to deal with the other otter. And then, well, you just get to attack for 7. Or, yeah, even leaving up Get Lost here seems better because you can attack for 7, Get Lost a threat. That looks scary. And then the following turn, attack for 7, Burst Lightning for the win.
7.
Nice.
8.
Voice of Victory bringing its buddies along. They'll disappear at the end of the round, or end of the turn, get lost on the little guy. What did he do wrong?
Yeah, right? And now with a couple of maps, it's going to be just top deck a 3-drop as well. This was just unreal bad luck and just an absolute clinic.
What a dismantling there. Wentong Zhang just killing every single professional player in his path.
Yeah.
He's doing a good job of it. He's looking and saying, you know what, I don't want to lose again. I want to get to the top 8, friends. That would be wonderful.
First Pro Tour, you just beat Luis Salvato into John Emmanuel Duprat, into Goda Yasaoka. That's pretty impressive. You got to be feeling pretty good about yourself, so big congrats.
All right, friends, let's jump into another feature match. That one was over before you could say Secrets of Strixhaven. Victor Santos Esquichi up against Brian Rockenbach now. We've got Demir Excruciator, haven't seen this deck in a hot minute, versus Mono Green Landfall, the deck of the tournament, I'm going to predict.
Yeah, Mono Green Landfall, or better yet, Celestial Landfall kind of had the best win rate so far, but yeah, Landfall is looking really, really good. I will say the Demir Excruciator decks have a pretty solid matchup against Landfall. The clock is usually fast enough. The Excruciator, they can't do too much about if you get the Superior Spider-Man down. And then there's some good answers in the form of Requiting Hex, Day of the Black Sun. We even have some duresses for the Earthbender Ascension, so looks pretty solid from Victor.
Can we start? Yes.
You may start. Thank you. We are here now. They waited just for us.
That is so nice of them.
Gosh. Kicking things off here.
Good, Marcus?
Ooh, hi. Look at that. Emeritus of Ideation in hand.
To be fair, I'd believe it that they were just about ready. They were still shuffling up when the Shota match ended, you know.
Yeah, I would
could be
believe it,
true.
yeah. Goodness me. Deceit down now. Black. Take a look at the hand and get something out of there. 2 cubbies.
Yep.
Oh, no, just the 1 cub and the
Earthbender and then
Ascension.
the Ice Still. I mean, just pretty much an ideal hand. You know, taking the cub does slow it down quite a bit, but you got something all along the curve at 1, 2, 3, 4. This is kind of what Mono Green Landfall is trying to do. So it'll be a big draw from Brian here. If we can draw Llanowar Elf would be great, Badgermole Cub, anything to cast, but doesn't look like we found it.
Fetch, tap, trigger.
Trigger, get this little guy in for 2. There's a lot of birds in Standard, eh?
Yeah, a lot of birds. To be fair, chocobos, you know, don't really fly. You know, that's some Final Fantasy lore. But bird, hey, yeah, all right.
They're basically an ostrich.
Yeah, they really are.
Have you ever met an ostrich?
I have not. No.
They are unpleasant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Really selling it. I guess I won't try to meet any of them soon.
No. Here we see another Deceit. Good grief. All right. Well, thankfully, there's 2 Earthbender Ascensions in hand for Brian.
So these players are at 8 and 3. So to be able to just make the top 8 straight away without having to worry about tiebreakers, they have to win out. So 4-0, straight into the top 8. You get that. You go 4 and 1, you still have a solid chance at it. But this is one of the larger Pro Tours, so you don't want to leave that to chance.
Give us a little behind-the-scenes look at top 8 announcements. What happened at the end of the last one?
Yeah. That was exciting.
Oh, you're not going to tell us? All right. Well, Christopher Larson is backstage with the other players who are potentially in the top 8. And they're like, we want to sweat it out. Don't tell us who's actually in 8.
Yes.
And they stood there and they waited, and then they called him as 8th position, I believe.
Yep.
And then he went on to win the whole thing. So that was
Chris loves a good sweat, that's for sure.
What a guy. Winter Night Stories here now for Victor Santos Esquichi.
This definitely feels like Victor's got to start getting it going. Now these kind of very impactful spells are going to start piling up. Saz's Chocobo is going to get out of hand. So Victor wants to find one of 2 things. Get the Doomsday Excruciator into the yard and find Requiting Hex here for this Saz's Chocobo right now. Would be the 2 main things that we're looking for.
Yeah, playing 4 of in the main deck. Bitter Triumph is also an option. There's a Strategic Betrayal. So plenty of removal. Just needs to find it now.
Yeah.
There's a Bitter Triumph.
Yeah, found it, but we already played our land, so we're not able to just play a removal spell there. So Victor might be just a little too far behind here without a requiting hex.
Yeah. Emeritus of Ideation in the yard, one of the prime targets for Superior Spider-Man.
And that would be great next turn, Superior Spider-Man plus Ancestral Recall, but just not enough to survive.
Yeah, and no one-shot
Brian,
kill available right now, right? From Brian. It's another Earthbender Ascension.
Yeah, Earthbender Ascension plus a fetch land. Like, this is definitely getting close, as you're going to get 1 counter up to 2 here with the normal Earthbender Ascension. So, and then the Fabled Passage is going to turn on one of the Earthbender Ascension.
Yep.
So that is going to put Saza's Chocobo up 3 more power. That's 7-11. So it doesn't look like the win at this moment. It's going to be 12 or so.
Yeah, we need 4 counters on our Earthbender Ascensions. It's almost there, and it will be there.
Yeah, this is 13 damage with the Royal Treatment, it looks like.
Grief.
But you definitely don't want to proactively play that Royal Treatment.
Yeah. Jeez, what a spot to be in, huh?
Yeah, looks great. And, you know, the one thing that Brian does have to be pretty concerned about is Day of the Black Sun.
Yeah.
But if that does come down, you do have Bossing Say to give your creature haste. So it's looking pretty difficult here for Victor to be able to stabilize.
Duress off the top of the library, staring down 2 massive creatures that are just going to get bigger, courtesy of that Fabled Passage and whatever other lands Brian may have. Let's take a look in the hand.
Yeah, and Brian has the option to fire this off now instead of discard it, but you got to crack your Fabled Passage.
I think he just lets it go, right?
I would think so as well.
Because this is basically Victor clearing the way for a removal spell.
Yeah, because both your threats are already lethal, so the only thing that it really prevents is sorcery speed targeted removal, in which there are none.
Sure.
So it doesn't really stop anything right now, so I think Brian should just let it go.
Yeah. Do his best Elsa impersonation and let it go.
Yeah. I guess Deceit to bounce something is something that it would play around, but bouncing one of the threats, well,
Well, yeah, he's got that and Bit of Triumph, so this is working out really nicely here.
But even if you do Royal Treatment, whatever one you target, you Bitter Triumph that one, and then you defeat the other, so it kind of wouldn't matter. Now all Brian has to do is present 2 4-power threats, in which I think he can do that. Just Bossing Say on a land.
I'll respond.
Hey, buddy. Besides, that's not what he'd like to do.
Discard.
So discarding, not losing the life, because that would be owie. But a Triumph will take care of the land
Float a
here.
green.
Floats a green in response.
Comes back, trigger all these. So 4, this will get 1 counter.
No, I'm responding.
Oh,
This is on
you're
this
right,
deck.
you're right. Okay, you're right. So counter there.
Yeah, I don't know about that timing, as now you get to float the mana, the
You can
land.
still animate a land, right?
Yeah, you can animate.
Because you got the green floating.
Triggers.
Interesting.
This gets a counter there. This goes up to 5 and 4. This will get 2 more counters.
Yeah.
And then Bossing Say land?
Yeah, then you can Bossing Say. I think we had lethal here, but I don't think Brian has it anymore.
So it's
If we just didn't play Saza's Chocobo, we just Bossing Say on a land, play a land, put a counter onto that new land, and then crack Fabled Passage to put 2 more counters on it. You'd be attacking with a 4/4 and a 5/5 land. Bitter Triumph kills one of them, and then you win the game. But maybe I'm missing something here on that.
Big things here for Brian. Not too sure what he drew. We did see 1 land in hand, though.
I think it's an S for Origins as well as the other card.
Okay.
Yeah, I think playing the Saza's Chocobo was not needed, because now we're just 1 mana
Yeah,
short.
yeah.
And I hear the sigh from Brian.
Yeah,
I
he's
think
figured it
that's-
out, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll touch.
Rough. But the bird is always tempting, you know? It's
The
just so
bird's
cute.
tempting,
Triggers. 3 more counters here.
And now you can at least animate one of the lands, attack for 2, and then you're still putting Victor in a pretty rough spot
Activate the bossing say on this
for
one.
next
Attack
turn.
for 2. 2. Go ahead.
Unfortunate little misstep there from Brian. Victor
Yeah.
gets one more chance to stay in this match.
Still 3 lethal attackers are going to be coming down from Brian's side, so it's still going to be tough for Victor, but
yeah,
the Dimir deck plays so much removal, has so many big threats, that giving them an extra turn, definitely not ideal. Something like play a Superior Spider-Man and then requiting Hex to gain some life.
Yeah.
That could be good. But if we didn't have Requiting Hex last turn, we probably do not have it now. There is Superior Spider-Man.
Ooh, okay.
So worst case, Victor can go Superior Spider-Man, Ancestral Recall, and then try to find Requiting Hex.
Yeah, worst case scenario.
Yeah. And then I think that would keep him alive, but has to find it. There we go. I love that we get to actually use that as that card is about to get cast.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Goes for Deceit. Because he gets both modes if you paid blue, blue, black, black.
Yeah, but I don't think Victor has any other cards in hand, so then you just automatically die to Bossing Say here. We must have other cards, otherwise that wouldn't make any sense.
2, right? You're 2.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, into Winter Night Stories? Okay.
Yeah, but that taps down your blocker.
Yeah.
And now if you find Requiting Hex, you still do get to stay alive, but Ancestral Recall would have kind of did the same, except you didn't get to look at the hand.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, very strange game.
That was a bit odd, yeah, but tis what it is. On to game 2 here. And Landfall looking pretty good here up against these controlling archetypes.
Yep, and then post-board, some stuff that comes in from Victor. One thing that is very spicy is the end comes in.
Oh, yeah.
And if Brian ever animates a forest and you the end on forest, that's always a play that is very excellent against these landfall decks.
Did we see that the last Pro Tour, I think?
Yeah, we've seen that a few times, yep.
It's like, oh, you're a mono green deck?
Yeah.
How do you do without lands?
There's the card we really need in this matchup.
Oh,
Requiting Hex is that important.
Yep, keep all those little idiots at bay. Take a look in the hand once again for Deceit. What do you like taking here, Corey?
Let's see. So you can take the Llanowar Alpha as that's the only card that you can cast next turn, and it does ramp you. But Sirach is such a difficult card to deal with from these Dimir decks. I think you have to take that. But then again, honestly, the Earthbender Ascension is rough too. So mine would be between Earthbender and Sirach for sure. But I think the bigger problem here is there's no other lands in Victor's hands, and we just have swamps. So I think no matter what, Victor's going to have to top deck a land to play what looks like Winter Night Stories to discard that to Doomsday Excruciator. And if you can't find that, you're going to be in a lot of trouble anyways.
Yeah, I think he's got an easier time answering a creature than he does answering Earthbender Ascension. So
yeah,
I think he's leaning more towards that.
Yeah, and the one thing is you can deal with Sirach decently easy with Strategic Betrayal.
Yeah, without having to target it and give your opponent a card.
Exactly, but that's if they're left in. Strategic Betrayal is not that good against mono green landfall.
All right, so Earthbender Ascension gets to stay. Sirach hits the graveyard, and the turn passes back to Brian.
Saz's Chocobo was the pickup for Brian, so now the choice of playing Saz's Chocobo and then a land to just get that bigger, or Llanowar Elf to guarantee that you can actually play a 3-drop next turn. Big draw step, and that did not look like a land to me. Yeah.
That sure is not a land. It's Winter Night Stories, I believe. Number 2, or?
Yep.
That one wasn't in hand already?
Looks
Or is it just 2
like
different
it.
versions?
I think it's 2 different versions.
Yeah,
One the promo, one the regular, then Doomsday Excruciator, and I want to say that is a Deadly Cover-Up as that third card. Which those are all expensive and not black cards. So Victor's still having the same problem. Needs a Watery Grave or a Verge off the top pretty badly.
Double birdies. Ho, 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 ho.
Ooh,
Cheap.
I think that was Day of the Black Sun. Those birds are just big enough to avoid that.
Oh, that sucks. Lands, where are you?
Yeah.
They've been misbehaving today, huh?
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, I totally get it. Victor was on the play, so it is brutal to keep a 2-lander without blue mana.
Color, yeah.
But when you have Requiting Hex into Deceit, that's such a good start. You have a couple draw steps to be able to get it. So I like the risk, to be honest. But just sometimes it doesn't pay off. But a land off the top, if it was indeed Day of the Black Sun, being able to clean up the Saz's Chocobo as well as the land, that is huge. Now, Day of the Black Sun stops firebending, but it does not stop the earthbending lands from coming back. It's good lore from Avatar, but also how the cards work.
Well, thank you for that.
Yep.
Astute.
Oh, and nothing.
Oh, what happened?
Victor.
Nothing?
Just no lands.
Aye.
Looks to be, man, kind of two non-matches here
Yeah.
in our feature match area here for round 12.
It's real rough for Victor for sure. Just couldn't get anything going for him here in this matchup. Mindform Harmonizer, land, doubling the power. This thing is huge.
Yeah, you get to trigger it, stack it correctly where it goes to 4, and then you double it.
Yeah.
So that's 8, 12, 14 damage. That's
enough.
Just enough, Ailey.
Yep. No removal in hand here. Oh, one thing. Okay, all right.
That's huge. Now the problem is a land off the top. Day of the Black Sun doesn't deal with Harmonizer. Oh, it was warped.
warped,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. All right, so land off the top.
There's
Day
still
of
a
the Black
chance.
Sun is still good, but this
Land.
is the last opportunity.
On board 4, 6, 7, yeah.
Brian is hellbent. This is only 7, but any land, any Earthbender Ascension, Ice Till Explorer, Badger Mole Cub, Royal Treatment. Those are all outs to win the game next turn, and that's quite a lot of them.
Plenty of ways for Brian to pick up a clean 2-0 here up against Victor Santos Esquichi in round number 12 of our Pro Tour friends. So let's see if he's found anything to do here. I'm going to guess not.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe just thinking about Day of the Black Sun for 0 to just deal with the 2-2 land.
Sure.
The problem is that only saves you 1 point. It saves you 1 point because the land comes back. Saz's Chocobo goes up to 5, and then any land is still lethal, so it just doesn't actually do anything.
Man, rough matchup here for Victor. Got a feel for it.
Royal Treatment off the top. That is lethal, but it's if you want to go for it. Because if you go to Royal Treatment on Llanowar Elf and then Saz's Chocobo gets destroyed by a Requiting Hex or something, then it's kind of a blow-up. But you got to put yourself in the shoes of what Victor would do. I would play it too, because if Victor had a removal spell, he would have played it already.
Yep.
So I would think it's impossible for Victor to have a removal spell right now.
Yep, and that's going to do it. So congratulations to Brian Rockenbach, improving his record to 9-3. 3 more to go. Let's lock up that top 8. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, still live, and then of course Victor can still win the last 4, but then you got to hope for the best for the tiebreakers, as you need those 12 wins before that last round to lock it up.
Super important to make sure that you get those 12 wins. You don't want to be sweating it out in the final round of this tournament. That
Unless
is
you're
for
Chris.
sure. Unless you're Christopher Larson. The guy likes these things, all right?
Yes,
What can I say? We got more Magic for you, friends, so let's jump straight into it. Joining Andy Garcia Romo up against George Barrett, Azorius Momo, probably one of my favorite decks. I think this list is sweet. Up against, I'm going to call this the big bad of the format now, Mono Green Landfall. It's having a great time of it, and it's absolutely crushing it. So let's jump in here. Match in progress, where Andy Garcia Romo has taken the first game. So, in the lead with Mono Green.
And Andy was so close to being the one representative from Team the Boulder at this last Pro
he
Tour that was
was.
going to make it with that Is It Spelementals list, but just lost that last round and wasn't able to make it. So Andy on that fantastic team of the Boulder Mare Lion, as well as up against George, who's playing his very first Pro Tour.
Welcome, George. 8-3. Excellent stuff. 10 wins requalifies you for the next Pro Tour, so, you know, that's kind of like the first little hurdle to get over. And then start looking at, okay, cool, 12 wins, could be possible, let's go for it.
And this Azorius Momo deck, we haven't seen a ton of it on coverage here, but what it's really trying to do, it's very good against the prowess decks, or at least pretty solid against it.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of teams were playing it and, you know, wanted to submit it. Ili Cassis was one of them who was so close to playing it, but just couldn't figure out a couple of the matchups and decided to switch off of it. But very good against prowess, as you can play Sage of the Skies, which is great at blocking these slick shot show-offs, but can struggle a bit against Landfall, Elementals, Jeskai Control, some of the decks that kind of attack it in a different way.
Starfield Shepherd. Excellent card, able to go and find the hero of the deck and the hero of Avatar, The Last Airbender.
There you
I
go.
would say.
Momo really is phenomenal. You know, one of the best one-drops that we've
Yeah.
seen in a long time. You know, it does kind of the same thing that a Llanowar Elf would do, as it does do the ramping, but it also attacks pretty hard. And the only problem with it is it has the deck restriction of, well, you got to play a lot of flyers. You got to make that stuff work.
But flyers are great.
Flyers are great.
Yeah.
That's true.
We've seen plenty of people killed in the air here, so.
Yep.
Little Chocobo getting in. 1 point of damage to George. It's going to be on damage control here, to a degree.
So it looks like a couple Seam Rips, as well as Quantum Riddler in hand, as well as some other hits there. So has the option of just, let's say, play Momo, Seam Rip both your 1-drops, and go from there. The one thing that's great about these Azorius Momo decks is, well, it's a Riddler deck, and that just means you get paid off by trying to get all the cards out of your hand, as Riddler just restocks you right away.
Yeah, you can mulligan pretty aggressively with this deck too, which is super sweet. You know, I love the inclusion of Daydream in these kinds of lists, just to be able to flicker out like either this or Starfield Shepherd.
Exactly.
So lots of options for this list.
The other time we've been seeing that is those kind of Blink style decks that we saw, like Michael Plummer take 9th with at Worlds.
Splash Portal type thing.
Exactly, Splash Portal for Quantum Riddlers, but since then that deck has very much fallen off.
Seam Rip taking care of a little mana dork there, so Llanowar Elves no longer a problem. Saja's Chocobo, still small. Not for long.
And next turn, both of those 5-mana warp creatures are online, so could just play land 4 and warp it out thanks to Momo.
Yep.
There's also the Cosmogrand, so George is definitely trying to line up Cosmogrand spell.
Oh, yes, I love Cosmogrand Zenith.
Yeah, a very good card.
So good. And it's so pretty, too.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh,
It's
he's
just-
still in my beating heart.
Yes, it's just not at the best spot when it's making ground creatures, when there's so many things in the air
true.
with Slick Shot Show Off and stuff, but an incredibly powerful card, and it's going to look pretty good here.
But you don't need to worry about blocking in the air if you are the aggressor.
Hey,
Uh-huh.
touche. Math is for the blockers. So does have that available right now. Can go Cosmogrand Zenith and then Seam Rip on the Saz's Chocobo, and that looks like a great play. Playing either of the big 5-drop flyers looks great. So George has a plethora of awesome options here.
Holding down the 4 chair extremely well up against the big beater deck of the format. Andy Garcia Romo deciding what he wants to do here with this turn.
Yeah, and Andy Garcia's Romo made that big kind of breakout performance by top 8ing PT Final Fantasy.
Yeah, that's right.
Catapulted his career, and then he has just been very consistent over and over at these Pro Tours. So been very fun to watch, and he's just also one of the nicest guys you can
Yeah. Super happy all the time.
Mhm.
Cosmogrand Zenith hits the board here into Seam Rip. Second spell of the turn triggers.
2 soldiers.
And 2 soldiers. We'll join Momo.
Good battlefield here. Something that Andy really needs is something like Ice Till Explorer, Escape Tunnel, something to just supercharge one of these forests. It's got to be time for one of those big spells here. So far, Andy Garcia's Romo has just kind of played the middling ground of the creatures, but I do see a Moss Hydra, Teamer Harmonizer, and Fabled Passage in hand, so as well as some other cards. So Andy's got the goods. And the Hydra is actually pretty tough for George to deal with, just the fact that it costs 3. So, you know, there's usually some get lost, stuff like that, but not a ton of removal for that card, and that is one of the few reasons why the mono green landfall deck has a pretty good matchup against Momo.
Yeah, Mossborn Hydra, if it gets to stick around, well, you're not going to stick around for much longer.
Yeah.
So let's see if George has a way to deal with that.
I lose to that
Seem
card
to
so
block
often.
through it. Yeah. I feel for you, man. There is a lone copy of Aang Swift Savior in there that could jump in and clean things up, but, you know, besides that, Parting Gust, I guess?
Yeah, that is just not much. And that is kind of the problem with the Momo decks just structurally. That's kind of the problem with these Riddler and Momo decks is, well, you have to play proactive things. You can't be too reactive as your deck just is not a cohesive, it doesn't have a cohesive plan, so.
Yeah. You know, if you spend too much time worrying about what your opponent's doing, you're playing to the board, developing your own game plan.
Exactly. There is one Get Lost in the board that probably came in, but nothing too exciting there, as well as the Avatar's Wrath, if we do have one of those.
Yeah.
Sapling Nursery and Teamer Harmonizer are the last two cards for Andy, so still plenty of gas in the tank.
Sapling Nursery's been a fun card to see in the mono green shells.
Now you got to feel if George like just tries to tap out to play a Shepherd or a Riddler or something, which looks very tempting.
Yeah.
Might be the last turn of this match.
It could well be. You know, you definitely don't want to be your shields down entirely against this deck. It can kill you out of nowhere.
Especially with the Harmonizer. We only have the Fabled Passage. There's not another land, but if you draw a Fabled Passage off the top, warp in Harmonizer, and then you get 3 land drops plus 2 activations from the Earthbender Ascension. I mean, I can't count that high, so.
No, me neither. That's why we let the players do that.
Exactly, exactly. All right, well, I guess I'll try. You can stack it for the Earthbender Ascension, where you would get 2 counters onto the Hydra, and then it would be 6 doubles. That's probably enough.
Yeah. I don't have that enough fingers. To
Exactly. So now we'll see what kind of good 1-drops we can find. And it's like, it's not a lot of, you know, any real ways to deal with creatures. It's all value stuff. Pixie to be able to pick up your Shepherd, trigger Cosmogran, that kind of stuff is all fine and good, but not dealing with the biggest problem, which is the Hydra.
Yeah. Pixie brought to hand there off of the Shepherd. That's a cool version of that card.
Yeah.
Be able to promo something from LGS. Pretty.
Pixie, trigger the Zenith.
Yep. Pixie Zenith. We're going to put some counters on things. Okay.
Has the option of like picking up a Seam Rip to replay that, but you're not really, you know, solving any problems that really matter.
This was tracking the memo pumps? Yes. Memo pumps, so 2.
Yeah.
So many things to keep track of.
Yeah.
Okay, there is an Aang.
Okay.
That is
we haven't played a flyer yet, right? Or did we?
I believe we did. We played the Pixies. That doesn't get the cost reduction yet, but you can always just say go and have Aang interact on Andy's turn. That would be great.
Does he have 3 mana available though?
But you can.
It's during your turn.
Oh, it's
right?
during your turn only. Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, if we don't have land 5, you know, George is shields down. So
yeah.
Ooh.
I found that out the hard way where I was like, haha, I can flash this in. Oh, it doesn't work.
Yeah. I mean, Momo not being able to help out Aang, that's a bit of a flavor fail, but we'll we'll address that later. I think that was a forest off the top for Andy.
Is it time?
So if that's the case, you can play a forest. You can sack Fabled Passage. You probably warp out a Harmonizer first. Stack it so the Earthbender Ascension will put 1 counter on the Hydra, and then you'll have 4 doubles. So it will be 3 to 6 to 12 to 24 to 48. That's
I don't think he's got 36 toughness on that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I believe this is 48 power attacking in with Hydra here, but
No, we went Sapling Nursery instead.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
We wanted the fireworks, and we just got the fizzle.
Hey, I mean, that is probably better for Andy because the disdainful stroke there would have been able to deal with the harmonizer as well.
Yeah, true.
So getting the nursery countered here, I do think is better for Andy than losing the harmonizer.
Yeah.
So now we'll just see if Andy wants to play the forest here or hold it.
Because, yeah, I don't think we'll be attacking, because the creatures available right now would kill the Hydra. Is Andy dead on the crackback here?
That is a good
double
question.
will resolve last. I'll get a counter here. In response to the double fish.
So here's the way that you can stack it. So you can put the 2 doubles behind. So now we'll get to 3 power. And have trample. I mean, it already does, but now double.
Because while he's doing that, all right, we've got the Shepherd who can go fetch a 1-drop, so there's 2 spells already for the Zenith. Like, that's on board trouble for Andy Garcia-Romo.
This is a lethal attacker that would be coming in.
Okay,
so it
we
just
do have to
demands 1 block, but that's it. So yeah, just blocking with a 2/2, and then we do the math. Can we have a crackback for the win from George? Probably.
I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 14? I think I'm counting 14.
If Hydra attacked, yeah, but it looks like if Hydra stays back, you can block the Cosmogran, and then you just take the other 4 creatures.
Yeah.
And the other 4 creatures would get up to 3 power, so that would be 12 coming back. So
Yeah.
I think Hydra has to stay home.
Because Momo gets every time a flying creature enters, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that would be lethal then if he attacks him.
Yeah.
Definitely killing the crackback. Okay. Well, I guess I have to block.
Yep, that's exactly the math that we did. Hydra has to hold back for Cosmogrand, because if Andy attacked, you would just throw a 2/2 in front.
Yeah. Go fetch a 1-drop, get the trigger on Cosmogrand Zenith. This is still a very big attack coming in.
Yeah, this still might be lethal, because this is 9 from the ground creatures, and then Momo's already 3, so that would be 12. And then if you just keep picking up Shepherd.
Play it again.
Yeah.
Play it twice, I mean. What did he fetch? The...
Oh, and
yeah.
to
Ang,
remove a
duh.
blocker is definitely going to be enough.
We completely forgot Ang was there.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
I was doing the math with just the picking up Shepherd over and over, but yeah, that should be enough and force a game 3.
Sorry, chat. Yes, they're probably shouting at us. Nice. All right, so a game apiece for both players here. George Barrett picking up a pretty sweet victory there.
Yeah,
with
that was
the Azorius Momo deck.
Really sweet. And warping in the Harmonizer or anything for Andy still wouldn't have worked, as the Disdainful Stroke would have been able to still counter that. So George kind of had all the answers there.
Yeah.
So well played.
Delta start of game 3.
Andy with a hand of 7, George Malta 6. Sergeant Chocobo to kick things off here in the 3rd and final game between these 2 players. Springleaf, oh yeah.
Oh, looks like a 1-lander keep
let's
from
go.
George. I'm here for it.
Ballsy, love it.
It is not the absolute worst because George does have the ability to go Momo, tap Momo with the drum, and then warp out a Shepherd to go get a land, or warp in a Riddler. So still has a nice turn here, but did not naturally draw a land too.
But you see, Momo, the hero we all need, able to help us out.
Momo and drum is quite the combo, that's
Yeah.
for sure. It gets going pretty quickly.
Oh, the basics game of the players that we've seen in the feature match area, they've just made me so happy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I like
beautiful
Andy's
lands.
as well, but George's are my actual favorite. So we'll see if George has anything to do with the 1 extra mana. A Pixie here would be great, picking up Shepherd. As great as Shepherd is, you definitely don't really want it in Warp. You almost never have time to pay a 4 or a 5 mana 3/2 flyer. It's all about the Warp for the Shepherd.
I haven't seen Daydream one, so I don't know if we'll see it now. This might be post, both games of post-board might have come out.
Yeah, definitely possible. I would imagine it's still in, and it would be the perfect time to draw it, as you could warp out the Riddler and Daydream it. But George needs a big turn here, as Andy's start has been very fast, and another non-land. Couple Angs, the Quantum Riddler, and a couple Avatars Wrath. So hand is not very good.
Very clunky.
Yeah. So I think George has the option here. Do I play it safe and just say go, flash in an Ang, interact on Andy's turn, which is what he's going to do, or try to risk it, get a Quantum Riddler out, try to find a blue source, and then be able to do that as well. I like the conservative play.
Yeah. Momo does get the buff on that on the opponent's turn, which is handy.
Yeah. But looks like Andy's hand is quite good. I see Ice Till Explorer.
So Mindful Harmonizer.
Yeah, Harmonizer, Bossing Say. Plethora of options here so far from Andy. And that's the problem with this matchup is the Azorius Momo deck doesn't pressure that well without Cosmogram. And Andy will eventually deploy these cards, even if Aang airbends out one of these big threats. You're just like, okay, now next turn, I'll play 2 big threats because one of them only costs 2.
Get rid of the bird. Make it hurt.
Yep, yep.
Blue, white, switch save.
Yeah, if you airbend out Saz's Chocobo and Andy just gets to go Might Form Harmonizer, turn that forest into, you know, a 4 or 5 power creature, and make 4 land drops, that's pretty bad news as well, so.
Good? Yes.
Andy just checking the wording on Aang Swift Savior.
Andy definitely has it on the radar.
Oh, yeah.
So something Andy could do is like Warp Harmonizer, threaten just a really large attack, and if that were to get airbent, well, then it costs 2 mana to just put into play next turn. It feels like you have to do that.
Ice Till. So this is airbend.
And sends the Ice Till away.
No one knows yet if it's airbent or airbended.
I think I recall official documents saying airbended.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So.
So a nice attack for 5, and George, I feel, really needs a land here. Avatar's Wrath would look okay. Still not amazing by any means, but doesn't look like we found a land.
That disdainful stroke you picked up.
And these Momo decks definitely do not play a ton of land. They definitely cheat on lands a little bit, as you got to play drums, you got to play Momo, which costs Redux.
Yep. Starfield Shepherd finds you lands.
So I definitely stand by the keep from George. It just has not really materialized.
Here we go. We're going to go blue for the Riddler. It's going to draw Daydream. We're going to flicker that out, and it's going to be all fine.
Okay.
You'll see. You'll see.
You are dreaming, huh?
Maybe. I'm still thinking about those cats, man.
And I'm honestly proud of you that you.
Oh, thank you.
You have gotten fully into this match.
I've kept it mostly together. Yeah.
With how Maria just really tricked you there and distracted you at the beginning.
I'm just mad she didn't take me with her.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that a Daydream?
That was the 3rd Avatar's Wrath.
What the hell?
Yeah, and that was like the moment, that was kind of the Hail Mary moment from George, just saying, hey, I'm too far behind. I need to try to do something that's a little risky and hit a land drop. And I agree. I think you had to do it.
I'm mad for
the
it.
fail-safe is you lose the game when you don't hit it, because I think there's a disdainful stroke. There's no get lost. There's no castables from George. So, I mean, I think Andy gets to go warp a Harmonizer, play a land, and then play Ice Till and get 4 land drops and give the Saz's Chocobo a huge boost as well as trample.
Yep.
And I think if Andy goes for it, it's GG here.
Here we go. Paying 2 for it. Coming out of the airbended zone.
Yep.
And I'll fetch in response to the mill and the Earthbender Ascension. Okay.
So stacking the triggers the correct way here to be able to get Earthbender Ascension up to 4, get another land in, and then you'll have 2 mill triggers. And then we still have that 1 more land drop.
Yep.
So 2 counters from Saz's. There's going to be 1 counter from the Earthbender Ascension put onto something.
Counter. Yep. And I'll put that here.
Big land. Trample.
Looks like must not be going for the Harmonizer.
Okay.
Andy taking the more conservative play. As if there was a get lost,
Yeah.
it would be a bit of a blowout if Andy put all his eggs in one basket, and he's not getting pressured, so there's no point in trying to go all in, so to speak.
Well, 2 massive tramplers.
Yeah.
Did a pretty good job here.
Looks like Andy is just diversifying his threats here.
Yeah,
Make
yeah.
that forest large, because the Saz's Chocobo is already gigantic.
Yep.
There'll be 2 more Earthbender Ascensions to put counters on.
And then I'll put the counters here. Yeah. I have 2.
Good gravy.
Yep. When Mono Green Landfall gets to
Do its
go unchecked, it's pretty hard to beat.
That's going to do it there. Andy Garcia-Roma picking up a 2-1 victory, advancing his record to 9-3. He's going to be feeling pretty good. And he's like, you know what? I got so close last time.
Yeah.
I want to go all the way this time.
Exactly.
Good
And
luck,
I mean,
Andy.
that's the thing is when you see players that get so close, they lose a win in here and there, it's just a matter of time before they get that another top 8, and then, well, they're just top 8ing every event left and right. So,
Friends, that's going to do it for us for this round. When we come back, we're going to be back at the news desk with Maria. We will see you, kitties, soon.
Magic Spotlight Marvel Superheroes is coming up soon in Las Vegas, June 26th through the 28th, and Brussels, July 24th through the 26th. This is a Team Trios limited event, so it's sure to be an awesome time. Full promo card details are going to be revealed in early June for Elektra, Daughter of the Hand. Registrations are now open. More details at mtg.social/spotlightmsh. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. We are in day 2 of competition and well into it as we get ready to start putting people into our top 8. There's a look at MagicCon Vegas as well. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, your host for the weekend, alongside Monty DeBooty and Tannen Grace. Round 13 is coming up, but let's find out how the tournament looks right now by checking in on our leaderboard and find out who is leading the whole thing. Check it out here. Look at this. Ray Zhang, for the first time, alone ahead of the tournament, sitting at 11-1. Now remember, 12 is the magic number. If you can lock up that number of wins before the final round of Swiss here today, you are into the top 8. So Zhang could make that happen this round. Plenty of 10 and 2s hot on their heels. Francis, Thierry Ramboa, Nathan Stoyer, your 2022 World Champion, Matt Nass, Pro Tour Champion, Stefan Schutz, the online champion, 10 and 2. Max Komanowski also at 10 and 2. A lot of 9 and 3s also still in the mix, including Hall of Famer Shota Yasaoka and our current reigning Pro Tour Champion, Christopher Larson. Don't count him out just yet. Somebody who is very happy indeed is someone we saw win on camera last round. That is Wenton Zhang, sitting at 9 and 3 with a win over Hall of Famer Shota Yasaoka in his first Pro Tour. Talk with Tannen after his big win.
Hey everyone, I got Wenton Zhang with me here, fresh off a big win in the feature match area. Now let's set this up a little bit. It's your very first Pro Tour. It's your very first feature match, and you're up against the GOAT in the feature match area. How do you approach a match like this? Is it different than normal?
Honestly, I try to approach it in the same way I would any game I try to play. I take it seriously and play to the best of my ability. It's definitely nerve-wracking. My hands were shaking the entire time, but yeah, just trying to focus on my deck and my gameplay.
Yeah, and trying to focus on that while you're playing against Shota is difficult, right? Speaking of your deck, how are you liking it, and how are you liking your chances the rest of the day?
I really like my deck. I think it's just wonderful. Like, the deck is very powerful, but has 0 card selection. Aside from mulliganing. So that's, I think, the drawback that really pushes people away from it. I think the deck has a good prowess matchup, pretty solid landfall matchup, and I'm excited to just play the rest of the tournament.
Yeah. Well, if you got a good matchup against those two decks, you're in a pretty good spot this tournament. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Thank you so much.
You just got some cards laying around, you head to an RC, and then you do well enough, you can find yourself here in your first Pro Tour. Well, something a lot of people are really interested in is the day one win rates for these standard decks. Mani, you've got the details for us.
I do. So, of course, we have Dr. Frank Carson here running the numbers. And here's where things stand after day one. Of course, the first round of standard may be in the books here, but we haven't taken that into consideration. And I think the big thing that we are really looking at is that is performing about average. You see Is It Prowess sitting at a perfectly flat 50%. The other Is It Dex, Is It Spelementals, and Is It Lessons not doing that much better at 50.9 and 52.2. Massive underperformers, Is It Maestro? That deck did not pan out, unfortunately. Azorius Momo also doing very poorly. But the big winners overnight, absolutely the green decks. Mono Green Landfall doing fantastic at 55.4%. But I think it's really Team Cosmos Heavy Play Selesnya Landfall deck that is the big winner overnight. Of course, Nathan Stoyer leading the ship overnight, 63.6% for Selesnya Landfall. And we'll see how things shape up as we go throughout the day and wind down towards the top 8.
Exciting stuff. Well, it's time for another cosmic moment here at the news desk.
Constructed has been such a sweet format here this weekend. There's so many decks to choose from. How do you choose? Which should I play? Maybe I could ask Team Boulder. Boulder. Wait. Maybe I should go bouldering in the Grand Canyon.
Get down. Off. Get off the desk.
I am joined by Simon Nilsson here. Simon, what are you playing and what does your deck do?
I'm playing Mono Green Landfall, and it just explodes with mana onto the board and triggers landfall so many times.
Give me 3 key cards out of your deck.
I would say Icefall Explorer, Esper Origins, and of course, Basing Zay.
What's a good matchup for you and why?
I would love to play against like the Jeskai control decks. Like anything that tries to interact with me, I can outgrind.
What's a bad matchup for your deck and why?
And, that would be the fast decks like Badger Cup, but they don't exist. They don't exist.
Oh, Simon, thanks for the time and best of luck.
You too.
Yeah. Hey, we're joined by Christian Calcano, who's got a really cool deck here this weekend. What are you playing and what does it do?
I'm playing Jeskai Control featuring the Strixhaven powerhouse of Tablet of Discovery.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love that one. So you had to give me 3 key cards, I'm assuming that's one of them. What are the other 2?
I would say Tablet of Discovery, Jeskai Revelation, and I'd probably say Thunder Magic.
Ooh, I like that answer.
Yeah,
All right.
we need that one.
We do need that one. All right. What's a good matchup for you and why?
Prowess, because we just we have the early interaction to kind of keep their attacks at bay. We stock up to find our, the goods. Then we play Tablet on the crucial turn, and then we play Revelation on turn 5, and usually it's good enough.
Usually that's good enough. Exactly. What's a bad matchup for you and why?
Lessons is pretty rough. It's just hard to interact with their engine, and if they get going, turn 2, turn 3, it's hard to race that.
I just got a hold of a Pro Tour champion, Michael Plummer. Michael, what's your deck that you're playing this weekend and why?
I'm playing Izzet Elementals. I think it's kind of bad against Prowess, but I think it beats basically every other deck in the format. So 70% good matchups, I think.
Sounds good to me. Give me 3 key cards for your deck.
Prismatic Charm and Traumatic Technique are the 2 big upgrades on the Strixhaven. They let you fill your graveyard really early. They're way more powerful than the previous tools like Abandoned Attachments. Tricky goes upstairs in the late game. And then Thunderflock is the card that invalidates half the decks. Like, you can't play a creature strategy if I have 2 mana bounce to board 5/5.
Absolutely. What's a good matchup for you and why?
I really like all the landfall decks as matchups. Like, they're kind of slow, so they can't kill me too early. Thunderflock's really good. It bounces the lands they spend, and Crab stop the Commodessa plan most of the time.
All right, what's a bad matchup for you and why?
I think Prowess, specifically Prowess with horses and slick shots, are really hard. Prowess has good jobs of suspending slick shot off and making so I have to leave up mana. Horse is kind of hard to kill, especially efficiently, and the cards just line up kind of poorly.
Hey, I'm joined here by Ian Robb. Ian, what is your deck and what does it do?
I am playing Blue Air Lessons, and what it does is it tries to get 3 lessons in my graveyard, so I can use Grand Cumulate Wisdom to kill my opponent with my Wing Conditions.
What are 3 key cards in your deck?
Grand, Mind's Endurance, and Flashback.
What is a good matchup for you and why?
I don't know if one really exists. I'm just playing the decks I find it to be pretty fun.
All right, well, what's a bad matchup for you and why?
I also not really sure if I have one. I think Mono Green Landfall is about even, so I'll say if I lose a die roll, that's my worst matchup, really.
All right, well, good luck this weekend.
We're getting ready for round number 13 here at the Pro Tour, and this is where the rubber really starts to meet the road as players start to potentially lock up spots in our top 8 on the Sunday stage. So let's set up our next feature match here for round number 13. Ray Zhang versus Stefan Schutz, and Zhang has a chance to lock up a top 8 berth this match. Izzet Lessons up against Mono Green Landfall. Let's get a closer look at our players. Ray Zhang, excellent Pro Tour performance, event after event, started playing the game in 2016, 3 regional top finishes, Pro Tour top 8 at Pro Tour Outlaws of Thunder Junction, 3-0 draft this morning and said, hey, I'm just gonna do my best and try and get through standard later today. Well, Zhang has really been doing it. Could be the first player to lock up a spot in our top 8.
Yeah, my absolute favorite thing about Zhang today is that they've just been like, you know what, I'm just going to play my game, see what happens, see if it works out, right? We've pointed out that day 2 win percentage. We can just throw that out the window because they've proved that that is not what they're doing here today.
Let's take a look at the opponent. Stefan Schutz here. Started playing Magic the Gathering in 2003, 1 regional top finish to his name, 4 Mox top 8s and 1 win in 2024. A lot of people thinking that Stefan's the best player who's currently playing, who does not yet have a Pro Tour top 8. So could this be the tournament for that to happen? Went 10-6 at Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse.
Yeah, lots of wins, not a lot of losses on there. I want to point out, Stefan went undefeated and limited at this Pro Tour, same as the last Pro Tour. So we've got that in the bag. Unfortunately for Stefan, we've got to play Standard for the rest of the day and Standard tomorrow if Stefan makes it there. So that's a thing to look out for. If the Standard gets up to where the limited is, Stefan's going to be a powerhouse.
All right, those are the players here for round number 13. What about their deck choices, Monty?
Okay, we're going to start with Roy Zhang. They have brought Izzet Lessons for the weekend. And Izzet Lessons, the better performing of the Izzet decks, certainly serving very well. Only 1 loss in the tournament so far. That was inconstructed. But this Lessons deck is very powerful. The combo of Gran alongside Artist Talent and Monument to Endurance, once you have these 3 cards assembled together, everything gets very far out of hand. And let's not forget, this is the deck that can play not actual Factual Ancestral Recall, because now that's in Standard.
Yeah.
But Accumulate Wisdom is doing its best impression. One cool thing that Roy's doing, 3 copies of Consult the Star Charts in their version of the deck. Instead, no Storm Chasers talents that we've seen in previous versions of Visit Lessons. On the other side, we have Stefan Schutz playing Mono Green Landfall. Now, the Mono Green Landfall build from Stefan is the one that Team Handshake developed, and you can see some of the nods towards being better against specifically Izzet Prowess. You see the 1 copy of Dragon Sniper alongside the 2 copies of Edge Rover in the main deck. This is not the matchup where you're interested in those. No main deck graveyard hate in Stefan's build of Mono Green Landfall may end up hurting him in this matchup against Roy.
All right, those are the players and the decks. Monty, who do you like here? Do you think Roy Zhang is going to be our first member of the top 8?
I think they've already been in Landfall once yesterday, and I think they're going to be able to do it again today.
All right, well, let's find out what happens. It's time for round number 13, and I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Mira. Welcome back to the booth here. That's Paul Cheon. I'm Marshall Cycler. Thank you so much for joining us. We're back in Standard, as you may well know, and we've got a very important match coming up. This is Ray Zhang playing for top 8. They are the only player in the field who can actually secure top 8 this very round. Even their opponent, Stefan Schutz, cannot do that, even with a victory. So a lot of pressure on Ray this round, but they've got a lot of winning ends lined up. This is the first of potentially many. Is it Lessons versus Mono Green Landfall? Paul, you heard what they said up at the news desk. Maybe, you know, Monty was thinking Ray slight advantage there.
Yeah, I think, I mean, we even listened to kind of that quick little deck bite by Ten and Grayson Ian Rubb, where Ian was saying, I don't really think my deck has that many great matchups. I don't really think I have that many bad matchups either. But noting that Stefan did make a couple of adjustments to his deck to be prepared for the Izzet Prowess matchup, which might not necessarily set himself up for this matchup in game number 1. You have a bunch of those 1-mana cards to go up against the Izzet Prowess decks, but not quite as effective against the more controlling Izzet Lessons deck.
You see Stefan with the Llanowar Elves on turn 1, but Ray Zhang with the Artist Talent on turn 2. So both players with a good start. Sauce's Chocobo for Stefan. What else does he have? Well, he's got a Forest and a Badgermole Cub too.
Yeah, so lots of permanents here for Ray to deal with, and I believe Ray is also only on 2 lands currently. Wants to maybe try to
winch off the top.
Yeah, there is a combustion technique, so you might fire off the combustion technique on the Badgermole Cub, rummage away a card, and try to hit a land.
That does seem to be the play here.
All right.
Getting a little desperate here for Ray Zhang. Is it a land?
It is.
Steam
That
Vents?
is huge. I think that was a
you're
Spire
right.
Bluff Canal.
You're right. Wow.
Wow, that was clutch. And you know, the little things like that, of course you have to play really well. But you know, finding the land that you need, making sure you minimize mulligans, that's how you make top 8 of a Pro Tour.
Worth noting here that Stefan is on a mulligan to 6 on the draw.
Has the Might Form Harmonizer, could just choose to hardcast it here. A 1-mana spell will not be able to counter the Might Form Harmonizer. However, a Combustion Technique would be enough damage.
So Ray could potentially just untap and kill it.
Right, and I believe Ray has the second Combustion Technique there in hand.
Yeah, I think so too.
But Stefan just kind of playing out his hand here. It's like, all right, I'm just going to put a bunch of power and toughness in play and hope that it's enough here.
He had to play it out here and then pass the turn back over to Zhang.
And for Ray, I think it's a fairly straightforward Combustion Technique on the Might Form Harmonizer before Stefan can run out some lands. A really bad scenario here is if Stefan plays something like a Fabled Passage and is able to get 2 triggers out of the Might Form Harmonizer.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to see here. And it looks like no rummage.
Keeping everything. I mean, there's an Accumulate Wisdom in hand. Don't want to rummage that away. It'll Quencha looks great here, right? If Stefan plays in Icetail Explorer. So you know, if you're Stefan, you're thinking, well, this is not a good spot to be. You either have a counter spell or a card draw spell or a removal spell. Ray, of course, having 2 of those 3 options in hand.
Meanwhile, the Sausage Chocobo is getting bigger.
Yeah.
There's no blockers.
Yeah, so Stefan can get in for 6 points of damage this turn and maybe run out in Esper Origins.
Escape Tunnel is going to get cracked and put the 4th +1/+1 counter on the Chocobo.
Yeah, so Ray will be falling down to 12 here, but we'll have potentially a fresh 4 cards to look at after this Accumulate Wisdom. And the trigger from the Artist Talent.
Stefan's going to fire off Esper Origins first, leaving up that 2 mana available for It'll Quench You just in case.
And Ray does have It'll Quench You, but the actual hard cast mode of Esper Origins is not really something that you're interested in countering. It's, of course, the flashback, which is far more impactful.
Combat.
Stefan also gets to get in for the 6 that you mentioned, Paul. Down to 12 goes Ray Zhang.
Ray needs to find some removal spells here off the Accumulate Wisdom.
And is this a full Accumulate Wisdom?
Yeah, and an extra card here, rummaging away the It'll Quench Ya. Okay.
Just Artist Talent looking pretty good here. There's a
Absolutely.
Monument in hand, and
Right.
that's when the real fireworks start.
Sure, but if you can find another Combustion Technique or a Boomerang Basics, I mean, that Sausage Chocobo is going to deal a bunch of damage. And here, I mean, Ray doesn't have an interactive spell. However, did find a Grand with a bunch of lessons in the graveyard, and it has a Consult the Star Charts here. And you can use that to fire off and find exactly what you need. So now, I mean, you have kind of the 3-card combo here, right? You have the Grand with 3 lessons in the graveyard, Artist Talent, and Monument. So, I mean, now you can really dig deep, find what you need, get a bunch of triggers off the Artist Talent here, and try to cast as many spells as possible here before Stefan can maybe run out that Meltstrider's Resolve that he has in hand to get the Grand off the battlefield.
You said, Paul, that Ray needs to find interactive spells. They didn't, but they found everything
I
else.
mean, you're just looking at so many cards. I mean, you don't even need to kick the Star Charts, right? You just cast Consult the Star Charts for 1 mana. Look at a ton of cards. You have to be able to find some way to get that Sausage Chocobo off the battlefield.
Now, that would have to wait till next turn, right? I think no more land drops and just the 1 mana left here for Zhang.
Yeah, but with the Monument to Endurance, if you cast the Consult the Star Charts, you can still just make a treasure off the Monument to Endurance, and then if you find a Combustion Technique, you can still fire that off and get the Chocobo off the battlefield.
Does look like Ray has decided just to pass the turn back with that Star Chart at the ready.
And Stefan, not too much you can play around here, right? You're just...
And this is an important juncture. You can see the players are thinking about the exact same thing that you just broke down for us, Paul, which is Combustion Technique. As Stefan plays a land and says, I'd like to have a landfall trigger, please.
Trigger
and
of
immediately Ray's like, well, what do I got in my graveyard?
Ooh, and Stefan trying to
force the issue here with Meltstrider's Resolve, because that gives +0/+2. But remember, there's still a landfall trigger available with Escape Tunnel.
Absolutely. So Consult the Star Charts here. Needs to make a treasure here.
Oh.
Oh, just drawing. Okay, so just taking a bunch of damage here instead. Oh, excuse me. There are 2 Artist Talent in play. You get both. You can draw a card and make a treasure here, of course. Firebending Lesson not that effective here.
And now treasure.
And now you get to look at the top 5 cards of your library off the Consult. Try to find that Consult the Star Charts. Excuse me, Combustion Technique. That is an Iroh's Demonstration. I don't know that I see a Combustion Technique
I see another
here.
Firebending Lesson.
Yeah. An Iroh's Demonstration, of course, is a sorcery here.
Yeah. Ooh. So that's going to be a lot of damage. And also that Chocobo is going to have, what, 8 toughness?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to get rid of. Now, there are 2 Boomerang Basics in Ray Zhang's list. If they can find that, of course, that would be quite nice. But this is a lot of damage coming in. 8 damage coming in. Ray's going to go down to 4 life here.
And that was Grand getting
eaten by the Meltstrider's
slapped
Resolve.
around by the Chocobo.
She took a lot of damage. She took a lot of damage. She did a lot of work, but
That's an angry bird over there.
That's right.
Stefan's going to go ahead and sacrifice the escape tunnel for another landfall trigger.
Right. If Ray can just dig and try to find a way to deal with the Chocobo, you know, go down to 4 here. You still take 1 from the other token, from the elf and the 1/1 animated land. That might give Ray enough time to rattle off enough spells and perhaps race Stefan, given that they do have a second copy of Monument to Endurance in hand.
24.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Had an Esper Origins in the graveyard. Looks like we're flashing it back here. Oh, and hit another one. So this is a mountain of pressure here that Ray needs to handle.
Probably good. Yeah, leave the second one on top. Summon 24. Transforms. Trigger first chapter.
Yeah.
I'll just do a finality counter. Oh, we do have.
So now facing not only 6 damage coming in this turn, meaning the Chocobo by itself is a lethal attack, but the other creatures can also close it out. Of course, surveilled the Earthbender Ascension to the top, reveal a permanent card, so that's going to come in next turn as well, giving you access to another 2/2 hasting attacker.
Yeah, Stefan certainly has the tools to finish this game, but that explosive turn from Zhang actually happened on Stefan's last turn. Now Ray has access to all the mana and the full combo setup as well.
I've not made my land drop.
But does not,
use something to represent my land drop.
yeah, does not have the cost reduction of the Grand, which is a very, very big deal here because you are kind of gated by how much mana you have access to. Now, you can look at a ton of cards though, because you have that Accumulate Wisdom in hand with the 2 Artist Talent and of course the Monument to Endurance. Is Ray looking to level up the Artist Talent here?
It's okay.
Spending 3 mana, but hoping to cast enough spells where you actually end up profitable on the exchange, and that does seem to be the case here. Now you can fire off and Accumulate Wisdom for 1 mana, which basically is a free spell, given the fact that you do get a treasure off that monument in play.
Yeah, seeing cards is certainly not the problem here.
Draw a card chosen.
We're looking for Boomerang Basics?
Boomerang Basics, Combustion Technique.
Techniques enough?
Multiple Boomerang Basics and Combustion Techniques would also be nice. It's the second rummage off the Artist Talent, and then probably making a treasure. So 2 treasures and a land. And importantly, Ray has not played a land for turn.
Got it.
And of course, looking at 3 more cards. See another 3 steps ahead.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of velocity here, but not a lot of action.
Right.
Land.
Okay, there is the land for the turn.
So Ray's got.
But it's just 3 more monuments and counter spells. Oh no, there is a Boomerang Basics in hand.
Oh, I see it.
Okay. So that, of course, is going to be very, very nice to at least get that Chocobo dealt with. Still up to 8 damage coming in next turn with that Earthbender Ascension in Stefan's hand. So Boomerang Basics in option here. Remember, Ray gets lots of new looks with those 2 Artist Talent in play. This is a tricky turn. Yep.
Cheers.
Right. Get one of the 3 copies of Monument away.
21.
All right, so now the Monuments to Endurance has been used up for Ray's turn. Can they find more interaction here? Because remember, Ray...
Stefan come up with 6 damage this turn?
I mean, Stefan already has 6 damage this turn.
Oh, because of
the
I don't know what it's called on the other
The
side.
Esper Origins
but
is
yes.
a 4/4 creature.
Yes, of course.
Right. So this is 6 damage, and then of course an additional 2 damage from the Earthbender Ascension.
Yeah, I was thinking Earthbender Ascension plus the 2, and not the 4/4. This is actually very sketchy here for Zhang.
And Ray still now is out of interactive spells, right? You have counter spells, but no way to actually deal with the creatures in play. So Ray might need to fire off a consult the star charts on Stefan's upkeep maybe, and try to find an answer, a combustion technique, for example.
It's got to be, right? I mean, Boomerang Basic's too slow.
Yeah?
You cast it for without kicker or?
Without kicker.
Yeah, just 1 mana, so it replaces itself, of course.
Mm-hmm.
With
The
artist
treasure, you mean.
and with 3 artist talent in play, there will be 3 triggers of the monument. All 3 effects of the monument will happen here. All right.
Draw.
More rummaging. Stefan
So
will go down to
combustion
18.
technique being the ideal.
Yeah, there's 2 combustion techniques left.
And by ideal, I mean necessary?
I'm trying to see. I don't see any other instant speed way to deal with the 4/4, so needs to find it. Iroh's demonstration is a sorcery. All right, but time to look. You're looking at 6 cards here. All right. Oh, found it. Found it.
There it is.
There's a combustion technique 4, and you're doing it on the upkeep, so the saga doesn't even tick up there, right? Because the saga ticks up during the draw step.
No, beginning of first main phase.
Beginning of first main phase, rather.
Your
Exactly.
point stands, though, Paul. Yeah.
Yeah, so now you can use combustion technique on the 4/4, and then you have also a firebending lesson for perhaps the Earthbender Ascension 2/2 that comes in.
Wow.
And now, I mean, it's possible. This is the turn, right? Ray might have been able to turn it around because they were able to find that combustion technique on the last possible turn before Stefan was going to present lethal damage.
Boomerang basics, whole bunch of other stuff,
And combustion
then
technique.
last second combustion technique.
Right, because now even if Stefan plays the Ascension, that's only 4 damage coming in.
Oh, yeah, because I bounced yeah. Sorry.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
He said, how do you have 2 cards? Oh yeah, I bounced your Chocobo. That was going to kill me.
Yes. And it looks like Stefan's found an additional Chocobo off the top of the library here to go with the 1 bounce plus the Earthbender Ascension we mentioned before.
Yeah, but it's going to be really tough now that, you know,
forget it, right?
Ray's going to be able to untap next turn. And then at that point, with all of this set up and the leveled up artist talent with the discount, I feel like Ray's probably very, very favored from this spot.
And Stefan recognizes this and is going to go for Esper Origins out of the yard.
Forest over the right. I'll cast Chocobo.
Play a Chocobo, play another one.
Just trying to
play
go
a
super
forest.
wide here. Yeah. Makes sense.
But this is the turn where Stefan Schütz looks and goes, yeah,
Right.
I'm probably not going to get another untap step here.
Right. There are a bunch of little critters that Ray does need to deal with. So Stefan just going, hey, I'm going to just overload you with your removal spells. Can you find enough? I know you've rummaged away a lot of the little creature removal. Maybe you just run out.
That's true. We did see a lot of firebending lessons and stuff going in the graveyard.
But at this point, I mean, Stefan now at 20, we are getting close to the point where Ray is now going to start thinking about just burning out Stefan, right? With multiple monuments in play, it does not take very long.
And Ray's got 2 more monument to endurance in hand.
Right.
Yeah, the missing piece of the puzzle is just that cost reduction effect, right? The Grand that we saw from
Right,
before.
but well, the artist talent has been leveled up, so that
one of
also
them's
does a similar thing. So yeah, everything does cost 1 less here. I mean, it's even possible Ray can end mana by leveling up another artist talent here, and then you can just start playing 1 mana monument to endurance.
And that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
Another one?
Yes.
Okay.
So you must have all the monuments in your hand.
Did you hear what Stefan
Yeah.
said?
No,
He's-
I'm not complaining.
He said you're playing with your
I-
food.
Nothing else to do.
I played my mind.
I have nothing else to do.
Yeah, 3 triggers.
Knock yourself out.
One.
Draw.
All right. Going through the motions, finds and accumulate wisdom for even more cards.
And then we're going to see another monument to endurance.
Yeah, and it looks like I saw a glimmer of a combustion technique as well. And it's not a good sign for Stefan if Ray's rummaging away removal spells?
Should probably stop doing all of
Sounds smart.
Right. At some point, the thing is, at some point, Ray's looked at so many cards, you're going to need enough cards to be able to rummage through to trigger the monuments to actually kill Stefan. So if you go a little bit too crazy drawing all your cards, let's say you're just down to 1 or 2 cards left, all of a sudden you're just going to deck yourself before you can burn out your opponent with monument.
Yeah, sometimes you fly too close to the sun.
Yeah, and at this point, Stefan is more or less just kind of hoping somehow Ray messes up here.
You're at 20, yeah?
Yeah.
Steps, copy, monument, triggers.
Costs. Yeah, it makes sense.
Too.
Yeah.
Yep, and this should be it here. You can use, remember, 3 steps ahead to copy a creature or artifact that you'll have on the battlefield. So by copying one of your monument to endurances, that makes it so that you can just hasten the clock that much more. So now we will see a copy of Monument Endurance hit the battlefield.
I will let all of this happen.
Sure. So you make other monuments?
Yes.
I like that little indicator.
Right, yeah. These things are nice.
Somebody's got a 3D printer.
Now I will...
Do we have a 4th monument?
Because Stefan was at 20 thanks to the 2 Esper Origins.
So it won't be... I don't know if Ray will actually be able to kill Stefan on his turn.
We'll just use that for 3 treasures.
Okay, but did find a Boomerang Basic, so that might be able to get it done, because if you have the mana, you can actually Boomerang Basics your own Monument to Endurance and then reset the 3 modes, right?
Look at the top 7.
So if you can get Stefan down to 12 life, pick it up, replay it, cast the thing, get your opponent down to 9, and then on their upkeep, cast another spell, and then deal 9 with the 3 monuments that you have in play.
Well, I'm at 17.
Look at that library.
Yeah. 3, 11. I guess you need like 1 more way.
7 cards in hand. Or 7, looking at 7 cards, excuse me.
Yeah, does Ray have...
I think Ray just didn't get anything.
So now I will 17, 11.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So now I will spend a treasure to boomerang my monument.
This one, takes 6 from this, go to 11. You replay it.
Cast the spell,
Yeah,
go to
I guess
8.
you need like, these cost 1.
An instant.
So you go this. Yeah, you got it.
And 2 treasures is enough to get the job done? Okay.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, it's just, it's a lot, right? Look at all the permanents that are on the battlefield. But of course, most of the spells basically are only going to cost 1 mana. But Stefan is extremely familiar with this deck. Izzet Lessons has been around forever, has been, one of the decks that you need to make sure that you're prepared for. So Stefan completely understands how things go.
Yeah, and if you're mono green, you're going to be sitting there watching Lessons do their stuff while you go, I have nothing. I just, literally, I'm holding a sausage chocobo. Do what you want to do.
Show me an instant that you can cast on my upkeep.
So that was kind of a nitty-gritty game down the stretch. It took a while, but if we zoom out a little bit, that was game 1 going to Ray Zhang, and that is 1 game away from top 8. If Ray can win this game or the next, they will be in the top 8. They don't even have to play the rest of the day.
Right. Can just relax.
You can go relax, start testing, get
do
some
whatever
dinner.
you need to do.
I mean, that matters too, right?
Absolutely.
These days are long and hard.
Absolutely. Stefan with a nice sideboard card there. They have multiple copies of Soul Guide Lantern coming out of the sideboard here. And, if you just have that thing in play and being able to negate, the damage from Combustion Technique and also the cards that you draw from Accumulate Wisdom and the discount from Grand, it really goes a long way.
By the way, there is a Combustion Technique. This one didn't need any help to take out the Badger Mole Cub.
Take your time.
Looting off of the Grand. All kinds of action here. Now, normally you would think it might just be straightforward to just discard the Grand, but if Stefan has a way to get that Grand Grand off the battlefield, you kind of want the other one. And that's always an interesting too, just when you're sideboarding as the mono green deck. There's only one creature that they have. It's a really strong one, but the question is, do you keep your Meld Shredder's Resolves? Do you find some ways to get that Grand Grand off the battlefield, or do you just board it out and just attack their graveyard? So Stefan has a backup Badger Mole Cub here. Can play this out, animate the land, perhaps run out the Soul Guide Lantern as well. Given that there are 2 lessons in the graveyard, so we're getting close to Accumulate Wisdom range.
Soul Guide Lantern anyway.
Yep.
There you go.
Accumulate a new one.
Yeah.
Wisdom.
So with the Lantern in play, that'll basically at least negate 1 Accumulate Wisdom if Ray ever tries to cast it with it on the battlefield. But Ray might not need it. If you take a look at Ray's hand, there's Artist Talent and Monument Endurance. As long as Ray can manage the battlefield and get those 2 in play, I mean, we've seen it before. That's all you need.
I'm at 19, right?
Yes.
Didn't note that down.
So big turn here for Ray. Can't really attack with the Grand Grand because of the Badger Mole Cub in play. But do you just run out, you know, one of your expensive spells? Then you don't get to keep up Eloquentia. On the flip side, there's a Badger Mole Cub in play, so you might not even, Stefan might very easily be able to just play around Eloquentia anyways.
Just pay for it.
Right. So I think it's better to just run something out here and just go, all right, do your worst this turn.
Yeah, but that's asking for it. Let's see if Stefan can come up with his worst, as it were. Land for the turn, 3 mana.
Earthbender
is
on Escape Tunnel. There's going to be lots of lands.
Yes, this is a common play pattern with these archetypes.
Right.
Get a land.
Get a land. You can sack the Escape Tunnel, get another land. Escape Tunnel comes back. So that's 2 extra triggers off the Earthbender Ascension. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you have 5 or 6 mana in play.
And you have that extra attack mode coming with the counters and the trample.
Right.
Start to really apply some pressure here. Stefan's hand is Esper Origins times 2.
Right. So can he fire one of those?
One.
Yeah.
Thinking about these.
It is interesting though because you have that Escape Tunnel too, so you get to surveil. But then if there's something you want on top, you kind of don't want to sacrifice that Escape Tunnel in play. Because Icefall Explorer, that is very, very strong.
Top oath.
Top oath and Ray.
21 pass.
No, not great if you're Ray.
Yeah, Ray got a lot of bad news that turn. Remember when we were saying do your worst?
Right.
It kind of happened.
Yeah. Stefan put 1,000,000 mana onto the battlefield and surveilled 2 cards to the top.
And then said go.
Right, and Ray doesn't really have interaction here. Has a lot of ways to kind of cycle through the deck with the Artist Talent and the Monument Endurance. Eloquentia at this point basically does not do anything. I would imagine it's going to be one of the first cards that will be discarded, as Stefan has access to 6 mana here with that Badger Mole Cub in play.
Yeah, this could be one of those setup turns for Zhang, where they kind of see a bunch of cards, get more permanents onto the battlefield, but don't actually deal with what's going on the other side. Is this an attack?
Yeah, I mean, the way Ray's looking at this is, if I attack, I know you're going to eat it with the Badger Mole Cub, but even if you do, I get 2 triggers off the Monument Endurance, so it's a 1 mana creature that draws me 2 cards.
Even if I lose it.
Right.
Sure.
Oh, and Ray actually going for a draw and a treasure. As Ray did find an Iroh's Demonstration. Wow. Okay. That is nice, because now you can use the 1 damage to all your opponent's creature mode, and that'll get rid of the 1/1 Forest in play.
And the Cub now?
Right, and as the Cub's taking damage.
Wow.
Is that what Stefan blocked with?
Yeah.
Not the Escape Tunnel?
Both.
Oh, both.
Yeah, and Ray decided to do the 1 damage to the Cub.
Got it. Now, the forest will come back, of course, because they are earthbent. However, with the Badger Mole Cub also being dead here, they're just going to come back onto the battlefield as forest. But that would fully power up the Earthbender Ascension, and that will get to basically 4 counters.
And there we go.
So,
Yeah.
Dead.
these all die.
Yeah.
I get 2 Earthbend triggers.
Right.
So
Two landfall
plus 2
triggers.
counters
Yeah.
on the Ascension.
Yep.
Exactly.
The next turn, Stefan gets to play Ice Till Explorer.
Currently, no lands in the graveyard.
But you can sacrifice that escape tunnel in the graveyard and just kind of get things going that way, right?
You can.
Yeah.
That is your current attacker.
Yeah, I don't think he cares about attacking here.
This is a setup.
It's
turn
just
for
not
him
enough
to-
yeah. You just want to make you 2 extra land drops this turn. And you can put
First
a
Earthbend's
million
back, and
counters
then
on the
after
Earthbender Ascension to the
get
point
2
where Ray
triggers.
might just
First I will mill,
Ray
then
might
I'll-
not actually have a removal spell that kills the Ice Till Explorer. All you can probably do is bounce
that I
it.
knew about. Then I'll do the Ascension, not Ascension triggers, but I can't remember still. Tutor my forest.
Yes.
I have not played a land this turn yet.
That is correct. So
All
one
true.
drop to go.
So that is 4 more potential landfall triggers if you just keep getting escape tunnels and putting them back into sacrificing them. So this will be a monstrous Ice Till Explorer, and Stefan will have 2 additional lands this turn.
Mill and an Ascension. Is everyone okay with me not putting more counters on this Ascension? Thank you.
Yes, that is
so
the
counter
shortcut here.
Then I do my first land drop for the turn. I have another one left. Same thing again, but in response to these triggers, I'll fetch. So I'll get a forest. It's my first land drop, and then I'll mill Ascension.
Stefan playing very cleanly here.
Yeah. Super important with the stack.
What are life totals?
I'm at 21, you're at 16.
Stacking all of the triggers in the right manner, extremely important.
Mill, Ascension. Land drop. I'll use that to play Escape Tunnel.
Same thing.
And off this one, I'll just mill an Ascension. Nothing else.
Okay.
Wow.
Keeping that
And
escape
then I
tunnel
have to
available.
pass.
And hey, look, it's Stefan all of a sudden has
He has a 9 toughness.
he has a 7/9 Ice Till Explorer with 8 mana in play. With still that active Soul Guide Lantern. So it's not like Ray can utilize the graveyard here in any way.
No. So, I mean, realistically, it's just bouncing it at this point.
Right.
And we don't see that either from Ray, at least not not yet.
1 card.
1 card only, yeah.
Ray does have a Grand here. I wonder if Ray just tries to fire that off if Stefan just responds by exiling Ray's graveyard so that Grand will not have the cost reduction associated with it.
It's a pretty reasonable graveyard to get rid of at this point.
Right. Yeah, there are 3 lessons in the graveyard.
I really think I can beat that thing.
Really tough
So
spot.
Ray is going to put a shot across the bow here and ask Stefan, do you want to do anything?
Yeah.
Ooh,
3
yeah.
cards left. Yes.
Yeah, so now Stefan has an interesting...
He said
Okay, let's
okay.
resolve. So the reason why there was a little bit of a pause there is if Ray also has an Accumulate Wisdom in hand, right? If you exile the graveyard in response to a Grand on the stack, then if Ray responds and casts an Accumulate Wisdom, they'll be able to draw the full 3 cards.
Full 3.
I've not made my land drop.
Well, it's going to be Artist Talent. That hits the battlefield.
Consult.
Consult the Star Charts hits the battlefield. This is
big turn.
It's a lot of action.
Okay.
Firebending lesson into the yard.
Draw. Looking for perhaps a Boomerang Basics here. Something to get that Ice
Saw a
Till Explorer off
combustion
the
technique,
battlefield.
but it was an island.
Yeah. I suppose multiple combustion techniques could work if you can get enough lessons in play. You point it towards the Ice Till Explorer. Stefan, in response, tries to sacrifice the Soul Guide Lantern, and then you fire off the other one.
This is Consult resolving, by the way.
And that is 2 combustion techniques.
But that's still not enough to kill.
I mean, right now, what are we looking at here? Because remember, Consult is not a lesson here. So we're looking at 4 cards in the graveyard plus 2, so it's 6.
Damage. It's not even close, really.
Yeah.
Like 2 of them would be enough, if not for the Soul Guide. But
right.
Jeez. That ice till huge right now.
Right.
And it ain't getting smaller either.
No, and now with all the mana Stefan has available, you can just start flashing back Esper Origins that's in the graveyard too for additional value.
Lantern was fun. End of turn I will fetch. Yes.
Yeah, he wants to have all of his mana available, so he's going to crack.
Right. Unlike Fabled Passage, Escape Tunnel does put the land into play tapped.
Exactly. It's been an interesting game.
Yeah. So we'll get a. Oh, and Bossing Say an
Say in the
excellent
yard. That can also come in.
Yeah, excellent land to hit off of the Ice Till Explorer here. Some more pressure.
You are succeeding.
And Stefan can get in for a mountain of damage this turn. 8 without any landfall triggers yet.
Yeah, there's plenty of those to come.
Yeah, with the Escape Tunnel in the graveyard, if you just play Escape Tunnel out of the graveyard twice, that is 4 landfall triggers.
Jeez. Of course, cards like Might Form Harmonizer at this stage of the game are game enders, but
yes.
Yeah, you draw treasure the turn before.
Okay, I got confused.
It's fine, it's fine. I'll start by casting Esper Origins.
Yep, makes a lot of sense here. Has all the mana in the world. Tried to see if there is a good permanent to play off the top.
Up to 23.
Okay, so likes this permanent on top here. That's not the forest.
reveal it. Oh, and it is my Form Harmonizer.
Wow.
So
And
is there enough?
I mean, Ray doesn't have a counterspell in hand.
So Stefan can just warp it and start cracking lands?
Right, so you can warp it in and play an escape tunnel. Okay, so is not warping it in.
But a counter just has to trample on the line of turn.
Right.
Aware.
Just letting you know that might be lethal.
Guess, yeah, Stefan doesn't actually need the second double trigger.
Right.
There's only 2 toughness in the way.
So perhaps Stefan interested in...
I'll play...
Has another land to play.
Passage.
Okay, so not really interested in...
In going for it?
In going for it here, perhaps. No, still going for it. Now you have 2 sacrifice triggers on the stack here.
Right. Yeah, this is enough for lethal.
Yeah.
It's 20 damage.
Ray's
with
at
2
16.
toughness. Yeah. Ray's trying to figure out.
Is there any world where I can combustion technique you out of this, but not with an active Soul Guide Lantern in play
it's just sitting there.
This is just way too much damage.
Even a second combustion technique wouldn't be enough.
Right. Stefan setting this up beautifully. I mean,
20 damage.
You gotta try.
That is
there an instant
incredible
spell?
And
No.
Stefan is able to put together a win here in game number 2. And I have to say, Paul, it really was that sideboarded, the sideboard cards from him that did really good work. The Soul Guide Lantern was very annoying. It's funny, it didn't do that much. It only exiled 1 card, but the threat of it changed the game.
Absolutely. I mean, we just saw how important a card like Combustion Technique is in this matchup, right? Ray absolutely needed to find a 3rd copy to win that first game, but after you bring in the 3 copies of the Soul Guide Lantern, you kind of shut off that as one of the primary ways to deal with some of the bigger creatures in that deck.
Save some time
There's Grand to start things off for Ray Zhang here in game number 3. I mentioned it before, but this is a winning in for Ray Zhang. If they win, they are into the top 8 immediately, where Stefan, that's not true.
And Ray with an incredible opener. Turn 1 Grand, turn 2 Artist Talent, and there's a Monument to Endurance in hand as well.
No way.
Yeah, so if there's no Badger Emerald Cub here, turn 2 Esper Origins might be a little bit too slow. Stefan really needs to find an accelerant next turn, either Badger Emerald Cub or Earthbender Ascension, just to keep up with Ray's start. Next turn, Ray's just going to slam the Monument and attack, and that still gives you that trigger because of the loot.
No, both of them. Gain 2 up to 21. Pass.
With the Combustion Technique in hand, too. Oh, man.
Monument trigger.
Wow, the 1, 2, 3.
Attack, another trigger, draw more cards.
Discard this one, Draw.
Yeah, this is
20.
What a
You would-
start
you-
here for Ray Zhang. This is for top 8, too.
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't think, a control deck has draws that are capable of something like this. Stefan going to try to fight the good fight here. Has protected a couple of royal treatments here to protect the Saz's Chocobo.
Exile the combustion technique.
And has a Soul Guide Lantern, but I don't know if this lone Chocobo will be able to get it done on this board.
Doesn't feel like it.
Start with attack.
Does Stefan feel desperate enough to block and use a combat trick? No, it does not.
Draw.
Yes.
No blocks.
No blocks.
No blocks.
No blocks.
Not quite desperate
Yeah.
enough.
And now Ray has 3 steps ahead. It'll Quencha. Just kind of has all of the bases covered here. And ticking up the artist talent with 1 mana up, which still gives Ray the ability to cast It'll Quencha. Or Combustion Technique, for that matter.
Go ahead. Ice Till Explorer insurance plan there for Zhang.
Yeah, and this is one of those instances where sometimes you can play around things as the mono green deck, not in a spot like this. You kind of are forced to just jam and just try to hope that Ray has a subpar hand here, given what you're dealing with here. Ray has inevitability set up.
Stefan with no choice.
Combat. Fetch.
Yep.
Yeah, get you for 3. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Pass turn after.
And that's it?
Yeah. Ray has an Accumulate Wisdom, can just fire it off. The thing is, you're already looking at so many cards. Just try to sculpt the perfect hand.
Yeah.
You don't need to draw 3 cards at this point. It's still drawing you 2 cards.
Right. And you get to do something right now with that mana.
Right.
And that's the name of the game for Ray Zhang here.
Ray's like, I don't
Use
even
up
need
your
to
mana.
cut your deck. You're good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Feel like Ray can kind of sense.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I've
when you look
got
at that
this
opener.
top 8 locked
yeah,
up.
absolutely.
11-1-0 is Ray Zhang right now. And if they can get across the finish line, that will be a 12-1 into the top 8. Nearly perfection.
Yeah, converting immediately. We've seen some undefeated players struggle a bit in day 2. Now, Ray was not undefeated, but, we've seen a lot of players have their win and ins. There's a little bit of nerves. And Marco Balaka, for example, from the last event, took needed all 3 or 4 of his win and ins to actually make it into the top 8.
He got in on the last one.
Right.
Makes you very nervous. But Ray, all business here and not interested in messing around. Can Stefan Schütz find some way to close this game out? It feels impossible.
Ray's got 6 cards in hand.
You're 18.
Can probably counter this and copy the monument, maybe.
Yes.
Counter copy trigger.
Yeah, and this will...
That's a second monument. You can see
Right.
Stefan's at 18. That's a very nice number.
Yeah, and that that doubles the clock here now for Ray Zhang.
You have to start thinking in terms of 3.
Now it's 6, right?
Exactly.
6 damage chunks.
So 3 double activations and you're good to go.
Yeah, and given...
This one doesn't trigger from the...
I see. No, from the talent for sure.
Yeah, it
Only if you choose the
wasn't quite on the battlefield yet.
counter. I just don't think so.
Yeah.
I
mean, Ray just kind of has all
Yeah,
the bases covered here. There's multiple Accumulate Wisdoms. There's another 3 steps ahead. So, I mean, that basically locks it up here for Ray.
You're 18.
I'm at 18, you're 13.
If Ray casts a spell on their turn, that's 6 damage. Cast a spell on Stefan's turn. As long as Ray doesn't die next turn, and Stefan doesn't kill all the Monument Endurances, Ray should have this on their next turn.
With ease.
Steps.
Okay, just going for it now.
So this would end up with 3 copies of Monument, so now it's only 2 cycles.
So Ray's just going to kill Stefan on his upkeep.
On his upkeep.
Right. Yeah, as long as you have spells to cast out of your hand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any spells? Yes, you do, and that is Ray Zhang locking up top 8 here in Vegas. We have our first top 8 competitor, and we've got multiple rounds to go here. That's about as quick as you can secure your seat. Congratulations to Ray Zhang. They get to take the rest of the day off.
Yeah, just, I mean, what an incredible hand there, back against the wall, right? Stefan with a pretty convincing win in that second game. Ton of pressure in that first game too, but you know what? The Is It Lessons deck is also capable of some incredible draws, and you saw it there in that third game.
Absolutely. Fantastic stuff. A really impressive performance. 12-1 and into the top 8 for Ray Zhang. That's 1 seat locked up. 7 more to go over the next few rounds. We're going to take a short break here from Las Vegas. When we come back, we'll be setting up for the next round up at the news desk. Don't go anywhere.
Magic Spotlight Secrets is headed your way in London, May 8th through 10th, and Japan, May 29th through 31st. Standard is the name of the game, and registrations are open. More details at mtg.social/spotlight-SOS. Day 2 competition rolls on here at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. We had 205 players come back to do battle today, and we are working our way towards our top 8 here at the Pro Tour. So exciting rounds to come. Welcome to the news desk, Marie Bertoldi and Mani Devuti. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we sit after 13 rounds of competition. We have our first player into our top 8. We saw it just happen on camera. Ray Zhang in with 12 wins, gets to stop playing, just relax the rest of the day, or maybe not relax, maybe go home and test a lot of matchups. 2 players at 11-2, Matt Nass, who's a Pro Tour champion, as well as Max Kamenowski sitting at 11-2. A whole mess of 10-3s fighting for their chance to make top 8 as well. Nathan Stoyer, Pro Tour champion, currently sitting at 10-3. Shota Yasuoka, 2-time Pro Tour champion, Hall of Famer, currently sitting at 10-3. Christopher Larson, your reigning Pro Tour champion, sitting at 10-3. Anthony Lee, the captain of Team Cosmos Heavy Play, sitting at 10-3. Few rounds left here to play. Top 8 is getting ever closer. Well, Ray Zhang feeling very happy indeed after locking up their spot in the top 8, talked to Tannen after their big win.
Ray Zhang is our first competitor through to the top 8 here at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. Ray, congratulations. What does it mean to you get a second Pro Tour top 8 on your achievements?
I don't know. Tournament's not over. last time I made top 8. I had a good matchup against. I was playing Silver against Blue White Control, which I think is a good, which I thought was a good matchup. But I was facing a former world champion Yuta Takahashi, and I was like, this matchup is good for me. I'll just like rest, and then next day I played against Yuta. He ran circles around me because, and then he told me he had practiced the matchup a lot. So, yeah, I think I'll try to learn from that.
Yeah, you always want to learn from something like that. Now, talk about things that we learned. Your deck you're playing Is It Lessons here this weekend. That was like the deck of the last 6 months, you know, like of Worlds and the other Pro Tours. And coming into this one, we weren't expecting to see Is It Lessons so much and just the other versions of Is It maybe. You know, this had fallen out of favor. What made you pick that deck and do so well with it this weekend? I was actually going to play Prowess until the night before deck submission. And what happened was that at midnight, I had scheduled a testing session with my teammate Amy playing Prowess versus Lessons. And she completely destroyed me. And I was like, wait, shouldn't I just play Lessons? Does it actually have bad matchups? And I thought Landfall was a bad matchup, but I'm beating it so far. So, and I don't know of any other bad matchups. So, well, it's boding really well for you going into this top 8. Again, congratulations and good luck.
That is Ray Zhang locking up the first spot in our top 8. Congratulations to them. Like I was saying all weekend long, it was only a matter of time before we got another Pro Tour top 8 for Ray Zhang. But landfall strategies have been popular here this weekend, some doing extremely well. Mani, talk to me about these decks.
Yeah, so I think Landfall has been in an interesting spot for a while where we saw it start picking up popularity. At the last Pro Tour, it was a fringe deck just starting to appear. So let's take a look at the base for Landfall and where the deck is really coming from. The deck's entire ideology is based around the combination of fetch lands plus the Earthbend ability. So Badgermole Cub and Earthbender Ascension go a long ways for this, and then Icestill Explorer and Mightform Harmonizer are the capstones. This is the main idea behind what the deck's game plan is, and this is the core that has been so powerful and just rising in popularity more and more over the last 2.5 months now. Essentially, I think it was single digits players playing it at the last Pro Tour, and then everyone's like, huh, there's something to this base. And then Mono Green Landfall continued developing. So as we look to the next slide, this is how the modern version of the deck really looks in terms of the tools that it has access to. Esper Origins was one of the later finds for the deck. Just the idea of being able to get Esper Origins into your graveyard when you're milling so much with Icestill Explorer, and then being able to have this tool out of your graveyard was a big level up moment for the deck, and something that we see in a lot of decks now is a 4 of. Melstrider's Resolve, a lot of the reason to play this card is it's your premium removal spell that you have access to when you are mono green. So it's something that the deck has really been using when wanting to not get run over by something like Is It Prowess and Soul Guide Lantern. This is one of your main pieces of graveyard hate. But now this is where things get interesting, because for this weekend, we saw some members of Team Cosmos Heavy Play deciding to instead go for a green-white landfall strategy. And suddenly, some of these cards that weren't looking that ideal, Melstrider's Resolve that I just showed, I called it a premium removal spell for mono green, but the fact that it's sorcery speed doesn't actually make it a premium removal spell. You can still get run over by a Slick Shot Show-Off. Enter Erode. This card is actually a premium removal spell, not only for what it offers you against the opponent, but the fact that you can use it on your own creatures to also enable landfall synergies at instant speed means that it does so much for the deck. The rest of white just gives you upgrades. Being able to play Rest in Peace instead of Soul Guide Lantern, a huge upgrade. Being able to play Sheltered by Ghosts out of the sideboard. This card is an all-star against both of the most played decks in the room. So when we look at the evolution of adding white into the mono green landfall Landfall shell, it starts to make a clearer picture of why we're seeing this weekend with Izzet Prowess and Mono Green Landfall being the two most played decks. Selesnya Landfall is the most winning deck of the major played archetypes. And it's really cool to see that this small decision of, or maybe even a risk of adding a second color to what is a very consistent deck, pay off this much in this tournament.
Would you have expected Selesnya Landfall to have that day one win rate that it did?
I think it's the type of thing where when we were talking about it and we saw the metagame, it's like, in theory, it should be good. In theory, they nailed it for what they expected the metagame to be. But in execution, anything can happen. They can face inconsistencies. I didn't expect them to crush it this hard, but it is good to see.
Yeah, it's really awesome stuff. Round number 14 is coming up, everybody. We've got some more winning in Magic for you coming up here. Matt Nass versus Max Kolanowski coming up for round number 14. Matt Nass, Pro Tour champion, playing Selesnya or Boroid. Max Kolanowski running Izzet Spellmentals. Let's get to meet our players. Like I said, Matt Nass, he won Pro Tour Ether Drift, top-aided Mythic Invitational 2020, as well as Pro Tour Kaladesh back in the day, known as kind of the king of combo, also the king of wearing basketball shorts, even if it's minus 20 degrees. Started playing Magic in 2005.
Take a look at Matt's road here. We do see that he started off with a 7-1 yesterday. Did not lose a match in Constructed yesterday. His loss came in round 3. Started off with a 3-0 in Draft today, but then got a loss, of course, against Rui Zhang, who hasn't lost much this weekend. Righted the ship against Nathan. So sitting at 11-2, feeling pretty good.
And here's a look at the opponent, Max Kolanowski. If you're like, I haven't seen this name on the leaderboard very much today, that's because Max started out this tournament 2-2 and has won 9 in a row to be here right now at 11-2. Top-aided RC Milwaukee, as well as Spotlight Avatar, all with variants of Izzet. Started playing Magic in 2011. Taking a look at the road here to where Max is at right now in the tournament, you can see just how much winning he's been doing.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, 2-2. Started off with a 2-0, so actually feeling pretty good at that point. And then the back-to-back losses hit, and that's when it's really hard to keep the mental together. You're at 2-2, suddenly your 2-0 start is completely gone. But for Max, that was the moment to lock in, and since then, he has just not lost, rattled off 9 in a row, as you mentioned, and now he's knocking on the door of potentially his first Pro Tour top 8.
Incredible. So tell me about these decks, Monty.
Okay, so we're going to start off by looking at Matt Nass's Selesnya or Boroid deck. He's actually one of only 2 players on Team TCG Player to bring this deck. So this deck almost feels like the old Ouroboros decks, but one of the big things that being Selesnya allows you to do is play Bright Glass Gearhulk. This card is a powerhouse in terms of allowing you to have a toolbox package in your deck while also being incredibly aggressive. I think the deck is fantastic when you're trying to consider the Izzet Prowess matchup, just because you get access to flying creatures. Sage of the Sky's very good in that matchup, so you can see why it was a great call for Matt and why he's been doing so well. Now on the other side, here's where things get dicey. Taking a look at Max Kolanowski, he brought Izzet Spellmentals. Izzet Spellmentals trying to turbocharge a Thunderflock using cards like the Edimur Crab and the Hearth Elemental that have cost reduction abilities for the number of spells in your graveyard. The rest of the deck is just trying to cast spells to fuel that graveyard and set up while interacting with the opponent. The deck gained quite a lot from Secrets of Strixhaven, the biggest one being Prismari Charm, of 4 of in the deck. Allows you to really get more cards into your graveyard and turbocharge those reduction effects. Thunderflock, absolute all-star. It has been the bane of any Ouroboros and Cub deck's existence, and the fact that Max is playing the Thunderflock deck, full 4 copies in the main deck, in my opinion, might make this a bit of a nightmare matchup for Matt.
Okay, so this could be very interesting indeed here in round number 14. Winning in for the top 8. Take it away, Ailey and Corey.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you, Monty. We are in winning in territory,
Yes.
buddy. This is our favorite part of the Pro Tour. Yeah, cool, the champion and whatever is fine. But getting people into the top 8, seeing them sweat it out, you know, because whoever doesn't win in this one, they have to win one more. Sometimes the wheels fall off. We've seen that happen, Corey. But, you know, Matt Nass, professional, veteran, Mats Kolanowski, first Pro Tour, been crushing it with Steam Vents in the deck. So this is going to be a great fight.
Yeah, it's always great, whether it is someone who's won one of these things or someone trying to make their first top 8. The expressions are the same, right? I mean, they could not be happier. Every single person in this room would lock in a top 8. Even if you take 8, they would lock in a top 8 for sure, as it means a lot of qualifications and, of course, the notoriety from top 8ing a Pro Tour.
Let's get things underway here. Take a look at the opening hands for these players. We see a bunch of little idiots for Matt Nass. We got the Llanowar Elves, Gene Pollinator. 5 cards, though, in his opening hand. That's not what you want to see from Matt Nass.
Definitely not what you want to see, but as far as the 5 cards, this is not so bad. I was talking to Matt a little bit before this match, and he was saying, this matchup's not good. You know, as Monty was alluding to, Sunderflock, he said, is the biggest problem for the deck. It's so good against him. And I was like, so like 60-40, 70-30? He's like, yeah, probably 60-40. He's like, I got Keen-Eyed Curator. I have Rest in Peace on the board. He's like, but I kind of need those cards.
Yeah.
So, and Keen-Eyed Curator is in the hand, so that is probably something he aggressively mulliganed for.
Yeah, definitely something needed in this matchup, because as soon as you get the Hearth Elemental down or you get the Edimer Crab down, then you just know that you're about to get Sunderflocked.
Yes, exactly. So, and once those get down and then you deal with the graveyard, that doesn't matter. Having the body in play, that is the problem. So you very much need to be controlling the graveyard and always doing that count. Be like, oh, you have 3 sorceries in the graveyard and you're about to untap and play a 6 land. Well, you need to eat a card in the graveyard first because, well, it could be time for Hearth Elemental or Edimer.
Graveyard both.
So, like, even now, you look, there's 3 spells. This is the exact scenario. Max could draw, play a 3rd land, play Hearth Elemental, so Matt's going to need to eat a spell right now.
Yeah. And that is exactly what Matt Nass does, our Pro Tour Ether Drift champion.
And Max had it, plus the Sunderflock.
Yeah, he's got 2 Sunderflocks. 3. Jeez, all right.
Yep. So this is going to be amazing. And Spell Pierce is not going to be that great of a card. So as long as Matt just says every single turn, eat all the spells in your graveyard, Max has to wait till he actually gets to 6 mana to just play the Hearth Elemental, and that could be far too slow.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, you know, Matt Nass able to control the graveyard and also develop his own game plan here. Has the Badgermole Cub and the Gene Pollinator. Able to just turbocharge out a bunch of creatures here.
Yep, absolutely. And really impressive stuff from the side of Max. A phenomenal player, just an absolute expert when it comes to Steam Vents decks. Top 8'd 2 premier events, a Spotlight and an RC with Is It Lessons, so kind of change the deck up a bit, but still an Is It strategy. And I remember talking to him after his top 8 where he lost to Will Kruger in the Is It Lessons beer, and I'm like, you know, you're going to Vegas, you're qualified for this Pro Tour, how do you feel? And he's like, I can't believe they're giving me Steam Vents. They shouldn't have done that. And look at him now, crushing it here. Pretty funny stuff.
Love it. Both players choosing Prismari as their college of choice.
15.
So some inter-house conflict going on here, but you know what? I'm pretty sure they're happy to do battle, as it does mean that the winner gets a spot in the top 8.
And looks like right in the draw step, eat those 2 spells. And Max did draw a Burst Lightning here, which is great. It can at least kill the Cub to minimize the mana. Or you wait and you play your 5th land and try to kill Keen-Eyed Curator. We shall see.
You want to keep like one of each type under this?
Sure,
so we can track.
That's fine, yeah.
So I think we have just instant, right?
I don't have any sorceries,
So trying to keep track of if Keen-Eyed Curator, of course, does get to those 4 types, becomes a 7/7 and becomes near impossible to deal with.
He had a good lunch.
Yeah, exactly.
That's when you know he's full.
So not too much as far as threats that Matt can play. The Paw Patch with Offspring is pretty solid.
Yeah, just being able to, you know, grow the team the slow way, as it were, if Matt decides to target any of the creatures.
So we'll see if Max decides to react to this pop patch by firing off the burst lightning on the Cub before they come into play, and there would be counters dispersed around. Or if he's just like, yeah, it doesn't matter, I need to kill Keen-Eyed, so I have to wait. I could see either or.
Yeah. 9 mana is a big ask when the board is getting this
just
one.
a green floating.
So, Paul Patch, did he come in with a buddy?
Yep. Was just 1 green floating, said Matt, so he is able to able to eat a spell if Max does respond with this burst lightning, can eat it straight away. And yeah, Sunderflog is the best card in the matchup, but when you have 3 of them and really no ability to put them into play, it is quite brutal. And Max doesn't even have land 5 to be able to burst lightning this Keen-Eyed.
Yeah, Keen-Eyed getting real large. And now getting busy.
Back you for 5.
Swinging in for 5.
So you're
Max.
down to 10. All shock down to 18.
2-turn clock.
Life totals largely don't
1-turn
matter.
clock? Yeah.
So,
Right, Orboard off the top.
Steam Ben. Might not even need it. So far, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oy, okay. So if there's no blocker to be had or removal spell.
Yeah, I mean, I think something he really needs is maybe Prismari Charm to kill the 2 rabbits, but then they still disperse counters across. I think game 1's going to Matt in a matchup that he thought was very bad.
Well, this is a gift for him, huh?
Exactly. And mull to 5, and now gets to bring in Rest in Peace. So things do actually improve for Matt.
Mull to 5, Hellbent.
Yes.
Everything just on the board.
Exactly. Max wishes he could be dumping his cards on the board too, but Keen-Eyed Curator has just went the distance here.
Yeah. Good little trash panda.
Yep. That looked like a practical joke off the top, which is great, but the rabbits dispersing the 2 counters if you try to kill anything is really, really strong.
Yeah, really messes with your math there. So into game 2, Matt Ness got away with one there, you got to feel like.
Gotta feel great about that. And now has Keen-Eyed in hand as well. But the one thing Max was very much missing is any way to deal 3 damage to a creature. This time he has that.
Impractical Joke. Excellent card from the new set, Secrets of Strixhaven. I do love all the puns in the names.
Yes.
Unsubtle Mockery being one of my favorites.
Yeah, the set is really incredible, both for limited and constructed.
Yeah.
Really a home run here.
Yeah, if you've missed any of the limited action yesterday and today, I highly recommend you go back and watch it. There were some amazing games of limited from our players.
Absolutely. Do yourself a favor and watch round 10, that's for sure. Okay. So Max did decide to not play Keen-Eyed here, kind of put this out there, because, well, Keen-Eyed right now, you could get spell snared, you could get any kind of other counter spells that Max could have, and that's a little risky.
Sure.
But
that is tough to deal with Charm, huh?
yeah, that is interesting. I mean, Charm with the Offspring on the stack, I believe you could just kind of clear out a couple creatures, but...
Drop a turn. Yeah.
Wouldn't be, is it 2 counter? Because 2 creatures would be targeted, right?
Yeah,
they both get out of range straight away.
Okay, yep, of course. You can just save the Llanowar Elves. So yeah, Prismari Charm's actually not as amazing against that, yeah.
It's good to try and shore up your draws here, but yeah.
Draw this.
Being able to ding critters down is not a possibility with those rabbits.
Yep.
Shock.
16.
Pass to you.
And now looks like Keen-Eyed Curator is almost assuredly going to be played, and it looks like it is going to resolve, and Matt's going to be able to start eating 2 spells from the yard.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of spells.
There is, and there's a Rel in there, so that's a different card type already.
Yep, looks like 4 spells to eat those, so leaving Max with 2 of them. It very easily could be time for Eddie Merc next turn, and that's a problem for Matt for sure.
Overboard.
Oh.
Wow.
Nice.
Going big.
Oh, I like this.
Yep.
Yeah, alternatively, instead of trying to eat the graveyard, what about trying to win the game?
Yeah. What about just beating you up? It's a good plan.
Yeah, I mean, this is just presenting lethal next turn. And Max has done a lot of, you know, manipulating the library.
Yeah. Need that crab. Need him now. Need the crab into Sunderflock, basically.
Yeah.
Can he? No, he can't do it yet, right? Blue, 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 blue.
Yeah, we probably can. So
Yeah.
4 spells there. I believe that card Under Ral is a get out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 4 spells can definitely crab. Does not have another land, but can go something like Impractical Joke and crab. But the problem is when you crab, you do trigger the Paw Patch Recruit as well. So
Yeah,
Max
that's
is
true.
just in a lot of trouble already.
I don't think too many people are playing the Izzet decks this weekend. Thought they'd have to deal with Selesnya Ouroboros. Never mind an Ouroboros deck.
Yeah, Matt played this in one of the Magic Online Championships events, and he top forward. He lost to a top deck from a player. I was watching, and then he just said, God, I hope I didn't give away a really good deck before the Pro Tour. Might have, but nobody really picked it up.
Yeah. Usually when you see players of Matt's caliber playing something religiously, you take note, huh?
Yeah, no kidding.
Impractical Joke, targeting the bunny. Moves a counter somewhere onto the Ouroboros, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, that seems good to me.
It is a good place to invest some power, that's for sure.
Yep, and it just comes down to, does Matt want to put all his eggs in one basket?
Both counters on the Ouroboros.
Because it was very susceptible to a sear right there.
Yeah,
that would have been a little devastating.
That would have been bad news bears indeed.
So Eddie Merck is still going to come down and
sure will.
Assuredly has to. But that doesn't stop the counters from being placed on the creatures.
But, you know, it does buy him the time to then get Sunderflock down and just go whoop. Bye-bye,
Yeah. Sunderflock's not even in hand, though, so that's the problem.
Oh, right. I was so used to seeing 3 in hand
Yeah,
in the
right.
last game. I was just like, oh, it is in hand.
Oh, it is?
Supposedly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So Matt does have an option here of, like, playing Bright Glass Gearhulk if he sees the crab coming, which it's kind of face up. It's pretty obvious. It could be Prismari Charm to bounce Ouroboros as well, but I was going to say exactly this. He has the opportunity to tap the elf, play Bright Glass Gearhulk, and go get, let's say, Melstrider's Resolve, or, yeah, I mean, that's probably the best one because then you go and you let the crab tap down the creatures, and then second main, Matt knows that Max is going to be tapped out, and can then Melstrider's Resolve Eddie Merck, and then no Sunderflock. If
Matt Ness is so good at Magic, dude.
If Matt left in Melstrider's Resolve, it's not necessarily a good card in the match.
Fair.
So
Yeah.
But leaving in 1, the opportunity cost is so high.
Yeah, for sure. Man, Max is having a tough time over there.
Yeah, I mean, both players knew this matchup favors Max. But hey, that's why you play the games.
Was Matt Ness messing with you? Is this actually like 90-10 in his favor?
Yeah. As we were saying, of course, this
yes,
is a
excellent matchup for Selesnya.
for Selesnya,
100%.
And this deck very well could be called Selesnya Gearhulk, too. Like, that is really the important card. It's so good right now.
Ouroboros just kind of seems like a win more, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it's not the be-all, end-all.
It's just 2 different areas of attack. Do you want to interact or do you want to close the game out?
All right.
I'll go to combat.
So no thank you.
Yep.
I'll put another counter on Ouroboros.
Ouroboros gets ginormous.
And then 5 counters on everything. That's 10. Max is going to be down to 1. But, I mean, this is exactly the threat that Matt presented there. Is with that Gearhulk getting a Melstrider's Resolve, which we assume is in the deck, he had to annul instead of playing the Eddie Merc. So now if Max can top deck a land, could have went Eddie Merc plus Sunderflock, but it is not indeed a land.
Man, that is so rough here for Max.
But the good news here for Max is the Eddie Merc crab tapping these 2 down.
Yep. Before Matt even gets to do anything, here comes the big old crab.
Then Keen-Eyed Curator doesn't really do anything anymore because the crab's in. So Matt needs a removal spell here.
Melstriders?
Otherwise, Sunderflock's still coming down.
Yeah. An excellent play here from Max to prevent Matt Nass from taking the line that you mentioned with the Bright Glass Gearhulk.
Yeah.
So kudos to him for keeping himself in it at 1 life.
I'll play a Pop Patch with Offspring. Okay. I'll play a Temple Garden tapped, and then I'll go to combat. Yep. A million.
Yeah. I'm gonna Sunderflock.
Okay, so Sunderflock.
Okay, so now everything's reset, and Matt, so close, but you still put the advantage to Max here,
15.
even being at 1 life, because
Yeah.
these Celestia decks do not have any reach. It is all, I need to replay my spells and hope for the best.
Sure is. And by the time that we get anywhere near reestablishing the board that he had, those massive elementals on the other side have just done the damage.
Exactly. So now we could go Temple Garden, play Llanowar Elves, Gene Pollinator, Ouroboros, and grow the creatures. But then Max can Burst Lightning one of them, and Eddie Merc Crab the other 2 down next turn. So I think Max has game number 2.
I think so too. What a sweet game here between these 2 players. Matt Ness almost looked like he was going to entirely pull the rug out from underneath Max Komanowski, but not to be.
Yeah.
Sniffed out all his tricks, I tell you.
And it was really all because of that annul. That annul, great sideboard tech to come in, and it looked great. Not only is it good against Rest in Peace, it's also good against Gearhulk.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thinking.
So plenty of critters on the board here. Burst Lightning can be cast before the counters get put on the creatures.
Yep.
I mean, getting rid of Paw Patch seems like a good idea, considering he's got Trample.
He's just kind of looking for lethal.
Yeah.
As now Max can go Eddie Merc proactively and tap down everything but Ouroboros and force a block, and then Burst Lightning if Matt didn't block. Or this is the other option. Burst Lightning down 1 creature, Eddie Merc during Max's turn, and likely still cleaning this game up.
This has been a great little exchange between these 2 players.
Yeah, absolutely. Max considering a double block here on the Crab, which also feels pretty bad. Any removal spell means Max loses it all. But Max just puts himself into the thought process of, can I beat a removal spell anyways?
Yeah.
And we might be getting to the spot where he can.
Broadside Barrage you see in hand there for Max, so he can certainly answer one of these blockers, keep his critters safe.
Yeah, and just the fact of, do I want to die to another Burst Lightning?
Yeah.
So I might just chump block it as well.
Both players at 11 and 2. This is a win and in. If he gets your 12 wins before round 16, you are locked. We have 1 player in so far, Ri Zhang, Team Sanctum of All.
Yep.
Absolutely crushing everyone with Izzet lessons.
No kidding.
Taking them to school, you could say.
I would say that. And they did just beat Matt Nass not too long ago, earlier in the day. Such a big moment between these 2 players.
Taking the time this moment deserves, that's for sure.
At table 1 at a Pro Tour. Gonna go in 2nd place to the top 8, have the play tomorrow.
Yeah.
Versus, you know, you have a lot of opportunities to still top 8 if you lose this, but you don't want to put it up to chance by winning that very last round, round 16.
Yep.
Even though their breakers will be good. If
Yeah,
you
yeah,
lose
for
all the way until that round, your breakers are still going to be quite solid.
Don't give yourself that stress.
Yeah.
2 cards, yeah.
So now Max just deciding which one of my game-breaking plays is better. Just barraging Ouroboros or Eddie Merc crabbing down.
Sure. Draw this card. Yep.
And
The blocker, yeah.
Yep, no way to have anything have haste. Wait a minute, except Badger Mole Cub. Did Max just leave himself vulnerable to a top deck Badger Mole Cub for the win?
With a hasty land?
Oh, that was an unnecessary risk, I think, from Max. It isn't there, but...
No bossing say either?
Nope, not in the deck.
Not in the deck, okay.
Yeah, but, I mean, I believe Matt just had, what, 8 out? Or I guess he's not.
I'll play an elf.
Playing Nature's Rhythm. Yeah, the Nature's Rhythms are only in the sideboard.
Make
So.
the Keen Eye big. artifact creature, and I'll do instant sorcery on you.
Nice.
And I'll play a tap land. And
Yeah, so Matt had 4 outs there, which might have been a little too risky there for Max.
Yeah.
But ended
He's
up
glad it
taking
didn't backfire.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, he's going to be very glad it didn't backfire there because he played the rest of that game superbly.
Exactly. That would have been a moment where you look back and you're like, oh no. Like,
what did I do?
With Eddie Merc Crab being able to tap down Ouroboros and the land, you really couldn't have lost there.
Game 3, let's go. Both players with a hand of 7. You'll love to see it. Let's get the show on the road. Turn 1, Paw Patch for Matt Nass.
And the Keen-Eyed getting ready to start eating away the graveyard, and doesn't look like Max has the best card for it, the Spell Snare.
Let's go with a Wabbit. Here comes Keen-Eyed.
Another great card up against Max. Just a 3 of in the sideboard, but a road. That is great against Eddie Merc at end step, so you can't untap and Sunderflock.
Nice. 2 card types for our little raccoon here, bud.
Yeah.
Go. Yummy.
But just no removal spell until we found that Burst Lightning, so Max really wanted something that deals 3 damage, so looking for that Impractical Joke instead of Burst Lightning, so...
I'll punch you for 5.
Punch for 5 and nibble on your graveyard.
And now Matt gets to just play Gene Pollinator, say go, have 2 lands available to eat 2 spells, and there's no point in eating anything now because, well, Hearth Elemental could not be cast no matter what.
Yeah, Hearth Elemental in hand. No Eddie Merc Crab to speak of right now. Sleight of hand, the draw.
Yep.
And the play here for Max.
With 2 Sunderflocks in hand, we're at a position in this game where if Max puts one of them on the stack, the game's over.
Yeah.
No doubt. You don't beat 2 Sunderflocks from the Celestia deck at all. You barely beat 1.
That's where you need those dragon sniper guys, yeah?
Yes.
Death touching reach guys.
Yeah, that's not really the game plan you want to play against a Sunderflock.
No. Big sigh from Max Komanowski.
He's out of the top 2.
So heroes hang out, basically just sleight of hand.
Yeah, in red.
Yeah, just a 5th sleight of hand. Yep, so end of next turn, Broadside Barrage can be played. That will be an answer to the Keen-Eyed, but will it be too late?
Time will tell, Corey Baumeister.
Pass.
I'll
Alrighty.
get instant.
Turn passes back to Matt. He's slowly receding into his hoodie. That's when you know things are getting serious.
Yep.
And Keen-Eyed Curator gets 2 card types.
So not really going to be able to get any more types, so it is really going to come down to, does Matt want to play Ouroboros here? Or just hold up as much mana as possible, or Bright Glass Gearhulk off the top. That's probably the riskiest, because your 4-drop can get dealt with for 1 mana from the Spire, Bluff Canal,
I'll
and
take
the
1
Null.
down to 18.
Ouroboros.
I'll respond.
In response, we're going to see a Burst Lightning on one of these creatures.
Yeah.
Paw Patch.
Burst Lightning, Paw Patch.
So that counter doesn't get to be placed on the Ouroboros. That was the main reason. So now we'll see if Matt wants to tap that to eat a spell.
If not, why not?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, it doesn't add to his type count, but at least does slow down a Hearth Elemental Sunderflock shenanigans.
But it is looking like...
I guess.
And that is kind of brutal because the Keen-Eyed will get up to 5 toughness, but that's still just perfect for Broadside Barrage to clean up the powerful 2-drop here.
Would it not have been the same net effect if he just put the counter on the Ouroboros?
It was on the stack.
Oh, right.
Yep.
That makes perfect sense.
So now just deciding, do you want 5 damage in or 7 and eating an extra spell? It is a big choice because eating the extra spell puts Max down to 2 spells.
5 would put you to 8.
The Barrage could put 2 spells into the yard.
Sure.
So if you don't need a spell and Max top decks a spell, he could go Barrage on the Keen-Eyed and then play Hearth Elemental if he discarded the spell that he drew. So that's the big choice.
Barrage is in hand, right?
It's in the exile zone
In the
from Hangout. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But it's about to be in the graveyard, and so will the Keen-Eyed Curator. So basically, Matt is just saying, do I care if you go Barrage and play a possible Hearth Elemental?
I'll
It's really close.
5. Knock you to 8, and then I'll grab the first.
Okay.
All right. One more spell out of Max Kamenowski's graveyard. 2 Sunderflux, Hearth Elemental, Broadside Barrage available, and an Opt off the top. Okay.
So Barrage killing the Keen-Eyed, but maybe you have to go for Orboid. But yeah, killing Keen-Eyed. And then with a land, Matt can put a counter on everything, which then puts 3 counters on everything. That's 6. That's 12 damage. So I think Max needs to find one more piece of removal here. And it's not there.
It's not.
But Matt doesn't have the land, so it's not over yet.
This is 8.
Okay, it's over. just 8, didn't need it.
No overkill necessary there for Matt Nass. Congratulations to our Pro Tour Ether Drift champion, making it into yet another top 8. You love to see it, Corey.
Really impressive. All on the back of Keen-Eyed Curator there, being able to minimize the damage of these spells from the yard. So big congrats, and there he goes.
Please don't hurt yourself. I thought he was going to jump that fence, man.
Yeah, there we
That's what
go.
the basketball shorts are for.
Exactly. You got to bring your
Mobility.
athletic wear when you top 8. You got to run over to your friends. Matt's been next level for years.
Absolutely. Awesome stuff. Love to see it. The celebrations, the relief. You know, early dinner for Matt Nass and his buddies. So great stuff here in our feature match area.
Absolutely. Locking up another top 8, winning a Pro Tour, the first one of last year. And you know he's got to be pumped to have the chance to do it again.
Absolutely. Love seeing that. Love to see the players' reactions and their supportive, their support around them. It's it's one of the best parts about this job. So.
It really is. And for any Max fans, got a couple more rounds to be able to pick up that last win. So we'll be seeing them in the feature match area a couple more times, I imagine.
No doubt, no doubt. Friends, we still have plenty more magic for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back with you. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven here in Las Vegas, Nevada at the biggest magic. Ooh, did you see what those shiny power? Ooh, talk about shiny stones. I'm getting very distracted by shiny things. I'm not a magpie, I promise. Hi everyone, I'm Ailey Learning alongside Corey Baumeister, and we are putting people into the top 8. We just saw Matt Nass make it through. Max Kobanowski is going to have to take one more round to do so.
Yep.
Those were actually the only players who had win-and-ins this round. So that means we get to go and check out some other cool peeps, see some sweet decks in action, and, you know, maybe get someone back on the Pro Tour with 10 wins.
Absolutely.
Those 2 players this round, Mike Sigrist, Chris Kral.
Yeah, going to be really exciting. 10 wins, get you that requalification. We haven't seen a Mike Sigrist on the Pro Tour in a while, but, you know, former Player of the Year, Mike has really done it all. Nice to see him back, and I'm sure he'd be excited to go to Amsterdam here for the next one.
Absolutely. Amsterdam is wonderful. It's great to see Siggy back on the Pro Tour, qualified via the Arena Championships. So, you know, great time for him. I do remember one of his survey answers about making it to, you know, what it would mean to make it to the top 8. And he was like, just another Sunday. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he's done it all in the game, not really phased by the pressure. And of course, a limited aficionado, one of the better limited players to ever shuffle up 40 cards.
Playing against a sweet Marty discard list from Chris Kral. This archetype had a very good day 1 performance. As we see Burst Lightning take care of the little otter off of Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah, and Chris Kral, no stranger to the feature match area as well. Made a couple of top 8s from the Spotlight Series, both at the Secret Lair one in Indianapolis, as well as the Avatar Spotlight here in Atlanta.
Yeah, all good. I'm not a very guard.
I'm not a very what? I'm curious.
Probably not being very strict with the rules, I think is what Sigrist was about to be saying.
Oh, good.
And this Mardu discard deck looks really cool. We've seen it a little bit before. You know, used to be playing Monument to be able to discard some cards with Iron Shield Elf, get some value. But this one in particular, playing Cool But Rude to have as a nice finisher, plus the new cards from Secrets of Strixhaven, the Hardened Academic, as well as the Practice Offense to just have a extremely quick clock.
Don't forget Erode, also pretty good in the metagame at the moment. So I'm keen to see this deck do its thing. Yesterday we covered a match with Marty Discard. I don't think it was Chris though. It was someone else playing Marty Discard, and we didn't get to see it pop off. I really want to see it do so, but I also really want Mike to qualify. You know, so here we are.
That is fair.
Boomerang Basics sending that elf back. Sure, you might be able to be indestructible, but you're not hexproof.
Yeah, and Mike just going for the tempo play there instead of trying to sleight of hand, set up his future turns. Doesn't have a land 3 at the moment, but neutralizing the battlefield for this turn and then sleight of handing and opting and stuff to make sure you hit your land drops next turn. Perfectly reasonable.
Moon Shadow. So pretty. I love that art.
Yeah, great card here, being able to discard cards from the Iron Shield Elf. And keep pumping it up. There's a lot of permanents. I mean, most of your deck is permanents. You have some Burst Lightnings and Erodes, but outside of that, everything's going to be pumping that card.
Absolutely. If you flat out, it's fine. Just Iron Shield Elf. Make a massive, menacing 1-drop.
So now no land 3 for Mike. So we have the decision. Do we want to start with maybe that sleight of hand to be able to find the land? But if you brick, it's a nightmare. Or if you want to start with a flow state and almost assuredly guarantee that you'll get a land drop. Let's see what he decides.
You're confident with his flow state. Is that good, Corey?
I mean, 3 cards? You have to be so unlucky to miss. And then he has complaint equity at dinner.
Yes.
So I think it's a win-win.
Okay, fair. Let's see. Does Mike Sigrist get complaint equity?
Nope,
no.
Unfortunately. Always lucky. Always
multiversal passage.
So for sure taking that, and we'll see what else. And this really comes down to Mike setting up, getting ready for Eddie Merc Crab, getting those 5 spells in the yard. So next turn, you can tap down some stuff from Chris.
This crab is everywhere. I don't like it.
Yeah, I kind of
It's
thought
great, but I
going
don't
into
like it.
this tournament that was going to be the best creature of this Pro Tour.
Yeah.
And it's definitely felt like it. Landfall having its great numbers as well, so hard to deny, Ice Till Explorer or something being the
Nah.
creature of the tournament.
I don't think Ice still makes that much of an impact, as much of an impact as an Eddie Merc does,
Yeah.
especially with a follow-up for Eddie Merc grab.
Yeah, Eddie Merc is in a lot of decks. I imagine it's one of the most played decks in the tournament for sure.
Mike digging through the top of his deck, finding some action for the next turn. See if we can get this little auto turning sideways, or if Chris can keep control of this battlefield and just go ham.
Yeah, this is definitely Chris's turn. Like, if he can really start progressing here, it's going to be trouble here for Mike. So, I mean, I think one of the better things you can do is discard practiced offense, play land 4, and start counting how close you are to lethal. And with Chris tapping on the table, that's something you never want to see from your opponent, that's for sure.
Definitely not, especially when you're sitting at 18. Healthy life totals on either side of the table, but definitely the pressure coming from
academic trigger.
Chris Kroll. Bloodgast in the yard.
And can, air quotes, flash that back if we play a land to get some free value.
Yeah.
Shock and Sacred Foundry trigger.
Love free value.
16.
Doesn't have haste at the moment. Needs Mike to be at 10 life or less.
Yep. Wow, the synergies with this deck is through the roof. Now
It's
Bloodcast
so fun.
comes back, so you get a counter on target creature.
Where's it gonna go? You can supercharge your Moonshadow a little more if you want. Start
absolutely.
negating those negative counters.
Oh my goodness, I believe that is practice defense
Yeah.
offense in hand, so
Ooh.
is able to get that going as well. So you would think if you want to maximize damage, you keep putting counters on Moonshadow, as that's the menace creature, you can't block it.
Yeah. How much damage can it get through, though?
Yeah,
that's the question.
that is indeed the question.
Academic.
So Academic gives its counter to itself. Practiced offense will be played
Discard
from the
practice
graveyard,
offense,
which gives another counter to the Academic leaving.
Yep.
And then
Practice
a
offense,
counter to the
targeting
entire team.
myself and
So one creature is going to get double strike here.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
myself and academic trigger target itself.
So that is...
All right. So where the counter... You're
So I've announced targets of practice offense as Moonshadow and myself, and then above that is the academic trigger from the card leaving my graveyard.
Sure,
And
sure.
that's targeting the academic.
Okay, so this is going to go to 4, and this is going to go down to 4, right?
Well, it puts a count on everything.
Yeah. Oh, sure. This
Yeah,
is going to go to 3 counters. Got you. Yeah.
Three-
I'm just trying to make sure it's clear.
No,
so.
I got you.
So that goes down to 4. They're negative counters. They get canceled out with plus counters.
Yeah. You can't have a negative counter and a positive counter on a creature. They just cancel each other out.
That's perfect. This is perfect.
Chris Krawl's deck is gorgeous, by the way.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
Declare attacks.
What got double strike, the bird?
You made double strike, right? You didn't-
Oh, yes, double strike. Sorry,
Yeah,
I apologize.
No.
All right.
Double strike for one creature
How
here.
many
I
cards
believe
again?
that was on the flyer, so that's going to be 10 from
Wait, I
that.
didn't-
11, 12, 13.
Did I say I targeted Moonshadow? I don't know.
You did.
I did not mean to say that.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to handle it.
It's fine.
Yeah. Okay,
That's
so targeting Moonshadow for the double strike,
my
it
decks.
looks like. That is going to be less damage.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that looks like 6, and then the flyers, that makes 11 damage. Then you can block the Iron Shield and just take 11.
What would it have been otherwise?
Well, it would have been a 3-3 double striker, and instead it would have been a 5-5 double striker. So 4 missed points of damage.
On that 18, correct?
That's what I have you at. Yeah.
It doesn't look like it was lethal this turn anyways, but of course, leaving 4 points on the damage at a Pro Tour, at such a high-stake match.
Every little bit counts.
Exactly. Game's still looking incredibly good for Chris Krull here.
Yeah, it might not even matter, depending on what Mike is able to cobble together.
But with Eddie Merc coming down next turn to be able to tap down
11.
some creatures.
I'm going to gain 5.
And it looked like there was a Roaring Furnace that could deal with one of the creatures.
This
Still
has
looks
lifelink.
quite
Oh,
good.
okay.
I'm discarding this turn.
Yeah, I don't know. All right,
For
so you go
Chris.
to 21. Is that right?
Yep, 21-7. Go ahead.
Turn passes back to Mike Sigrist.
Don't think it'll matter, but I feel like a bonehead. I literally just said it.
Don't worry, Chris.
Yeah, if you can get your mistakes out of the way at a situation where you're still going to win, that's definitely good.
Way preferable.
But now, as it stands, Roaring Furnace, deal with the Hardened Academic, play an island, and then I guess you can't Eddy Merc, though, so that's a big problem. So it doesn't look like that play is an option here for Mike.
Because there's, 3 creatures on the board now, and they're pretty big.
Yeah, 4 tricky creatures. So Mike really needs to find a piece of interaction that costs 1 mana, and I believe he did just pick up a Boomerang, which is nice.
Yeah, Boomerang basics.
So hitting the Moon Shadow would make a lot of sense.
You don't want to
kind of restart that.
Don't want to target the thing with haste. That would make no sense.
Yep.
So Boomerang basics on the stack. It's going to be Moon Shadow back to hand.
Yeah, that or Iron Shield Elf. Everything else comes back with haste.
Yeah.
So now we'll see what the follow-up is. Mike is at an effective 4 here, which missing 4 points of damage.
Yeah.
Could be big game.
Is that 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11?
We'll see what we have in hand from Chris. See if there is something like a burst. Yeah, that'll do.
Yep. Shard Mage's Rescue, no touchy, thank you very much. So thankfully the little misstep there from Chris didn't end up matching. Picks up the first game here against Mike Sigrist in round number 14.
That could have been a misstep from Mike, because I believe he did do that within combat. I mean, if Chris top decked the rescue, that could have been a big problem, but maybe it was already in hand.
I'll keep as well. Yeah, the Delta started game 2.
Hand to 7, love to see it. Storm Chaser's Talent. I wonder how many turn 1 Storm Chaser's Talents there have been this weekend. Too many.
Yeah, quite a few, that's for sure. Looks like I saw multiple Slag Storms in hand from Mike there.
I see some Dark Knight hits the board here. Chris.
18. Confused me. Sorry. Just thinking of Cecil plus trigger.
Slag Storm is very strong, but you're also trying to be an aggro deck. But that is the nice thing about these prowess decks. They have so much versatility that in the right matchup, they just get to choose, like, what is my role in this matchup? Am I aggro? Am I the control player? And in this matchup, against this hyper-aggressive Mardu discard deck, I think Mike is definitely the control player.
I tend to agree with you. This deck wants to get you dead real quick so that doesn't have to deal with the shenanigans that these Izzet decks are capable of late game.
Yep, but looks like 2 Slag Storms, Burst Lightning, 1 other red card, and an island. So the Slag Storms aren't even castable. And the Burst Lightnings can't kill anything right now. So not the best hand I've ever seen.
This is a real pain in the butt for Mike Sigrist.
Yeah, it's not the worst if we can top deck a red source and just Slag Storm away both of them.
Yeah, that'd be great. In comes Cecil.
16 all.
Let's see if Mike wanted to chump block away the Otter and hope to draw the mountain. That just makes it so obvious. That's not a mountain.
That sure ain't. I mean, it's a mountain in water, but I guess that's what they call an island, right?
Yeah, this is brutal. If now Mike only has a Burst Lightning, he's not going to be able to play anything, and then Voice is just going to prevent Mike from playing anything. So
yeah, this is going to be brutal here.
Yikes. Mike did top deck just another island as well.
Sure.
Kubaru, draw discard when the creatures attack.
Yep. And then once you get
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage coming in.
Yep, and then once you get that to level 2, it is very dangerous.
Yes.
You discard a card, it deals 2 damage. So if you get one of those cards like the Hardened Academic or Iron Shield Elf, just discard shock, discard shock.
Yeah, I mean, also anytime they attack, so, but, you know, I like your plan a little bit more. Just do it multiple times in a row.
You just get sacrificed to your go.
And no land for Chris there, so it basically has to be a mountain right here. Otherwise, I think we are all done.
It's playing mono 2-drops, eh?
Sleight of hand.
Okay, sleight of hand gives you 2 more looks.
We're going to find a mountain. No, those do not look like red cards.
It might have been a multiversal passage. Oh, I think he took op there, so that is less than ideal.
Absolutely.
But if he can find a way to deal 3 damage, an impractical joke, something like that to neutralize some damage. He'd still be in an okay spot, but that really felt like it had to be a Slight Storm.
Yeah. So, 1, 2. Oh, geez.
And there is the red source, but is it a little too late? So now Mike does have the ability to double burst lightning the voice or Cecil, and I feel like he's going to be pretty pressured into do so. The alternative is this Otter is a 3/3. You know, you could make it a 5/5 and double burst lightning. That is 9 damage. And then just hope you're not dead on the crackback. I don't love that either.
Yeah, I think he needs to.
Yep, that's what I got.
He needs to get these critters dead real quick. So Cecil down. You hate wasting using 2 spells to kill 1 threat. But at least he is fighting back.
Yep. So he gets a good attack in for 5.
Yeah. So 3 damage coming through for sure, depending on what Chris does with his mana this turn.
And
Besides
without a land, you got to think that there's probably not going to be a lethal attack from Chris here, especially with Mike being at 11 instead of 10. This Bloodghast won't have haste type of thing, but
yeah.
Even if Mike does just Slag Storm next turn, you've lost your pressure, and you just have 2 Slag Storms and an island in hand. Like, it's still not putting you in a great spot. Something that would be great for Mike is top deck Eddie Merc, be able to Slag Storm, and then have the 5 spells in the yard to be able to also play that.
Storm Chaser's Talon, kind of fishing back something from the yard as like an absolute last resort.
Strategic Betrayal.
Okay, well, never mind.
Yeah,
there goes that plan. Strategic Betrayal gets rid of the creature and the graveyard.
So now the Eddie Merc plan is not looking as powerful. Strategic Betrayal, just a phenomenal card up against these Spelemental style draws. And of course, this is prowess, but it plays like Spelementals if you want it to post board.
Combat? Yep. Attack, trigger. Discard. Practice offense, draw.
2 goes to 9.
Yeah. And with the practiced offense in the yard, this is very much presenting lethal.
Excuse me, didn't level up the class there, so still all right.
So now even if we Slag Storm, Chris, if we draw land, can just bring back Bloodghast, practiced offense, put a counter on it, give it double strike, that's 6, and then level up Cool but Rude. So if Mike just has Slag Storm, doesn't have anything else, which that's a flow state, that's kind of nothing else. And if Chris top decks a land, has 8 damage face up.
Yeah. Jeez. It's been a close match between these two here. Mike just, never getting anything. Nothing has been able to stick for him.
Yeah.
Slag Storm.
He's been so close to winning. I mean, Slag Storm to deal 3 to the players, with Chris only being at 6, was pretty close to winning that way, but
would have been preferable.
Yep.
And we'll see. As far as my count, a top deck land is just GG, and Chris could of course have a plethora of other things. And I believe that's a Burst Lightning in hand, so it can just go end step Burst Lightning to Mike.
Yeah, straight to the face. What else has he got? Okay, hangs on to it.
It's an untapped land.
Land?
Blood could tap, trigger Bloodghast.
Huh. I guess he doesn't need to.
Yeah, if you do this, you give it double strike, and then you Burst Lightning. So another way to just get it done here.
Burst Lightning.
That's going to do it. Chris Kral picking up the win, locking up his next Pro Tour appearance. Congratulations to him. A clean 2-0. Well, not as clean as he would have liked, but 2-0 against Mike Sigger, so congratulations.
Yeah, you got to be really happy that you just locked up the next Pro Tour when you had that little minor misstep here in the last game. So that's kind of the recentering moment. Be like, all right.
I got this.
Cute.
It's fine.
Now let's try to win the last 2 and get some extra cash and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
And have a chance at top 8ing. 12 wins. When you have to win the last 3, it gets a little more difficult for tiebreakers, but still a chance for sure.
Absolutely, friends. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll have more Magic right after this. Back at the news desk.
The full class schedule at your LGS is ready for Secrets of Strixhaven, and there are plenty of events no matter how you like to play Magic. Full details are available at mtg.social/WTP-SOS. Well, we have 2 players into our top 8. We need to send 6 more there. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, live from Las Vegas, Nevada. And this is where the rounds get really, really exciting. We're down to the final 2 rounds of Swiss. Hey, welcome to the news desk. Marie Bartholdi, Monty DeBooty, and Tannen Grace. And we've got some really exciting Magic coming up for you this round. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out where things are at. Check this out. We've got 2 players, like I said, into the top 8. Rui Zhang and Matt Nass, congratulations. We'll be seeing you tomorrow on the Sunday stage. They get to stop playing and just prepare for tomorrow. But look at all of these 11 and 3s who are hungry for that top 8 berth. The French grinder Thierry Ramboa, sitting at 11-3, has been nipping at the heels of everybody all day. Former world champion Nathan Stoyer, our overnight leader, sitting at 11-3. Christopher Larson, your reigning Pro Tour champion, also sitting at 11-3. Those 2 are teammates as well. Max Kamenowski, we saw him on camera, didn't get there last round. Can he get there this round at 11-3? Edgar Megalhesh at 11-3 as well. So lots of exciting Magic is coming up very, very soon. Speaking of Matt Nass, very, very happy indeed to be the newest member of our top 8. Let's hear how he felt with Tannen Grace.
We have another top 8 competitor here. I've got Matt Nass. Matt must never get tired hearing this. What does it mean to make another top 8?
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. It's been a crazy run with the win in Chicago last year, and then this coming this year after pre-COVID. I only had 1 top 8 before, so it's pretty special to make 2 in such a short time, and starting to build up a Hall of Fame resume if they ever bring that back. So excited for that as well.
Hashtag bring back the Hall of Fame. Anyway, let's talk about this match. I got to watch most of it in person. I was floored. This match was amazing. Games 1, 2, and 3. Games 1 and 2 so close on the edge of on my edge of my seat. I thought you had game 2, got them down to 1. These Q9 curators have seen amazing. Walk me through everything that just happened.
Yeah, so game 1, I felt good because I'm usually a pretty loose keeper. Sure. And I decided to mulligan hands with 4 lands, 3 spells, but they were my bad spells, Sage of the Skies and Elves and whatnot. And went down to a 5-card hand that was just 2 Elves, 2 lands, and a Kenai, which is basically my best chance in game 1. He didn't have his 3 spell snares or 2 impractical jokes, and it just ran away with the game. Game 2 was even crazier. I thought I had it because he didn't crab me upkeep, which I think was a mistake. And then I'm like, oh, I can play Gear Hulk, and if he crabs, I can Melt Strider afterwards, and then he won't be able to drop Thunderflock. But he was able to counter it and then crab the next turn and still survive somehow. And then I was hoping to draw a Cub, or I boarded in some Nature's Rhythms to get that last point, but I didn't find it.
Yeah, the game was so close, and then game 3, you finally got there. I heard that you wanted to, you had some words for a teammate here.
Yeah, so my best friend in the whole world, Sam Pardee, knew that I had to day 2 this event to make it to Pro Tour Amsterdam, actually. I was in danger of falling off. And so when he saw that I was playing green-white tokens, he said, don't do it. It's too risky. Just play Prowess. It'll be solid. You'll for sure make day 2. And I stuck to my guns thanks to my other teammate, Noah Ma, who played the deck with me. And it paid off in spades. So thanks for nothing, Sam.
You heard it here first. In your face, Sam. Matt, thanks for the time.
Yeah, thank you. And you should play Zuminos.
Always be closing, Matt Nass. Take a look at the members of our top 8 here. Rui Zhang and Matt Nass get to take a break the rest of day 2 of competition. We have 6 spots more to give. 12 is the magic number of wins this round. Well, Izzet, of course, the most played deck here this weekend. Many different flavors of Izzet, though. Monty, talk to me about the differences and similarities between these decks.
Yeah, I think one thing that sort of gets lost in the conversation when we're talking about Standard and the sheer number of powerful Izzet cards is just how different the different flavors of Izzet can look. So I'm just going to highlight some of the key cards in each of these Izzet decks. Of course, there is overlap in cards that appear in multiple of the archetypes, but these are the cards that really more or less define these ones. So Slickshot Show Off, Storm Chaser's Talent. The Storm Chaser's Talent Boomerang basics combo specifically is a big part of what makes Izzet Prowess so powerful. And then Burst Lightning is one of the ideal cards in the deck just because it goes face while also being a cheap interaction spell. Prowess was the most played deck, but it went a solid 50%. Let's take a look at another flavor of Izzet. Let's look at Lessons. Well, Lessons was, of course, the first flavor of Izzet into our top 8 this weekend in the hands of Roy Zhang. Grand, Artist Talent, Monument to Endurance. We call this a combo, but it's not a combo in the traditional sense. It's just that once you have all 3 of these cards on the battlefield, you're getting the senior discount from Grand, and every spell you cast is giving you both a Monument trigger and an Artist Talent trigger. It can feel so difficult to lose, and the deck is so good at putting all of that together, with Accumulate Wisdom doing its best Ancestral Recall impersonation. Now, next, we look at a completely different flavor of Izzet. This is Spelementals. Izzet Spelementals really rose to prominence as the Cub Killer. Thunderflock just so powerful against the Cub decks. We see Eddie Mark Crab and Hearth Elemental being used to power out the big Thunderflock. In the Winter Night Stories, one of the key cards in this deck, just because A, it stocks your graveyard very quickly, but B, with those cheap, undercosted elementals like the Crab and Hearth Elemental, it's very easy to harmonize it. Spelementals, maybe there was some speculation that it might fall out of favor with Prowess being so prominent, but it's so good against everything else, they say. And finally, I just want to spotlight what Secrets of Strixhaven has done for the Izzet strategies, because it really does feel like it just added so much. Colorstorm Stallion being another potential win condition that some of the Prowess strategies are turning to. Flow State, absolutely fantastic in the Prowess deck. But then on the flip side of it, Prismari Charm and Traumatic Critique have really done a lot to help level up the Spelementals versions of the Izzet decks. So Izzet already incredibly powerful. Now Secrets of Strixhaven has added some new tools to the archetypes. And honestly, I think it can get lost in the conversation that, yes, there's so much Izzet. Yes, people may be getting tired of blue and red, but these decks are fun, they're powerful, they're diverse, and they have a lot of play to them. I don't know, I enjoy watching them play.
So sue him. Everybody, for round number 15, it is a phenomenal one. You are not going to want to miss this one. We have teammates, we have a winning in, we have so much on the line for both of these players. And if they make the top 8, of course, they've got their shot at first prize and first place, which is $50,000. Christopher Larson up against Nathan Stoyer, a Celestia Landfall mirror. Check this out. Both on the same team, Cosmos Heavy Play. Christopher Larson, your reigning Pro Tour champion. Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse has a top 8 in basically every tournament type that you can think of, from mocks to Grand Prix to Pro Tours. At the player party, you know, he's a drafter. He said, I didn't really play any standard. So he's just that good, everybody. Just that good. If he can back-to-back, that would be absolutely phenomenal.
Maria, as we take a look at the day that Christopher Larson has had, I kind of want to ignore this. We know he's great. He's winning. This is a tale of 2 great players that are on the same team, playing the same deck, having to run into each other with such implications on the line. Like you said, the winner of this is going to be going into the top 8. I think that's all I care about, is I want to see great magic between these 2 phenomenal players.
All right, Christopher Larson's opponent this round, it's former world champion Nathan Stoyer, has only been playing the game since 2010. He also is the winner of Pro Tour Pro Tour March of the Machine in 2023. He actually fell off the Pro Tour train at the last Pro Tour, but managed to go undefeated at the PTQ on Sunday to re-qualify and be here this weekend. We already ticked his tournament goal, which is to win a qualification to the next Pro Tour with 10 match wins. So good job for Nathan. Now he wants some more.
Yeah, and as we look over what he did here in this tournament, remember, this is his first Pro Tour back, like you said. This is a former world champion and our overnight leader from day 1. We showed you all those graphics on what the overnight leaders have done over the last few years. Nathan trying to make sure that he gets another top 8 added to that list, and another person that doesn't miss out on just that. And, man, I just want to see a great match between these 2.
Those are the players. What about the deck?
Okay.
Singular, Monty.
So, as we mentioned, this is a mirror match. So we're going to start with Christopher Larson's build, but the main decks are one card off. So what I'm going to really do is focus on the sideboard here. Pulling up Christopher Larson's sideboard, I think the only thing that really matters in the minute changes between these two lists is those 4 copies of Sheltered by Ghost that Christopher Larson has access to. Nathan only has access to 3. Main deck changes, it's just a copy of Surrak, not the biggest deal. So as we turn over to Nathan's build of Selesnya Landfall, the whole thing here is they're teammates. This is a mirror match. For all intents and purposes, even that 1 copy of Sheltered by Ghosts, it's a minimal difference. So for me, this is just going to be a great match between teammates, between friends, and honestly, whoever loses, unfortunate, but they have another shot because both of them have great tiebreakers. Whoever wins, that's 1 player guaranteed into the top 8 for Team Cosmos Heavy Play, and that's the Selesnya Landfall in the top 8, essentially guaranteed at this point.
All right, everyone, let's find out what happens. Do not move here. Round number 15, the penultimate round of Swiss. Marcel and Paul, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. We've got all the win-and-ins in our feature match area. We have up to 4 players that could make it in. 3 for sure will be making it in. And we're going to start things off with Nathan Stoyer versus Chris Larson. As they talked about at the news desk, these are teammates playing the mirror match. Not a 75-card mirror, but it's only a few cards different. The same exact strategy and many of the same cards as well.
Yeah, and what a run for both players. You know, Nathan Stoyer starting out the tournament 9-0, finds himself in position here to top 8. And Chris Larson, your reigning Pro Tour champion with potentially 2 shots here to make it back-to-back top 8s, perhaps back-to-back Pro Tour champion.
An unbelievable run for Chris. We've had the spotlight on Stoyer because of his undefeated day 1. It's interesting psychologically how you come into these situations, right? On one hand, you're 9-0. You're 11-3 right now after an 8-0 start.
Table Alpha, start a game.
But if I told you on day 1 that you would be 11-3 and playing for the PT with a round to go, or sorry, for the top 8 with a round to go, you'd take that in a heartbeat.
Oh, absolutely here.
By the way, this is going to go fast. Because these players know these decks, they know each other, testing team partners, etc. And yeah,
right.
They're not going to be messing around.
Yeah, one thing here is, you know, this Selesnya Landfall deck that, you know, Team Heavy Play here has done really, really well. Yesterday they had an extremely high win percentage when you're comparing it to, of course, just the regular, typical mono-green landfall variants, really prioritizing the additional interaction. As you can see there, Daedra Synthesis Amalgam, one of the reasons to play white, but also 4 copies of Erode, just giving you access to just a much better removal effect than something like a Meldstrider's Resolve, where you play the Erode, that gives you 4 main deck answers to cards like Slickshot Show Off, and also could be a nice piece of interaction in the mirror as well.
And they don't really care that much about giving their opponent a land here, right? Their idea is this game's not going to go long enough for it to matter.
Well, the landfall triggers do matter. However, you know, there are a few creatures that are extremely important in the meta, right?
I meant in general.
Sure.
You were saying that they were playing white instead of the normal mono green.
Oh, right. Yeah, sure. Yes. And the thing is, it's one of those things, oftentimes you hate giving your opponent a land.
Right.
Especially in something like Limited. But in Constructed, you know, you have your game plan. The only thing that you're worried about is just potentially getting run over by some of those really explosive starts from the various Izzet Prowess shells. So I think the 4 copies of Erode have gone a long way for both of these players, and here they are sitting at 11-3.
Yeah, now focusing in on this particular matchup, I mean, this has a lot of landfall synergies. Is Erode that great here?
Yeah, I mean, if you're on the draw and your opponent has an explosive start, you know, eroding, especially when they have cards that care about landfall, could be not great. However, you know, you still need to get that Mindform Harmonizer off the battlefield, right? Sometimes you need to kill the Ice Tail Explorer. So, yes, against the landfall decks, giving your opponent's lands is certainly not great, but still a completely fine card to play, just given the fact that it does still kill some really, really impactful creatures.
2 very different openings here from both of our players. Oof. Wow, that is honestly both very explosive. Nathan Stoyer on the play with Llanowar Elves into Daedrine, into Harmonizer. That is one heck of a curve. But on the other side, you can see Chris Larson is not slow either. He's got Badger Mole Cub ×2 into Lumbering World Wagon.
Right. Oh, and look at this. Chris Larson firing off the Erode here on the...
Draw step or upkeep?
Draw step is fine.
Okay.
Draw step Erode on the Harmonize here. Nathan did have the backup Mindform Harmonizer as well. And remember, Diadrain has Trample. So if 2 of the Mindform Harmonizers were on the battlefield, if you play a land, all of a sudden we're looking at a 12-power Trampler that could have attacked this turn.
So very productive turn there for Larson. It looked like he may just get run over with that start from Stoyer, but now Stoyer has to rebuild a little bit, and Larson's the one with the huge board state going.
Right, Stoyer is the one who did mulligan here. He had a very good aggressive start here, but Chris Larson, extremely explosive turn here, right? Badger Mole Cub, he's got a tremendous mana advantage here, and with that well-timed Erode, has basically kind of shut the door on Nathan potentially closing it out this turn with double Mindform Harmonizer.
Larson also able to set up a 4/4 World Wagon blocker, or just the 2 Cubs or whatever, so he's got blocking too after all that.
Right.
I thought he had the slow start. Looks like he caught right up. There's the Mindform Harmonizer back on the battlefield. No landfall triggers just yet.
Can run out a land here.
But like Nathan doesn't really have a great attack. He's just got to pass a turn.
Yeah.
Did this one just turn back in Larson's favor? Maybe, but Mindform Harmonizer on the other side for Stoyer is scary.
That is it. I think he drew another Badger Mole Cub here. So right now, Chris Larson already has access to 8 mana and can potentially crew up the Lumbering World Wagon if he can find some big creatures to play, get another land onto the battlefield here. Lots of options for Chris. I mean, with 8 mana, you can more or less dump most of the cards in your hand.
It's, upkeep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can see right here,
Draw step. Confusing.
cards in hand.
It's like, what?
Right.
Nathan Stoyer has played out every relevant spell, and he's left with just 2 planes, while Larson's hand is stacked. 2 Diadrine, a Harmonizer, and a Zaz's Chocobo. I mean, we could see just a massive Diadrine here.
Right. I mean, this looks like he's going to play it for... Oh, just running out the Harmonizer.
Harmonizer first.
Has 2 mana floating here.
Doesn't have anything with Trample, but there's 2. Either creature blocking would be great for Larson, so maybe he can line up something.
Right. And the Harmonizer can allow you to crew up the Lumbering World Wagon if Chris Larson was interested in attacking here. And yeah, just running out 3 permanents this turn.
4 to cast. Oh, yeah, I see. I get it. Yep. Yeah, you're good. Yep.
Diadrine for 3, and then the remaining 1 mana for the Saz's Chocobo. And here we are, Lumbering World Wagon getting in. And of course, this will allow Chris Larson to get a forest or a plains out of his deck, which will trigger the Mindform Harmonizer that is on the battlefield. So that's going to be attacking in for a lot of damage.
And he's thinking about using Diadrine as well to make a 2/2 and get a card.
Yeah. Looks like he decided not to.
Okay.
Right. So now we're looking at a Lumbering World Wagon, which is currently attacking as a 5-powered creature. And then, of course, with the landfall trigger, that'll be 10 damage coming in from that World Wagon.
What outs do I have, says Stoyer, as this game has fully turned against him.
I think it involves Ice Till Explorer into land, into hitting a fetch land, and then just pumping
He did, by the way, use the Diadrine.
Okay, he did.
Yes.
Sure.
He took a counter off of one of the lands.
Yeah, and remember, these Selesnya landfall lists play they play way less. It looks like Nathan just...
Next time, table alpha.
Either is dead or scoop them up.
Right, sure.
Does the land... I guess I don't know that interaction. If you have a Earthbent land with a 1/1 counter on it and you remove the counter, does it die and come back? Is that what just happened? He got an extra landfall trigger?
Did Nathan
that would have been 20.
And Nathan chose not to block?
That's I'm theorizing, but maybe.
I see.
Because I saw him point at the Harmonizer 1 extra time.
Oh, I see.
And we saw Nathan didn't even get a draw step there. He just died.
Right. Well, I will say I haven't played with the Diadrain. I have played many, many games of the mono green, so I don't actually know the interaction when you do just remove a counter.
Just removing a counter from a land. I mean,
I don't think so.
I think it does.
It does?
Because it would be dead. It's not right, and
Fair
it's
enough.
still earthbent.
Yeah.
Make this into
So I think it just comes back.
Yeah, but regardless, Nathan was just so behind.
So behind. I mean, he was already openly asking, what are my actual outs? And as you can see, he's trying to do the similar start that he had in the first game. It wasn't enough as Larson was able to go over the top, but Stoyer, once again, with Llanowar Elves, this time into earthbending lessons. So
yeah,
is this enough now?
Yeah, so this is a great start, both sides starting with Llanowar Elf. Now, Chris Larson does have one of the more important cards, I think, in the matchup here in Mossborn Hydra. I think that's one of the most important cards here because not a lot of removal from either side. So if you can just get that in play and then just get a couple of landfall triggers, this card can just kill you within 2 or 3 turns, especially if you can find some fetch lands. And Chris Larson, taking a look at his sideboard, it looks like he was a little bit more concerned about the mirror than Nathan Stoyer, because after sideboard, Chris Larson, for example, goes up to the full 4 copies of Mossborn Hydra, whereas Nathan only goes up to 3. And then, as Monty mentioned, full 4 copies of Shelter by Ghosts, and Nathan Stoyer has 3. So small differences, but they do matter in the mirror.
They absolutely do. That shows confidence in Larson, too. He says, I think this deck's great, and I think that the people playing it are great, and I might bump into him down the line here.
Although this is
Bushwhack off of the Llanowar Elves. This is a little slow.
Yeah, this is a ridiculous start here from Nathan Stoyer. This was a turn 2 Earthbender Ascension into Badger Mold Cub
Harmonizer?
Harmonizer.
And he has Fabled Passage with a counter on it,
with
too?
a counter. So, I mean, very, very close to just kind of a lethal situation next turn. The important thing here is getting that Earthbender Ascension on 4 counters, of course, because then that would allow you to give something trample and then also use that doubling effect from the Mightform Harmonizer.
How in the world is Larson supposed to come back?
Erode?
That's a Mossborn Hydra. Did you mean to cast Shelter?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
I was confused.
And Nathan Stoyer does have
1 mana
Snakeskin
floating,
Veil
casting
here.
that.
No mana floating.
I'm just talking to myself, sorry.
Is that Snakeskin Veil?
That's a Snakeskin Veil. Remember, one of the most important cards in the matchup after sideboard is Mossborn Hydra. So you want to bring the Snakeskin Veil as well. You kind of turn into almost a Mossborn Hydra combo deck, and you just want to keep it on the battlefield and protect it against cards like Erode.
One from here, one from here.
Is that going to just do it?
I mean, it probably does.
Actually, you are dead. I'm sorry. I'm slow rolling you.
I'm slow rolling you. He says you're dead.
2 triggers, and I first play my land, target that, it goes to 7, I hold priority, it goes to 8, then
You have a
it's
land in
32.
hand?
Yeah, it's 32.
Show me land.
Yeah, 32 damage.
Wow. So one key interaction there. He's able to keep his Harmonizer on the battlefield, and Stoyer says, how about 32 trample damage coming
By
at
the
you,
way,
bud?
so that was turn 4, 32 damage with the protection spell for his creature.
And with trample. Wow. Unbelievable. Well, it looks like one of our players had to step away for just a minute here. Maybe he's trying to freeze Larson, you know.
Yeah. So it looks like we're going to take a little peek here for another game 1 here of one of our win-in matches.
That's right. We've got Matthew Stephenson versus Max Komanowski. And as I mentioned before, 3 of our 4 matches in the feature contain pure win-ins, meaning both players are in a position to win this match and be in the top 8 no matter what. And this is one of them. You see Matthew right there from Canada getting ready to battle. We're not going to miss anything from our main match. We're just going to wait until they're back underway, and then we'll be back with game number 3, the decider. And again, you won't miss anything.
Me too. Table Charlie, sorry.
But a classic matchup here. The mono green variant here going up against the Is It Spelementals deck.
Blue.
Spelementals with the advantage here, right?
Yes, Spell Elementals does have the advantage because cards like Sunderflock are very good, but notably, Matthew's version of the mono green landfall deck, which admittedly, a lot of the mono green landfall decks have been also playing, is the full 4 copies of Keen-Eyed Curator. So that certainly goes a decent way to at least prevent you from playing out cards like Eddie Merc Crab, Hearth Elemental, cards of that nature. You can just really attack the graveyard. Now, if they can still manage to get an Elemental in play and then play Sunderflock, yes, then you can close out the game very quickly with the large flyer.
Good start here for Stephenson. He has Llanowar Elves into Badger Mole Cub. This is one of those explosive ones where next turn he's going to have access to a lot of mana.
I'll fetch to speed us up. Sure. Go ahead.
And what was this?
My deck is back.
I don't know.
I think it's
Stephenson's fetching in response.
Was this a
1, 2, 3.
Is it a Winter Night Stories, maybe? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay. I know what the one on the left looks like.
That one looks pretty cool, actually.
It does.
Yeah.
So this is kind of that shields down moment here, as Max has completely tapped out here and hasn't interacted with any of Matthew's creatures here.
Yeah, Matthew's got a really big turn lined up if he can.
Oh, this is gross.
Did he say this is gross?
He did say this is gross. There's
Oh,
Badger
no.
Mole Cub number 2.
That's not what you want to hear.
That's 3 mana.
3 mana.
Max has to be looking at this like, how gross are we talking?
Right. 3 spells in graveyard here for Max Kaminowski. That is an Earthbender Ascension.
Oh, it makes 3. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
2 Cubs in play. Okay, this is kind of gross.
This is kind of gross. Matthew was not joking with us on that.
Ghetto land here. You still have access to 3 mana. Might have another Earthbender Ascension. Use that to target the escape tunnel. If he does have one.
One floating, Keener? Yeah.
Which one's that one?
Maybe another
Do you mind if I
cub.
just throw it underneath?
Is that a Badger Mole Cub? Is he just playing?
It's a curator.
No, it's a Keen-Eyed Curator. Okay.
18.
Yeah, so just attacked Max's graveyard, has a huge board, has access to tons of mana here. This might just be far too explosive of a start here, and this is the power, of course, of the Badger Mole Cub.
Yeah, Max is looking down at a full grip here and just going, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Well, he can start off by using Impractical Joke to kill the Keen-Eyed Curator.
But can't play the Hearth Elemental here. 1 mana short because the Keen-Eyed Curator did eat something, right?
It did.
Yeah.
5. Okay. Draw.
And this is a lot of damage coming in.
That's a big difference. You know, we're talking about the ability to cast Sunderflock next turn versus not, that type of thing.
This is 11 mana, by the way, for Matthew Stephenson.
Okay, well, what do you got, Matthew?
Nursery?
Oh, are you kidding me? He's casting Sapling Nursery right now?
Yeah.
Sapling, tap 1 land for Sapling Nursery, and then another Earthbender Ascension. So now he's going to have, an army of 3/4 Treefolk tokens. Now, noting that if somehow Max is able to get that Sunderflock in play, then of course that would just bounce all the Treefolk that are created this turn.
I'll make a guy. Yep. I'll take this up to 2. Thank you, sir. Take this to 1. And then
Is that an Ice Tail? Did he have an Ice Tail Explorer in the hand?
still.
Looks like an Ice Tail Explorer. Now that is where things get really gross, because even through a Sunderflock.
This wasn't gross?
Okay.
And that's going to be game. Max Kaminowski says,
all right, I'm
I'm
done.
going to concede.
Oh, my God.
That was an absolute beating for Matthew Stephenson. Although that was pre-sideboard. We're going to go to game number 2 here in this match. Again, these players are playing for top 8. We do have Nathan Stroyer and Chris Larson as well going to game 3, but we're going to join them when they're good and ready.
Start game 2. Max is on 6.
And you can see that Max is on the play and has mulligan to 6, but that's okay.
Yeah, didn't have that interactive spell.
Matthew really thinks that his Llanowar Elves are going to die, but they didn't. Yeah, so we opt.
On the play, you can keep hands with more deck manipulation to try to find a removal spell.
Go.
So I don't see a removal spell, though that might be a spell snare in hand. for Max Kamenowski.
Sorry.
That can't spell snare that one though. That is a
That's
very,
Sirach.
very good card against these more controlling is it decks.
Opt-in response, but yeah, nothing you can really find.
Yeah, well, what Max is looking for is maybe a removal spell for this for the Llanowar Elves and try to kill that in response. Because once Sirach is on the battlefield, if you draw that removal spell, then Matthew would be drawing a card off of, for example, a Burst Lightning.
Didn't find it though, so Llanowar Elf survives and Sirach resolves.
Max just spinning his wheels here. Looks like a flow state.
And that's a one-card flow state,
Yeah,
two ops.
Yeah, that's a one-card flow state. An Impractical Joke would be a nice pickup here if you can use that as a way to just get the Sirach off the battlefield.
Just take your medicine and give him his 2 for
Right.
1.
Yeah, nice, just efficient removal spell.
Yeah, this is rough for Max.
Yeah.
You can see these starts from Stephenson have been really strong. Even just Llanowar Elves into Sirach is giving Kamenowski fits here. Very difficult. I mean, his best case scenario is Impractical Joke, and even then he's getting 2 for 1.
That's right.
Deal. And I don't think he found it anyway.
It's playing out a land for turn.
Yeah, land go.
That's turned off, right?
Sorry?
That's turned on, right?
Yes, yeah, but
There's an island in play.
You can make either red or blue.
Ooh, and that is an Ice Till Explorer.
Bosner?
Keen Eye Curator goes on the stack, and Stephenson predicts the response from Kamenowski and is correct.
Right, but importantly, draws a card there. Even if your things get countered, the Sirach allows you to draw a card. So very, very good card against control decks.
A creature spell.
Yeah. And then now Chocobo into a land, get a trigger, attack for 4. Now, one thing though here is Matt doesn't have nearly as much mana as he did in the previous game. So, you know, Max, sure, Matt's up some cards, but that might not matter because Max's late game is very potent. Sunderflock can replace multiple cards. And there are now 4 spells in Max's graveyard. So, you know, if he's got a crab, if he's got, you know, if he's got Hearth Elemental, anything along those lines, he can play those out.
It says spell or ability, right?
Yeah, I think it is too. I just want to double check.
Yeah.
If my opponent casts a crab, theoretically, and it targets 2 things.
Yep.
I draw 2 cards at Sirach.
You can hear the question at hand here.
Table Charlie, to mark this, can you double check the table to make sure it's still positioned correctly?
Edinburgh Crab has 2 targets.
Right.
Thinking.
Yeah, that would not be something you'd be really interested in doing, probably.
Okay, we are continuing with our brief judge call for about 30 seconds.
Yeah, Sirach just being an absolute all-star here.
Cards? 4 bangers.
Like you said, Stephenson, though, without that explosive mana, I mean, he had a Llanowar Elves, which is ideal. But, I mean, by this point in the game last time, he had like 6 mana available, and then the next turn it was like 11.
Yeah, right. And, of course, that's all just turbocharged by Badger Mole Cub.
Targets? Go. No targets? No. Okay, sorry. Draw.
Edinburgh Crab, main phase.
Just the 3 mana 5/5. Hey, I mean, at least with what's on the battlefield, it does brick wall everything.
It does. And we are looking at mono green. There's no erodes around here for Stephenson.
Right. And Melt Shredder's Resolve is also not a very effective removal spell to keep in because all the creatures just have 5 toughness. And generally speaking, your creatures aren't very big here.
Yeah, this crab is a major impediment to Stephenson getting through for damage. Of course, he can go over the top of it.
Right.
But he needs to get trample and harmonizer stuff going to really effectively do that.
A big turn here for Matt Stephenson.
Sirach gets you part of the way there, but not enough power.
Yeah. Really want to be able to find some you know, if you can get like an Icetail Explorer in play with a fetch land, of course that would be great because then you can start growing that Chocobo to the point where you can have that attack through the crab. I believe if he had something like that, he would have fired that off immediately. So currently does not have that as an option. I believe the issue here right now is I see an Icetail Explorer in Matt Stephenson's hand, but I don't see an extra land.
No follow-up land.
Yeah. There's a Bushwhack, but that gets you a land. But you're not generating a mana there, right? Like, if you cast it now and go get a forest, and then you play the Icetail Explorer, you're still not able to take advantage of the Icetail Explorer's ability this turn.
So he's just going to get a forest with Bushwhack, but like you said,
I don't like that we have a Sunderflock in our hand.
Stephenson once again making predictions.
Yeah, well, I mean, you are playing against basically a Sunderflock
No, it's
deck.
fine. I'm trying not to look, but
My mistake.
No, you're good. You're good.
Is that perhaps another Keen-Eyed Curator? Just really trying to figure out what Matt's working with here.
Did look like that, yeah. And is that the turn he wants?
Right.
If so. He's really trying to decide on what to do about
does need to
Icetail
make a
Explorer.
decision.
He's going to go for Saz's Chocobo #2 plus land.
Right, and then you can play perhaps a Llanowar Elf and then sacrifice the Promising Vein end of turn. Right, so now you have a bunch of mana, and then you also get to pump up your Chocobos. And then more importantly, you get to get basically a sacrifice land or land into the graveyard, and then next turn, you can play that Icetail Explorer and then play the Promising Vein out of the graveyard.
It'll be in the yard. Okay. Yeah, you know, I think Stephenson was hoping to push his game plan forward now.
Right.
He's going to have to wait till next turn, and as he mentioned, ever looming over these games in this matchup is Thunderflock.
And Max
and you can see why he was kind of bummed about a Thunderflock coming down, and there it is.
2 mana, 5/5, bounce all of your creatures. Now, Matt will be able to rebuild because he has a ton of 1-drops in play, but it's not going to take very long to be able to close out the game when you have a pair of 5/5s in play.
He's smashing is Komanowski.
Thank you.
He gets in for 5 straight away.
And Max,
2 mana for that Thunderflock.
Yeah, if Max had a land, he would have been able to play the Hearth Elemental in his hand as well. He's 1 mana short.
Draw?
Yeah.
All those creatures at the bottom of your screen are in Matthew's hand. He's just being courteous to Max by leaving them shown.
Yeah. Is it just time to run out as many 1-drops as you can here?
Yeah, like you said, he can get right back on the board.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That's it? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And like you said, he would like to do Icetail, but he really needs to do multiple spells a turn for the rest of the game here.
Right.
At least.
Things looking good here for Max. Max does have a Burst Lightning in hand, debating whether or not he wants to, given that he's stuck on lands, he just thinking about just using every bit that he has available. If you Burst Lightning the Llanowar Elf, sure, Matt gets to draw a card. However, then you can freely attack with the Eddie Merc Crab, and the Sirach would just be a horrible block into the 5/5. I mean, Matt already has a ton of cards, so perhaps you just want to fire this off. Also, notably, you cast the Burst Lightning now, the Hearth Elementals in your hand would only cost 1 mana.
That's very tempting for Max. And like you said, it's much harder for him to get punished by Sirach in a situation like this where the bottleneck is currently mana for Matthew, not cards in hand.
Step.
Oh, to the face. Okay.
2 to the dome?
2 to the dome. So still getting that cost reduction here, but trying to close
change
things
the
out.
Clock, though.
Combat.
Yet.
Matt just going to go for the double block here.
I mean, he has no great option. He's just
Single
gonna jump
block.
the crab.
Max is happy with that.
I'm at 8.
Oh, he's got to be thrilled.
Yeah. I see a Prismari Charm and a 1 mana Hearth Elemental. Lots of modes on the Prismari Charm. You can use that to bounce a permanent. Could be a very, very important thing to do here.
He can do one to each of up to 2 targets with it as well, or he can surveil to
draw a
draw.
card.
Yeah.
And if somehow Matt Stephenson has a way to kill Sunderflock, you can use that to just pick up your own Sunderflock and protect it.
Oh, that's way too late.
Certainly feels that way.
Hydra is an explosive.
Okay, so it's going to be a 4/4.
Amazing card, but
okay,
is it enough here?
Right.
Cool. Thinking on step.
Because you can just deal with the Hydra with the charm too if you'd like. So if you go 1 to the face, Sunderflock, that would put Matt down to 2. Is he going to
Sunderflock to my hand?
Okay, so he's just going to pick up the Sunderflock, and that should just be lethal, right? Because you
That's right,
play
when
it,
you're tapped
and then you just bounce everything. Oh, no, it's not.
Tap.
Mahani reminded me this earlier.
What's that?
Mossborn Hydra is born of moss.
Oh, it's an elemental.
So it is an elemental.
It's lethal, so I block. I go to 4. Sure.
Yeah.
It's lethal, so
it's
I
still
block
very
it
good.
For
yeah.
Yes, it is not lethal this turn, but that is plenty enough to put Max in the winning position.
Absolutely.
As with no relevant board state here for Stephenson, there's just no way he can find a win.
Yep.
Draw.
Elemental Hydra, born of the moss.
Lethal attacker in the air.
I don't know what that means, but I think it's an elemental. All right, that's
I
game
screw
number
if I
2.
land on that turn you were
Going to
tapped
Max
out.
Kamenowski. We're going to stick with this match, but I will remind you our main match, Nathan Stoyer versus Chris Larson. We are still going to go back to it. You're not going to miss it. We've got game 3 upcoming from that as the players have split their first 2 games, but let's see how this thing finishes. This is for top 8 also.
Absolutely. This time, Matthew will be on the play here.
Good to go.
Shortcutting, just sacrificing the forest immediately. Sacrificing the escape tunnel, rather.
The winner of this match will be enjoying
a
their
one-round
first
break.
top 8. Yeah, and that too, and their first top 8. Neither of them has one.
You haven't started our ball.
7 cards for each player here.
I aim to lose and play fast.
Stephenson
Sometimes win.
with no 1-mana play just yet.
Sleight of hand still resolving here. See a flow state and a burst lightning.
Go.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Should take this off. What if
I'm not sure which one.
Smee9 Curator.
Keen-Eyed Curator is going to resolve.
He might be dead.
He's dead.
Oh,
He
that's
might
rough.
be dead, and
Go.
he died.
Draw.
Yeah.
Impractical Joke, a good, efficient answer for the Curator. Is there a Surrock? There it is.
Okay.
My turn.
Hey, if you're not going to do mana acceleration, this is a nice curve.
Right. But the question is it fast enough, right? Does that put enough of a clock here? Or, well, if you're just taking 4 a turn, Max is going to have plenty of time to be able to kind of find that
land drop?
Sunderflock. And not even Sunderflock. Just playing out an elemental is just bigger than Sirach. All of them.
Totally. We saw that. The crab was just like bigger than anything that Stephenson was
Right.
doing at that time.
All right, getting that land immediately. I wonder if this is a nice Till Explorer. Although I guess no reason to run it out right away. You could just attack first. Okay, no.
There it is.
Here's a nice Till Explorer. Nothing you can do for 1
yeah,
mana.
Till's good.
Mill.
Yep.
All right, so Matthew Stephenson has the
16. Go
his
ahead.
card advantage engine online here with the Ice Till Explorer and the Fabled Passage.
Significantly ahead on board, but we know that that can get reversed very quickly.
Absolutely.
Kamenowski's going to opt.
Yeah, this puts a 4th spell into the graveyard.
Yeah, that bottom card in the yard is Sleight of Hand.
Cards in hand.
3 bangers.
3 cards left for Stephenson. He says they're all good.
Yeah.
He's fibbing a little bit there. I see at least 1 forest.
What if he just likes his deck? Then they're all
Then
good
they're
cards.
all good cards. All
Yeah.
right, fair enough.
Max taking his time here.
Yeah, these are big decisions. You know, the this isn't really the matchup where things get to kind of develop, and we'll see where it goes from here. It's kind of like one person surges forward. It's usually difficult to reverse course. Sunderflock being probably the most impactful single card in the matchup.
Yeah. I do see a Hearth Elemental in Max's hand here and a Sleight of Hand. So Max is getting fully set up now. That's a 1-mana 4/5, which basically blocks either creature on Matthew Stephenson's side of the battlefield here. And of course, more importantly, gets that Elemental in play to set up for a Sunderflock. And I see a pair of Sunderflocks in Max Komanowski's hand.
That's going to be very difficult for Stephenson to get through.
Yeah, so Max is setting up here because you can just go end of turn Eddie Crab because there's 5 spells in the graveyard, right? So you just run out and end of turn Eddie Crab, just play out a Sunderflock, smash for 9, save the other one, play it again, and then smash for 14.
Well, I can do the numbers on that.
9 plus 14. I think that might be enough.
I think it's enough.
1 and then untap.
Yep. Unless that Matt Stephenson can somehow find.
Okay. Better lucky than good. Draw. Yep.
What is he looking for?
Looks like he's got Sandman in the yard. That's what he was talking about, but that's so slow compared to what he really needs to be doing.
Also, if Matthew has some weird way to close out or Might Form Harmonizer, some weird combo, Max can still just play the crab. It's like, I don't care if you draw the cards. I just don't want to die this turn.
Yes.
Because all I know that if I just resolve Sunderflock, I'm good.
And it looks like Stephenson has passed the turn back. That's what we're going to see. We're going to see the crab now from Komanowski with no targets.
That's a third Sunderflock, by the way,
and
for
there's
Max Komanowski.
Sunderflock.
Okay.
Stephenson says that is fine, but I don't think that he's going to agree with that.
9 damage coming in.
Next turn. This is top 8 on the line here. And Stephenson somehow has to come up with a way to kill Komanowski this turn with no creatures.
Right.
He's got the Sandman.
Sandman coming in. It is pretty large.
It's huge.
It's an 8/8 right now?
Yes.
Okay. That's half of the damage necessary here. So Matt Stephenson needs a Might Form Harmonizer here to try to put together enough damage to kill Max this turn.
And he has to get through the Sunderflock too, right?
Yeah. Notably, though, the Sandman also an elemental.
Oh, it is? Sand elemental villain?
Born of sand? Turned into sand? Sand is an element. Ooh, is this? This is a Sirach, I think.
Just going to replay Sirach.
Sirach's good.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I was like,
Sandman
what
should
happened?
be
Does it
tapped.
have a stun counter on it?
Get out in another floor.
I suppose because it is an elemental, Max technically does not have lethal here.
That's fine.
Okay, he says he wants to play his land first and then play Ice Till Explorer.
Sure.
And Max said that's fine. And you heard Stephenson saying, could I even beat another flock?
Right.
And we're kind of going, can you beat 2?
Yeah. Can you even beat this first one? Possibly. I mean, especially because. Okay.
He does get a card out of it.
Counters the Ice Till Explorer.
Let's get out.
Yeah.
But he just has to pass the turn back.
Right. Now again, doesn't quite have lethal just yet, even if you play out the Sunderflock, as the Sandman can block the Eddie Merc Crab here. That would put Matthew Stephenson down to 2. Alternatively, of course, you just play out the Sunderflock, attack for 5 in the air, and then just attack on the following turn.
And just leave up 15 toughness and hope it's enough?
Right.
Because we have seen that it's not sometimes.
Sure. Yeah, just getting in.
This doesn't have reach, right?
No.
Yeah.
5.
No reach.
No reach. Can Matt find a way here?
I mean, it has to be Harmonizer, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Harmonizer has to be part of the equation.
But there are chump blockers available.
Yeah, you're right. There's no. I mean, I guess there's not. I mean, I can come up with.
And Sandman does not have trample.
Not on its own.
Right.
I mean, I think he needs.
The Sirach and the Nothing else. And nothing else. Okay.
Zurok has trample, but isn't on the battlefield.
No, I know. I said
Yeah.
tail as well. Oh,
He
no,
did-
I countered. I said tail. Right, correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Some combination of Earthbender Ascension into Mightform Harmonizer.
And I don't think he has either.
Another Thunderflock. Pass to you.
Oh, just playing another 5/5
Wait,
flyer
wow.
here. So now you have tons of defense, tons of toughness set up here. And of course, this guarantees lethal. Even if Matt Stephenson finds a way to kill one of the Thunderflocks, still has to
Right.
deal with the other two. Here we go.
I guess he's just hoping for Harmonizer here. And he doesn't find it. Max Komanowski secures top 8 with Is It Spelementals. And will take his seat on top 8 Sunday.
Yeah, and you see the power of the Thunderflock. This is the reason to play this card. Very, very good against all of the Badger Mole Cub variants. Maybe not as good against maybe some of the other Is It lists that are also playing cards like the Eddie Mercrab, but really you got to see the power exemplified in games 2 and 3 of this matchup.
That's right. Really great stuff there. And you can see high fives and congratulations, even from C. Wong there. Handshake.
Mason Buonadonna as well.
Yeah. First top 8 there, too. So really great work for Max Komanowski. And Stevenson's going to have to play the last round, win that thing, and then see where he's at.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to our first match. Remember when we started that one, Paul? Nathan Stoyer versus Chris Larson, winning in for top 8, and they've split the first 2 games in the mirror match. It's time for game number 3.
These games have ended so quickly. And Nathan Stoyer here taking down game number 2 on a mulligan.
Start of game 3.
Chris Larson with the extremely important turn 1 Llanowar Elf, but Nathan also has won the match. Is it Hydra time?
Oh, wow.
I mean, look at this, by the way.
Straight away.
By the way, it's not only Mossborn Hydra, but he's got a Mightform Harmonizer in hand with a fetch land.
With a fetch, too?
So that's 4 double triggers next turn, right?
This could be very, very quick. Now,
But Nathan
is there an
does have-
erode?
Nathan has multiple erode, so he can break that up.
But he has to leave that white mana available.
Right.
And from what it looks like, that means doing nothing else this turn?
Right. If Nathan goes turn 2 Earthbender Ascension, I think the game's just over.
He is going Earthbender Ascension on turn 2, Paul.
This is so much damage coming in.
Larson is literally having a snack and counting up how much damage he can do this turn.
I think that was a Harmonizer, right?
Oh, we're going to find out right quick here if it was. Harmonizer capable of absolutely absurd amounts of damage.
Right.
Generally speaking, the problem is you need to get trample. Well, he's already got
But
that.
four-
And
so-
double.
right. So if you're at a 1/1 and you double it 4 times, that's 2, 4, 8, 16 damage. So I guess it's not quite lethal this turn.
Food. Size.
Perhaps Nathan also mathed that out as an option. Of course, playing the turn to Earthbender Ascension gives you the highest upside, right? Just because it gives you access to so much mana. I think if this was immediately lethal, Christopher Larson probably just goes for it, right?
Right.
So I think he's 4 damage short of a potential lethal attack here.
And if you are short, then the question becomes,
what do you do?
Do you still do all of that? Because
Right.
16 is nice, but not if you don't.
Right.
If Nathan untaps and kills your Hydra and you don't have anything else going.
Right, because you also have Badger Mole Cub plus Erode as an option as well.
Oh, he's counting.
Double, 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 double.
In Danish.
Okay, so does not go for the Harmonizer. Got the Badger Mole Cub here.
Oh, this is a lot, though. He's definitely setting up for next turn.
Wait, hold on. What if you sack the Fabled Passage?
Comes
that
back.
comes back in play, and you get a land, so that's 16, and then what if you erode your own creature? Is that 32 damage?
Oh, I didn't think about that. Comes back, it's at 4.
Let's take a look. Can you target your own creatures?
Destroy target creature or planeswalker.
Right.
It's controller.
It's untapped.
Oh my goodness.
Nathan Storer on
Oh,
top
he doesn't
of the
have
game
he
state.
doesn't have the harmonizer though. He doesn't have the harmonizer in play, of course.
Well, no.
Right.
Yeah.
But still, this is
This is still great.
9.
This is 9 damage coming in.
And he could have doubled it again.
Right. He could have if he wanted to, but that would have put him just short. But Nathan has to be very, very careful. Now, he does have a couple of interactive spells there in the Erodes.
Wow, so Christopher had a couple of ways to get Stoyer down to
single
3
digits.
or 4. Yeah.
Single digits off of one creature.
But this game is going to be very interesting now because that did not finish the game off. And Nathan Stoyer has 2 copies of Erode. He is not going to lose to this Hydra if he doesn't want to.
Right. And if you're on Nathan's side, the question is, when do you fire off this Erode?
It was 1 mana short, by the way, for Larson. I mean, that happens a lot. But.
Yeah. Second counter on the Ascension here. But Nathan needs to try to find a way to muster some offense of his own. And keeping up a bunch of mana here. Not running out that Mindform Harmonizer, keeping up double Erode in case Christopher Larson goes for a lethal attack. Saz's Chocobo off the top here for Chris Larson, so just another creature to start piling some counters onto.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, he's going to need at least 1 more threat to get through here if these Erodes do their thing.
Sure.
In response, Erode the Hydra. Hydra down.
And this will, of course, keep 1 of the counters off of the Chocobo.
That's right.
As the land's going to enter the battlefield with the Chocobo on the stack. After that, Chris is going to play Bossing Say and then put the counter on.
Right. And I think Chris might be interested in just keeping the Harmonizer back. Maybe you just don't play it out. Maybe you just, now that you have the Bossing Say, you can just use that instead. Perhaps just put the counters on the Fabled Passage to get some additional landfall triggers now that you have the Saz's Chocobo in play.
So you're just going to try to go for a combo finish.
Right.
Yeah.
Just see if Nathan taps out, you know, tries to play, gets some big turns going from his side.
That was the second snakeskin we were talking about.
Snakeskin Veil, of course, very, very strong to protect these Mossborn Hydras. Yeah, I think the mirror is much less about trying to go over the top with expensive cards. It's just play some ramp stuff. And then just get that Hydra in play with the protection spell and hope that gets it done.
Here.
Yeah, it does become strangely kind of like a mono red mirror where instead of killing each other really quickly, you kind of kill each other's stuff and then it's what's left over that
That's
finishes
right.
the game.
And that's where a card like Bossing Say really shines, of course.
But if either one stumbles and doesn't have an Erode,
course.
then all of a sudden the game's just over.
Yeah, then you have a turn 3 kill. So Nathan doesn't really have the ability here to go for a kill, but can get in for a good amount of damage if he runs out the Mindform Harmonizer. But of course, Chris Larson also has Erode in hand. Okay, Nathan setting up a warp here, it seems. Only tapping 3 mana. It's a lot easier when you play against the mono green decks because they just have nothing they can do at instant speed.
Right.
But given the 4 copies of Erode, it really makes this matchup a lot more difficult because you always have to consider that.
Yeah, both players have a copy in their hand as well, so it's very, very relevant. Stoyer's already used one as well.
Yeah, because Nathan only has 1 play this turn, right? He basically can choose to play the Harmonizer, warp it in, or just utilize that Bossing Say and keep up an Erode. Taking his time here. Likely will need to make a decision soon, and there is the bossing say.
Yep.
So that's 3 on this, and on the
Four mana. And then I think he's just going to hard cast Harmonizer, maybe? Oh, no. Or make a 4/4 land? Okay.
Is that what he's going to do?
No, he's going to make a 2/2 land. Another 2/2 land here. Set up some blocks. Probably not going to attack here. Just pass.
Go ahead.
Yep, and he's going to pass a turn back.
Yeah,
Is there any reason for Larson to fire off an erode here? No, right?
No, there's nothing here worth eroding, I don't believe.
It is interesting because he is thinking, but he really also just needs to posture.
Right.
Right.
Right. Fabled Passage being sacrificed here. 2 landfall triggers.
So I guess he's just growing up this.
Growing up the Chocobo, so the Chocobo can just start attacking into Nathan's creatures. If you play another creature this turn, another land this turn, then the Chocobo will be a 4/5, so a double block would not work. There's already the Fabled Passage, which of course came back. So that guarantees the Chocobo will be a 4/5 here on attacks.
And what does Chris find?
That was another Hydra. Ooh. Now, right now, only the 1 landfall trigger left.
But he has Bossing Say.
But he has Bossing Say plus Fabled Passage, which is very, very strong.
So that'll give him multiple landfall triggers per turn for as long as he'd like.
And look at this. Getting in for
and he's attacking
here. Now, Nathan can choose to block here if he'd like.
You take?
But it looks like he's just going to take the damage here. And Chris Larson thinking, okay, should I try to get in for 2 more points of damage here with my Chocobo, or should I wait?
I'll do the thing.
Yeah.
He is going to do the thing.
Do the thing.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you do have a Harmonizer in your hand, sometimes it's better to just leave back a blocker because you're like, well, when I do the thing, it's going to be it's not going to be incremental.
He's also feeling safe because he's got that erode in hand too.
Yes. And at least thus far, Stoyer has not had any of those big hitters, right? We haven't seen the Harmonizer or a Hydra from him just yet. I spoke too soon. Oh, there's the Harmonizer.
But does he have a fetch land of any kind? Okay.
He does.
Trigger target here. Trigger here. Resolve the Earthbender Ascension first.
So Earthbender Ascension up to 4. It is ready to roll.
Still on the stack.
And remember,
so
erode,
is this him going for it?
It's him going for it and hoping Chris Larson doesn't have it. And by the way, erode does not say non-land creature. It just says destroy target creature or planeswalker. So even if Nathan tries to go for the win here by making a giant land token, the erode will be able to get that off the battlefield. And I don't
think doing that.
And there's just not enough landfall triggers here to, set up a double lethal attack with both of the animated lands here.
Right.
But, I mean, Nathan is so far behind right now. He's facing off a giant Saz's Chocobo with that Marsponer Hydra. There's also that combo that we don't always see, but Bossing Say plus Fabled Passage means there's going to be so many landfall triggers. Nathan has to go for something here.
Right. Nathan Stoyer feels like he's pushed into a corner by the board state that Larson has built up. He's down to 7 and maybe in a desperate situation trying to scrap together a win and secure a top 8 here.
Do we know how big this land is?
Which one?
The one with 3 counters on it. Okay, because this is an Earthbender Ascension.
Yep. 816.
Oh, and then I think Nathan's going to go for the erode on your own creature.
Oh, that would be
go for a lethal kill.
That would be pure. That would be him losing,
right?
Like immediately.
That's right. I mean, he's going to go for it.
And he says, I'll block here. It's not a
what do I
lethal
think?
attack. And there's the erode. And there's the erode back for Christopher Larson. And Larson secures back-to-back top 8s, a win last time. And who knows, maybe another one this time too.
Unbelievable. I mean, sometimes we see incredible streaks like this amongst top players. You do really well, you win a Pro Tour, you get that confidence up, you feel unbeatable. Chris Larson, second Pro Tour top 8 here.
Wow, and for Nathan Stoyer, unbeatable yesterday, but today, difficult day. Now he still has one more round to try to pick up a victory and then see if his tiebreakers are good enough.
Yeah, I mean, he started out 9-0. He won his first round today, and now he's sitting at 11-4.
Yep.
So it's 2-4 since he was 9-0. So he still has one more shot. Now, of course, because he was the lone undefeated player, he has really, really good tiebreakers, which means if he wins the next round, very, very good shot of making the top 8.
And look at this, Christopher Larson getting congratulated. How do you get back-to-back top 8s? That is absolutely incredible. I mean, we have a chance to see a back-to-back Pro Tour champion?
We sure do. When's the last time we've seen that? Kai?
Stoyer won a bunch. Yeah, that is an absolutely incredible feat if he can pull it off. Let's take a look at our other match here, though. We've got Stefan Schutz, and he is facing down Thierry Ramboa, and two completely different decks. Perhaps the two most iconic decks of this tournament, Mono Green Landfall versus Is It Prowess. And just as we saw in our other two matches here in the feature match area this round, this is another clean winning in for one of these two players. This, if it's Stefan Schutz, he's got 2 top finishes already, but Thierry Ramboa has been playing for a long time. He always seemed to be at the top tables. He's got a couple of GP top 8s, but this would be his first Pro Tour top 8 if he can pull it off.
Yeah, and that would be a huge, huge feat, of course. And this is, again, like you mentioned, a classic matchup here coming in. These are the 2 most popular decks of the tournament. Thierry Ramboa on the play, very, very big here.
And you can see both players playing very quickly as well. Off to the races for Stefan. He has the Llanowar Elves into Badger Mole Cub that you dream of. And there's Storm Chaser's talent on the other side for Ramboa. Does he have some removal?
Right. I really want to get that Badger Mole Cub off the battlefield if possible. There is a Prismari Charm. You could use that to get the Fabled Passage and the Llanowar Elf.
First bend.
The Otter will attack, but Stefan was planning on cracking this Fabled Passage anyway, so he just blocked and then sacrificed it.
Yeah, so lots of mana here. Huge mana advantage here for Stefan. Might be a slick shot show off. One of the actually not one of the most important card in this matchup here. Likely going to be plotting it here.
You can.
So it's either that or kill the Badger Mole Cub. If you don't do either of those, you're in big trouble.
Right.
But Ramboa does plot the slick shot show off. Maybe setting up for something big in the next turn or two.
Right.
But for now, he's tapped out. And Stefan will get to do whatever he wants this turn.
Yeah, has access to. Oh, it sounds like this is. It sounds like this is in turns. Stefan said something along the lines of, "We have 2 more turns." As you can see there on the left, it says time with a die with a 1 on it.
Gosh, Paul, I see that too.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
We'll see if that die goes up to 2, because then they are definitely going to be on turns.
Yeah, I think they are. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Then you can take your time, of course, because you only have a couple of turns to actually try to close out the game.
You can.
Really hard.
Can either?
The Prowess deck certainly can with the Slick Shot show off, right? You get that in play a flurry of spells, you can probably get it done. For the mono green deck, also possible, right? It takes Ice Tail Explorer. You need to get that Explorer in play, maybe Mindform Harmonizer. There are avenues, but if Thierry has a piece of interaction, it might be very, very difficult.
I don't want to put you on the spot here, Paul, about tiebreaker math, but what happens if
I have
there's
not
a
played any
draw
lands this
on a winning in for top 8 to these two
Right.
players.
So if both of these players get a draw for this, that means they have a
sorry.
true winning in for the next one. So anybody going to the last round sitting at X and 4, 11 and 4, for example, if they win, there's going to be a huge scrum. There's going to be a bunch of people at 36 points or 12 wins fighting out for tiebreaker slots to make the top 8. But these players, if they win their next round, they're going to have 37 points. They're going to have 1 point more than the rest of the field sitting at X and 4, which means if they get the draw, it's a true win and in for both players.
So not a disaster.
Not a disaster. I mean, obviously you want to get the win here if you can, but yes.
Always makes me nervous in these situations because the thought of one of them being hard locked to make top 8 to maybe nobody does is a tough pill to swallow. But that doesn't seem to be the case here.
I have one more land drop, so I'll play this from
That is a lot of fabled passages too.
Response to the mill, I will fetch.
But from a, I guess if you want to look at it from a purely mathematical perspective,
I do.
It is better for somebody to win this match because that guarantees a slot.
Right.
And then the next person can still have a chance of making it, right? So that's 1.5 slots into the top 8.
Right.
Instead of an expected value of 1 person into the top 8 if you assume you're 50% against the opponent.
There's still a mill trigger on the stack here as well. I should say 2 of them. He hits us for Origins, but this doesn't feel like the type of game where that's going to matter.
And
he's got the rover
too.
That's huge. That's one of the speed bumps that the show-off is going to have a hard time getting through.
Look at the number of permanents on Stefan's side. Oh, yeah, and it is turn 2. So Stefan still has 2 more turns.
So he gets turn 3 and 5.
That is rough.
That means that Ramboa gets this turn and 1 more.
Right. This is the
that
prowess
edge rover is huge here. It's putting so much extra pressure on Ramboa to get it out of the way.
Yeah, and this is the extra piece of technology here that Stefan Schutz's team chose to play. They played more 1-drops, all with reach. 2 copies of Edge Rover, 1 copy of Dragon Sniper, specifically for this matchup.
And that was main deck, right?
Right.
The 2 Edge Rovers in the main.
I believe it was 2 Edge Rovers and a Sniper in the main.
Wow. Okay, well, here comes the slick shot show-off. Ramboa may need to just get rid of the rover twice. Oh, he's going to use boomerang basics here, but on his own.
Does he have a removal spell? There's an opt. Okay, so this is 2 spells, but I mean, Stefan's at 20.
Yes. Bottom.
20 with a reach creature. Okay.
Does he have a way to get rid of it or at least get it out of the way for the turn?
I don't think he does.
No.
Does he have a boomerang basics? Okay, he does have a boomerang basics. So that would allow you to get in for 7 in the air this turn.
By the way, this is all just assuming that Ramboa doesn't just die.
Next turn.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so he has cleared the way.
7 coming
For 7?
in. Yep. I feel like Stefan very likely has close to lethal next turn with an active Ice Tail Explorer if he has any kind of interaction for the Otter token. If he has a Melt Strider's Resolve.
Or any way to get Trample or
Earthbender Ascension, Mindform Harmonizer. Lots of cards.
This is turn 3. And we're in Stefan's upkeep. He says, hold on a
In my
second.
upkeep, I will fetch with Fabled Passage.
He's going to fetch. He wants to thin out his deck a little bit.
I will get 2 triggers, mill, and
maybe a higher chance to find a Mindform Harmonizer. Fury has
this is where you might have 45 cards left in your library, and one of them being a land is a problem.
Absolutely.
We get a mill.
Mill.
Okay.
Land.
Passage.
Draw a card
Okay.
for the turn. And he still has that rover.
This is 10 damage coming in. So this is a 2-turn clock.
Schutz has the clear mana advantage.
Yeah, if there is a way to get that Chocobo Trample,
that might just
that
be
would be huge. Is this another Explorer? 4 mana, okay.
From graveyard. So into.
And this also gains you 2 life.
It does.
Right?
And he's left himself plenty of mana here. Remember, he has 2 land drops still this turn.
Right,
I
2
would
land
into
drops
up
this
to-
turn, and still the ability to play an edge rover to have a blocker for that Slingshot show-off.
He also could find the Harmonizer here
Forest to graveyard.
and still has mana to cast it quite easily.
Transformation. With my top card is Earthbender Ascension.
It's Earthbender Ascension off the top. That goes into his hand.
That's got to be enough, right? Or it's got to be extremely close.
That is
The
not
Llanowar
bad.
Elf taps for 2 mana, and you have 4 landfall triggers.
Yes.
I'm okay.
Excuse me, 5 landfall triggers. Earthbender Ascension gets you a land, and then
so
there's also the
That's
Fabled
right.
Passages in the graveyard.
Right, remember 2 land drops thanks to the Ice Tail Explorer here for Stefan.
No.
This is turn 3 of extra turns in game 3.
Right.
With top
Now
8
I will
on the
play my
line.
First land drop of the turn. Triggers, Chocobo first. Mila card. So an escape
Okay,
tunnel.
doing that first so that he can go
Yeah, for
Earthbender Ascension and target
3 mana.
the Fabled Passage.
Top mana. I will cast Earthbender's Ascension. Targeting the Fabled Passage. Which is now also
So there's yet another land
Right.
drop.
Remember, he still has
so
1 more
search
land to
it
play
for
for
some
turn
mana.
2.
That's right.
And then that triggers everything again. 1 on Ascension.
Ascension on 1.
I still have a land drop left.
Saz's Chocobo goes up.
18 damage is the name of the game here.
That's right.
The Chocobo's up to 6.
7 now.
Mila card
Now
still.
7.
It's a royal treatment.
Okay. Now just making sure he's
And
running the
now
numbers here to make sure he has enough for lethal. If you don't have enough for lethal, you want to make sure that you can play that Edge Rover so that Thierry can somehow get this out of nowhere.
And it's not going to quite be enough, right? Like, there is an Otter sitting there. He needs to get in
Play
for
my
8.
second land drop per turn. I cannot play
Right.
more
However,
Triggers,
with the Earthbender Ascension, it will get up to 4.
8 counters.
Yes.
And when it
response
does,
to
it does
Mila
give
Fetch.
trample.
Yes, but 18. Like, there's no doubling happening
Forest.
here, right?
6.
Right now it's at 8. And then I guess he has the two power creatures as
With
well.
the fetch.
So that would be
3.
Right.
12.
But he still has access to all this untapped mana, and once the Ascension gets to 4, every additional land that you play is 2 more +1/+1 counters.
Okay.
1 on the Chocobo and
So-
also 1 on the Ascension.
And he has that Fabled Passage.
Right, so that's 2 more +1/+1 counters.
Maybe just
Has he
give
played a second land now for the
everything
turn?
trample.
And I'll have 2 mills.
2 mills on the stack.
Forest, skip tunnel.
So,
Now I go to combat.
oh, he's going to combat.
Okay.
But
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 damage, I'm counting here.
And
if
is
you
that
sacrifice
-1 for
Fabled
the
Passage.
Otter?
So if you sacrifice the Fabled Passage, you get 2 additional landfall triggers, correct?
Yes.
If you do,
18
that's
damage.
4 extra points of damage, plus the Ice Tail Explorer, that makes it 6.
9.
And then 9 on the Chocobo is 15, and then Badger Mole Cub is 17.
and then -1 for an Otter
Right.
block or something.
But remember, Stefan still has the green mana to
Play the Edge Rover.
play the Edge Rover too.
So if he
Right.
can't quite close the door here, then his job is to make it inevitable on the
turn
final
5.
turn of turn.
Right. And it's still going to be tough if you're Thierry. Like, I'm trying to figure out the best combination of cards Thierry can have. Does it involve another Slingshot Show-Off? If you play another Slingshot Show-Off in 2 spells, right?
Through the Edge Rover, like one of the spells gets
So
the Edge Rover out of the way.
Yeah, right. So that's 2 spells, 2 damage.
That's 14
10 damage. They get +2/+0, right?
Yeah, so that's
So plus
and they
4.
have 1 to start with.
So 2 damage, +4, +4.
Yeah.
So that's 10 damage.
10's not quite enough.
Right.
Okay, here
Can't play
comes
Monstrous Rage.
Just these 2.
these 2 creatures coming in. So this is Stefan saying,
With 4
okay,
damage.
Right.
I am not going to be able to kill you this turn, but I am going to kill you next
so
turn.
I will get the land after. Earthbend first. I will resolve the Chocobo first, then the mill. Llanowar Elf. Earthbender's Ascension. Now Earthbender's Ascension gives
So
a
it's
counter.
all the way
I
up.
put the counter on the Chocobo. It has trample until end of turn.
Yes.
Then I get to search a land from Fabled Passage.
Yep.
Did I resolve my build? Oh yeah, I did.
Yep.
You did.
So Fable comes in. So now
Obviously.
another +1,
Extremely high pressure.
Another +1/+1 counter here will go.
Everything once again.
And the Badger Mole Cup didn't attack, it seems, right?
It did not.
Okay. So yeah, Stefan. This tells
I
me
took
he's
that as a
definitely
signal
setting up
of him
for,
saying it's next turn.
Next turn for sure.
It's interesting because, you know, the real advantage here is mana, right? I mean, Rambo has just been on
look at
normal land drops. Look at the board. Stefan.
Rambo, it's not like Rambo hasn't been doing things.
No. He's had interaction, threat. He's spent all of his mana on turns 1, 2, and 3.
Well,
and he's facing almost lethal here, it looks like.
Well, this is what happens when you kind of have that Llanowar Elf into Badger Mole Cup start and your opponent has no interaction.
So damage, this is a 12 power Jokobo, so you take 11, 14.
Down to 4.
You're down to 4. Go, and you have to kill me. Oh, well, actually, Edge Rover, go.
Oh, I should do the mill. Yeah, sorry. I get a GRV. I forgot.
Oh, there was one more.
Oh, there was one more. I still explored.
I get a GRV, right?
Yes.
I will take a
now
GRV
you
and a
get the
Pro
GRV.
Tour
Do you
top 8
receive
if that's on the
any
table.
GRVs
Yeah.
today?
Can I have both, please?
I received a warning for marked cards.
Okay.
It's different, right?
It's different. That's fine.
A lot of GRVs.
Yes.
That would be rough.
I mean, your second warning in the same category can result in a game loss. So that's why he's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Oh,
warning
God.
for marked
I
cards
still
usually
explore
means one of
cards
your
horrible
sleeves
for
got
paper.
damaged, and they just ask you to replace that
I'm
sleeve.
going to sort the...
It's hard to blame Stefan
I
here.
miss
This
any
is
more triggers?
extraordinarily high pressure
Or is there
situation.
another trigger coming? I'm not
absolutely
sure
is.
anymore.
That was the only one.
That's the only one, right?
Just make sure you play the Edge Rover.
So I got a GRV. So this is... you're at 4.
You're at 4. That already happened. GRV is a game rule violation. That's what they were talking about.
Right.
Deep breath.
He knows he has such a good shot with this.
Mill. Is there another mill trigger? I'm not sure if there's another mill trigger anymore. Do you know?
Probably doesn't.
Okay, bro.
At that point you said that's trigger because you said trigger everything. That should trigger, but you forgot to resolve it.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm just not sure if there is another.
That was the only one you missed.
Okay. Thank you.
So we're up to speed. Now the
Second
Edge
main
Rover.
phase.
Now it's the Edge
Tap a
Rover.
land, play Edge Rover.
Yeah.
And almost
Do
certainly
your worst.
victory.
Do your worst, Stefan Schütz says, and I think that's because he knows
Extra turn 4.
Right.
that there
can't really
isn't
do enough.
really a worst here when you're
Yeah.
at 15 life.
I just wanted not to see that on the middle cloud.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
the
I
Earthbender
assembled
Ascension.
everything I needed.
Yeah.
Rambo is recognizing the
That's
power of the Earthbender Ascension there. I didn't want to see that.
Right.
1 extra turn less, and I would have no chance.
I think I can
Yeah.
survive here.
Seems extremely hard.
Right.
Yeah, I can deal with that and the rest.
With the resolved Earthbender Ascension.
And that's going to do it. Stefan Schütz picks up a top 8 here in Las Vegas. And it's going to be up to Thierry Ramboa to win his last round. And if his tiebreakers hold up, if he's going to get his first top 8.
And what a way to kind of come in the clutch there, right? I mean, that game started at time, or very, very soon after that game started, it went to time, right? And so Stefan recognized that I don't have a lot of time. I have a fantastic hand, though. I think I can get it done. And he was able to do it on turn 5 of turns.
Literally took up every single amount of time that he had.
Right.
But he did get across the finish line. Stefan Schütz takes another of our top 8 seats. We are filling them up quickly, but we've still got one more round of action before we know our full top 8. We're going to get to that right after these messages.
Mark your calendars for Magic Spotlight The Hobbit in Brisbane, August 28th through the 30th, and Dallas, September 4th through the 6th. The promo card is Riddles in the Dark. Registrations are now open. More details at mtg.social/spotlight HOB. Welcome back to coverage of Day 2 of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, live from Las Vegas. 25,000 people here in the Las Vegas Convention Center to celebrate everything that they love about Magic. One of those things that we love is, of course, the Pro Tour. And here we are coming up on the final round of Swiss. Maria Bertholdi and Mani Devuti, the besties at the Desky, hanging out with you here as we get ready for the final round, which is always so incredibly exciting. Let's check out our leaderboard right now and find out where we're at, because we have a lot of members of our top 8 already decided, but a few left to go. Congratulations to Ray Zhang, Matt Nass, Stefan Schutz, Christopher Larson, and Max Komanowski, who have all locked up their spot on the Sunday stage. But look at all of these 11 and 4s. That means this next round is going to be a bit of a bloodbath as we try to find 3 more people to put into our top 8. But how do our newest members of the top 8 feel locking up that critical spot? Tannen talked to them just moments ago.
I'm having a little bit of deja vu. Christopher Larson, you were into the top 8 yet again at the Pro Tour. The defending champion from the last one has a chance to defend his crown himself. How are you feeling right now?
Unrealistic. I don't know what to tell you, man. It is unreal. I'll say the big three letters. WWDD. Do what Javier Dominguez do. I mean, this is a testament to I'm following blind orders from my Spanish teammates, and it is unreasonable that I don't know what to tell you. It's incredible. It's just incredible to be standing here again talking to you about the fact that winning last one was incredible, and I don't know what to say. I have no expectations that it would have any remotely close to being back-to-back top 8s, which it is right now, and it is incredible.
Sometimes you run hot, you know what I mean? Like, you've been doing great these last couple rounds. I kind of want to ask you a question about that. You know, you've always been a great player. I've known you for a very long time. You've always put up good results. Never great. Until these last couple, like, year and a half. It really feels like you've unlocked something new. Something's unlocked in you. Maybe your team has unlocked something in you. What changed? What brought you to this version of Christopher Larson that just seems to never give up and never lose?
I don't know what changed, but I know what changed in my game state of mind. I got my life flowing out. Everything's great at home. Great wife. Incredible kids. I feel like I have to enjoy being here much more. Like, if I wasn't happy, if I couldn't take my losses as well as I take my wins, I don't feel like I should deserve to be here. And I think it just gives me peace. I don't know, it's insanity. More stable. Back in the days, it was always you have to win the next one, otherwise you're off the train and stuff like that. Just now having been like, there's so much else. Magic is great. Huge parts of my life. Holy, I'm glad to stand here right now. It is unreasonable, incredible.
All right, Chris, you seem to be a little overcome with emotion. I'm going to let you go celebrate with your friends and family over there. Hey, congratulations yet again. Good luck in the top 8.
Thank you so much, Darren. Thank you so much.
Stefan Schutz into the top 8. I kind of wanted to ask you something. Over coverage the entire weekend, we've been talking a lot about this label that you have as the best player to not have a Pro Tour top 8. That monkey is now off of your back. How are you feeling?
I feel a huge relief. I can't describe it. It's impossible to describe. There are so many win and ins for top 8 that I've lost in the past few years. Sometimes just because I couldn't win, sometimes because I made a mistake. In this match against Thierry Ramboa, Thierry made a mistake in game 1, and I survived at 1 and punished him for it and won the game. So now I was on the other side for once. Yeah, I feel extremely happy. I'm out of words, basically.
Well, let's
talk anymore. The match was very draining. It was a tough fight.
Let's talk about that game 3 of that match. You had only a few minutes going into it. You had to go into time. What were you thinking? Did you think you had enough time? Were you trying to play differently?
No, I think I have enough time. We had 30 seconds when we shuffled up. I needed to make my first plays very quickly in quick succession so that I would have enough time in the extra turns, enough extra turns to actually have a chance to win the game. Like, the landfall deck can kill the earliest at turn 4, but usually it's a turn 5 deck. And so I started my first extra turn once I was on turn 3. So it sort of worked out. I also drew all the cards that I needed. I assembled everything. Like I had, usually going into a game 3 like that, I would have all my Might Form Harmonizers in the deck to like try to fast combo kill. But I had so little time to sideboard that I had none of them in my deck. So somehow I had to assemble I Still Explorer, Llanowar Elf, everything, Espo Origins, and Earthbender Ascension to finally give Trample to actually win. And Theory could have played defensively, but he also did not want to draw, so he played for the win with the Slickshot play. And yeah, it worked out exactly my way. Basically.
Stefan, congratulations again. Go celebrate with all your friends.
Thank you so much.
Max Kamenowski, it's your 3rd Pro Tour ever. You've now made your first top 8 ever at the Pro Tour. How are you feeling? What's going through your mind?
I can't believe it, honestly. Coming into this tournament, I felt really good about my preparation, but at the last minute, a lot of my team found the landfall deck, which was a great choice for the event. I think it had the highest win rate. I personally am a Izzet mage, so I stayed on Spell Elementals as the only person on my team, and I had a lot of anxiety about that, but the team did a great job of helping me get prepared. And I'm just very, very happy with the result.
Yeah, it seems to have worked out quite well. Yeah. Great match between you two there, especially that game 2. You want to walk me through that a little bit?
Yeah, so game 1, I won the die roll and was on the play. I kept a hand that was a little bit slow, but had an answer to one of my opponent's 4 Keen-Eyed Curators, which if you just watched my previous feature match was how I lost. So it might have been a little bit of, recency bias, but I kept a hand that wasn't the greatest because of that. And I ended up just getting kind of crushed. Game 2, I look at my hand, no lands, I mulligan. My opponent goes snap keep, puts 2 face down cards, theoretically Forest, Llanowar Elf, their best start. A very friendly opponent, by the way. But so I just, as I was mulling to 6, I was like, I need something here. And I just got a really strong hand. It had, some cantrips, a removal spell for the Keen-Eyed Curator, all that stuff. And it just was able to win that game. Then going into game 3, I was able to chain together some Sunderflocks. I had a couple defensive Eddie Merc crabs in there, just 5/5 to block their Surax, and those were able to do the job. So, yeah, just really that was a crazy match. And all my matches today in Constructed have been very thin margin, and I feel like the standard format does really reward type play.
Max, tight play from you all weekend. Congratulations again. Go celebrate with your friends.
Thank you.
And here is a look at our top 8 so far. Congrats to all of these players. I love hearing so much emotion from them, how much it means to them. Even if you've done it before, there is nothing like a top 8. Well, we have 1 round of Swiss left to play, as I said, and we've got some pretty big matchups here ahead. So we're going to work our way through these matches and what they mean for these players as far as top 8 berths are concerned. So, Monty, the first one we're going to take a look at is Thierry Ramboa versus Nathan Stroyer. Talk to me about this match.
Okay, well, as far as I can see, this one is the cleanest of the win-ins. Whoever wins here, their tiebreakers are well ahead enough of anyone else that might contest. So that should be our next person in the top 8.
Okay, so that one is one to watch. Coming up next, Nam Dang versus Andy Garcia Romo. Is it Prowess versus Mono Green Landfall? How about this one, Monty?
Both players are most likely in if they win. However, Nam Dang definitely has the better of the tiebreakers, so if he wins, I don't think he'll be worried about a tiebreaker scrum. For Andy, there is a chance he gets overtaken under the right circumstances.
Okay, so that's our second one. How about our third one to look at here? Matthew Stephenson on Mono Green Landfall. Mono Green Landfall as well in the hands of Brian Rockenbach.
Shockingly similar situation to the previous one, right down to Matthew, like Nam, being from British Columbia, my hometown. But Matthew is at the higher win percentage. So if he wins, he's in. If Brian wins, still likely in, but again, might come down to a tiebreaker scrum.
Okay, let's take a look at one more match here in the final round. That matters. Zevon Faust up against Shota Yasuoka. Tell me about this one.
I think this is the match that is most likely to be for 9th place, but also the match that could play spoiler. So as it goes, the winner here, with the right circumstances and a not before unseen tiebreaker jump, could overtake one of the people in the previous matches to get in at 8th place, but realistically, I think they are playing for 9th.
Okay, there's a look at our matches to watch here in the final round of Swiss. But let's turn our attention now to our first main feature match, the one that we know is a clean winning in for top 8. You're not going to want to move here. This is always what they say is the best hour of Magic television as we decide who we'll see tomorrow on the Sunday stage. We're going to first check out Thierry Ramboa up against Nathan Stoyer. Is it prowess versus that new Celestia landfall deck that has just been tearing through the competition this weekend? Thierry Ramboa, a French grinder who's been at it for a very long time, has 2 Grand Prix top 8s to his name and 1 regional championship top 8. Tournament goal is advancing to the top 8, and he is so close to hitting that goal. Take a look at Thierry Ramboa's run here through the tournament. Started off looking great, 6 wins in a row, taking just 1 loss on day 1 of competition, picking up 3 more losses on day 2 to land him here at this point in the tournament as we get ready for round number 16. Up against Nathan Stoyer, your 2022 world champion, your Pro Tour March of the Machine champion. Already checked off his tournament goal to qualify for the next Pro Tour. Now he wants another top 8 to his resume. Let's take a look at his round by round. And this is kind of the story of day 2 of competition, because check that out. He was undefeated on day number 1. He was our overnight tournament leader. Now that doesn't guarantee you're going to make the top 8, as we've seen time and time again through these Pro Tours over history. But Nathan Stoyer has a chance to make it happen for himself coming up this round, but he needs to win. Monty, talk to me about this matchup.
Okay, Maria, we're going to start off by looking at Thierry Ramboa's deck. Now, he is playing Is It Prowess. I've talked all weekend about how many different ways there are to build Is It Prowess, and this is one of the more unique ones that I have seen. 4 copies of Slickshot Show Off, only 2 copies of the Colorstorm Stallion, 2 Eddie Mark Crabs, and a Drake Hatcher. One thing that Thierry has access to that I think may play a role in this matchup, 2 copies of Secret Identity being used to protect your creatures. That can go a long way if Nathan is counting on his removal spells to try to slow down Is It Prowess. So we'll see if that comes into play. As on the other side, well, Nathan is playing Celestia Landfall. He came prepared for this matchup specifically. As we take a look at the deck, him and his team took the mono-green landfall shell and tried to make it better against specifically Is It Prowess. That's the white splash. That's the 4 copies of Erode in the main deck. That's the copies of Sheltered by Ghosts out of the sideboard. So everything about this build has come into play trying to target specifically this Is It Prowess deck. Really, right now, we're in essentially the final arc of Nathan Stoyer's movie for this Pro Tour. Started off 8-0, and then started facing some hardships, training montage, getting back into
Lifting the weight.
It is down. And then at the very end, he's facing the matchup that the entire deck was built to target. I'm not saying it's a lock. It's far from a lock, but this is what it's all been building up to for Nathan.
Are you taking notes, Magic Movie? This stuff, we've already got one going on here this weekend. Time for the final round of Swiss. Alien Corey, take it away.
Well said, Maria. Thank you so much, Monty. We cannot wait to get into this matchup. Corey Baumeister alongside myself, Ailey Loney. Thank you so much for joining us to see who is going to lock up that top 8 spot. We've got 3 spots left, 5 of them accounted for. Who, between these 2 incredible players, is going to take it down?
Yeah, let's see. It's going to be really close. You know, you got to favor the landfall deck a little bit, especially because, well, Ramboa just lost to landfall in the last round against Stefan Schutz. So got to think that matchup favors the landfall, and we're just really going to find out, is this a movie or is this a short film? Here for Nathan.
We'll find out. So are we going to get juked at the end? Are we going to lose that happy ending for our overnight leader here, Nathan Stoyer? Both incredibly deserving players. They've had an excellent day so far. Celestia Landfall, built to prey on this Is It Prowess list. And Corey, you seem to think that the Celestia Landfall deck should have the advantage against this version of Prowess.
I would think so. This version of Prowess not playing a bunch of Sunderflocks in the boards, not playing a bunch of Eddie Merc Crabs. That's the card that really gives you the big advantage. I'm sure this version is very good at like the Is It Prowess Mirrors, really good at all the other style decks because you just kill so much faster from Ramboa. But one thing that Ramboa's hand really is not doing is killing fast at all. There's no threats here at all. It's just removal and card advantage, which usually not great. If the landfall decks are able to just play their Earthbender Ascensions and stuff like that, they kind of can win the long game and grind out a couple removal spells.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, having access to Bossing Say, having Earthbender Ascension, just, you know, trample all of your creatures. There's threats that are available at any point in the long game, as you said.
Exactly. Yep.
So Thierry Rambeau is certainly in the is it control side of things right now.
Yep.
And we'll hope to find a creature that he can start pressuring with too.
Yep, but the flip side of that is, well, when you do find a card like Slick Shot Show Off or something, you have all these spells to just really turn on that creature and make it really, really aggressive. But we see 3 sleight of hand in the yard and the 4th in hand, so all the hands.
Putting Chris
Slight
Angel to
variety.
shame, huh?
Yeah, there we go.
We are in Vegas.
Yeah.
Sleight of hand's a big deal here, and Thierry Rambeau trying to sculpt his hand with the 4th copy of the card in hand now. Plasma Bolt, a piece of interaction, but really needs to get this Chocobo off the board.
Yeah, and so far, Ramboa was Nathan Stoyer's first loss of the tournament in round 10 in Limited. So Nathan is definitely hoping that it's not also going to be his last loss here.
So what you're telling me is this is the sequel, right?
I guess,
This is where the
yes, I guess
hero-
so.
Whoever is the hero fights off against their nemesis once again.
I guess so, yep.
Badgermole Cub hits the board here for Nathan Stoyer. It won't survive very long as there is a Plasma Bolt in hand.
Yep, Plasma Bolt, Burst Lightning as well, so a plethora of interaction. Nathan making it back to this tournament after being off the Pro Tour, you know, for some time. Qualified for Lorwyn Eclipse, did not do well in that tournament, but immediately redeemed himself by winning the PTQ in Richmond to get back on the Pro Tour and really using that qualification extremely well here.
Yeah. No, he definitely never counts him out. You know,
Yeah.
players cannot run hot all the time. That's how they burn out. So
yep,
it's good to see Nathan Stoyer back here, you know, having an excellent day 1, slightly rougher day 2. But, you know, now is where it's time to shine.
Yeah.
You know, put everything that has happened today behind you. Focus on the cards, the player in front of you.
Exactly. And it's pretty impossible to have a better day than he had for day 1 after being undefeated and going completely perfect. And now Rambo is in a rough spot here. I mean, there is just an absurd amount of threats. One card that Ramboa has that not a lot of players play is this Into the Floodmaw, and the one nice piece of interaction there is you're able to actually bounce land. This is one of the few cards that can just put that Temple Garden back into hand, and then you can deal with the forest as well. So Ramboa had a couple options here. Do I attack the Badgermole Cubs, or do I go after the lands that are giving you that advantage? So looks like we are going to kill a land, bounce a land, and bounce a Chocobo, and just leave Nathan with a couple of Grizzly Bears.
Nice. Grizzly Bears. Those are Badgermole Cubs.
Yeah, well, when
you call yourself an avatar.
When you lose all the lands that help it out, they are just Grizzly Bears for now.
That's true.
So that very much slowed down Nathan, but it did cost Rambo a lot of resources.
Oh, man, can you imagine if you'd had that in conjunction with an Otter or a Slick Shot Show Off? What a
Exactly.
turn that would have been.
These Izzet Prowess decks look so different when you're into the Floodmaw and your Boomerang basics also deal 2 damage to your opponent. And when they don't, you know, the fact that you're not pressuring your opponent gets to be a lot worse. And these kind of decks have made up for that by playing Eddie Merc Crab. So if you don't have that early start, you still get to play 2 mana 5/5s that tap your opponent's creatures down, but Rambo only playing 2 of that powerful creature.
Turn pass back now to Nathan, deciding how he wants to sequence this turn. There is the Chocobo in hand, but decides to lead off with a land into Earthbender Ascension to get these creatures going, get the counters going, and access some more mana next turn with double Badgermole Cub on the board.
Yep, looks like the other choice there was Keen-Eyed Curator, eat one of the spells, but at this point, I agree with Nathan not going for that. You're not cutting down the Eddie Merc Crabs at any point. Essentially, the graveyard's gotten too big.
Yeah. Flow state to kick things off. Let's see what Thierry Rambeau finds off of this powerful card from Secrets of Strixhaven.
Any threats to actually present a clock here to Nathan? is definitely what Rambo is looking for here. So slick shot show off or the crabs or the horse, and bingo. There we go.
Slick shot show off and a horse. So opt, steam vent, sleight of hand, and a secret identity in Thierry Rambo's hand, 2 Mindform harmonizers, and Chocobo, and a curator in Nathan's.
Yeah, might be the spot. I was curious if Rambo was going to plot that or just say, you know what, I can't really beat a removal spell right now. I just want to get in all the damage I can. And we'll see. If Nathan can find something like a Fabled Passage, this is just GG.
Yeah.
10 damage.
Yeah, if you have
Yeah.
I have double harmonizer plus a land. So that should be lethal, right?
Double harmonizer plus land.
Should be,
10.
But can you cast? Oh, yeah, of course, you can cast both of them. 6 lands.
Extra mana off of the 2 Vegemite Cubs as
Able
well.
to double there and get it done. Yeah, you can tell Nathan, we've seen that head shake before in his career. It's like, yes, I know I have it. Now just make sure I can execute.
Table Alpha starting game 2.
Both players. Thank you, judges. Starting the players off in game number 2 here of our final round of competition before the top 8. These players playing for a spot in the top 8.
Yeah, huge match between these players. Both their tiebreakers are extremely high.
Yeah.
So as true of a win as it can get, of course, anything can happen, but it would have to be 5-6% they would fall down to not make it, which is pretty tough to do in the last round of a 16-round tournament.
I'll believe you. But yeah, both these players for sure locked for the top 8. Slick shot show off and the Otter getting busy here. Trying to do what the deck was built for.
Yes. Now this is great. This is why prowess looks amazing, as if you're able to get threat into threat and then interaction, and with double op, double flow state.
Yeah.
That is pretty solid. Not amazing, because you would really like to see like a burst lightning in there, or better yet, a sorcery speed removal spell to be able to turn on the flow state.
Llanowar Elves to kick things off. 1 white mana open and erode in hand. So before any shenanigans occur, birdie, go, die. So biggest threat off the board, perhaps.
Now Ramboa does have the option to opt to try to find one of the 2 secret identities if they're still left in the deck.
I would think it would be.
Probably.
Okay. Happy to let that go. Go find a land.
I'm the one.
And just basically saying, if Ramboa were to find maybe another slick shot show off, you'd rather just play that.
Yeah.
Ramboa also one of the nicest people you want to talk to.
You can see Nathan is locked in. You know, he's usually pretty chatty, quite jovial in the feature match area, but he's had a bit of a rough day. You know, I was watching against Chris Larson as well. Chris chatting up a little bit, but Nathan's just completely locked in, just focus.
Yeah,
definitely wants to make
absolutely. I mean, there's something that is very real about, you know, when Nathan was in his streak, when he was in his flow state, let's say, when he was just top 8ing 4 events in a row, something we have never seen outside of the likes of, you know, Luis Scott Vargas as well, top 8ing, you know, Worlds, 3 Pro Tours in a row. Everything feels easy at that point, but then, you know, you get humbled where you kind of fall off the Pro Tour. That kind of comeback tour, you see people very much being like, okay, now I really want to tighten up. I really want to get back there. It feels like it's handed to you, and it's like a given right to top 8 these events until you fall off and you stop doing it consistently.
First Lightning taking care of the little mana dork. So Nathan Stoyer a little bit on the back foot here, not able to get anything to stick. So Thierry Ramboa doing good damage.
Ruh-roh, this looks like Chocobo Go.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, not a strong draw at all, and that was the shield's downturn. That's where Nathan really had to go land, Earthbender Ascension or Sirach, and really put down some pressure. As now, flow state doesn't seem to be online. Just select one mode.
Just anticipate.
Yeah, just anticipate. There's a sleight of hand, which will turn on the other flow state, though, so that's very tempting for Thierry Ramboa.
Multiversal Passage. Cool Shockland from the Spidey set. Flow state number 2.
Yeah, and of course, flow state itself turns on the double mode here, being able to pick 2 cards, one of the most impactful. Yeah.
Sear, nice. Into the Floodmore and a null. All right, Thierry, I think he's got this game on lockdown as it stands. What does Nathan need to draw besides a land?
Definitely land. You know, I mean, not having that is very brutal. We see the shelter by Ghost. Nathan might be forced to try to get risky and cast this on the Chocobo and see if it's going to resolve. And Ramboa has multiple answers to this. A null or a into the Floodmaw. And that's a solid 2-for-1. And now, with this kind of mana advantage, Ramboa, at the very worst, can just go buy back Flow State, cast Flow State. But you know what's much better than that?
Ral.
The top deck Planeswalker.
Yeah. Ral Crackling Wit showing up in Limited and Constructed, just very different colors. Thanks, Jace.
Yep.
And now going to cause some havoc here for former world champion Nathan Stoyer. Doesn't find land number 3, so to game number 3 we go.
Yeah, and this is going to be one game to decide, you know, a huge turning point in both these players' Magic career. You know, you get 4 Pro Tour invites if you top 8 one of these things, so this is a gigantic game of Magic between these players. But really the secret, if you're in this moment, is to treat it just like round 1, game 1 of the Pro Tour. The more pressure you put on yourself, definitely the harder games can be.
First Lightning taking care of Llanowar Elves. Thierry Ramboa, no top finishes to his name. Nathan Stoyer, 5 to his name. So.
Thierry Ramboa definitely, doesn't have that top 8 to qualify for all the events, but just the definition of consistency. Got here through AMPs, and you know, that just means that you are getting so very close over and over at these Pro Tours. And, you know, we see it time and time again when that player gets that's so close over and over, gets that big result, they just don't look back. And all of a sudden, they're pulling a Christopher Larson and they're going back to back top 8s.
Ain't no stopping that Dane train, I tell you.
Yeah.
Goodness me. If you're just joining us, we've got 5 players in our top 8 thus far. Max Komnesh, Ri Zhang, Stefan Schutz, Chris Larson, and Matt Nass.
And already an incredibly stocked top 8. You know, we got more Magic in front of us, but it's already going to be an amazing day tomorrow.
Yeah, 2 Pro Tour champions in there already. If Nathan joins the fray, that's 3.
Yeah.
Lord.
Huge top deck there from Nathan. Nathan was basically on air. There was not much going on, and the Ascension is great here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we were just going to go bushwhack for a land, attack for 3, go.
Tell me how you really feel.
So that was a huge
that was
draw.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely something to get this engine going. You know, protection in inverted commas on Nathan's own turn with the Voice of Victory down. Nothing to remove it right now except for a Boomerang Basics.
And that is a one of in the sideboard here, that Voice of Victory. So
nice.
I'd love to hear their thought process on how they came on 1 Voice of Victory on the board. But I mean, it is a very good card.
Because if you play 2, you'll never see it. That's why.
Oh,
just play the 1, it's always there.
Bingo.
Slick shot, hard cost, bounce in for 3.
17.
And now we do have, I believe, the bushwhack here. So
nice.
That is going to be excellent. Being able to fight down the slick shot show off with the 2/2 land and then get some other creatures on the battlefield. So probably Saza's Chocobo into Voice of Victory, into land, bushwhack, away the slick shot. Looks pretty solid.
Yeah. Nathan now doing a great job of doing damage control, making sure that the biggest threat that Thierry has, you know, in his repertoire isn't going to just chunk him for 7 points of damage out of nowhere.
So basically Nathan has the one choice of, do I want to get in 2 points of damage or do I want to hold up green mana for the Snakeskin Veil? I think just so it's not so face up and telegraphed, I think I would get in the 2 points of damage.
Yeah.
And do I think what Nathan's doing here, get the counter, play Voice, bushwhack, kill Slick Shot and attack for 2, but we shall see.
I think he likes your plan too, bud. And there's Voice. And bushwhack. Yes? No? Maybe?
Yeah. And it feels really, really scary to leave that Slick Shot show off around. Feels far too risky to me.
I mean, even so, like, there's still a fair amount of threats on the board here for Nathan, so.
Yeah. And if you leave back the forest, it's just face up. You'd
Yeah.
be like, my last card is Snakeskinville. I might as well show it to you.
Snakeskinville,
And,
world
yep.
treatment, whatever it is. But yeah, there is Birdie down.
And he did say go, so.
Oh, keeping that green up instead. All right.
Yep. Ramboa, phenomenal player, has to sniff that out and just say, yep, you have a slick shot show off. And that thought probably crossed his head right now. Like, why would you leave that back?
Well, pretty sure Terry doesn't want to play it Rel into a swarm of dudes. So flow state to kick things off.
Yep. So this is very much flow state, maybe find a crab or something, but man, Voice of Victory so good against an Eddie Merck crab right now.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
a knoll we just saw off the flow state. Can't really put that one into hand. As Voice of Victory backed up by the Snakeskin Veil. It's going to really shut down every counter spell.
Terry doing math.
Let's see if Ramboa just goes to like Boomerang Basics, the voice, just to like get the Snakeskin Veil out of hand.
So land number 4. Down to 15 we go. And, oh, cool. Roaring Furnace.
That's all about.
That can hit face, right?
It cannot. Nope, just
No,
2
just
damage.
creature.
So, I mean, you know, I would have attacked with the 2/2. Nathan didn't, and it is just going to work so much better to hold it back. So, really, really nice play there. Now, the one thing Ramboa does have access to is the Boomerang Basics Roaring Furnace plan. So, just being able to go bounce, pick it up, replay it over and
4,
over.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, 7.
Ouchie.
Which is going to be great. Nathan drew a land, and importantly for Ramboa was not Bossing Say. I mean, Bossing Say would have probably closed this game out.
Play whatever my top card is.
Yeah, you don't think about anything if you're hellbent.
That is landfall, you know, at this stage of the game. Like, you never want to bluff because the lands make your creatures better, so.
Yeah. Burst Lightning, and Null, Rel, and Boomerang Basics.
Here goes 4 damage with Voice of Victory plus the creature's gone.
Okay. What's the next biggest problem here? Bird?
The Saza's chokeable, but with Burst Lightning being the removal spell.
Yeah.
And I don't think we have a land. So basically, Ramboa's like, should I Boomerang Basics this Roaring Furnace now? Or hold up a possible Annul? Or possible Burst Lightning to hit the land? Either way, Ramboa really needs this to be a very soft draw, like not Bossing Say. Oh. My goodness. You see the eye raise there from Ramboa. It's like any land but Bossing Say. Huge draw from Nathan Stoyer.
You know, I think there might be a war in Bossing Say.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding.
Your target be forest here.
Oh, that was such a devastating draw from Ramboa. Or from Stoyer against Ramboa, I should say.
Man, you've been jinxing players today, left, right, and center.
That I have been.
You know what would suck is if it's this. It's great for Nathan. It's terrible for Terry.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
I have lethal through Burst Lightning.
You know.
Is that all you have? Then
It is.
That's it.
I thought about bouncing it on its own. So.
Let's go!
Yeah, there you go.
That is so awesome. What Nathan said there is like the one card that you can have right now, I can beat it.
Yeah.
So. Let's go! And the absolute titan of the game, Nathan Stoyer, is back into a top 8, and you know what that means? That's 4 more pro events with Nathan Stoyer back. It feels amazing to have him back, I must say.
Congratulations, Nathan. Commiserations to Thierry Ramboa. You could see the disappointment there from the Frenchman, but absolutely stunning work from Nathan. Superb day 1, flawless.
Yeah.
Day 2, rough. But finally made it through.
Yeah, absolutely. And losing that last win-in, you know, Nathan did have back-to-back win-ins. Losing to a teammate always hurts, but you get to see a teammate go through. And then as far as Chris and Nathan Stoyer and their team's perspective, the best outcome
Absolutely.
of being able to get it the next round. So big congrats to Nathan Stoyer.
Absolutely, friends. We've got more Winning in Magic for you, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven here in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. We are so close to finding out who the final 2 members of our top 8 are going to be amongst all of the amazing things that have been happening at MagicCon here this weekend. Corey, have you been out there? You seen the cool stuff?
I have. I've been out there a little bit. It is incredible. If you've never been to one of these MagicCons, they just keep getting better and better over and over. So it's an experience that's really just unforgettable. It's hard to put into words.
You know what is also an experience unforgettable and hard to put into words?
Top 8ing a Pro Tour.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's jump into another feature match, friends, which we believe is a surefire win and in. We're just going to, asterisk it in case something drastic happens in the other feature matches here. So Nam Dang on Izzet Prowess up against Andy Garcia-Romo, Mono Green Landfall. We've seen this a lot. We're going to see it even more.
Yes, we definitely are going to see it a little bit more. And as far as chances to make the top 8, Nam has about 66% tiebreaker, so has a little, has like a guarantee, basically.
Sure.
On the other side, Andy's tiebreaker is about 3% less, so will be a little tougher for him. And then as far as the decks, we just saw this matchup, and with the Izzet deck of the last round, we didn't have a bunch of crabs. There were not Sunderflocks in the sideboard for Ramboa. This one, on the other hand, Nam Dang has 4 crabs in the main and then 2 Sunderflocks in the board. And alternatively, the landfall list doesn't have the cards that are really good against the crab of erodes and other pieces of removal. So I think this matchup drastically changes with the 2 versions that they have here. So big advantage to Nam Dang, I would say.
Well, let's see how things shake out here as players get into their first turns. Just lands from both players at the moment as the turn passes back here to Andy Garcia-Romo.
And a big reminder to everyone from the Pro Tour in Richmond, Andy Garcia-Romo lost a win-in with the Izzet Spelementals deck. That was really brought on to deal with all these green decks. And now, the tables have kind of turned here. Andy playing the green decks up against the Spelemental style deck.
Esper Origins there from Andy. Surveilling, getting some goodies into the yard. Getting some lands there for an eventual Ice Tilt Explorer. Nothing happening from Nam's side of things.
Yep, definitely just playing much more controlling. Must have a lot of interaction for the matchup. And hey, that is kind of what you want. Of course, you still want the pressure early, but Nam's version, very much more controlling. And there's a lot more counter spells. Get Out, Spell Pierce, those kind of things. So I would not be too shocked if Nam was holding out Get Out for that last turn and Esper Origins was, uncounterable.
Yeah.
And Nam Dang, you might know and have lost to plenty of times online as the Magic Online name of Nammer Squats. Always crushing online events. Nice to see him convert those into paper results as well.
It's great to see people that you've lost to online appear.
Exactly.
In the Pro Tours.
I mean, hey, we've seen a lot of people's careers catapulted by just being very good at Magic Online.
Yeah.
Raptor, FF Freak, we've seen a ton of those style players.
Storm Chaser's Talent, Critter on the board.
Yes.
Esper Origins comes back from the graveyard as Esper Madoon. I'm probably butchering that name. I'm sorry, Final Fantasy friends.
I wasn't going to say anything.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, let's see. Nam definitely, on the flip side, there is plenty of sorcery speed, card advantage, sleight of hand, flow state, stock ups that we could be playing as well. So it is a little strange to not be doing anything here, but I would have the soul read, and I think Andy does as well, that Get Out is 100% one of the cards in hand.
Yeah.
As that has felt like it would made a lot of sense here. Or, of course, a lot of crabs. And just uncastables. Looks like Burst Lightning and Practical Joke, Eddie Crab.
I think the card in front is a spell.
Oh, no, a Roaring
What's
Furnace
that? Roaring
there.
Furnace, yeah,
Yep. Not sure what the card on the back is, but those are the other 4.
Need some magnifying glasses, I tell you.
Go. Love that card flipping there. Big thanks to
I wonder if we can flip other cards, too.
There we go.
Must be able to, right?
It might be.
And just tap land. There goes Roaring Furnace. Killing off Esper Madoon. And that will get a finality into exile.
Very good there, especially if you can get Boomerang Basics going and start bouncing that, getting that chain of removal. Yeah, and that is it. So that was a land. Eddie Merc Crab and Burst Lightning and Impractical Joke in hand. So not an amazing. And there we go. Okay.
I mean, it does come in tapped. So.
Yeah, that's actually a perfect one. So. big thanks
Thank you, cards in hand, friend.
to Josh there, flipping those cards.
Escape Tunnel, land for turn here for Andy Garcia-Romo. Badger Milk Cub, hey, buddy.
Okay.
Bet he's going to target that fetch land.
Target on the stack, dealing with the Escape Tunnel. And now the one thing that we going on is, you know, Eddie Merc Crab looks absolutely incredible when it is for 2 mana to play a 5/5. For 5 mana, still not bad. And that is probably what we're going to see here. So Nam has 2 options here, really 3, but 2 good ones. Unlock the Steaming Sauna and say go, draw 2 cards for the rest of the game, or Steam Vents tap, say go, Eddie Merc Crab on the next turn to create some pressure. So this is Nam's big choice. Do I want to play the long game and play more controlling, or do I want to start getting a little aggressive? Taking the damage leads me to believe that it's time for the Sauna.
All right. Yeah. Just shore up the rest of the game, basically.
Yeah, and with not a lot of pressure from Andy, I really like this play. But there is pressure. I believe I just saw Andy top deck Sapling Nursery.
Oh.
That is a phenomenal card. To be fair, Eddie Merc Crab's not very good against that either.
Yep.
So this is where post-board we will probably see Andy take that card out because Thunderflock just wrecks this card.
I mean, what is this? This
Right
is
now
just 3 trees?
3 trees. Yep, 3 3/4s, 9 power, 12 toughness coming down, and that is going to be very difficult for Nam to deal with. So what a top deck. I think Andy, the rest of his hand was just lands.
Yeah.
I mean, there was like Bossing Say and
Totally
stuff like
fine
that.
now. It
but
becomes a 3/4.
yeah.
Goodness me.
Okay.
Mountstride is resolved, taking care of a critter. Now I'm not going to fight over that one. Opt on end step.
Yeah, and this is just so tough to deal with when it comes to fighting against Sapling Nursery the hard way. You know, just bouncing tree folk and stuff. That can work if you already have a board presence and you're already kind of pushing through damage. When you don't have a board presence and your opponent's at 22 life, it's going to be very, very difficult to fight that kind of battle.
Inside trigger.
Gotcha. Drop. It's like this.
Yep.
Comes back in, trigger.
Yep.
Yep. 2 more tree folk there.
Yep.
And looks like Nam is flooding out quite a bit here. And I mean, I think the biggest piece of text when it comes to Sapling Nursery is reach. Normally you think, oh, okay, maybe you're going to take a lot of damage on the ground, but the fact that your slick shot show-offs also can't get in makes it very, very difficult to fight through.
Just imagine this bird trying to get through a forest.
Yeah, exactly.
How many trees can Andy Garcia-Romo get on this battlefield before Nam Dang has had enough?
Yep. I think one option that Andy has here, which is just the worst option based on the cards I saw, and this air quotes bad option is very good, is Bossing Say on Escape Tunnel and keep that going. But it looks like we have other plans here.
Ooh. Might Form Harmonizer, Bossing Say. Take your pick. Who's going to be your champion here, Andy Garcia-Romo?
Double the power of the tree, get another 3/4, and here's the thing is like, if Andy really needed to, you always have the way to protect your trees by sacrificing the Sapling Nursery. Yeah, I think we're done here for game 1.
Yeah,
this is looking
very,
very difficult.
I mean, that not having an answer for the Sapling Nursery immediately is you can't come back from this.
You really can't. And the fact is,
unless there's a Thunderflock.
For game 1, there's not a lot of answers. It's a couple get outs, 1 Spell Pierce if you get it out of timely fashion. Otherwise, you can bounce it with Boomerang Basic and then try to counter it. But game 1, Sapling Nursery against Prowess is very good. It's just a little slow. You know, you're at the fastest casting it on turn 3 or 4.
Yep, trigger.
Here comes Krabby to tap down a couple of attackers, stem the bleeding a tiny bit. Oh my
This game would look basically unwinnable for Nam if those dice represented just +1/+1 counters,
Yeah.
but they represent double,
Mhm.
doubling the power. So
What the hell? Was it 8 trees?
yeah, there's all the trees.
15?
This is more trees than in all of Vegas right now on this
Yeah,
battlefield.
for sure. Good grief. Good card is good.
Yep.
Yeah, Andy Garcia-Roma picking up game 1 there.
Now everything changes.
Yes.
Post-board, is it prowess? This version from Namdang really turns into a lot closer to Spelementals. There's only 2 Sunderflocks, but there's a plethora of interaction. You know, there's a Nulls, there's Get Out, there's Negates, Spell Snares, Sunderflocks. So I wouldn't be too shocked to see some Storm Chasers talents get cut, some card advantage cut for just a bunch of counter spells. So I think the biggest question mark is, does Andy juke and take out the Sapling Nursery, or do you keep it in because, well, look how great it looks that game.
You can resolve it, and you got landfall triggers immediately. It looks unbeatable.
Very, very true. So we'll see. Nam really wants to have a start of a slick shot show off here.
Yeah.
Plot it, play it, either or. Just have something that represents a good amount of damage.
Andy offering the cut to Namdang before his play is made, and there is Slick Shot Show Off in for 1.
Much better start. Just debating, did I want to plot it or put it into play? And as far as removal goes, Pop Patch Formation can be cast here, but otherwise not possible to get it Maelstrider resolved.
Yeah.
So it felt pretty safe to attack, and that was big. Andy not having the Pop Patch Formation here is great news for Namdang fans.
Yep. Turn passes back now to Nam, finds land number 3, Inspire Bluff Canal. Badgermole Cub hit the board for Andy Garcia-Roma, so let's see what he can power out. Speaking of power out, here comes another Slick Shot Show Off and a Boomerang Basics to get rid of the Cub.
Very strong. Normally, you don't want to be bouncing that Cub.
Yeah.
As you're able to Earthbend another land and can gain a huge advantage. But that is Nam saying, I am not planning on playing a long game
Yeah.
here.
I don't want to see you get to the point where you can cost your Sapling Nursery.
Yes. I mean, and Nam is lining up a possible turn 4 win here.
Yeah.
With doesn't even have to have that much.
Yeah,
you know?
just
a couple ops here and there.
Three 1-mana spells and GG. How does Andy approach this turn, knowing that it's very possible he's just dead on board to the creatures that Namdang has? Cub to start. 2 mana left available. Maelstriders. Nice.
Okay.
There you go.
Good
That's
game.
what we need.
Being able to fight on that axis.
Excuse me, Judge. He targeted the other bird.
Just one. Not
Wow.
ideal.
Okay.
so
Counter spells. I sniff out.
I would imagine nothing else would make a ton of sense. Maybe a card like Secret Identity. You know,
Yeah.
something to protect Slick Shot Show Off where it doesn't represent a lethal attack.
Yeah, you talk about putting all your eggs in one basket.
Yep.
That's the basket.
Yeah, Nam's results here for over the past years, a top 8 of 3 majors events, and all of them came with Spire Bluff Canal. So Nam is very much into that style of deck. A lot of different variety of Spire Bluff Canals. You know, Vivi was one of his top 8s in Baltimore, but
He and Max will get along well.
exactly,
Yeah.
yes. I
They
think
can
they
gush
bond
over their Spire Bluff Canals,
yes.
steam vents. Earthbender Ascension says, well, wanted to hit the board. Get out says no thanks.
Yep. And only 2 other cards in hand from Nam.
Big things here for Andy. What does he have to follow up?
Yeah,
A failed Earthbender Ascension. Bossing Say.
And you can tell Andy is a relatively fast player, but you can tell he's slowing down in this moment. He was just in this spot, you know, not 2 months, 3 months ago here in Richmond. And, you know, you think about that moment on your flight home and your next couple months when you're hanging out home very often. And you just always got to think, how much cooler would it be if I was in the top 8 instead?
Upkeep Eddie Merc Crab. Tap down those double mana lands. So just keeping Andy on 2 mana for this turn.
16.
Well, looks like Andy doesn't have a
Doesn't have?
follow-up here. So Eddie Merc Crab was a solid 5 mana, 5/5 kind of time walk here. So, but man, Andy's hand is great. It looked like Earthbender Ascension, Ice Till Explorer, and Harmonizer. I mean, that's the triangle of doom here from the mono green deck. All 3 of those cards together is devastating. So Nam has to have more in the tank here.
Absolutely.
Something like Sunderflock. I mean, this is the type of situation where Sunderflock really shines. Let's see if the powerful elemental is here.
Didn't like the card on top, though. Let's scry to the bottom.
Yep.
What did he draw?
And there's a little bit of the problem when you only play 2 of this in the sideboard. You know, there were some lists leading up to this event that were just playing 4 in the board. Just like, all right, it's the best card against forest decks. I'm just going to max out on it. But
Well, Matt Ness called it the best card.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I think he was being a little, you know, a little overacting on that just because every deck he's played, it's the best card against him. Yeah,
Only him.
Yes. He's like, the Sunderflock is the best card ever printed. But he did end up beating the Sunderflock deck in the hand of Max. To make his top 8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana available.
4 spells, though, that is telling Andy, well, Eddie Merc is not an option or not a possibility. And man, with all those gigantic options in Andy's hand, you got to think this turn is going to contain some fireworks.
Badger Cub number 2. So now those forests tap for 3 mana.
So we have 9 mana available from Andy. The ability to go Ice Till, Earthbender Ascension, and then with any of the mills, if you mill over just a natural forest, you could just play your entire hand here. Not necessarily what you want to do, but it is an option.
It's fun, though.
Ice Till is probably the card, but I think what Andy's thinking is all these can get countered by Get Out.
Yeah.
Which one do I not care about, but also I need to put enough pressure that I can present lethal or present a very dangerous clock just in case Nam does top deck Sunderflock.
Absolutely. 6 mana floating. Thinking hard here. Harmonizer.
This feels like bait to me. I think Ice Till is the true card you want here.
Okay.
Yep. Nam says, sure, that's fine.
Yeah.
Go to 5, spend another 1.
Yeah, and I think with Harmonizer resolving, you got to figure out that there's no Get Out because I think Nam would have been forced into Get Outing the Harmonizer. So I bet this Ice Till resolves, and that means your Badger Mole Cub is going to get doubled 4 times.
Not lethal yet.
I think it would be.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it'd be 32.
Wait.
I think Andy has 34 damage right now with no interaction. Because you double it 4 times, so 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 to 32 for the Cub, and then the other Cub attacks. So that's 34 damage possible. But if Andy has, any kind of bounce spell, could easily have, something like Into the Floodmaw, something like that.
Do it again.
I don't know, though. I feel like the way Nam is kind of talking body language a little bit.
I think
this might be Andy doing just one result better in this tournament than in Lorwyn Eclipse.
Love to see it for Andy.
Yep.
Massive Cub coming on in.
Attack for 32?
4, 8, 16, 32.
You got anything, Nam?
32 is more than 16.
Ooh, it's double, in fact, and that is Andy Garcia-Roma with a 2-0 here in our final round of Standard. We believe it is a top 8 lock for him.
Yeah.
That has got to feel such a relief for Andy Garcia-Roma.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is huge. Andy, with the breakers, maybe not as good as Nam's, but still very favored to make the top 8 unless, you get a big shift at the end.
Something drastic happens in the end.
Big congrats to Andy. Such a nice guy. Nice to see him take it down here.
Absolutely. High fives all around for Andy Garcia-Roma. See all the players sticking around because they want to see who is going to make the top 8. Andy Garcia's got to sweat it out for a little bit, but, you know, I think he's good, Corey. I think he's good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so as well. And, man, when you get that close with the really busted deck of the tournament, Spelementals, I mean, was just crushing it in Richmond. Yeah. So to just barely miss on that win and in there and get a redemption here is really cool. So big congrats to Andy.
Absolutely. We have more head-to-head magic for you, friends, and it is Zevin Faust up against Shota Yasuoka. These players sitting at 11-4, they have a much tougher time of cracking into the top 8, but we are going to see how all of these feature matches play out. Let's join this match in progress with Zevin Faust up 1 game.
Yeah, absolutely. It is really more than likely going to come down to the winner of this or Andy getting in as far as 8th and 9th. That's what it looks like, but of course tiebreakers can very much change at a moment's notice. So big match for these players, and even if you win and you end up taking 9th at 12 wins still gets you a lot at the Pro Tour for sure. So.
Absolutely. Here we go. Opening hand, 5 cards for Zevin Faust on Azorius Tempo. I love his list that he's been playing. Yeah. His little pet deck of his. 6 cards for Shota Yasuoka. Rockin' Is It Prowess.
Yeah, and Zevin almost didn't play this deck, but said, you know what, I'm going to play this because this card is so good, and it's high noon against all these decks. You know, we heard an interview with Zevin, and it was just, why play this style of tempo deck? And it's if you play against a deck that does a lot of things for 1 mana, like Sleight of Hand and Opt, so you got to like Zevin's chances in the matchup. That's before you mull to 5 and you're playing against
it's okay. He's
one of the greatest
Riddlers.
ever do it.
Yeah, that's true. That is rough. Colorstorm Stallion here to kick things off for Shota.
Yep, and 1 high noon there got countered. Second one resolved. So now Shota is only casting 1 spell a turn. There's really no way to deal with high noon. Straight away enchantment removal. You can bounce it and then counter it on the way back.
Elusive Otter here. 1 card per turn for Shota. Now, it is symmetrical, so Zevin, too, is locked into 1 spell a turn.
Yep. But the one thing that Zevin has a big advantage there is, well, most of Zevin, if not all of Zevin's creatures have flash.
Yeah.
So you can play something on your turn, and then you get to interact on Shota's turn. You know, something like Shota, if you just have 3 sleight of hands in your hand and you're fighting against a high noon, like, you feel terrible.
It's not great.
Yeah.
Trade offered there between the Floodpits Drowner and the Elusive Otter. Floodpits Drowner was everywhere for quite a long time, and it's kind of nice to see it again.
Yeah, it is nice. It was very much one of the best Dimir cards out there, and that's one card we haven't seen a lot of is Kaido, kind of nowhere to be seen.
Yep. Angswip Savior now getting the Colorstorm Stallion off the board.
Yep, and Shota able to play at instant speed as well with a couple cards here, being able to kill Aang.
Yep. Broadside Barrage. You really much have to answer threats, 1 for 1 here. You can't try and dig through the top of the library. You just have to have whatever you need in hand there and then.
Yep. Absolutely, and of course we are joining this game number 2, so Zevin being 1 game away.
Aven Interrupter.
Taking this down. And it's looking pretty good. You know, I mean, this is looking very solid here for Zevin, especially with the fact that you mull to 5. This is the deck that Zevin built his deck to beat, is these style of prowess decks and landfall. You know, Zevin liked this matchup against prowess and landfall, so this is the kind of spot you want to be at. It's just, I got to say, I've played a lot of Zevin's deck.
Yeah.
It's incredibly hard to play.
It is.
It is so hard to play, and it's very hard to sideboard with, too.
Maybe you should ask him for a couple tips.
I need some advice, yeah. Coaching lesson from Zevin for sure would be great.
I remember the last Spotlight series that we were at. A couple people were sitting next to Zevin, and they're like, hey, have you guys seen Zevin's Azorius deck? It's so cool. And I was like, oh, I haven't, but now I want to go and check it out. And like he's been iterating and, improving it ever since. So
yeah, I want to see it was Portland. He conceded twice to Friends and was very close to top 8ing. But man, look at this huge attack. An attack when you have the Air Temple with Voice of Victory, it is a gigantic swing.
So good.
This feels like Shota is already toast here.
Yeah.
what can you even do?
You hate to see it for the Hall of Famer. There's no slag storm or anything like that.
Yeah, I do see a boomerang basics,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you can start by boomerang basics on the high noon and go from there, but I think you need something like boomerang basics into slick shot, into a couple more spells, and that is not what Shota has, but I like going for it. You get to boomerang basics, you get to sleight of hand to try to find slick shot show off, but man, 2 more blue draw spells here, I think has to seal it for the Hall of Famer.
Rough beats indeed for Shota Yasaoka. Fan favorite. We all want to see him top 8.
Yeah.
Just because he's such an incredible player, you know. A one-man show, if you will.
Yep.
One-man Shota. Oh boy, I'll see myself
Very
out.
good,
But
yeah.
Zevon Faust with a super sweet deck, built it to beat this kind of Is It list. And it looks like he's going to get a 2-0 here in the final round of Standard.
Yeah, that's another boomerang basics to try to play defense against another. Yeah, not going to be enough.
That's it. Congratulations, Zevon Faust. Sweet list from him. A superb victory there. 2-0 against one of the game's greatest.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know you're going over, and he's probably just saying like, do we think we have a chance to top 8?
Yeah.
No matter what, getting to 12 wins is huge for Zevon.
Yep.
And this will very much be the tiebreaker sweat. Zevon's going to be within that range of 8th to 10th. So, you know, one of those spots is a little better than the rest, that's for sure.
We like it when our position stops at 8. So we'll see. We'll see.
We did see Zevon last in a top 8, I believe, in Aether Drift, where Matt won. And, you know, hey, Matt's there, so it would feel right if they're in it together, right?
Friends, we have one more game to show you the outcome of, so let's jump into it. It is Matthew Stephenson up against Brian Rockenbach. Mono Green Landfall Mirror. Corey, how do these play out?
You know, it is a lot of, it is really a little bit more who wins the die roll, who has the teched out list for it. But when it comes to just mono green on mono green, you know, you don't have a ton of wiggle room. The Celestial Landfall, for instance, that has a good advantage in the mirror match. So between these two players, it is, well, who draws the good cards?
Well, let's jump in here. The final match we have to show you in this round before we're able to determine who our top 8 is. Then we get to do a cool announcement with Tannen on the main stage, so
Absolutely.
sweet.
I wasn't trying to rush.
These players definitely have the better chance of making it in over Zevon.
I'm sorry.
I'm concerned with the sand too, so. All right.
Show you now.
And Matthew with the slightly advantage when it comes to tiebreakers. And huge advantage when it comes to playing a Llanowar Elf and your opponent does not play anything. That is really, really brutal. And oh my
Is there
goodness.
only one land in
I
hand
believe
there?
there's no lands in hand for Brian.
Yeah, I mean the one that he played,
Yeah.
just passing say.
This must have been a mulligan. We don't know the exact number, but yeah, looks like looks like a mull to 5 because all right. Well,
What is this?
so the person
Don't want
with
to go down like that.
lands in play in the landfall mirror has the
Usually has the
advantage.
advantage, yeah.
Yep. I know this is the expert commentary you are all looking for here.
Okay.
Sometimes it's that simple.
When you were
man.
deciding on what to get rid of because you had such a good hand already, maybe I should. I don't know.
I'm gonna toss the 4 as well.
I mean, to be fair, like look at that hand from Brian.
Yeah, this
with,
is just nuts.
With a land, it's pretty solid, and he was already down to 5. I would take the risk too. That is just in this moment. You're like, come on, my mold to 4 at my winning in moment. That is just very brutal.
Holy moly. Tough luck, Brian.
Yep.
Matthew Stephenson. This is going to try and end this game quickly.
I have one land.
Some mercy.
Yeah, you
can feel
really
the
got to feel for
frustration there.
Brian
Yeah.
for sure. That is
Feels pretty mad.
really brutal. But of course, big congrats to Matthew.
Yeah. 12 wins, perfect.
More than likely in the top 8, but Matthew is going to be in that spot as well. That 8th through 10th style of area, depending on the tiebreakers. So we shall see. This is going to be an interesting top 8 announcement coming up. That's for sure.
We shall see. Look at him. He's just like, okay, did I make it? Am I in? What's going to happen?
I mean, those kind of moments, you know, when you are playing one of your first few pro tours, you lock up what you think is probably going to be a top 8. You just realize, wow, I I'm a professional Magic player now. I'm going to be playing 4 huge tournaments. I'm going to be playing the World Championship. Like, it's a special moment to watch, and of course, probably to be a part of, I would imagine.
Yeah. Congratulations to all of the players who have picked up a victory in this final round, round 16. It all comes down to this. Who is it going to be? We're going to send it back to Maria and Mani as we gear up for our top 8 announcement.
Thank you so much, Ailey, Marie Bartholdi, and Mani Devoti here at the news desk. And this is when everyone is so very nervous, of course, because we are waiting for our top 8 announcement. Mani, as you look back on the Swiss portion of the tournament, what for you is the story of the tournament?
I think it's really just the metagame calls that people made. We knew coming into the weekend, I think everybody knew that prowess was going to be big. I don't know if people could have called the prowess would be 30% of the field big, but it does feel almost like a repeat of the last tournament where coming into the weekend, everybody thought Cub and the rhythm decks were going to be the top. And then as things played out, we worked out to essentially no Cub decks at the very top of the standings. They still did okay, just like Izzet did. I don't know if we saw a prowess win for top 8. I believe Nam was on prowess and he lost. Shota was on prowess and he lost. So I don't know if we're even going to end up with any copies of the top deck in the top 8 again.
That's incredible.
That is incredible, but it is also just a matter of these decks being beatable. I think one of the things that we normally see when a format is truly unhealthy or there's a problematic deck is people know that it's going to be the best deck going into the weekend.
Right.
They prepare to beat the best deck, and then they're not able to, and the best deck overperforms anyways, and that's a problem. But I don't think that's what we're experiencing in this standard format. It does feel like there is truly a lot of counterplay between decks. If you want to beat something, you can prepare and build in a way to beat it. And to me, that's the sign of ultimately a good format.
And as people watch this at home, thinking about moving forward, whether they want to play at their LGS or on Arena next weekend, moving forward in Standard, where would you look first, Mani?
I think right now we are seeing the rise of the mono-green landfall decks. So that would be where I would look first, is what has great numbers against landfall, both mono-green and now Selesnya, because you have to be taking into consideration, previously it was, could I just race them, go over the top of them, but now with the Sheltered by Ghosts being added into the deck, that becomes a bit more difficult. So that's going to be really interesting. I'm very curious if we might see a return of Bant Airbending. The Airbending decks typically had a decent matchup against landfall just because there wasn't that much interaction and they didn't care about how wide the board got. Once they assembled, they would just go off. So maybe that's something that we'll see in the upcoming weeks for Standard. I think it's the type of thing where there's so many cards in Standard. We're at 16 sets right now. The answers are there. You might just have to go digging for them.
I love when we see an answer in the form of a draft uncommon like Sheltered by Ghosts. I'm sorry, Mani, we were talking about this earlier, but I just think that's so very cool. So everybody, you can find it. Things are out there. The tools, you have them. Standard is huge. Well, everyone, it's shaping up to be an amazing top 8 for Sunday. Here's Tannen with the top 8 ceremony.
After 2 long days of Magic, I am ready to welcome you to the top 8 ceremony for Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. We begin with our number 5 seed from the USA, playing Izzet Spelementals, Max Komanowski. And their opponent, the number 4 seed from Denmark, playing Selesnya Landfall, Christopher Larson. Our next quarterfinal starts with the 6th seed from the United States, playing Selesnya Landfall, Nathan Stoyer. Their opponent, the 3 seed from Austria, playing Mono Green Landfall, Stefan Schutz. The next quarterfinal starts with the 7th seed from Canada, playing Mono Green Landfall, Matthew Stephenson. Their opponent, the 2 seed from the United States, playing Selesnya Ouroborid, Matthew Nass. Our final quarterfinal starts with the 8th seed from the United States, playing Azorius Tempo, Zevin Faust. And their opponent, the 1 seed from the United States, playing Is It Lessons, Ray Zhang. Everybody give it up one more time for the top 8 of your Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven.
And there it is, your top 8 here at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. And what an incredible top 8 it is. We have former world champions, we have Pro Tour champions, we have repeat top 8ers. It's just going to be a fantastic tournament coming up on Sunday. And there they all are on your screen. But who will take home the trophy? That's the big question we'll figure out tomorrow. Welcome back to the news desk, everyone. Maria Bartholdi and Mani Davudi here. Mani, what is your deck of the day?
For me, it's got to be Selesnya Landfall. It's not only the most winning deck in the field as a whole, but also it is, in my opinion, the best metagame call for this specific tournament. Both Christopher Larson and Nathan Stoyer made the top 8 with this deck, and the whole idea was, can I be better against the mono-green landfall decks? Well, there's 2 copies of mono-green landfall in the top 8 as well, but they're tech for it.
And that is your deck of the day, Selesnya Landfall. But what about our player of the day? Who could it be? Drum roll, please. Well, it was the first person into our top 8 who had an utterly fabulous tournament, and that is Ray Zhang. Take a look at Ray Zhang's road here to the top 8 through the tournament. Incredible results there. Only a single loss to Nathan Stoyer on day 1 of the tournament, locking things up in round number 13 against Stefan Schutz. Awarded 3 buys to round out the day. Congratulations, Ray Zhang. You are our player of the day. Now, Mani, it's time for our match of the day. What do you got?
All right, for match of the day, we're going to go back to round 13. Not really a coincidence that this is the match that actually locked Ray Zhang for the top 8. It's their match against Stefan Schutz, but also this was a brutal back and forth. It went the full 3 games, and there was a period where it really looked like it could go either way, but ultimately it was Ray Zhang on Is It Lessons taking it down and locking up their spot for the top 8. It was a blast to watch, and I think it was one of my favorite matches of the entire tournament, so definitely want to go back and check out.
Yeah, we've had so many incredible matches on camera all weekend long. Well, once again, let's celebrate our top 8 here at Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven. Come on back tomorrow because one of these people will be hoisting that trophy, claiming the title of champion, as well as $50,000. Who will it be? We'll find out tomorrow. Make sure you're tuned into the broadcast starting 1 hour earlier. Keep that in mind, 10 a.m. Pacific. Tomorrow, more magic straight ahead. Well, it was time to hit the books in Las Vegas this weekend as Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven invaded Sin City. When we kicked off the weekend, more than 300 of the best players showed up to throw down in draft and standard. 25,000 more people would join them, marking the biggest MagicCon of all time. As the competition heated up on day 2, both limited and constructed would put top players to the test. Overnight leader Nathan Stoyer faced an uphill battle to clinch a top 8 after a perfect day 1. In the end, he made it in the final round, along with 7 other absolutely incredible players, giving us a stacked field of 7 different archetypes, plus Pro Tour and World Champions. It is a stacked top 8 to be sure. You do not want to miss it. Tomorrow, join us for an epic top 8 where the winner will go home with $50,000, the title, and the trophy, and of course be named valedictorian of Secrets of Strixhaven. Join us then, friends.